This poor guy ate name ID Zeke Draker. He was first to shamefully ruin the awakening ceremony of the illustrious Draker clan. Why do people judge him that way? Born into a family of cosmic Rajin slayers, his physique was so pathetic that he couldn't sense even a trace of hurrah, a basic form of energy that even children possess. Zeke officially met a bitter end. A direct slap to the Ike face of a warrior ate honor. Because of that, his family treated him like trash and heartlessly kicked him onto Lee Street. Zeke ate hand, mouth existent, pushing him onto a path of doing all sorts of crazy things in hopes of surviving and changing his life. A B-rim example ID theft of a 1,000-year-old artifact, an object rumored to grant extraordinary power. Unfortunately, life not a dream, as that item also caught D. Ken I, aiming to seize a treasure at any cost. Key Emperor went all out deploying a battle, hardened live DN to hunt down D. Petty thief Lighty moment he touched D. Faced Kudik of aggressive enemies. Coupled his inability to use C-Pluck Zeke was quickly beaten to a pulp. His fate was even so wretched that they lopped to his sturdy arms at Lake's shoulders. Key duo that first caught him even flipped coins to compete foe P chance to slit his throat first. These low LVE soldiers viewed his life as nothing more than a cheap comedy act. At least he cried to see a moment of life and death, his survival instinct forcing him to snap back up. He leaned down and bit firmly into his severed arm lying on Nikki ground. Then he activated his exclusive healing power to reattach heat as if he had never been separated. Immediately, he instantly put that temporarily patched up arm to work. He snatched up Bleaky's sword and sent those two clowns to their GP Rye. Bitterly, despite taking a too small fry, they had already managed to call foe their entire clan for reinforcements. Seeing massive DN swarming toward him, he could unlie sigh in frustration at his endless run of bad luck. Zeke knew full well that his ticket to see his ancestors today was practically guaranteed, but he still calmly picked up his other arm and reattached Eat to completely key set. Look at that, he just reattached his severed arm. Heat looks absolute. The squad per Zeke froze for 5 seconds, paralyzed by C at this sight. He'd ate a complete freakish mutant. He'd ate enough to give anyone goosebumps. Perhaps we have to Kivu him to truly put an end to this. As soon as his arms were perfectly reattached, Zeke used his last remaining strength to check C into this endless battle. Even though he fought fiercely and took down many, result was still a complete defeat. In a keen, he lay flat with a dozen swords piercing his back, looking exactly like. Blood gushed uncontrollably and feeling of death knocking was unmistakable. Sequel to death, Zeke reassured himself that even if he couldn't have revenge a happy life, at least he had swiped the artifact Emperor desired, which sounded quite. Jake strained to pull Lee artifact off from his shirt. Hat blood streamed down from Lai tap of his head to corners of his mouth. Just as he touched artifact, it suddenly emitted a blinding Lai high-intensity lamp. Suddenly Jake heard a Tren voice say that his unwavering will would awaken an ancient power. Leaky soul of an old Regine was waiting for someone quit extraordinary resolve to awaken. The emergency rescue mode was officially dead. Jake was in so much pain he nearly fainted, and when he heard Lee question do agree, he thought his ears were ringing. Or maybe because of Ike's massive blood loss, he began hearing fam voices. However, that voice continued to kite in his mind, constantly urging him to give an answer. Regardless of, Jake irritably yelled to do whatever, not expecting the awakening deal to be finalized instantly. An irreversible surge of power began to flow through his body. Lee countdown. Fire. 3, 2, 1 After we finite count, Jake AVXN went blank and he fell into absolute silence. He thought he was done but when he woke up, Jake was horrified to find himself turned into a child. It sounded like a joke but was real. He had not only survived but had his life reset. Jake was still haunted by key-sharp pain of swords piercing through his flesh. Yet now his body was completely clear, without a single. Even though many years had passed, Jake knew exactly where he was at a glance. I am currently at training grounds of Draker clan. Lee Draker clan, originally a lineage of Regine slayers, one of three most powerful forces on continent. Tarek legendary hero, once saved the entire land by defeating ferocious Regine Bahamut 1,000 years ago. Was key successors of his lineage who built key Great Draker clan as stands today. Perhaps because they carry Lee blood of Great Regine slayer Tarakan, all descendants of Draker possess a gifted energy called like. Than to this they easily awaken high, Veek like and become illustrious knights. Draker was in exception, which why I met a tragic end in my previous life, while management Katem was restarting. Just as I lay down on a key bed, Draker heard that Tren voice ringing in his ears again. I was startled and jumped up immediately, looking around and there was certainly no one there, yet that Tren voice continued to ring us steadily. Currently verifying key soul of key 1 about to awaken. Leak soul of 1 about to awaken has been confirmed as fully compatible, reaching a rate of 100. Lee soul of chosen 1 has received ancient Ninajin innate will N has fully harmonized, confirmed. Do you now have access to a part of Lee Keek Seat Tem? Nice to meet you, Jake Drucker. Activating information mode. Then Jake saw countless flickering blue screens appear before his eyes. Quit is ancient. He couldn't call them status when you as modern people familiar quit rags do, but in reality, just like many other try to protect. He now possessed Exceed Tem. At that time, Jake couldn't explain these trend phenomena, thinking it was all due to that artifact being accidentally activated. I moved my limbs freely, and then another information window appeared, clearly labeled as white. V Manager 8 status window, containing my current. Teed showed my current role as a healer, quote a rarity LV key of rare, and a key title blessed by key ancient Delarigian. Specialized Jake possessed included healing, meditation, recovery, vitality, and power-up. In addition, there were other skills like grade precision attack, grade normal slash, and grade cry to hit. Furthermore, there was another category called Ray Gene skills, which Jake could not yet view as X team required 10 points to unlock, but my current score was a big fat 0. Jake was astonished by what had appeared before him. He reached out, trying to touch Eat, and Enlai to find that Eat was Lai missed, his hand passing right through. Eat could not be grasped. Eat could Unlai be controlled by lightly touching its Sri Fei. Putting that aside, Ike information displayed on key status window also gave Jake pause. Fo though. Terms Lai classes and skills were part of like ancient Li Ki Ajan 8 language, which was no longer in use in this era. But in his past life, Jake had a mentor who once mentioned these things. Early awakened ones categorized themselves into classes based on their strengths, quit each class training specific abilities known as skill. In his previous life, Jake 8 class was also a healer, allowing him to use Hikik's Q called heal. Jake still remembered clearly that after awakening, he had been subjected to such hellish training by his mentor that he nearly died. Regardless, according to like status window in this life, Jake was still a healer. He wanted to tate whether what was written there was accurate. In my previous Lee moment I became a healer was at likey age of 20, right after Wee's Hall was unlocked. Jake closed his eyes tight, trying to sense his inner self. Eat was exactly as he had predicted. In this life, although I am still just a child, Maya's Hall has already been unlocked. Zek had finally understood everything. Although his hardened muscles had disappeared after hip, he still retained all his memories and superior skills from before. Compared to his previous battered life, he now held a much greater advantage in his hands. Zek would surely take fun advantage of this again, an opportunity to properly remake his life. However, just as he needed to carefully examine his character's stats, a sudden stranger 8 voice from outside door startled Zek. He was still frantically staring at Lee data dancing on a P screen, not knowing how to turn EDP and get EOR of sight. Before Zek could compose himself to handle a key situation, Lee person outside pushed key door straight to B and entered. Stop, Zek shouted in panic from Keese, but it was already too late. It was quite alarming that Leek young master had not finished getting ready yet, quite no clue as to what he was thinking. Zek immediately recognized Decker. It seemed that he was an unlie one who could see that virtual screen. He breathed a secret sigh of relief and asked Fu clarification, questioning why EP Man was acting as if Lay House was on fire. Old Deckard 8 gaze suddenly became as sharp as a razor. Despite his status as a servant, Zek could clearly feel a suffocatingly intense hurrah emanating from the old man. Are do joking quit me, why are do asking such a ridiculous question, young master Zek? Zek trembled uncontrollably as memories of being bullied by key old man since childhood came flooding back. Even Quitgi's soul of a 32-year-old man, fear was deeply ingrained in his bones. Fortunately, Kekik's team suddenly activated a calming Seikyu, making panic in Zek 8 heart vanish completely. Then to this ton, like user 8 mind would remain XT lie as ARP-C, unperturbed by anyone in any harsh circumstance. Zek had to admit that this Xeet Tem was quite powerful, automatically operating adaptive skills in such a timely manner. Seeing his master, Decker grumbled that he had spoken until his throat was sore about leapy importance of today and asked if Zek was listening. Of course I am paying attention to every quiz. Zek smiled awkwardly as he began to imagine Lee major event about to take place. Are you referring to Pancration Practical Combat Assessment? Lee place where Zek lived was often elegantly called E-Training Cradle. This was Lee territory of Lie Draker family where 7-year-old children began 5 consecutive years of grueling training. Trainers would personally tease students' abilities each year through sword fighting rules-free stuff. Although instructors arranged, students could choose their opponents if both agreed, as Teed inherently had no rules. Therefore many left a arena covered in wounds, and some even died on B spot. Despite its brutality, this exam was strictly maintained because it was Leaky measure used to classify students at Leaky Academy later on. Lee children had no other choice but to fight quit all their might to seize a chance at survival. Muttering curses under it, Zek stepped out of his room and headed straight Fuwai Arena. Today administrator was head coach Pan, of whom Zek had few impressive memories from this period. However, according to Pan at announcement, this was already E-Finite round of this year 8 assessment. That IDYEP students' morale was Sekai high. Standing at Lee very front of like a line, Jake easily took an all sarcastic whispering and gossiping from behind. Look at Jake, he was humiliated so badly last year, yet he still has wiped nerve to sue his face here today. Oh my god, if it were me, I would have crawled into a hole a long time ago. Hate supposedly of pure blood, yet he ate so pathetic unbearable. Jake had no choice but to pretend to be deaf. In truth, he had become so desensitized to this cheap, disparaging behavior from his previous life that it no longer affected him. Why examination was quickly set in motion. Lee first paired to step onto Leak Arena floor were we 2 youths, Aran and Goda. As soon as Master Pan gave E-signal, both immediately lunged at each other, as fierce as 2 beasts hungry for prey. In one corner of a arena, Jake sat yawning. Just by looking at their opening moves, he already knew who would be humiliated and who would emerge victorious. Because Goda stood in such a careless stance, he was only a matter of time before he was wiped all by Aran. If 8 were Ubby 12-year-old Jake from his previous life, he surely would have been terrified by these bloody Ciclo quarters encounters, but after living through a turbulent life and a miserable existence where he couldn't rely on his fists because he couldn't use energy, petty tricks of these students didn't even faze him. Throughout the entire he just sat in legal all yawning awe of boredom. Yet our young man was completely unaware that directly opposite him, a pair of fiery, covetous eyes were locked onto him, never once looking. Stalker? Next obstacle Jake had to clear. And lie when he finally faced him on Iki arena floor did he realize quite surprised that Iki was now a whole head taller than him. This was also wee person who had beaten Jake to a pulp last year. So, when he saw his former victim see his face again, Leon was extreme. Though times have changed, and lie time will tell who will be doing live bullying this time around. Get down on your knees and beg, you useless parasite, Leon said, trying to provoke him. Leon's appearance made Zik recall those shameful years of he past. This guy seemed to be his eternal nemesis, as he had never once tasted victory against him. Zik bet that he had been playing dirty behind the scenes, because his family always poisoned their children. 8 minds quit nonsense. Ideas such as to become a true Raijin slayer, one must know how to scheme and use dirtiest tactics possible. Having been brainwashed by his parents from a young age, Leon had little real talent but an abundance of cowardly dirty tricks. More Zik looked at that arrogant demeanor, more irritated he felt. It was a disgrace to be cousins quit such trash. In his previous life, Lai Draker family originally had 4 children of pure blood, but ironically they had never once come face to face quit one another. Yet, he was unlucky enough to encounter the entire bunch of his cousins, and they were always waiting to bully Zik, at any given moment. Not bad, I have to admit. Dewey persistent Zik Draker. Dewey truly a bold gambler to dare make a comeback after last year's 8 crushing defeat. Oh there's something wrong, quit your head, Lean continued to hurl Pruff. If 8 were Zeke at this age in his previous life, he might have trembled or flown into a rage, but now, inhabiting a teenager 8 body as a man or V30, Lee Pixie Tem even automatically activated Tranquility's Q that helped him completely ignore his opponent 8's sarcasm. Hey, I won't be easy on Do anymore if Do keep embarrassing me, Zeke warned, though it was actually because Leon 8 constant chatter was giving him a headache. However, in Leon 8 Zeke was just a weak, useless embarrassment too. When he heard Zeke speak, he found it absolutely. Instead of just hurling insults, Leon stepped forward, grabbed Zik 8 hair and challenged him. So, what are Do gonna do? Do lowly, useless brat. No one could see clearly how Zeke moved. In blink of an eye, Leon was sent flying into wee air. That was because Zeke had accidentally activated Lie Cry to set Hicks Q. True to its name, this XQ allows user to deal Cry Distomlich to enemies, however, fails. They can be hit quit a counter, attack. Leon clutched his face and screamed in pain. Zeke was also a bit stunned. He had intended to knock his opponent off, but his XQ automatically triggered when that punch was thrown. Although it was very effective, it also revealed fact that Zeke still couldn't tran his strength well. What are you doing, Zeke Draker? Pan rushed to Leon in a panic. How dare you attack before I've even started like match? Who on earth waits foe ready, set, go announcement before starting a fight? Lee one who strikes first gains Lee advantage. Dante do know that teacher, Zeke replied, though not quote word. Instead, it was Zeke 8 bloodthirsty gaze that made Pan unconsciously take a step back. It was something he had never seen in Zik before, and Lie then did Leon manage to lie his breathing. Although he stammered that he was fine and asked Pan to allow key match to continue. His nose was still bleeding Lie a fountain, and Zeke 8 previous punch seemed to have completely crushed Leon 8 fighting spirit. Yet, he swore that today he would make sure Zeke didn't leave Iki arena alive. Leon struggled to stand. After Pan gave signal foe match to begin, he charged toward Zeke Lie a flying arrow. Zeke was still being somewhat cautious, fearing he wouldn't be able to trend his striking power well. As Fu Leon after that punch, he became even more guarded. Because of that, Zeke 8 left hand attack became far too obvious in his eyes. At that exact, Leon managed to dodge Zeke 8 left punch. At same, he successfully grabbed Zeke. Quite just one more move, he could pin Zeke hard to ground. Panthawa match would end right there. However, a scene that took place immediately afterward left him gaping, as if he had just seen a superhero. Pan's eyes were fixed on Zeke, unable to believe that such sharp combat instincts belonged to a 12-year-old boy. It was truly as if he were a young superhero. Leaky moment Leon dodged Zeke 8 punch and prepared to throw Cowboy down. Pan was certain that victory was firmly in Leon 80 hands. However, Zeke reacted as quick as a filot, delivering a powerful blow to Leon 8 chin while simultaneously escaping his opponent 8 grip. Clearly, this was Leon 8 fault foe being too overconfident and thinking he had Zeke in his grasp. Yet what stunned Pan even more was Zeke 8 incredible composure despite his strike being dodged. That chilling focus and superb precision in launching such an effective attack made him wonder if this was truly Lee Zeke Draker. Everyone had always As Fu Leon after taking 2 consecutive devastators, it seemed he had almost completely let his senses. Leon had to quickly separate some distance, fearing that Zeke was about to launch another attack. However, Leon was still a step behind. Just as Weak's idea of creating distance flashed in his mind, Zeke delivered a thunderous kick to his shin. Although Zeke was clearly smaller than Leon, key force of E-Boy 8 kick was astonishingly powerful, as if his leg were made of steel. Leon felt his leg go numb quit pain, yet his mouth still wouldn't shut. Truly, a boneless tongue can be very treacherous. Leon continuously Zeke is inferior and useless, so much so that one would want to co-ve their ears. His rage had reached its boiling point, and Leon no longer cared about Lee's concept of safe distance. All he could do now was cheekies forward and attack Zeke instinctively. Unfortunately, fooling after a few exchanges, Zeke was now fully able to keen trend his power and no longer feared going overboard. Additionally, he activated his sensory enhancement, temporarily increasing his sharpness as if he had just taken a Viaxin supplement. Leon 8 wind splitting punches thus appeared extremely slow in Zeke 8 eyes, as if he were watching a slow motion film. This made him feel he was taking a stroll, rather than being in a real fight. Zeke was now completely accustomed to controlling the power he had learned from Hall. Zeke no longer had to keep patience to fee Lee cat and mouse quit his opponent. Zeke grabbed Leon 8 arm as quick as a fetch lot. Immediately after, Likey Boy slammed Leon 8 body onto Yiki ground quit a loud thud. If he were an ordinary person, this slam alone would have surely stripped them of any combat capability, let alone key ability to struggle. But Zeke still had no intention of letting his opponent up a hook. He went on to activate his terrifyingly accurate precise stabs Q. Immediately after, Zeke turned his elbow into a razor-sharp blade, and he stabbed directly into Lai's weak point on his opponent 8 chest without any mercy. Satap yeet? Leon panted heavily in pain while moaning and begging for mercy. Even a fool Lai Du must have learned a lifelong lesson after this, right? Zeke replied, though his hands never stopped raining down punches. Not just Pan but all Lee's students present were so terrified that their faces turned pale. Zeke now looked exactly like a madman venting his rage, his eyes complete. Leon lay completely still and motionless, unable to move anymore. He leisurely dusted up his backside, stood up smugly, and slowly headed toward stands, where a lay crowd of students stood dumbfounded, their uneasy gazes locked on. Warming up and breaking a sweat really does wonders for clearing Lay P mind. So, does anyone else here care to share their opinion? Just come down here and take a turn so we get ETBE quat. Zeke blatant provocation immediately rubbed countless people a wrong way. But having just witnessed Leon get beaten to a pulp, an Enliki bravest would dare to utter a quiz. Finally, a brave young man squeezed through Y crowd and stepped forward. Zek immediately recognized Jake, yet another distant cousin who was just as obnoxious as Leon. White young man wanted to go toe quit Zek, and of course, Zek had no reason to turn down such an easy match. However, he was starting to grow tired of one-on-one duels quit kids who were still wet behind Lee's ears. So he took a liberty of pointing at Liam Stone, Jack and its servant, inviting him to get in on nighty fun. He grinned and remarked that a handicap match that might actually make things a bit fairer. Jake 8's sarcastic remark made Jake and Bull quit rage and he hissed, asking if he had just been insulted. That ID exactly what happened, you idiot. Jake replied cheerfully, his face beaming and his eyes sparkling with amusement. At that, Jackin became so furious that his veins bulged on his forehead, and just lie Leon before him, he swore to hedge Jake into pieces. Having learned a painful lesson from a previous round, Instructor Pan repeatedly warned Jake not to make any sudden moves before Lee whistle blew. Yeah, I gotta eat, Jake said, nodding rapidly like Asuni, though his eyes remained locked onto his opponents without wavering an inch. However, IE primary to gate in his sights was not IE foolish Jakin but Liam, servant standing behind. In his past life, this man was a legendary ken of mercenaries, and just back then, he had entered this academy as Jakin 8's servant. However, because he came from an incredibly distant branch of Lee family, Liam was neglected and never received a proper upbringing. He was even flatly rejected by even Hala Academy when he applied for advanced studies. Quite no other option. He joined a knight order in tiny kingdom of Baranong, and when that nation collapsed, he officially turned to mercenary work to make a living. Amidst chaotic times when everyone scrambled to clinically strong, Liam rose like a shining star. After years of warfare, he became an exceptional warrior and founded his own stone mercenary group. Later on, he subjugated 3 most notorious mercenary organizations on Light, cementing his legend as a mercenary king. In his previous life, as Supreme Commander of Stone Corps, Liam led his forces to ravage battlefields of continental war. Meanwhile, Zek, known as P North, had led his soldiers and people in a fight to death against him as mortal enemies. Admittedly, Liam had once given him a run for his money, but in this life, his rep would definitely be rewritten. A Thalcut stod as Instructor Pan 8 shout to begin snapped Zek back to reality. A momently signal was given, Jake and lunged for it, throwing a sloppy punch fun of openings that looked incredibly amateur. Zek quickly intercepted, his gaze instantly turning as cold as ice. Looking at Jakin was looking at a pile of trash. I had told him we should go at it together, yet his tone remained stone. But Jakin quickly struggled to break freaking. Do you think I'll be easily fooled by your cheap tricks? As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back to gain momentum and delivered a powerful kick. It seemed that because he was so angry, this kick had even more openings than his previous punch. Jaquin delivered a kick that landed right on Jake 8's shin. However, instead of injuring Jake, Lee kick left Jake 8's own leg in searing pain. Reflex, he leaned down to look at his leg. But this was an extremely thoughtless move to make in middle of a fight, because in blink of an eye, Jake had lunged in front of Jaquin and delivered a direct punch to his stomach. Immediately, Jaquin spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto Lee's floor. At that moment, Jaquin finally realized he was no match for Jake at all. When head 8 voy rang out. Finish this bastard for me. Liam, who had been standing as still as a statue waiting. And Lee, after hearing Lee command, did he slowly begin to step forward. Looking at Lee made towering physique, Jake found it hard to believe they were same age. He had faced Liam more than a few times before, and most troublesome thing about fighting Liam was his superior stature. If he let Liam strike first, Jake would be at a complete disadvantage. Therefore, He wanted to seize the initiative by attacking first. Thinking Jake acted at once. He immediately activated his NG/. This XQ allowed him to unleash a rapid succession of attacks against his opponent, obscuring their VXN and E-Prax. Like students in E-stands could Enlai watch this scene quit their mouths agape in astonishment. They couldn't even keep up Jake 8 movements. He had anticipated, as this was Middle Earth, a land where swordsmanship was the ultimate win. How could these kids possibly see through League's signature northern martial arts techniques he had just performed? However, Jake was still at a disadvantage in this confrontation because his body was naturally weak as a child. After using Enlai a few skills, he already felt a dull ache in his joints. Meanwhile, his opponent possessed a physique no different from a Menix T8. Liam had neither attacked nor dodged, simply standing calmly in a defensive stance and absorbing every single one of Jake 8 attacks. Compared to his time as a mercenary, Jake found Han to be many times fiercer now. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. He had seen through Wike opponent 8 power, but now his own body was nearing its limit. Jake put all his strength into his right hand, intending to pierce through that defense and finish Liam. However, suddenly at this moment, Liam had eyes open and flashing intensely, and tilted his head to weak right, successfully dodging power attack that Jake had unleashed. To say Jake wasn't surprised would be a total lie. Full Liam 8 senses were truly extraordinary, and unfortunately for Han in this situation. Liam had caught Jake 8 hand and intended to slam him hard onto Wii ground. ETID key just that Liam ID currently Enlai 12 years old despite his talent, he lacks battle. Meanwhile Zik carries within him Lee soul of a seasoned 32-year-old man, perhaps from having endured too many hardships. Lee moment Lime grabbed his arm to throw him or his head. Zik quickly utilized that position and momentum to land a Hevai punch on Ike type of his head. No matter how strong Liam was, he was still human, and being struck hard on Need head lie that would certainly leave him dazed. Taking that opportunity, once again activated his sensory enhancement. He used his fastest speed to tightly lock the opponent 8 neck quit both legs. He knew that, no matter how tough Ike opponent 8 body was, they would become paralyzed when deprived of oxygen. Zik thought so. But Liam was crazier than he had predicted. He was now almost insane, fighting quit whatever instinct. Attempting to break free from Zik 8 leg lock, Liam repeatedly punched and kicked it, but Zik was no less determined. He remained firm in his grip on Ike opponent 8 neck. One side continued to attack like, while Liku other tightened key pressure in his calf muscles even further. Their confrontation turned into a tide of physical endurance between two people quite differing physique. Like students watched Quit beta, Quit Lime 8 striked, everyone thought Zik would lose, possibly even be beaten to a pulp. Even instructor Pan was so tense he forgot to breathe. He had never witnessed such a breathtakingly intense match between two such young boys. Lee clock had just ticked past another minute, and like outcome of E-match finally became clear. Having been deprived of oxygen for too long, felt his limbs go numb, Quit no strength left to resist, and he collapsed to Lee ground lie a ripe banana. Although his body was bruised and battered as if he had just returned from a pilgrimage, Zik had leaving like student council dumbfounded and unable to believe that this nothing friend could pull off such an amazing comeback. In that crowd, and one kid grinned excitedly, quit a conspiratorial look, secretly praising that this was truly performance he had been hoping from him. Do must make a big splash lie this, my dear Zik Drake, and lie then will be worth Nike effort when I crush Do underfoot. Quite is more than excellent exam results, Zik gleefully dragged himself back to his beloved little room. Hearing that his young master was covered in scrapes and bruises, Old Man Decker rushed frantically, insisting on personally checking young Master 8 pulse to examine his health. Zik knew perfectly well that old man wasn't just giving him medicine, but was actually trying to discern whether he had truly unlocked the radiant energy. Once everything was done, Zik obediently extended his hand for Decker to gently hold, and leaky old man began to meticulously perform his mysterious exam. A shocking truth was that this Old Man Decker was surprisingly a powerful below knight. Power he possessed was truly anything but ordinary. Usually when wanting to judge if a person has awakened their power, people would simply glance at Danchin region to get he quit. However, Decker examined quit extreme meticulousness. Pumping radiant energy into another person was already difficult, but this old man even guided to circulate around B-Boy 8 body as precisely as a G-piece. Clearly, he must be a B-low knight to perform such a feat. On a side note, World of Knights also has several types. They are ranked based on their sword, wielding skills and their ability to manipulate radiant energy within themselves. The first tier consists of pure white swordsmen. Most youngsters who haven't been blessed by gods and Lepi blessing ceremony are all at this beginner LVE. Moving up another notch are yellow swordsmen. This ID when Key Danchin opens to welcome radiant energy. Typically, students at E-Training Academy will reach this V after Key Blessing Ceremony, except for that unlucky fellow Decker in his previous life. Enlai when one knows how to Kian Tren energy according to their will does society officially grant them Li prestigious title of Knight, Leak lowest rod and D Key Purple Knight. Their XQL VID limited to channeling energy into their sword to make their slashes slightly sharper. A higher RGIDB Lu Knight, who can conjure impressive sword strikes made of pure energy, reaching Lai Pinnacle or YP superhumans who have broken all limits of ordinary people. That was also Gilvig Liam had reached in his previous life, and Zik too had been just as formidable before he went back in time. They are Crimson Knights, but rumors circulated that even above Crim, there were those who wielded mysterious Bielki energy. However, looking back through history of this entire land, one could in vaguely spot presence of a few monsters who had reached that LVE. Seeing old man decorate incredible Higgs, you utterly bewildered Zik. Someone of his caliber should rightly be a general. Why would he resign himself to serving and caring for a young master lie him? Unable to figure it out, Zik temporarily set aside. Most crucial thing now was to carefully conceal Li Qi's source of power from Li's Hall, so that Li Pi old man wouldn't he detect. In this entire, there are perhaps unlike two people capable of using Senza, so lighty fact that he knows about it nearly impossible. After checking Zik 8's strength for a long while, Decker let go inside softly. Young master, are you perhaps hiding something from me? Decker thought to himself as he realized Zik was keeping a few secrets. Thank goodness he didn't find anything. Zik sighed in relief, realizing each other man was trying to intimidate him. If 8 were Oki Zik from his past life, just IP sow of Decker 8 voy lie, this would have made him tremble like a leaf. However, Zik was now unusually calm and handled key situation. Kudi's asking back, are you hiding something from me? Zik questioned him in return, but an Eli response was silence from Decker. After a moment he finally spoke, why have you changed so suddenly, young master? At that moment, Zik stopped abruptly and turned around, and Decker suddenly saw eyes that were chillingly cold. Do re-asking wrong question, Decker. Do should have asked why I and Lai chose to change now. Many other things will change from now on, but they are all simply falling into their proper places, so all do need to do IDE stay CKLU to me, understood. Understood, young master. Decker bowed respectfully, and since, though he didn't know reason, Leaky Zik before him had truly become a completely different person. As for Zik, currently he was still unsure which side Decker was on, whether he was a spy planted to monitor him. However, he was certain he needed to sway Decker 8 loyalty to keep him around while extracting valuable information. The difficult problem was who had assigned Decker Leak task of monitoring him. Zik didn't think he was his maternal relatives, but rather one of his own siblings. The more he thought about Eid, the more of a headache he became, so he decided to set Eid aside for now. Zik leisurely walked straight down to private training area Decker had prepared. Having been weak in his past life, he never had a chance to step into places like this as a child. Seeing 8 now, he could lie marvel inwardly. Lee family gate reputation was well deserved. Even a single gym was magnificently equipped, lacking nothing. Taking advantage of being, Zik took opportunity to chuchai thing called Daikixi Tem. Most of the information was nothing new. Only his initial slashings Q, which started at Iki rookie LV, had now jumped to proficient. The more he used Senza, more this LV increased. It was simply that skills were naturally activated based on Zik 8 actions. Zik began to feel suspicious. So these skills have already existed from League beginning. And if I learn something new, ET will be added here as another XQ, right? Furthermore, what was likely difference between a XQ and a class Q? Because they were both activated in a similar manner. And then there was Li P thing called Lai Ki Raijin skills that he couldn't view yet. What secrets did 8 hold? Zik tried clicking on Li Drun skills category as expected. It still required reward points to luck. Yik's team indicated that these points could be earned by defeating monsters. Speaking of monsters, there are countless in the dungeons, but to ensure safety, Zik must at least reach Purple Knight Rajig before daring to go there. In addition, he was extremely curious about like reason why he had traveled back in time 20 years, along could be true mystery behind this bizarre extem. He and Lai vaguely guessed that Ike artifact played a key role, but quit too little information. Zek couldn't confirm anything at this moment. Just knowing that this item enhanced his own strength was more than enough reason for him to make fun use of ET. Zek tried his best to lift his sword quit this frail body of his. Then he began to focus on feeling key flow of energy inside his body. Lake World ID divided into 2 main energy streams, including Lake Liu Ra of Li Knights and the spiritual Ra reserved Fu Mages. True Knights usually accumulate Lyra right at their Danshan, while Mages seen trend spiritual Ra through a Medici circle enveloping their heart. These 2 energy sources are Lai Ki Moon and Yi Sun, so choosing one means losing other. Yet in his past life, Zek was so unlucky that he couldn't awaken either. He had been abandoned by his clan, but fortunately, while wandering, he met a master who taught him all kinds of things, though his most powerful ultimate move was still his healing XQ in Li Yi's Hall. Then to Yi's Hall created by his master 8 own hands, he was able to borrow energy from nature to use. He and his master were Yi Li Qi and Enlai 2 who could use ease, but awakening Liu Ra would still be much more prestigious, so this time he had to wait and see if heaven would favor him. Zek diligently practiced his swordplay for about 2 hours before feeling like his soul was leaving his body. This body was truly used, leaving him to lean on his sword and pant like a rabid dog. Right at that moment, Kexit Tim suddenly automatically activated a healing XQ to restore his stamina. This was a XQ so rare that he had never even heard of 8, until like day he was guided by his master. If ordinary people were to see this, they would surely consider him a psych trend creature that needed to be studied. For that reason, he couldn't bring Idar to use during his fight quit Liam. He was forced to secretly heal his wounds as soon as he dragged himself back to his room. Having 8 was Lai being charged Kuda super battery, running all of energy and Lai to be refilled again and again, practically making him. However, he shouldn't rely too much on Eat. Therefore, he still had to train himself to death to improve his weak physical condition. In a flot, it was dinner time. Zek 8 room now looked no different from a battlefield after a fun scale assault. A week passed Lai that, and Lee students in Ely training camp began to whisper and gossip about Zek. Glick, once useless young master of clan, had now transformed into a completely different person. Some others even maliciously claimed that he must have used witchcraft or forbidden Madich to increase his power. However, there were also some who changed their tune, starting to admire Zek and hoping he would step up to restore order. To teach those who rely on a bit of strength and walk around quit their noses in Li Pierre a lesson they would never forget. On that very day, a training camp at cafeteria. Zek's 8 cousins had gathered together into a group. The whole group finally shared a common goal. That was to bring Zek down at all costs. The most resentful young man in Li Ki group at that time was none other than Leon. He had been beaten foe a whole week, and key old scars Zek had given him still hadn't he healed. Leon and Jakin became increasingly agitated as they saw Zik 8 power advance day by day, but as foe Quen Zeman. Leek one who seemed Iki most nonchalant in group calmly displayed the demeanor of a superior. Rest assured. Handed match though violent seemed quite impressive. However, when he comes to sword fighting, he'll soon be utterly defeated. What can that guy do when he can even hold a sword properly? Hearing Quen boast lie that, Leonate group finally sighed in relief. It just occurred to them that Zek was so weak he couldn't even lift a regular sword, so he had to specially order a super lie one. He must have gotten lucky to win against me other day. There ain't no way I would lose to such a weakling. Leon still grumbled. Just then, Araina Turun, who had been quietest, focusing on her steak, suddenly slammed table quit a bang and stood up abruptly. What luck are you talking about? If you truly believe Zek merely got lucky, then do you don't deserve to be knights of this Draker family? After saying that, Araina decisively turned her back and left. But on second thought, it was understandable why Zek's 8 cousins were so eagerly awaiting I day of P sword fighting competition. Unlike Li P Bear, this time they were allowed to use swords, and this was also EP's source of all light troubles in Li Ki training camp. The sword fighting arena was where hierarchy among students was most clearly defined. Very quickly a sword fighting competition finally arrived. Everything unfolded completely differently from what these students had imagined. This time Zek brought an absurdly long sword, which also looked incredibly heavy. Yet he wielded it as lightly as if he were waving a feather. Right in the first round, Arana was the one who proactively stepped forward to challenge him. Zek immediately nodded in agreement. As she stood facing Zek and watched him confidently swing that absurdly long sword, Arana was almost certain that this was no longer L.E. Zek she had known, because E.E. Zek in her memory was someone who couldn't even lift a sword. In fact, his current hurrah even made Arana feel overwhelmed. She tried to regain her last bit of calm. Her hand also quickly drew P sword from its sheath. In fact, Jiki at this moment was not as composed as he appeared, because clashing element fighters was always something that made him tremble. From his previous life to this one, Xena Turan in front of him was precisely such a lightning element master who had forged her own reputation in Li Ki Great Continental War of his previous life. She was originally considered a new generation prodigy of Ki Drager family, then to self, awakening her even before the blessing ceremony, something Jik remembered vividly had happened a few years before this moment. But she hid her skills at Lai training camp to practice basic skills. No wonder kids Lai Liano Jakin would get terrified whenever they saw her. Nevertheless, compared to those useless, this thorny rose was still a worthy opponent whom Jis could respect to some extent. When Iki officiator waved his hand to signal Li start of Iki match, Xena was eager to launch a preemptive strike. Every one of her movements was swift and extremely agile. Her sword strokes were extremely decisive and sharp, making Jik not dare to be careless for a single second. Her actual SQV even exceeded his expectations. But Ki young man knew very well that he could not be defeated. Don't fly around quite him anymore. Just unleash a finishing move. Ki audience began to roar and cheer loudly. Jakin, sitting in E front row, muttered that they were foolish because Xena clearly wasn't playing around. Today, Jakin suddenly became insightful when he realized E-girl had given her all but still wasn't skilled enough to touch Ji. She was trying her best while struggling to maneuver. After a few moves were easily blocked by Ji, Xena finally found a tiny opening in her opponent 8 defense. However, even if she lunged forward like lightning, aiming straight for that weakness, outcome remained. What Xena 8 sharp sword tip hit was not Jik 8 flesh, but rather his sword. Jik was always one step ahead of her. As if to tease his opponent, he both feigned admiration for her efforts and continuously exposed weaknesses. An Enlai to then easily BLPC every attack from Xena. This tactic made her feel like she was being completely late by Jik throughout Lai P match. ET was as if he was turning this life and death battle into a free SQ tutoring session for her. Their two swords clashed noisily once again. This clash sent Xena flying far back. She stood panting utter. Although Zik seemed unusual, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought a legendary Then Fee Knight once had such a mischievous childhood, right? Back at Lee training camp, Wee Wei she fought in battle was Lai a toddler. Her swordplay was very straight, and Zik immediately noticed this in someone so obsessed with this fundamental concept. Unfortunately, that straight 498 biggest obstacle, therefore, he wanted to help her break all of her cocoon, transforming into a magnificent butterfly quite extraordinary sword talent. Quite oversized longsword held firmly in her hand. Secretly calculated, guessing that her opponent was about to CLU and quit a dangerous strike, her speed was no ordinary feat, so Arvina was confident she could handle that strike cleanly. Here comes Zik, Arvina thought to herself, and just as he suddenly lunged, charging like a tiger preying on its cue, quit overwhelming momentum. However, his speed was much faster than Arvina could have imagined. She didn't dare to parry E strike. Instead, Arvina had to quickly retreat, dodging her opponent 8 sharp blade. But constantly widening gap and continuously dodging this would never lead to a victory. It truly boring to fly cat and mouse forever. Arina was extremely troubled at this moment. While Zik continuously launched rapid attacks, she kept trying every possible. And then, Zik once again gained closing distance and unleashing his next attack. Araina's 8 eyes widened in horror. And then like 3 words flashed through her mind, I am done foe. Then she gritted her teeth. She decided not to dodge anymore, but to launch a direct counterattack. Zik 8 longsword was thrown high into Lee air, fell spinning backward, and plunged deep into Lee ground. Lee students immediately stood up and cheered loudly, yelling Zik lot, Araina truly something else. She didn't even need to use Ura to defeat that get foe nothing. However, Lee Pemark realized true problem hidden here. Just as Zik 8 Phi Nandal attack was about to strike Araina, she had used a minuscule amount almost imperceptible, as if by Medici unnoticed by anyone. Araina had once solemnly sworn never to touch Ura until she officially joined I Academy. Yet today, Zik had forced her to break that rule to save her life. Perhaps it was this sea that left Araina standing motionless and dazed, completely ignoring cheers echoing her name. What are you doing, Focus? Lead match isn't yet. Zik 8 voice startled her awake, but it was too late. By a key time Araina fully realized what was happening. Zik had closed in and delivered a direct punch to her chest. Araina immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Her body was forced down onto one knee. Her entire blood uncontrollable. This ID a contest of XQ swords, there ID no way we will back down before someone as weak and despicable as Du. Even before organizer of event could speak, Leon suddenly roared from up. Exactly for a knight to throw away his weapon ID ridiculous, surrounding students began to clamor in agreement. This ID Kurai 80 victory, Du aren't qualified to be a knight, how shameful, students above curse seek frantic, making him feel as though their spit alone could drown him. Araina coughed a few times and stood up. Zeke asked her if she wanted to continue. She still hadn't conceded. Like he first thought in Araina 8 head was that Zeke hadn't defeated her because she was careless. But ultimately she was an honest person. If Zeke hadn't used his bare hands but had held a blade instead, she might have been split in two. At this thought, Araina furrowed her brows tightly. She managed to say, "Quit great difficulty, I concede." Rowdy Stan suddenly fell silent. Everyone was staring intently at Zeke Drake, like name that Anlai a few days ago was reviled by others as human trash. Yet now he had triumphed Vikrar Aina Turun, one of key brightest talents from Lee prestigious families. News of Zikate's sudden change, transforming and completely different, reached the ears of his older brother Amen. Liby's struggle for succession with Ingergon Slayer clan was becoming extremely intense. Therefore, a man who rarely visited him decided to return to B clan 1 week before official blessing ceremony was to take place. Lee reason for this was simple. He was curious to know what had caused his youngest brother to awaken and become so different. After Zeke 8 resounding victory v Rhina, entire training academy was in deep sea. However, this didn't seem to affect his life at all. Zeke simply returned to his private training room and continued to practice. Another month passed and finally a blessing ceremony arrived. Nevertheless, Zeke kept his daily training routine, making his body much stronger than when he was first reincarnated. Zeke opened his status window to check. Everything was proceeding just as he had expected. Most of his skills had leveled up, and some had even reached mastery. He had also increased his proficiency in flexible footwork. This was a XQ he had acquired during combat. Footsteps echo, and Zeke immediately guessed 8 was Decker. Just as predicted, a voice then called in, "Young master, we depart in 2 hours, alright? I'll be down shortly, prepare everything." After washing up and dressing neatly, Jake sat grandly in, heading straight toward Lee Clan 8G Ren Estate. Counting his previous Eid had been far too long since he last returned here, a castle situated right on Ike territory of Lie Duke of Ike Spire from Lee Draker family. Even though Wee True Cradle was located at Lee Heart of E Continent in Key Fortress of 4 Seasons, Key Blessing ceremony had to take place at Key Main Estate, Lee Key birthplace illustrious Lee Virgin Slayer legend. That castle also possessed a very resonant sounding name. It was a family 8 stronghold. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage stopped and Jake stepped down, gazing at Castle Quit in indescribably complex mood. Despite being a descendant of Lie House, he still had to line up quickly other trainees, receiving not an ounce of favoritism. While waiting, Jake took the opportunity to look around and suddenly discovered several rate teen things he had never seen before. He turned to that all he guessed today were influential figures he had enly known through EAT newspapers, and Jake bet that half of those gazes were fixed intently on him. But regardless of what they were plotting, as long as they saw him fail to awaken, they would not bother to care any longer. Suddenly, Jake gaze halted before a large imposing figure. That unexpected appearance caused his face to begin losing its usual composure. That man was greeting guests warmly, and it seemed everyone was shocked to see his face at this ceremony. "Father, my return today truly has its own purpose. Because as luck would have 8, my adorable youngest brother Eddie also present here. Oh, look at that, there he ID. That face, Jake would never be able to forget even in death. He was a bold Draker, like second young master of clan, who currently held illustrious Lion Blade title but in his past life was known as Butcher Knight. Upon meeting this older brother, Jake ate blood, but he had to suppress his anger, as there was nothing he could do now. He remembered clearly that in his past life, Abal hadn't even bothered to look at his blessing ceremony, yet now he had appeared, proving that Jake's actions had changed to future. If that were case, this was truly a guinan or an opportunity for Jake to turn around his cruel fate. After guests had settled into their seats, blessing ceremony officially began. He first person called was Iran, boy confidently stroked. There a basin of holy water was placed before a Night 8 statue alongside 2 spirit lamps. If one awakened Lai or Ra, P statue would re-up, and if one awakened spirit who Ra, like lamps would lie up. Haran took a deep breath and then decisively rolled up his sleeves. He dipped his hand directly into leaky basin of holy water. Through this legendary bletchu, all members of Leaky Draker House who had just turned 12 would perform Leaky Finite Step to awaken Lee sealed Lai, a Ra within them. And Haran successfully completed this challenge in an impressive manner. Compared to eek ordinary knights in other clans, this 12-year milestone was truly very early, as they usually had to wait until the age of 20 to awaken. Among these youngsters, a few extremely rare cases emerged, individuals who not only awakened Lai Ra but also activated Leaky Spirit Hu Ra suppression ability of Li Regian Tame. At that very moment, Li pair of Spirit Hu Ra lamps placed at each scene would begin to react strangely, emitting brilliant redder. These rare and hard to find individuals will at least reach Rodini of Yellow Knight in the future. A few were even formidable enough to rival Red Knights like Sea Knights. Possessing both types of auras indicates that Li P Child ID a genius could a pure bloodline this year. Such a prodigy has also appeared, an Eid ID none other than Gina. As soon as he saw her unleash Li T Spirit Hu Ra suppression, Teacher Pan immediately instructed someone to fetch special lives. Due to this important character, anyone who awakens must wear their family 8 specially made protective gear. If they don't wear them, it's certain that they least struggle to lay a normal life. Once they prove themselves to be true descendants of dragons and immortals, they will have Leaky Draker Talk added to their name. Whether adopted by logic, they will be fully provided from head to toe with all sorts of luxurious privileges. However, no matter how bright Gina 8 future might be, wouldn't make people as excited as name Zeke did. Lee crowd of guests was convinced that Lee young man would surely awaken a powerful bloodline, simply because he had already knocked Gina hadn't he. Zeke slowly, never in his heart did he think he would have YP chance to stand before this statue again. In his previous life, time he stood before it left him a terrifying, unforgettable memory. Although that ceremony was once key soul motivation that helped him overcome all hardships and Zeke was branded as a family 8 useless member. Nevertheless, in this life, perhaps Key's C rep will be rewritten. Jik now not only possesses peak recovery skills but also controls with a D space. A place where, apart from him and his teacher, no one else in this world Key's skilled enough to one eat. Most importantly, he had no intention of giving up or surrendering, but always strived with his own steely resolve. Anyway, lend me a hand will do, hateful stats. Jik mumbled, then rolled up his sleeves and plunged his hand into White's basin of water, just lie those before him. As Jik 80 hand touched Gixie of water, that night statue suddenly shook violently as if having a fever, but then fell silent immediately after. Suddenly fell terrifyingly silent. Jix muttered a curse coops to himself. He told himself that he shouldn't bother quit vain dreams of changing future. It was simply due to Abenade unexpected presence that he developed a bit of overconfidence. Just lie cold seep rep. A buzz of chatter began to rise throughout Lee room, saying, he failed to awaken. Could it be that even Patriarch 8 bloodline can overcome that curse? How on earth did he manage to defeat Gina? He must have used some dirty trick again? He really idea disgrace to like family. Jik clicked his tongue, seeing that leaky reaction of this crowd was no different from his previous life. However, not being able to activate Liar Ra was no longer a big deal now, because Jik had plenty of ways to become overwhelmingly powerful without awakening. Just then, his team displayed some notification. Our sincerest apology, Draker. Due to a processing error, a message was delivered a little late, so that important information had evaporated from identifier during identification. Occupational information was input via team administrator 8 special privilege. Jik looked at notification repeat. Though like wording was a bit verbose, he had a premonition that Lee failed awakening was due to Lee missing identification information. And then lie a savior. Xisi Tem promptly fixed immediate. First, unlocked rare class of recovery mage Fujik, profession he had long desired. At likey very moment this message was sent. Wheat Knight statue suddenly glowed a brilliant red lie, just lie when Xena entered Path of Awakening. Lee crowd 8 mood instantly shifted. Oh you ow, there ate that red lie again, it must be a true bloodline awakening. But he didn't in there. 60 team also independently created a special connection. Previously Eek 1 blessed by ancient Rei Jian, who was sealed within Jik 8 soul, had also been completely released. Simultaneously warrior blood flowing in a vein, a heritage of a Draker family also await. These 3 factors. Lee recover mate. He ancient C Regine 8 blessing and warrior bloodline merged, ultimately creating an class called Immortal. Key same time. Lee color on a P statue shifted from bright red to shimmering gold, a sight never seen before in history, leaving everyone who witnessed it in awe and curiosity. Zeke chose to remain letting everyone speculate freely. He couldn't publicly explain that he had just unlocked a unique class. YQ Ra lamp didn't see at all, perhaps that sword statue was broken, without a Ra suppression. He couldn't be considered a true bloodline awakening. Finally Abel 8 thunderous applause drowned like whispers among Lie crowd. Don be so tense, we have 2 people who awakened their true bloodlines in a single turn. Isn't this an occasion worth celebrating, he said enthusiastically. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of doubt, but in reality E's second son of Draker House had immense influence. His words were equivalent to acknowledging that his younger brother had awakened his true bloodline, so no one dared to object. Zeke, who moments ago was doubted and scrutinized by many, now stood Xena as a pride of entire clan. Abel immediately ordered like servants to bring gloves for Zeke. Simultaneously he skillfully steered public opinion toward Leaky next child. Zeke put on a gloves and walked away nonchalantly. He clearly sensed his older brother ate intention, but having to accept help from him made Zeke feel as if he had swallowed vinegar. After the last few young children were blessed, ceremony came to a temporary Sikyo to celebrate Clan 8 new generation. A G-Ren banquet was laid off, but to Zeke these fancy ceremonies held no appeal. His current wish was to find a training room within Lee Ki main mansion. However, as soon as he started walking, he bumped into a Lee party. Hasn't he even started yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Zeke suppressed his dagger. Hadn't expected Abel to be so eager to strike up a conversation. Quote him. Abel's eyes were also burning. Quote danger and scrutiny. But ultimately he still put on a fake expression to congratulate Zeke on awakening his true blood. And he extended his, making Zeke extreme. If he refused a hake, his intentions would be too obvious, so he reluctantly reached his hand. But before his hand could touch a bell horrific memories from his past life came rushing back. Zeke froze, his arm lingering in mid-air before slow. At that moment, he made up his mind that no matter how much face he lot, he could not shake hands. Quit this bastard. Looking completely embarrassed, he had to speak up to XE his own face. Well, that was certainly a bit awkward. Zeke, you'll just have to accept it. From now on, you will have to face me more often. You should be happy about that. See you later, Abel said, deliberately patting Zeke on the shoulder a few times, making him shudder. To Zeke, those words "see you later" were no different from a declaration of war. He swore that in the future, he would make Abel experience everything he had caused in his previous life. Returning to Lee Park. As expected, everyone was buzzing about two children who had just awakened their true blood. Especially Zeke, his brilliant Genlei, and extremely most people had thought that his awakening had failed. But before they could even gloat, Zeke had created such a sensational event. However, our main character was nowhere to be found. By this time, Zeke had returned to his private room. He removed his Hivai attire and began to breathe a sigh of relief. Special gloves. To be honest, he was also a bit bothered by what had just happened. Every child who awakens their true blood possesses Li's ability to suppress Hurrah, which is deep proof that you are Li P nemesis of Li's source of power, a true descendant of Yujin slayers. However, since most current machinery consumes Hurrah Li water, that IDPY children who awaken their true blood are forced to use Li Clan at specially crafted gloves. This means that if Gate truly possessed true blood, something should have happened when he took a his gloves, but currently, he remains safe and sound. Gate lightly flicked his hand to be status board. His class had now jumped from healing mage to immortal exceed temp. On top of that, even received 2 bonus new skills grade, Ura reversal and grade of physical enhancement. Gate exclaimed, these items look quite fresh, as they turned out to be Ura reversal rather than common suppression. This XQ allowed him to seep red a distorted space, rendering all nearby rough flows useless. By comparison, Ura suppression ID key merely lie a passive XQ. Meanwhile, Ura reversal ID an active XQ. No wonder Ura lamp didn't see at all back then. Gate felt this whole thing was quite surreal. Before, he was a rare healing mage, now, he held a unique immortal class. But Lee Ki more he thought about it, more confusing it became. While all Lee graduating students at that place awakened could a green lie of hope, and Enli Zena was gal one who awakened her true blood could a brilliant red glow. Gate was nothing like them. At first he was also red, then he turned into gold. He suddenly recalled Eek's TEM notification that Eek identification device had circuited due to missing data. Perhaps that machine was referring to Knight statue standing by you holy water. When Dixie TEM loaded Jake at information using administrator rights, statue immediately emitted a red light, and once Lee classes were combined, E changed to a shimmering gold. Now that he had thought E and V carefully, Jake suddenly realized that Ike bronze statue did not seem to determine whether one had awakened or not. In fact, he'd analyzed user 8 characteristics in class. Red was faux rare ones, lie when Jake was a healer, while gold was food exclusive class when he became immortal. He remembered that a key statue was a treasure from before a key time of key progenitor Terracan. Since the concept of classes no longer exists in this era, people use it to see if someone has awakened NV generations. They have mistaken key red glow of a rare class foe a sign of true blood. Indeed unknown which generation 8 head will discover this disastrous mix-up, but Jake was certain he would keep quiet to avoid trouble. There was another equally important matter. He had pocketed exactly 100 karma points. Although he didn't know exactly where he earned them, Jake was extremely eager to use them immediately to cha-cha grade Jidon skills. Several choices suddenly appeared, but they were all IV-He1 or IGN skills that were currently locked. First was Li Reginet I, which allowed Li P owner to see Li detailed information of those around them. E cost 20 points to unlock. Next was Li Reginate Might, which helped IP user suppress and force enemies to surrender through presence, costing 30 points to successfully. And finally, an unlimited stuffing ability that helps Dewey key whole world, but costs 50 points to unlock. Jake nodded. He now understood Li 2 skills, Farsight and Sniffing. But that eating, till, drop ability, and he even consumed 50 valuable. After racking his brain for a while, Jake decided to feel I eat safe, not risking anything quit those unpredictable. So he spent another 50 points to acquire 2 treasures, Lar Grenade Eye and Like Regine and 8 Might. In utterly deserted room, Jake had no one to demonstrate Like Regine and 8 Might XQ to. Therefore, he decided to activate Divine Wiki Regina XQ first. Jake waited but it seemed like nothing had changed at all. Heat wasn't T until he flung OB door, stepped onto, and witnessed an unbelievable light statue that was originally placed at very end of Likey Garden. now seemed to be standing right in front of Jake 8 nose. Eat turn to this far sight also allowed Fovixa magnification, which was absifix. As soon as Jake closed key door, a X-ray of information panels appeared before his eyes one after another. On them was a Yado no question, do want to see details about Lai T's Tren object that just came into view. As soon as Jake pressed yacht, Li area around him lit up Lai fireworks quit countless other information when ooh. This included information about everything around, such as decorative candlesticks from Li Kina, a table made of Oliver wood, chairs from Louvernera, 2 chests of drawers from Lamad Empire, and a doormat from Vagina Empire. Jake was so overwhelmed with information that he felt lightheaded. His body also suddenly felt as weak as a noodle. He had never felt this tired, not even during training. Jake dragged himself towards Pichera and plopped down. Why does using a Raginix Q consume so much vitality? How can I use eat off and then? He tate so inconvenienced. As soon as he finished complaining, Likesitum automatically activated his class 8 healing and vitality recovery skills. Jake suddenly came back to life, springing up perfect. But he hadn't intended to use any healing or vitality recovery just then. Thinking of this, Jake opened his information panel again. And he discovered that all his class-specific skills had now become passive, and their mastery levels had also increased by 1 Rodden. Jake was both astonished and overjoyed. This was truly overpowered in every way. He had always known how powerful his healing ability was, but it wasn't something that could be unleashed continuously. For example, during Efi in battle, when Jake reattached his 2 severed arms, he was considered a Menix T. Furthermore, its healing effectiveness also had limit. Couldn't make him immortal. However, now that Eid had become a passive XQ his self-healing ability would be infinite, which was truly. Thinking of this, Jake wanted to titty or himself. Jake grabbed a small knife on like table and lightly slashed his wrist. An Eneli first drop of blood needed to soak into ground. Miraculous self-healing ability was instant. Not a single scratch could be seen on Jake 8 hand anymore. He was overjoyed, as ordinary students had to spend 5 long years training at Lee Academy after leaving the initial training camp. But then to this miraculous XTEM, Jake believed he and Lai needed 2 years to finish. Lai Draker Family 8 Knight Academy was truly greatest training institution on the entire continent. Anyone dreaming of becoming a knight was willing to pay a heavy price to set foot here, a magnificent duchy where a prestigious academy would. Every spring, this place busily welcomed the arrival of new recruits. Jake had sweated plenty in training beforehand to improve his physical fitness. In glancing at new student, he saw they were no less competitive. However, Jake could immediately distinguish between ordinary students and descendants of illustrious family. Although everyone spoke of, these young lords and ladies had inherently carried a distinct mekfo a long time. Here Jake, a core descendant of Key Draker family, was obviously most prominent figure. However, among countless families subordinate to Vidrak, there were 3 other families that also held significant power. Together they were known as 3 great families. There was Turin family, where Xena was symbolizing strength, the emblem of a mighty buffalo. Next was a Quenate Jim's family, representing wisdom, symbol of a graceful green snake. Finally, there was little Jake and 8 Verde family, known for its financial potential and symbolized by 3 swords between 2 axes. These 3 young geniuses had drawn every eye since enrollment and quickly formed their own Sekilo, knit group. But Jake didn't bother to care. He had never been interested in petty factionalism. As a direct descendant, Jake had numerous superiors, so he had even less need to cling to anyone. Jake was assigned to Platinum B Inn, most luxurious door. This place featured a vast training area, a massive library and countless other amenities. It was reserved for students of high status, such that even graduating from initial training camp did not guarantee entry. As a true blood awakener, Jake was also given special treat, becoming ahead of an entire floor known as Platinum Floor. As soon as he stepped into P main hall, 2 rows of servants had already gathered, ready to welcome and escort him to his designated floor. This feeling of being excessively served made Jake a bit uncomfortable, even if he was a true blood. When Jake returned to his room, Deck was already waiting. He told them to bring necessary items for himself. First was a pair of high-quality gloves, far superior to Lee makeshift ones he had to use during Klee blessing ceremony. Jake's delight was evident. These were indeed privileges he hadn't even dared to dream of in his previous life. Jake also demanded a B-rent, new sword of his own. Naturally, Decker did not refuse at all. Because Lai Academy area IDEC located next to a majestic Mautine range, therefore there are many precious minerals here and a significant concentration of talented blacksmiths. Decker happily offered to find Jake an excellent blacksmith, but Lee young man refused, saying he had already identified someone himself. I will go meet that person myself. So Peli arranged an appointment for me. Jixie took some paper and a pen, jotted down a few lines, and then handed them to Decker. On it was Lee named Garlean Handback, a blacksmith Decker had never heard of, but because youngest young master was so decisive now, he strictly followed Jake in. Beside that, he also brought relevant document, as Lee first lesson would begin tomorrow. After Jake various instructions, Decker finally turned to leave Kuda sense of ease. Once his privacy was restored, Decker relaxed completely, enjoying the life of a wealthy young master. Since Lee Platinum Floor was entirely separate from Leaky other students, he had more free time to enhance his skills. Just as he thought of that, there was a knock at Lee door outside Loki room. A maid entered, bringing an invitation to dinner from Gina. Jake wasn't sure what her intentions were, but in Leon, he still nodded in agreement. Lame maid led him to Gina 8 place. It was just Jix going there alone. But Gina came out to meet him, an entire group of servants behind her, looking almost like members of Underworld. Welcome Jicky Decker, my clan ID a bit special, Pila forgive us, Ina said, waving her hand as Gi knights behind her retreated one after another. Then Du Fo. Jiki sat composedly in P chair at EP other end of Iki long table. We will talk once we finish eating. Ki knew immediately that this was not just a simple dinner invitation. After all, she was a Thenfi knight through observation. He realized Gina was optimizing her dancing to Keen Tren Lai energy, and it seemed she was also aiming forward ninja of Violet Knight. En Lai thing was, Gina Date's swordship was still stagnant. Jix could En Lai cliche his tongue in regret, lamenting a natural talent left to rot in some forgotten corner. Delicious food was served very quickly. Throughout B meal, Arena remained as silent as a mouse, making Jik's eyes widen in surprise as he realized he beautiful woman ate bottomless stomach far surpassed even a glutton Lai himself. Once they were fun, Arina got straight to Lai hot topic, suggesting that Jik Draker accept I backing of Iturun family, which left him stunned quit surprise. Eat seems Duri a bit forgetful, we both carry awakened pure bloodline, but Eat looks like Duri completely misunderstanding this concept. No one denies the lucrative perks we receive this luxurious platinum, tier room alone makes that crystal clear. However, in the long run regarding power leveling, we ND gain any extra benefits from Eat. According to rumors, as Gina said, this school IDK a treasure trove accumulating 100 years of both theory and practical combat techniques. And trying to swim through all that alone IDK exhausting, so if Du can find a proper tutor to guide Du, your skills will soar like a kite in like wind. Without that guidance, no matter how wealthy a peer family ID, Du'll soon be left in lee dust by your peers. That 8Y having a powerful benefactor from a major family foe backing ID a matter of survival. Even Lee Genius Abo, who unlocked a rare bloodline and became youngest Beluxian White Knight in history, had to bow his head and accept aid from his maternal side Li Gi Men family. Although we head of He Churan family kept the reason hidden, he whispered to me that you are being cold, shouldered by your maternal side, quit no backing. That ain't why I have to repeat this again, Zeke Draker, just obediently accept I protection of Turan clan to make your life easier. No Wade, immediately throwing cold water an idea without even blinking, to an extremely serious invitation. That bluntness caused atmosphere to freeze instantly, making her irritably demand why not. Joining like Turan house and Tikos do a single hair. I swear I have no intention of looking down on Du. Etate simply that I am already content as a pure, blooded awakened and have no desire for anything more, Zeke said, standing up abruptly as soon as he finished speaking. He was about to walk away but suddenly had a get idea and stopped in his tracks. As if to repay her faux-key lavish feast, Zeke generously gave Gina a piece of sincere advice, and that was that her sword strokes were being forced quit too much unnecessary power. He also knew all too well that she tended to worry and burden herself quit such trivial, useless matters. Meanwhile, Gina date ultimate weapon ID her god, given grace and fluidity from an incredibly flexible body. Therefore, don't be foolish enough to BLC strikes head on and try to use muscle to overpower your opponent, but just exhausting. Instead, skillfully parry opponent 8-blade aside and follow up quit a perfectly aimed fatal blow. Listen to me, once do realize this simple truth, Du will break through your limits and rise to a new OVEE far beyond where Du are now. Quit those words, Zeke walked straight out. Gina took in every quiz he said, leaving her heart quit a tangled mess of chaotic emotions. Phi Turan family has always been a symbol of strength, so Gina simply continued to follow P same old worn a path. However, Zeke advised her not to care about what others thought and instead to use her skills in her own way, flexible and subtle rather than showing. Although slightly annoyed, Gina couldn't deny that what Zeke said was absolutely true. She was obsessed quit being worthy of Lai Turan name, and that subconscious obsession had seeped into her swordsmanship. This was something even Zina had never noticed, yet Zeke saw right through Yeet. When she was a child, everyone hailed her as a genius, and no one actually bothered to guide her properly. Zeke Draker, he IDE first N Lai one so far to do so. This caused Libby Wei Sina looked at him to begin to change. After leaving Seep, Zeke stayed up all night training, but Li P effectiveness of skills from his sect was truly pathetic. Than to his vitality recovery mech, Zeke was still doing fine despite working hard all night. In his previous life, he had considered Draker Academy to be a living hell on earth. But now that he had officially become an awakener, the place felt like paradise to Zeke. Lay feeling of having money and power, and having strength on top of that, he truly was an indescribable feeling. Zeke was leisurely walking to class when he heard someone call his name. Turning around, he realized it was a Quen. He was IB third young master of Ixeman family after all. Since his family was a Balatis Pete, Zeke still disliked him despite not having much contact quit him in this life. Because scheming was his family 8 specialty, in his previous life, he had always bullied Zeke through others while cleverly maintaining his own get image. Just Lane, their family 8 followers trailed behind Quen. He approached and questioned Zeke about why he had responded to his dinner invitation from last night. This kind of hypocritical behavior made him sick to his stomach. Why haven't Du answered my invitation? Quen began to lose his patience. Get grief, Du really are funny, Zeke sneered. Why should I have to answer AT? Zeke 8 tone clearly showed his contempt. E was so blatant that Quinn was startled and had to look away. But before he could even regain his composure, his lackeys stepped forward. Truly disrespectful. Even after my young master was kind enough to invite you, key servant said, but Zeke replied kuda cutting remark. Zeke looked at IP group in front of him, as if he were looking at flies. Who are Du, he asked. This question caused Duck opponent to freeze, unable to co-ve his face quit a bitter smile. How could Du not know me? Zeke sighed again. It seemed these servants came from a background that held absolutely no value. Listen, I know do want to super P in front of your master, but remember who do re talking to, since Zeke ID a top, ranking young master and this punk ID being so insolent, I am Enly giving a gentle reminder. Who would have thought that just as he turned to walk away, that guy would resort to a sneak attack from behind. Notably, he used a raw technique instead of a standard one, on one duel. It seems these high V students have begun to master Lee manipulation of that lie. Because Jake had dodged that blow earlier in the afternoon, Y became increasingly fuming lie a wounded animal. I am Durbin Ra, and the E-World calls me Durbin Mighty, he declared arrogantly today. On behalf of young Master Quinn, I will make do suffer. Jake stopped in his tracks because I Mighty moniker sounded so ridiculous. Y guy wasn't even a knight yet, but he was already giving himself a fancy title. It was truly an insult to Y concept of true strength. Without a quist, Jake lunged toward his opponent, an arrow tearing through Y wind. He delivered a devastating punch right to Gi Manate's solar plexus. Blood began to spray from Durbinate mouth and nose like a faucet. Jake 8 blow was so powerful that he'd sent E massive figure flying Vic 10 meters away. He lay sprawled on E ground, likely without life strength to even crawl back up. ID that all Durbin and Mighty has after him. Who ate next? Call them young master, Jake challenged while adjusting his gloves. Quinn 8 gaze immediately turned ice cold. He approached Jake and whispered a cryptic remark as he brushed past him. Eat seems do really enjoy basking in this fake glory, Dante do Jake Draker. Quit that, Quinn and his lackeys left. Jake found incredibly amused. They were clearly the aggressor, yet they acted as if he were Lee bully. Regardless, he didn't care enough to hold a grudge. At Draker Academy, students were divided into two distinct tracks. Regular classes believe that diligence makes up for talent, so Lee students worked themselves to Lee bone from dawn till dusk. In contrast, P special class was more privileged, allowing students to choose their subjects based on personal preference. This was Lie gathering place for Y Academy 8 most elite talents. That was precisely why Jake felt so excited when he first stepped into E classroom. To his surprise, he realized upon arrival that most of like students there came from prestigious backgrounds. They might as well rename ET Cradle class to make EAT more appropriate. Since EAT was Lee's first day of class, everyone was welcome to a very formal ceremony. EAT featured Loki appearance of Commander-in-Chief who had fought in Eastern Empire War 2 decades ago. Lake Hero who had ended the Imperial invasion through his wisdom had now become the Academy 80 esteemed principal. General Howard Drucker waved cheerfully to students from P podium, smiling as he said it was an honor to meet Lee T young men and women. It was hard to believe this gentle old man was a hero. People hailed him as a tactical genius, but Zick knew all too well that it was just a facade. Key truth was that years ago, Howard had intentionally leaked secret information of fear for his life, which coincidentally threw the enemy into chaos. Rather than calling Howard a hero, Zick saw him more as a traitor who happened to be blessed by Lady Luck. Like crucial point that made Zick despise Howard was that he was mastermind behind getting him expelled from his beloved academy. He let his unlie to men was forced to wander aimlessly. Finally, through sheer bad luck, he fell into leaky hands of human traffickers and was sent to Lee South. Now that they've met again in this life, Zick vows to make that scrawny rot suffer all like bitterness in lag world. After Howard finished giving his instructions to new recruits, he quickly slipped away. As for these students, they are about to begin their very first introductory lesson. Everyone brings their weapons to eat indoor training area Fubi special class. Zick looked dejected, feeling it was a waste to sign up for keep class and lie to learn basic Menin XT eradication. In his previous life, simply because he couldn't run his elemental energy, it took him 2 years to learn what ordinary people in Lie needed 3 months for. In this life, despite his burning desire, Zick still felt, just hoping everything would pass gently. Weak instructor today ID Rose Knight Andrew Draker. His appearance caused a stir among students below, who couldn't stop chattering. Because despite being he already wore EP official military uniform of renowned Draker family. Enly Zick truly understood this matter. Andrew was not someone quit pure innate power. However, he had graduated early quit highest honors, a rare talent who was fortunate enough to be granted E. Draker's surname. EDID said that Andrew ID famous for his strictness, showing no leniency in Anishan, operating on a completely different E than ordinary instructors. Hearing P murmurs below, 8 expression changed in the just a stern look was enough to terrify kids below. Are due already, I will begin a lesson. However, he had graduated early quit highest honors, a rare talent who was fortunate enough to be granted Key Draker's surname. But he had graduated early quit highest honors, a rare talent who was fortunate enough to be granted Lie Draker's surname. After seeing Boy 8 cumbersome greatsword, Andre asked him to step onto Wii dueling platform and face him. That kid. Do not know that do need to choose a sword that suits your physique, Andrew questioned. Zick sighed. He knew this was coming. In this situation, he should have apologized. But for some reason he stubbornly replied, Sir, I believe I can defeat do quit this sword. Andre's expression turned to Zick had anticipated, but Andrew already had a bad impression of this sword. Explaining now would be futile, demonstrating his strength. Facing Andre mental, psychic defense Vexi Tem, upgraded from a state of calm automatically. Then to this Zick maintained his usual cun demeanor. I heard do loud and clear, my little friend. Since do want to use muscles to communicate lie that. If your sword grazes my skin just once, all your previous insolence will be completely forgiven. Plus quuti privilege of skipping this boring MenXT training class, Zek was overjoyed upon hearing that. Andre Idik indeed headed type who ID easily lured, drop some bait and he bites instantly. Don't worry too much, I wouldn't bother using my hurrah to bully a junior, Andre added. Zek chuckled inwardly because this was a sweet deal, and what could be better than getting all of class. Lee key was that he knew all of Andre 8 weaknesses, so winning was only a matter of time, but old man Aben was still scrutinizing every single detail. Zek told himself not to overdo Eat, or else knocking Andre onto Lee floor would cause huge trouble. Eat would be extremely troublesome to become EP center of attention again. Lie when he defeated Xena in P Cradle. Zek should just follow Lee C reap Andre had laid out. Just graze Logman lightly quit his sword and then pretend to lose, and Eat would be a V. No sooner said than done. Zek took initiative and attacked Lia Storm. At E beginning, although his speed was as fast as a squirrel, weak opponent on the other side was also a formidable veteran. After all, he was a genuine multi-colored knight, and he also held the title of champion from a prestigious academy. So even trying to touch his robe was a massive challenge, and Dre remained composed, effortlessly parrying all of Zek 8 attacks like shooing flies quit one hand. Low-key LVP of a true Draker Knight was certainly nothing to joke about. Key group of students watching were wide-eyed and mouthed, not daring to blink foe even a second. Between the attacker and the defense, after a fun half hour, Zek still couldn't leave a tiny stain on his opponent 8 attire. However, after 30 minutes of enduring key bout, Andre began to tire and his sword hand showed signs of slightly shake. Even though that shaking was very slight, Eat was immediately caught by Zek 8 keen hawk-eye eyes. He could heal continuously than to his specials Q, while his opponent had limited human strength. Andre naturally couldn't know that Zek had a SP cassette 10 providing foe his every need. League older man simply thought Zek had such immense endurance than to his awakened true bloodline. Seeing his opponent starting to lose strength, Zek rejoiced as if he had just unbeat lottery. That chronic poor stamina remained Andre 8 fatal weakness from his past life until now. Furthermore, being forced to suppress his Huradan lie drove him further into a tight spot. Because I Draker family 8 cultivation secret was famous for its very distinct style. Lie Knights had to maintain that aura continuously without stopping during training. Even while eating sleek, they had to keep Eat in Lie's same state, essentially maintaining Eat as naturally as daily breathing. For that reason, Fo Andre at this moment. Eat was no different from him having to hold his breath to compete. Using swordsmanship in such a restricted state only caused his physical strength to be depleted rapidly. Just keep playing ye breath, holding CPC and then keep dancing your sword continuously lie that guy Andre ID bound to passo eventually. Zek ID key in a hurry to get a hiem fo dinner, so he wants to wrap things up quickly. Therefore Lee T fastest move ID to force that guy to reluctantly use his lie energy. Eat means backing someone into a corner, leaving them coot no other way out. Just as he finished that though, Zek immediately hit gas and sped away. A magical move of weaving and dodging was instantly activated. Quite his street smart mind, Andre knew exactly what technique Eat was quit just one glance. His confidence complete, and he was in an absolute panic because he had never seen any favorite student so brilliant that they could perform such an overwhelming flip. Before he could recover his senses, Boy activated a precise stabbing technique and suddenly appeared from behind to deliver a painful blow. Lee distance was so incredibly CTLO that if Andre did not defend himself, he would surely have a one-way ticket to afterlife. Furthermore, his opponent 8 breakneck speed gave him no chance to evade. Wanting to stay alive, Andre had to reluctantly use his lie energy. Then he swung his hand to retaliate quit key first Regien slaying move. P sword strike tore through Ice Kai, carries immense frustration, and descended straight toward Boy. And E lad took he fun brunt of that crushing solar blow. His cousins standing nearby were overjoyed excited, secretly laughing. Regardless of I teacher breaking his promise not to use internal power, as long as Lee E Thorn in their side was being beaten, they were ecstatic. To fly this dramatic role to life fullest, Jake resolutely refused, voluntarily absorbing that whole basket of, although heal mode immediately kicked, throbbing pain was still very real. At least there was wide consolation that Ike tip of his sword had managed to slightly graze a corner of Likey other man's shirt. His Mysen now was to act all defeat convincingly so that people wouldn't suspect him, so he dropped his sword and feinted on Likey's spot to add more conviction. Andre coldly sheathed his sword and turned to walk away. At like medical Tim hurried to bandage Jake. Teacher boisterously announced to all his students. This student IDK officially exempt from introductory GN slaying course from now on. As Fowok rest of due, does anyone else want to be given special treatment lie this? Everyone below remained as silent as stone, because they all well understood that Andre was fuming quit rage fu losing I wager. No one was foolish enough to poke a horn at 8 nest right now, so not a single soul dared to speak up, as if no one else wanted to ask Fo leave anymore. So now pick up your sword and study diligently to achieve something significant. Class continued as usual. While Jake was carried back to infirmary, once he was alone, he no longer needed to pretend to be in pain. To be fair, Jake gave his performance a perfect 10, even though he couldn't cause his opponent a single scratch. But he succeeded in forcing Andre to go back on his quips and use his hurrah, while also making Ike old man acknowledge his ex-keel VE. Although he had to suffer a bit by taking a fun punch-filled quit his opponent 8 Fury, in return, Jake gained some free time and avoided that boring class, so he still considered himself a winner. He reflected on Andre 8 Feign attack move. That was originally most basic move of Rai Jian, slaying art, Lee first form named Rend of Vault of Heaven. Moreover, he was executed by a mediocre knight, so overall, its power wasn't anything that would make him exclaim in awe. Nevertheless, Jake still felt overjoyed that he could knock a knight simply than to his unlimited self-recovery ability. However, that was still not enough for him to lie a life of complete freedom. To avoid being restrained by any force, Jake wanted to upgrade his power to an unrivaled LV, unstoppable by anyone in Inquar. so that later he wouldn't have to act timidly or hide his tricks from anyone. So do be youngest son of old Arthur 8 family, huh? While Jake was led and thaw, Stren Voyalong could a strong smell of alcohol wafted directly into his face, startling him awake. Unbeknownst to him, a pot-bellied drunkard had appeared beside his bed, and Jake was certain that he had no idea who this old man was. Stranger took another gulp of alcohol and then added that those eyes looked exactly like that arrogant Arthur 80, which made Jake squint and stare at each opponent to assess Lee's situation. This guy was definitely a big shot, cause he could approach Jake silently despite reeking of alcohol, not to mention daring to call Leaky master of E-House Draker an arrogant bastard, was enough to say that he wasn't an ordinary person. Who are you, Jake questioned, but Unlai received a counter question in return, asking what lippy hell he had done earlier, instead of a proper introduction. After speaking, Leak old man gulped down another mouthful of alcohol, quit such an annoyingly casual demeanor that Jake had to frown and ask again what he actually meant, but in reply came a cold snort, and Leaky old man told him not to feach lie innocent in front of him. Just now, Do clearly suffered internal injuries after Andre 8 punch, didn't he do? How on earth could 8 have healed as fast as wind? Jake suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. He hadn't expected this old man, who looked like a mere drunkard, to be able to see through his self-recovery secret. It seemed Leapy old man Atik's Keel VE was also formidable, not to be trifled quite, even though his Steel Will XQ had already been activated. But Jake still felt a bit apprehensive facing this mysterious figure. He was in lie trying to steel himself to appear calm, because no one in this academy knew about Lippy existence of likes at Tem apart from him. So he simply denied to get ETV quote, saying he didn't understand what Leapy old man was rambling about. This made he old man exclaim oh, before asking how long he intended to keep up Lucky act. This old man asked another question and then suddenly made a move. His bare hand pierced through white wall behind Jake quite unbelievable speed, terrifying Jake of his wits. However, this was just a gentle warning. As soon as Y-Man 8 hand began to move again, Jake instinctively ducked down to dodge attack. E2 sparred foe a few more rounds, but each time, Jake managed to quickly dart off his opponent 8's striking range. In Lycian, to put a C-top to that pointless fooling around, Jake reached grabbed T blanket he was using, and threw V-teen-V his enemy 8 head. For some unknown reason. At that moment, Jake 8's sharp senses told him something extremely important. Specifically, if he didn't act quickly to send this guy to Wike Afterlife first, he would definitely be E1 to fall. Therefore, even though he hadn't had time to interrogate this ferocious giant 8 background, Jake resolved to deliver a fatal blow. However, something unthinkable happened when the old man, despite being blinded, easily caught Jake 8 greatsword quit his bare hands. Do you got a quick mind, young man? Do you act professionally? Just lie those battle. Jake used all his strength, but he couldn't move Leapy's sword even an inch. Just what exactly was this Tren Man 8 background? Seeing Jake 8 weapon neutralized so man smirked quit smug satisfaction. Having said that, his eyes suddenly flashed quit an eerie lie as he muttered YP phrase mercenary again. Sensing an ill omen, Jake quickly jumped, retreating from his position as fast as wind. He worriedly wondered who this man really was, a mercenary. His greatest fear was whether Iki man knew anything about his past. Meanwhile, Leaky old man continued to nonchalantly toy quit Bitey's sword and told him to drop his weapon and step back. After pondering for a moment, Leaky old man slowly raised his index finger to signal. He looked at Jake and remarked that he was more suited to be a mercenary than a knight. Hearing this, Jake was startled and wondered what he meant, as he had never been anything like that since meeting his master. He was certain that after those few exchanges, gap in strength between them was too vast, man could easily take his life, and he must be at least an outstanding knight. Lee Man suddenly pointed at his face and asked if that greatsword was a freebie from Leak Academy, questioning why someone so talented would use such junk. Jake thought to himself that Leaky Man was even stronger than that. Just as a stifling atmosphere seemed to freeze, P door suddenly opened and someone walked in. Y person said, so this ID where do are? Upon seeing, Jake was extremely surprised and wondered, why ID he here? Andre continued looking at Leaky old man and called awe to Dexter, like Gardner. Hearing that, he stared blankly at Key old man and muttered, ID he really a gardener, that weird old guy. Old man Dexter grumbled and, this brat ID is persistent as a starving leech, how did do know I was here? Andre replied that he had seen him in Leaky training room earlier. Lee old man clicked his tongue and said he was cunning to an annoying degree. Suddenly Andre glanced at Jake and reminded him that if his treatment was finished, he should head back. He hurriedly turned and replied, I understand. Just as he was about to turn Leaky doorknob to make a quick exit, a loud voice called, oh hey kid. One calling was none other than Dexter, who added that if he had some free time, he should come to E Academy 8 Quit Teen Greenhouse, where he would teach him some practical moves. This offer left Jake stunned on Leaky's spot, as he hadn't yet grasped what was happening. After a moment of bewilderment, he walked straight and flatly refused, saying no than. Hearing this, Dexter fumed coot rage and shout, look at your attitude, your stubbornness ID exactly lie that Arthur guy from back then. After closing, Jake smiled and thought to himself, a gardener, he must think I am a gullible kid. He suddenly remembered what he had once said, so, do or Arthur at youngest son, he thought to himself, fu and lie someone could ability could so easily call I head of E-house by Iki name Arthur Draker. In that case, he must have Enli ever had one apprentice, Andri, for his entire life. A figure suddenly appeared in Jik 8 mind, a person who bore a key name Draker Lee Whirlwind Knight, one of the Likey knights who possessed extraordinary power capable of single-handedly taking on an entire kingdom. He was once the center of attention due to his sudden disappearance. Who would have thought he would choose to hide at this academy? Perhaps that ID why Andre ID here. As Jik walked silently, it was rumored that Draker was a man of terrifying determination. People even rumored that he inanely earned the key title of B like C Knight because he liked E-color BOC. That must just be nonsense, right? Currently Draker ID paying special attention to me, but receiving favors just for sake of mere interest ID not something I am interested in pursuing. Thinking of this, he came up with a plan. If he was going to learn something, he might as well grasp Lame Master 8 secrets. He would turn this curiosity into determination. At Libby same time, at Lee Academy 8 Central B Lean. Inside, a man standing on a podium suddenly asked, "In a situation like this, can any of you guess what will happen?" He was professor of Medici theory at Fanning Academy. Before this question became deathly silent, as if all students were sinking into sleep, Professor asked again, "Does no one know?" Still quit note, he had to force a laugh. "Ha, all right, when P spiritual formula IDT." Just as he said that, a voice interrupted. Resistance, do have actually been injured. Person who spoke was Jake. He raised his hand and continued, I still don't quite understand the law of spiritual energy flow that do just mentioned." Hearing this, Professor exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Jake, are do calling to me?" Lee Professor hurriedly replied, this ID key first time I've received such a question. So then, regarding flow of spiritual energy. To explain this concept, this ID quite in T-10, the fundamental nature of spiritual energy. The discussion continued so lively that, in a blink of an eye, it was time to leave. Everyone stood up. Why do we have to learn Ma Di Che theory at a night academy? This IDP actually just time to catch up on sleep. But Jake did not think so at all. It was an easy-to-understand lecture, and ID Man was certainly no ordinary professor. Just as he thought this, a voice came from behind. Wait, Jake? Key person who called was Professor. He turned around in surprise and asked, "What ID eat, Professor?" Keyman replied, panting, Eat ate nothing too major." He smiled and continued, "Eat ate just that, eat ate been a long time since I've felt I taught a truly meaningful class. Than to do, if do have any questions, do can come to my office at any time. I am actually a former scholarship student of Delphi Medici University, so I know quite a few things." Hearing this, Jake looked surprised and thought to himself, I guessed he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be a former student of Delphi Medici University. Like Cradle of Medici, thinking of this, he replied, "I understand, Professor." Although he had left the classroom, Professor remained enthused. He smiled and thought, "What I did a harm in getting all you to a mage. Mages are usually very good at math and have flexible thinking. They are better partners than knights. Finong ha let 8 see if he ID useful." Thinking of this, Jake was suddenly startled, his eyes widening. In front of him, Draker was lying on a chair waiting. He seemed less patient than he had thought. He'd had and lie been about a week. Draker glanced at him and asked, "Are do done, kid?" "Well, ate lie this." Before I could finish speaking, he sprang up and pressed me quick questions, asking, "Why didn't TDS top by Greenhouse?" He continued, "Surely do understand what useful things are done TDU." Hearing that, I replied firmly, "I've already said eat. I am not interested at all." This statement made Duck. He jumped up and snapped, "What? How can that be?" Zik calmly replied, "I know you are very talented, but currently I'm busy quit personal training." He sneered and continued, "Oh, it ain't true that one cannot neglect self-training." No sooner had he finished speaking than Duck, unnoticed, appeared right behind me and asked, "Do you think I would say that?" Sensing something was wrong, I hastily glanced behind me, but I was already one step behind him. He didn't say a quooks, raised his hand and punched me straight in leaky nape, making my VXN blur and causing me to pass out. After a long while, consciousness, his eyes slowly opened and he mumbled hiff. I stood up, holding my head and sighing. I didn't expect him to take me down so quickly. It seems waiting a week was indeed a bit too long for him. Thinking that, I looked around and wondered, ID this a West Greenhouse. Seeing Zik had woken up, Duck put down a watering can and asked, "Do you reawake, little one?" I looked at him warily and asked in return, "Did do bring me here?" Before I could finish speaking, he showed interest and approached me, replying, "Yet, I am Leak one who captured Do." Duck gave an awkward laugh and continued, "I find Do quite an T-rate teen kid." Hearing that, Zik pondered in silence. Now he doesn't even bother to hide ate anymore. He ate truly. As soon as I thought of this, I immediately activated XCQ in Operation Agile Foot. As I darted away like a shot, I inwardly chuckled, but now I'd eat not why right time. However, before I could run far, Duck caught up, stood right in front of me and said, "Boo." I immediately changed direction and, quick as lightning, leaped to another spot. But things didn't seem much better than before, as a hand unexpectedly appeared right in front of me. Zik stared at him in astonishment and thought, "Does he still treat me like a joke?" I thought to myself, I need to do something to provoke him. Having thought that, I immediately asked, "What I eat about me that interests you so much?" Duck immediately replied, "I've already asked Do why Do can heal internal injuries so quickly." This statement started. My lips curved into a faint smile, so that ate what ate bothering him. I continued, "If Do were so curious, then try to force me to answer." Suddenly Duck vanished from his spot without leaving a trace. Zik looked around in astonishment and thought, where did he go? I stood thoughtfully, where could he be? As soon as he finished speaking, a Stren object whizzed toward him at a terrifying speed. It seemed Zik's senses had caught scent of an approaching misfortune. He glanced upward, fun of vigil. Seizing opportunity, he quickly dodged to like side and grabbed the item. He turned out to be a sword launched at him. Luckily, he had intercepted it just in time. Duck stepped forward slowly and, want me to answer your questions? ID that easy. Let 8 make eat a bit challenging. If do can touch Libby hem of my robe, I'll grant do a wish. Zik brandished his sword with determination, thinking to himself, lie teacher, lie student, it's certainly true. Suddenly Duck 8 expression shifted into a devious smile. But if do surrender, do must reveal every secret do you're hiding to me. A key duel broke all in Leak Academy 8 Quake Teen Greenhouse as Key's sun began to set. Thick dust obscured there, making everything incredibly hazy. Duck stood there, clenching his fists and letting a sigh. What on earth Ideek, this kid made of to be so stubborn. The scene before them was so desolate it was unrecognizable. Everything lay in ruins after 3 hours of fighting. From behind Arpasi, a hand strained and gripped tightly as he marveled to himself. He doesn't just possess physical strength, he can really take a hit. As he spoke, Duck watched Zik struggling to stand back up. His endurance and recovery abilities truly have no limit. His gaze revealed a clear sense of inexplicable doubt toward the young man. On this side, Zik looked wretched in his tattered clothes, his face darkened quite. A notification appeared, healing and infinite skills were activated simultaneously. He looked toward his opponent and thought, I could fight until nightfall, but I'll never win lie this. Leet Raijin 8 Raymond Ideek a dangerous XQ that I've never dared to use before. Quite that thought he lunged forward, deciding that against a Wak Knight, using 8 should be fine. The demeanor of both fighters suddenly changed. Murderous intent surged from his body as he burned Kut determination, let 8 keep going. Seeing this, Duck laughed Kut delight, that look in your eyes ID exactly what I've been waiting for. He chuckled heartily, do have to be that fierce to be worthy. Zik stood motionless in eye of Lippy storm, wind and dust swirling around him. Luke Sam signaled that a flexible footwork's Q had been officially activated. He immediately charged forward like a bolt of lightning. He swung his sword in a frantic assault, but Duck remained a seasoned veteran. He gracefully evaded every strike. Looking at familiar tech, he gave a faint smile. This move again, Dewey fast, but compared to Lippy's starving Leecho that little nun, Dewey still quite green. Nevertheless, this bred stubbornness amused me greatly. Thinking so, he thrust his hand into his pocket, intending to pull some magical lie to use. Yet, old man Duck didn't even have time to carry that scheme. A brilliant, murderous glance shot past, making him freeze for several seconds. He swung his hand with incredibly fast reflexes, shattering G8's sword into 100 pieces. Duke 8 face turned ashen and blank, wondering what hell had just brushed past. Before he could even finish mumbling, a cloud of dust rose like a wall, obscuring. Glancing around, why ID this brat blinding me? He can find me anyway. Just as Thaw registered, Jik appeared right behind his neck, with a gaze as sharp as a razor. The notification displayed, Regian Seal and Eugene I have been activated. But key moment blade drew CP Lu, and the old man had already sensed smell of danger. Lai boy froze when he discovered that IP previous slash had in Lai hid an empty shadow. Like old man had vanished from his spot without leaving even a trace behind as a memory. His feet glided as fast as a whirlwind, whipping up clouds of sand and dirt like a desert storm. Jik looked blankly at key vortex spinning around him and muttered, this must be old man Duck 8 ultimate move. Just a simple glide created such a gale. No wonder people rumored he was wee whirlwind knight. While boy was busy daydreaming, old man Duck appeared suddenly behind him and whispered, now then. Startled, he turned and swung his sword into wee air but missed. What hell I deek this. Suddenly he closed in right before Jik 8 nose and delivered a massive punch, adding, now we re even kid. Key tricky blow caught him a P guard, and he took key fun force of eat until he coughed up blood. His poor body was sent flying back, landing painfully on. Keek seat tum rang its warning chime again because player had overused their skills. Your body ID exhausted beyond its maximum limit. Seen words, Jik smiled wryly and thou lie master lie student. Notification continued to float. To protect your life, C10 will disconnect your soul immediately. Boy 8VXN blurred and then went walk damn eat. After drifting of, Jik finally squinted his eyes OB to see key familiar corner of his room. He clutched his splitting headache while struggling to sit up. Looking closely at his surroundings, he wondered if this was indeed his room. Could old man Duck have carried him back? At that thought, he sighed in disappointment. Oh man, I was just a little sod of winning. He threw himself back onto wee bed and muttered, truly worthy of title legendary assassin knight. I felt that I had exhausted every last bit of my remaining strength to no avail, despite trying to daisy clone by unleashing hundreds of consecutive strikes. Furthermore, at decisive, I even attempted to use Li Reganate Majesty to CP Red an opening. Simultaneously, I activated Reginate Eyes to launch a mental attack on him, yet he didn't have a slightest Ishki. Late fine ultimate move Duke unleashed was certainly his trump coups. No wonder I fainted from overusing Regian's skills. But then to that desperate gamble, my eyes were open to his secret technique. Eat was a martial art involving movement so absurdly fast, powered by a body tempered to an extraordinary LV. This ultimate technique was Y springboard that allowed a weakling Liandre to ascend to prestigious position of a red knight. Thinking of this, Jake felt a slight pang of regret for missing chance to become a disciple and learn like Yue, yet this deal was still a bargain. Ikura Jinan armor radiated a terrifying pressure that would make even a Bielxi armored knight hesitate. Faced with this tech, those small fries there would surely drop to their knees and surrender immediately. Suddenly a Xetem interface appeared right before his eyes, startling him so much that he jumped before looking up to examine it closely. Li Tichonid announced that he had an unread message and asked if he wanted to Ben Ochi T, making him scratch his head in confusion. Notifications flashed repeatedly. His flexible footwork's Q had officially leveled up to Arden EX. Than to his steadfast will, his soul had evolved, leading to an upgrade in his high-speed movement capability. X-Ray of Nuke's item features were ready. To unlock more, he simply needed to spend karma points. Jake 8 mind suddenly went blank as he muttered in sheer amazement. Peek and trend panel displayed a My Knee, map feature to observe he surrounding it, which was currently locked and required 20 points to activate. Weak inventory slot Fu compact luggage storage was also awaiting activation Fu 20 points, coming quit a beginner quate book. This book was filled quite useful tips for advancement of an apprentice administrator, requiring 4 or 5 points to unseal. His current karma point balance was 40. Looking through them he pondered, among these new features, inventory bags seemed to be most practical. Without weighing pros and cons, Jake immediately pressed I confirm button on P virtual screen to Chi Li storage first. Light user and N line needed to visualize ed name o Li shape of each item they wanted to store. Like storage space an object occupied would be calculated based on both its actual weight and size. If Do wanted to expand his storage space, Do could simply spend karma points to upgrade this bottomless bag. After reading, he looked up and glanced around, wondering to himself which item he should choose first. He quickly picked up his chipped sword and thought that if skills could be activated by Thou, then storing items should be the same. Gripping his sword hiltly, his mind repeatedly chanted command to store item immediately. Almost instantly, Li weapon emitted a soft white lie and then vanished without a trace. He peered into E virtual inventory before him and calculated that E greatsword had disappeared and taken up 2 of a key. 20. So this IDP what Li Xitem meant when he said that Li key space items occupied in the E compartment depended on their size and weight, and to retrieve them, I had to remember their name o appearance. Just as Zek muttered, sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He smiled. He had thought it was just a virtual inventory, but he turned out to be even cooler than that. E-value of that treasure was beyond question, but why was it so difficult to find its container? Furthermore, I could even expand a storage compartment by using points. Board clearly stated status window Lil Viki administrator name Zek Draker unique profession title favored by ancient region Lo L Viki administration function. If functions this powerful are N Li Lil V, what would higher levels be Li? He thought to himself that if these points were so valuable, he couldn't spend them carelessly. It seemed he would have to recalculate his plans. And so, Zek was led in a stream of endless thoughts. Suddenly a voice echoed from outside key door. May I come in? Hearing this, he muttered to himself Draker eat I deek, thinking that he immediately replied come in, what I deed, blide, there ate a letter fo you. After speaking, he took a piece of paper and handed it to him. He said I just needed to tell Dew that I key gardener IDP Dexter, and Dew would know who this letter I deek from. Hearing this Zek chuckled, with corners of his mouth curving into a meaningful smile. He began to read to letter 8 content kid, if do want to challenge me again, anytime I defy, he thought to himself, it seems I didn't lose completely after all. Zek recalled what Keyman had said before, let A consider this match a draw kid, he wondered, was that what he meant by a draw? His hand clenched and he happily exclaimed anyway, opportunity ID's still there. Suddenly Dexter who was standing beside him spoke up, I have one more thing to report to Dio. He continued I have found Lipey blacksmith Dio mentioned, hearing this he exclaimed oh really so, when I digi appointment. He subtly adjusted his glasses, well, there ain't a slight problem. Dexter informed him Lee Blacksmith has refused my appointment. Hearing this, Zek exclaimed in surprise. At Lee same, at Blacksmith 8 workshop. Space was shrouded in deep darkness, quote weapons scattered. He spends all day immersed in alcohol, Dexter explained. He no longer forges weapons. Next Moneng, a foot stepped down from a carriage. Zek was now in front of Lee P. Blacksmith 8 house. He thought to himself, he'd been a long time since I visited this place. Above IP signboard, Papnerbread breath of Papner. He forced a wry smile, haha, truly a powerful name for a blacksmith shop. Thinking that Zek slowly pushed Aikidor Bakani and stepped inside and called ID. According to his memory, P sort of lie was a masterpiece forged by Galling. He said that was Wappy Price fo researching Walk Network, worthy of title Blacksmith of Souls. Rumor had that this man possessed a special talent fo seeing through a customer 8 heart before he even struck his hammer. His reputation was deserved, as he forged treasures that suited me best, ability to exchange lie energy fo Ezer, a peak XQ of B continent 8 greatest blacksmith at EB time. After thinking for a moment, Zeke turned to look at Lee Keyman who was dead drunk and wondered to himself, why on earth was this young man in such a ragged state? Sensing a human, he looked up at Zeke with bleary eyes and grumbled, who ID this kid, this ID no playground fo brats get lot, I am Lee legendary soul blacksmith. Ignoring bullying, Zeke glanced around at Lee Key disastrous mess surrounding them and thought that while this man was known fo being driven by emotion, such a scandalous state was a bit much. He wondered what catastrophe had occurred before they met. Without a quoos, he immediately brought RV a huge bucket of freezing ice water. Without any hesitation, he doused handback 8 dazed face quid. Having finished, he casually tossed empty bucket into a corner quid a loud clatter. He stepped forward and asked Quid a friendly smile, are you a bit more awake now? Then he added now speak up, how did you dare to refuse my commission? After freezing for a few seconds, handback eyes suddenly fixed on a key emblem on Zik 8 glove, and he cried out tremulously get heavens, ehek we're gone sow symbol. Hurriedly bowed in apology, ply forgive my recent insolence sir. His whole body shook like a leaf as he whimpered, Peely forgive my rudeness, but I truly cannot take any commissions right now. How can a pathetic failure lie me forge what leaky world needs when I cannot even fulfill my own deepest wish? Hearing the Seeker stood peace situation, he turned awe that even Niki genius Ganlian had gone through years of such severe crisis. Thinking back, by E key time key two of them met, he was already E top blacksmith on E continent. Furthermore, Galen had never breathed a quook about his past. Hanbak held his head and lamented, "Why am I so useless? Can I even forge a sword anymore?" His whole body trembled, blacksmith helpless before his hammer and anvil. Zeke sighed softly as he looked at Galen and Hanbak. He suddenly snapped off it and hurriedly apologized. "Peakly be magnanimous and overlook my rude behavior just now." Zeke waved him, "But don't worry. I just want to take a look at some of your failed works." Hanbak hurriedly replied, "Let me lead you to Lee Keybak Vihao," thinking to himself, "There ain't no way to avoid this now. I must personally guide him back onto Wyke right path." A moment later, two of them were in backyard. Hanbak explained sheepishly, "Peakley, forgive me. Ivy made such a mess." Zeke laughed, "Done be silly. Eat ain't no problem." Looking at key pile of scraps before him, Zeke praised, "They look quite fascinating." Hanbak blushed and replied, "Then do for your kind words, sir." Having said that, he strolled forward. Seeing Zeke pick up a sword to examine Hanbak warned in a panic, "Peakley, be careful, sir. They are failures, but they are still razor sharp." Ignoring eye warning, Zeke calmly picked up each piece to inspect them, this one then that one, the entire pile. They weren't defective at all. This LVP of craftsmanship was equal to leaky masterpieces created by E-Continent, greatest blacksmith at Lee peak of his career. Lee Keeksedum notified him that Gene IXQ had been successfully activated. He smiled faintly, thinking, "Just as I suspect." He then questioned him, "Your furnace ID having issues, isn't he?" Hanbak jumped in surprise and asked, "How did do know?" Jake replied, "Why are you asking me? Do you've already refined a metallurgy prax yourself, haven't you?" Jake continued, "It seems you've mixed many metals to secret something lighter and more refined." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, and quote, "Just a slight force, sword shattered," he remarked, "but its impact resistance ID too poor." In this situation, Leeka's ID impurities not being completely removed during IP heat treatment precexate. Hanbeck looked at Jake, thinking to himself, so accurate. Not unlie did he figure all my secret metallurgy, but he also analyzed Diki core flaw and its cause. If he'd ate this person, perhaps. Thinking this, he spoke up, "Sir, this matter ID a bit. No, heat was purely by chance." He added, "But I have a favor to ask of you." A while later, inside the house, Jake approached and asked, "What ID?" Hanbeck replied, "Could do Pli take a look at this?" Saying that, he placed a large scroll on table and unrolled it. Jake also moved closer to observe. He thought to himself, this ID secret of Leaky Galleon, which he would reveal years later. Heat was key blueprint for a magical furnace. He recalled Hanbeck, "Why should I hide anything from Lee person who saved my life? A furnace whose temperature can be adjusted by Medij. This ID my secret." Thinking this, he smiled and said, "Quit this. Your metallurgy method will be perfect." Hanbeck happily added, "Just as I predicted." "Do you recognize?" Jake asked further, "Do have complete blueprint. So why don't you do make it yourself?" Hanbeck pondered for a moment and replied, "Chemos, leaky blueprint Foki spiritual energy law ID here, but Lisi cost to be Medij tower amounts to 10,000 gold." Hearing this, Jake thought to himself, a normal family of 4 in Lai spends 10 gold per month on living expenses. This IDQ V1,000's more expensive. So, would it take him 10 years to gather that amount of money? Hanbeck innate absurd. "So I lie to ask Diu fo a favor. Diu are of love Gore gene race and also a true blood awakened. So if Diu bu this furnace fo me, I will fulfill any request Diu have, free of Shein, until my last breath." Hearing this, he thought to himself, this ID difficult. This would be feasible if I were a guardian knight of a noble family, but for myself, come T, even as a true blood, to obtain Eastpit of 10,000 gold, but I can T give up Graham, lie he, his trick ID spiritual energy law. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, an idea flashed, and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Wait a moment." He chuckled softly, "Spiritual law." Without further hesitation, he slowly rolled up live blueprint and said, "All right, I agree." Hanbeck asked in surprise, "Really, sir?" Jake replied, "I can ask a mage I know. I'll let Do know as soon as I have an answer." Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "Hey, Ennis top." However, before he could finish speaking, Hanbeck stepped forward, knelt down, tears streaming down his face, and exclaimed, Then do you, sir. I sincerely, this galleon will serve Do full life as a life-saving benefactor." Loud voices echoed from inside LP house, Then do you, sir. "Oh my god, I know, see, Toppy D. I'll let Do know when eat ain't done." A while later, at a research division for professors of E. Draker Academic Academy, Jake paced while grumbling about how those bloodsuckers at Laikima Deech Tower dared to overcharge him when leak design was clearly simple. Fanon AT primary expertise was laws of shaping a re-energy flow. His private research, while deep in thought, his legs suddenly felt as if they were glued, and he stood perfectly still. His sixth sense signal, so he cast a sharp glance toward leaky corner beside him. Beside Jik was a walk alley. He thought to himself, deep inside that hidden corner. A flood of extremely haunting memories suddenly rushed into his mind. Back then, Jika was dragged into an alley by a gang of thugs and beaten to a pulp. He had to kneel on ground and beg, "I beg you, brothers, it ain't my fault for being stupid. Peli spare my life." But leaky villains didn't tease an ounce of compassion. Leader rolled his eyes and barked angrily, "What kind of tone are you using?" Sobbing quit tears and snot, Jid, "I humbly confess my crime to noble Lo Conrad." This lowly purse accidentally touched. Please quote what he heard. He immediately stepped straight onto Jik's head and sneered, "Get, do quite smooth tongue." He curled his lip in contempt and added, "To reward this, I give Diy honor of licking that filthy patch of ground clean." At such humiliation he couldn't speak. A Quixen had to prostrate himself on Iki ground stuttering, I am indebted to we great Lo Conrad." Returning to reality, Jeek felt a fire of resentment and his heart burned to its peak. He slowly approached Ali and cursed a troublesome. Meanwhile, from deep within Ki Alley, sounds of punches and kicks along quit constant insults echoed all. Pests lie do or just stones blocking path of others. Conrad panted while spite, that trash Jeek was exactly the same. That unique Gi in Hira was the awakening of ultimate pure bloodline. In a fit of rage, he kicked lowly person on the ground repeatedly while cursing, "Do piece of trash." Falling sat before that lowly man was truly a stain that was hard to wash away. It was all because of his dirty sneak attack right before peace start. But how on earth could a lucky loser lie him rise to become an awakened one of noble blood? As soon as words were spoken, a figure loomed from behind and spoke teasingly, "Hey, pockmarked face." Jig smirked, found a new meat shield to replace me already. As soon as he finished, P's smile on his lips vanished, and his face hardened quite murderous intent. He pointed his finger directly at Keyman 8 face and warned, "I'll count from 1 to 3, anyone who knows what 8 get foe them, get down on light ground." When this familiar saw reached his ears, Conrad turned around clumsily and asked in confusion, "What do you?" He feigned composure, pointed at Jich and continued, "Your arrogance has reached heaven since Du revealed your true bloodline, Jix Drago. Are Du sure Du have truly awakened?" Jix didn't even give him chance to finish. He interrupted bluntly, his eyes flashed kuta surging ura, and his voice was ice cold. "If Du don kneel, don T blame me for what follows." Hearing that, Conrad was scared of his wits, his face turning pale quit fear as he stepped back. A moment later, he broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, so this IDP what this kind of pressure feels like. Just a few months ago, he still dared to mess quit me, yet now he'd afraid. Feeling his pride being tramped, he gritted his teeth. "How dare Du order me around, Du lowly piece of trash." Quit that, Conrad charged straight at Jik and shouted, "What are Du just standing there, foe? Attack him." Seeing lackeys rushing forward man, he remained nonchalant and asked, "Don to go blaming me for this, do you hear?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jich quickly tilted his head to Lee's side, dodging attack. While Lee other guy was still dazed and confused about what had happened, a lightning fast punch landed squarely on his face. He delivered a devastating blow that sent men reeling backward. The others saw this and faltered slightly, but they could no longer see tap, continuously, taking down each one of them. It seemed that no one in this group was a match for him. He could easily defeat them all. Jik ruthlessly tossed them aside like trash without any mercy. He repeatedly delivered knee strikes and knocking down each man one by one. Every strike he delivered was incredibly swift, without leaving a single opening. Finally, last man remaining was also beaten to ground. He looked at his henchmen lying flat, none of them able to stand, and exclaimed, "Impossible." He couldn't stop wondering, "ID this damn brat really Draker, I know." Zed then stepped forward to reassure him, "Don't be afraid. I am sure Dio no ye teal and lie hurt foe a month." Conrad immediately drew his sword in a desperate move. He pointed his sword at him and yelled, "Back up, stay away. If Do come any closer, I'll cut Do down." Hearing this, Zed coldly, "Are Do really drawing your sword outside training grounds? Do know what that means, Don T. Do." Lee's statement left him startled and speechless, his eyes filled with fear. He reached Fo E's sword behind his back and continued to face Lai's sharpness of Lee and Conrad, who has drawn his sword outside Yi's sacred training grounds. Hearing this, Likey Man cried all in terror, wait a minute." However, Zed had no intention of stopping. His face showed clear determination as his voice dropped, "I Zedreaker shall respond in Iki name of honor." Face Kuta's powerful word, man grew weak quit fear. "This upcoming battle will end when one of us dies. Fun responsibility lies. Iki opponent shall bear no liability fu outcome." Having said that, he looked at key men lying on ground and added, "Liam Stone, witness." Wasting no more, Jiksh began to brandish his sword. "Now, let us continue." Looking at his dead serious eyes, Conrad fearfully and hurriedly bet, "I am so He cowered in fear. His legs trembled as he pleaded, "Quit Lok Jik Draker, Pi spare my life." His whole body shrank back as he begged fu mercy. Hearing this, Jik slowly lowered his sword. He suddenly recalled his own former plight. I am so locally on Conrad, Pi spare my life." The more he remembered, the more his blood boiled. He was truly a pathetic fool. A sharp sword strike flashed toward Conrad 8 face. Decisively sliced up one of his ears, he sheathed his sword and said, "Consider this price for your ignorance." Conrad clutched his head and shrieked in pain, my ear, my ear." He approached and placed his hand on Conrad 8 head as a warning, "If we meet again and your ear ID intact, one next thing I take on TB an ear." Jix grabbed him firmly by key hair and shouted, "But rather your head." Jik forcefully pressed Conrad 8 head into white ground. Afterward, he breathed a sigh of relief, dusted up his hands and stood up. Stone watched Jik 8 receding figure and called all. Hearing him, Jix came to a slight halt. He continued to ask why did Do help me? Facing question, Jik replied bluntly, "Don't worry about Edie." Adding Koot, "I didn't help Do." As he turned to leave, he thought to himself, "I was helping myself." Jik scratched his head and sighed, wondering if Galleon had influenced him. He had almost spoken some foolish words. Back at the academy, in Professor Fanongate research room, a voice from inside echoed, "ID this feasible." Fanong looked at blueprint Jika had brought and replied, "To be blunt, ID feasible GT. ID that so, then I'll leave its completion to Do." Fanong adjusted his glasses slightly and said, "Wait, I think Do should hear my explanation first." As they both looked intently at blueprint, Professor continued, "As do you see, overall structure ID quite simple, however, key issue lies in core responsible for energy supply. This core ID heart of like machine, but Lee circuit paths have incredibly complex limitation. While can be miniaturized, heat requires a sufficient energy, and we need a way to regulate Lee output energy without lag. Fanong exclaimed, this I truly unprecedented. Jik asked again, but ID feasible. Professor replied, there are two options, depending on each condition of core. I could adjust your design. However, you would take at least a decade to modify each core design. No, 15 years, surprised, Jik exclaimed. 10 to 15 years, Fanong replied. Yet, it will take a significant amount of time. As Foog's second option, we could bypass core design by using a similar material. That would sigh a vast amount of time. However, a necessary material ID high density compressed rest. Jix couldn't he believe he'd asked, what, isn't that an ancient treasure that modern technology cannot produce? Professor replied, ancient artifacts are, but finding one in ruins strong enough for our design ID harder than simply finding Hurrah stone. Why cost would exceed 3,000 gold? Those words were like a bucket of cold water on Jake 8 dreams, leaving him completely. The young man groaned inwardly, oh god, if anyone found he couldn't use Hurrah, it would be a V. But 15 years of waiting was just too long. However, price of gold was still too expensive. It was hard to believe he couldn't give up Leok idea of owning Graham, that precious sort of lie. Most people thought he was a talented Hurrah user, than to even that occurred during that blessing ceremony. But like reality was that he only had natural reactions from like healing Prextean errors, while the fact that he couldn't use Hurrah remained unchanged. Errors were originally seen as a form of power that was difficult for humans to tame, unless one possessed primordial spirit 8 spiritual consciousness Q that his master had taught him. He could not perform any sword techniques that utilized Hurrah. Even when using that XQ, he could strengthen his entire body and swing P-sword. Compared to others, their Hurrah was much easier to use and more versatile, which was why he needed Graham, Sword of Lie. Jake sighed heavily. How can I find a high-grade compressed spiritual energy? Professor Finn spoke up. Ikiwei, person who created these blueprints ID extraordinary, even considering Eat ID still a beautiful design. He continued, it would be very difficult to seep ret, even during Legine and age. Hearing this, Jake suddenly had an idea. Lee, old professor, Gindanon. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Why hadn't he thought of this sooner? Without wasting enough, Jake slowly stood up and left. Professor Lee, keep this blueprint safe until I return. Professor Fen sound, what did you mean? Do you want me to spend 15 years finishing Eat? Jake laughed and replied, haha, of course not. Jake reached and gripped his sword, then continued, I will bring back something else. Quite a look of confidence, I mean a high-grade compressed spiritual. From the Guanas and a battle for freedom to escape Lee rule of dragons had ended Key defeat of Lee evil Lee Trajin Bahamut at Like hands of Tarakan Draker, bringing a century of peace to humanity. During that period, many ancient treasures were excavated from Rajin dens. They were relics from the heroic age, peak era of Madiish. All treasures found possessed techniques in Madiich far beyond modern standards. Among them were high-grade compressed spiritual, containing enough spiritual energy to sustain an entire. It was a treasure from Lee heroic age. Scene change at Draker Academy Central Library. Although rarely used, Leek Central Library was still maintained because it was believed that Tarakan himself had commissioned its construction during the archive expansion phase. Treasures from Meek and Age were discovered, leading to Leek involvement of Lai Deech Tower and Archmage Nirvana, a member of Key 3 great families, and Nike excavation. During those days, countless Gin and Age treasures were found, and news of them spread throughout like newspapers of Live Continent. At least, that ID what would happen in Lee future, about 10 years from now. At Lake Central, in Leaps, Jake was also present. He looked around and thought to himself, no one has discovered Light treasures yet. Oidik even aware of their existence. At this point he sighed in frustration. I could ST all day and still not find what I am looking for. Sim screen displayed a notification. Rajudan Trace and Lajudan I have been activated. One of Jake 8 eyes suddenly flashed. He did not give up and continued to walk around like library searching. While walking suddenly discovered something, his entire body and his eyes widened. On the floor at that moment, a tile was emitting a dim red light. Jake exclaimed, this ID. He tapped lightly, thinking to himself he hear a popping so he definitely needed to fix it. Before long he utilized his unique Engainling talent, a sharp cutting strike. Lie special Engainling's Q taught by his master, key power to materialize user 8 will, making it feasible to apply attributes like cutting to handle various situations, but he consumed a considerable amount of Azure quit each slash. As he thought of that, his head buzzed as if struck by a hammer. Perhaps this was still too much for him right now. Finally, after last brick yielded, revealing a passage, Jake squeezed right, without hesitation. He gently closed lid, making everything look as if nothing had happened. Below was a dim and damp space. Jake had to take a torch to Layla Key Way. He looked around and murmured. The newspapers hadn't mentioned this incredible depth at all. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange noise suddenly echoed, making him jump all of his skin. Right beside him, two blurry figures were silently approaching him. He thought in astonishment. It would probably take 10 more years for anyone to discover this ruin. Jake risked a closer look, wondering if someone had come before him. But what stood before him were not people, but two dry skeletons clattering along. He exclaimed. They were brandishing shovels and picks. Alright, then perhaps it wasn't caused by spirits. Jake immediately drew his sword from his inventory. If that 80 case then. Kixi Tem screen suddenly popped up. Quick notification. Cried as TXQ activated. He darted forward, an arrow swift as lightning, unleashing a blow that shattered Lee's skeleton. Then this wouldn't be difficult at all. He easily took them down. After everything was, Sexy Tem popped up again, this time a different notification. Defeated 2 skeletons, attained 2 karma points. Skeletons defeated 2, current karma points 22. Hearing that, Jake chuckled gleefully. Alright, I can earn points from monsters. I was so focused on finding treasures that I forgot. Thinking of that, he became even more excited. Wait, isn't this a great opportunity to farm points? Without further hesitation, Jake swung his sword, charged Ligwin and shouted, I am coming fo do my precious points. And so one skeleton after another was defeated. Xaitum popped up again, defeated one skeleton, obtained 1 karma point. Skeletons defeated. He smiled and said, piece of cake. Like Seedum continue to AP White, current karma points 22, status window low, VK administrator, name Zach Drager, occupation unique undead, title blessed by light, ancient liva jam, Sititam functions, inventory 250, mini mape. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Novus Quest locked requires 5 points to unlock. Skills self-healing path, calmness, vitality, recovery, enhanced senses, stat. Proficiency, consecutive / leave read, Cry DCL V, proficient, agile movement V, proficient. Spiritual reversal recruit, overall comprehension LV recruit, Rajin Kinmaki V1, Gene I recruit, Rajin medicine recruit Devar lock, requires 50 points. At LV2 of E Dragoman record, I thought I would have to sadly look on quit regret because IN Lai had 40 karma points. I mumbled to myself, I'll probably have to grind for more points if I want to unlock those fancy things. Beginner quests give 405 points, Meanie, Mayp has, but up P Dragoman record 8 Devire XQ and Lee Key locked VK2 require 50 points to unlock. He seems fu now, N Mine, a Mayp within reach. Now Key miniature Meep ID ready to serve. Before GK'd eyes a Meep appeared, even showing him where he was standing. He looked at TV and exclaimed, oh you ow, this ID just lie Lima D each maps of old. He then reached and pressed a small button on EP edge of light screen, curious to see what it was. YXTM screen immediately displayed, Maype has just been upgraded from 2D to 3D. Jig cheered excitedly, excellent. This IDP exactly what I've been looking for. His eyes suddenly stopped at a room emitting a bright red lie, wondering why in lie that spot was different. Kikasim popped up again. Do want directions to Ichinen Slayer at location MB1, which ID storage room, choose what to know. Hearing this, he thought to himself, a storage room hut. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately pressed the agree button. Lee's Tim had to struggle so many days to find this place, and yet I found it so easily. Now we will provide Duqui's shortest route to your selected destination. Jik intently followed detailed instructions on a large map. This ID. Quit this, I'll never have to worry about getting lot again. And so after a while of walking, he finally stood tall before a large door. Seam screen displayed. Do you have arrived at key designated location? He looked around once then spoke. I must have arrived, but how do I get inside? He lightly touched IP door, quit his hand and mumbled, Eat seems just like this, eat still on UB. No sooner had he finished speaking than unexpectedly, a trend red lie suddenly shot up from above IK door where his hand had touched. Not on the Eat was accompanied by an extremely powerful surge of electricity that struck his hand, sending him flying. He exclaimed in astonishment, defensive map. Could it be that Kima Deej Tower and Jiki Ren Mage Nirvana are connected, precisely because of this door? Jik looked at his smoking hand and secretly felt lucky. Good thing I had gloves on, otherwise I would have let my hand for sure. I can get past this Madi Sheik's ham? Can do help me Boma P door? Seat Tem heard this and replied, we have received a request from Leak Administrator. Accordingly, we will connect to the key security room 80 equipment. The defensive Medici has been deactivated, however, was unsuccessful. We will now switch to manual activation. Jik exclaimed in astonishment. Jik asked again in surprise, wait a minute, are do replying to what I just said? Lied. I have do have any other requests? Administrator Jik Drager. Hearing that, he froze for a moment. I can talk to Leaky Seat Tem. He continued to wonder, if that 80 Lee case, then why did do make me reincarnate? Leaky, we cannot answer this question. Ditch asked curiously what exactly ID that Administrator Katem. Replied, I am unable to answer your question. He still didn't want to give up and continued to ask insistently, so who created? Seekum still replied, I cannot provide an answer to that question. Mither Ditch Drager do have any other request? Ditch rubbed his forehead and sighed, thinking to himself, this ID really annoying. I haven't received any information about Leapy important matters. Thinking so, he then said, well then, door. Eed, we have received I request from Lay Administrator. Likey door leading to IP storage area ID ready to be open. And so, B colossal door slowly began to. He stepped inside, scanned his eyes around, then exclaimed in surprise, what all of this? He couldn't believe his eyes and cried aloudly, are these treasure chests? True to its name, a treasure vault ID where countless precious treasures are stored, just finding one item ID considered extremely lucky. Without hesitation he reached and opened one of white chests. A brilliant green light shone from within, haha, so there are hundreds of them here. Quickly emptying contents of Lee treasure chest, he muttered, I'll take this one. Oh, this one looks pretty get too. I'll give this one to Fanong. He smiled and said happily, finally found eat. Inside a small wooden box were 4 highly compressed spirit stones. He'd ate wonderful to have 4 of them. Ditch happily stored everything in compartment. I'll use 1.2 to 4 more slots foo compartment. I still lack space to store everything. Perhaps I'll have to come back regularly until I graduate. After taking everything he needed, he slowly stood up and left thinking, that should be enough fo today. However, before he could act on that thaw, a sea treno raw swept him, sending shivers down his spine. He anxiously glanced around but didn't sense presence of anyone else. Ditch thought to himself, why do I feel so uneasy? Suddenly his arm accidentally touched stone wall beside him and immediately, a brilliant red light emanated from E. Sensing something unusual, he startled and pulled his hand back. But it was too late. Countless sea trend symbols appeared. He wondered in astonishment, what ID this? Before Ditch could finish his sentence, he had vanished from that spot, leaving no trace. After some time of traveling, Ditch appeared in a completely unfamiliar location, a place he had never set foot in before. He looked around bewildered, then asked XTM, where ID this? The surrounding scenery was truly grim and terrifying. And announces, like key administrator ID wandering into key sacred sanctuary of Lay Rajan Slayer. Hearing this, he looked up and muttered, Rajin Slayer 8 Sanctuary. Why didn't he Meepy mention a room fun of these chests? As soon as he finished speaking, Zik immediately opened Mini Mape to investigate. He frowned and thought, just as he suspected, this place wasn't too far from a previous location, but there was absolutely no path leading to Gene Slayer 8 Sanctuary. He reached out to push a chest in front of him, thinking, oh boy, I can pass up such a lucrative find. Soon as he opened locky lid, a bizarre-looking suit of armor was revealed inside. Zik exclaimed, what ID this armor? Notification appeared, like exclusive equipment of Irajian Slayer has appeared. Hearing that, he couldn't hide his curiosity and stood like armor up to examine it closely. He observed it meticulously and said, Irajian Slayer 8 exclusive armor. Doesn't he look like any armor from Li Gianmon in age I've ever known? What on earth ID this? Zik stared intently at back of Ika armor 8 neck and wondered a hollow hole, maybe eat 8 fu plugging something in. Suddenly he remembered, his eyes widened like saucers as a thought flashed through his mind. Could he be? Unable to wait any longer, he hurriedly took a compressed spiritual energy bead, thinking, I can just leave eat sitting there lie that. Kax tum spode, Lee's spiritual energy bead has been slotted into your Gen Slayer 8 exclusive equipment, initiating activation. As soon as the notification ended, White Armor 8 eyes suddenly glowed as if they were alive. Seeing that, Zik became even more eager to unveil key mystery hidden within this suit of armor. Suddenly, armor shook, leaving him extreme. He cried, oh in terror, wait, why ID this happening? Just as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion rang and dust filled the air. His team notified him again. Has malfunctioned due to overload activation unsuccessful. A minor explosion ID him and everyone. Evacuate immediately. Hearing this, Zik sat down on like ground in helplessness, his face covered in grime, muttering he'd exploded. Tem then consoled him. I am so re. He slowly stood up and looked at Lee's smoldering armor, wondering, so, a powerful compressed spiritual energy bead ID, just a power source for this armor. This left him deep in thought. What functions could he possibly have to require such an immense amount of energy? I'll probably have to go ask Mr. Fan. Wasting no time, Zik continued forward to see what else he could discover. After a weary, he finally stood before an enormous room. Since like others were in it, this had to be Iki Int 1. He glanced around and thought to himself, this entire mass, and there only a single glass cage. Suddenly a XTM notification window appeared right before his eyes, capturing all of his attention. Zik 8 expression changed and his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, what Lee hell ID this? He gave a helpless, bitter laugh and continued. Terrakin Rancor, do you really have gone mad? Cam panel clearly stated, do you have found a legacy of Terrakin Rancor, key decaying heart of malevolent Bahamut? Zik wondered what point was of keeping Y heart of key defeated Y Reginan as a memento. Ah, so this ID, what that feeling of anger I felt in P storage room earlier was lie, but now. His body moved, sensation was quite strong. Peak Tem screen appeared. Locky heart of Bamut evil Agene ID reacting violently to Waiki administrator. His hands were currently placed on tempered glass, from which a mysterious Luxu emanated. Along Kudit, a voice rang, alright, I hear you loud and clear. His face changed, his hollow eye, it seemed there was no other way, Phi then. Zik seemed to be controlled by someone else, no longer himself, repeatedly muttering, I will destroy them all. At a key most cry Tita moment, Kixi Tem Sud, activating indomitable mental. Then to that XQ, Zik finally regained. He held his head in confusion, wondering why this was happening. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in one eye as his pupil turned completely pitch black. A Tren Su re-enveloped both his body in Lakey glass cage. He screamed, what likey hell ID going on? It seemed that by raw was spreading further, covering entire surrounding. Zik asked him, what ID this? Suddenly a Xitem window appeared, sudden quake reward, ownership of Terrakang. Seeing this, his mind became even more clouded. Skills were being triggered one after another, activating indomitable mental fence. Q activation phase. Around Zik an incredibly ski trend Loxer emanated. While his eyes were pitch lava and key outside, eerie voices and laughter echoed in his head. Faced Kuthat, he violently slammed his head into tempered glass in front of him. Lee impact was so strong that cracks appeared in glass. Zik smirk, can escape after all, how troublesome. Through Lapy glass he saw a version of himself that was identical yet completely different. Do call that, freedom ID something do must seize do fool. As soon as he finished speaking, and glass shattered into 100 pieces. Notification appeared, do you have overcome Lee curse of Lycock heart of Bahamut, Lee evil. Sudden quit reward ownership of Terrakinet legacy has been granted. Hearing this, Zik8's entire body felt sore and he collapsed to lighty ground, thinking, damn neat, that was a Sigilo call, I can believe my XQ failed, what just happened?
Yeah.
Activating class Skilf, activating class Stamina, beginning absorption of Ak heart of Bahamut, evil Rejun. As his body slowly regained balance, his wary, glazed eyes looked. Right before his eyes, the heart of evil Aegean Bahamut was radiating a brilliant lie. Suddenly, Zik felt as if he was being engulfed by that surge of energy. His eyes rolled back, veins bulged, and he frantically wondered, what light hell ID this? An incredibly powerful surge of divine spiritual energy was rushing straight towards it. Damn neat, I don't have a spiritual energy circulation Siktam to absorb this. Lee, colossal energy, unable to find a place to reside, was wreaking havoc on his body, tearing it apart. The situation was getting worse by key minute. He had to act immediately, he would die. Without a moment's hesitation, Zik tremblingly raised his hand. Jiang gnashed his teeth, channeling all his strength to CP read a pitch, be like C-sphere. Ultimate sect technique. Lee's scattered spiritual energy suddenly contracted. I have to trap them inside E's. He tried to force all of Eat into E's 8 storage chamber. Quite a sudden bang, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, shaking entire ground. From where Zik stood, colossal column of pitch, be like C smoke billowed up into Lee Sakai. Two caved in deeply from Lee Ki-SC, forming a profound. Zik 8 body was now convulsing and twisting, his eyes blazing lightheaded, feeling as if he were about to explode. A long moment, his face became less tense, and he let out a soft sigh of relief. He cautiously stepped, reassuring himself that he had escaped death this time. Zik slowly up glass and standing in silence for a long time, unable to utter a quip. He gazed fixedly inside a glass enclosure, thinking to himself that Lightheart had vanished without a trace. He turned to that chaotic spiritual energy belonged to Irajun Bahamut. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly noticed something, and his eyes widened. Looking at his reflection in a broken piece of glass, he was astonished to see S-Tren Mucky appear on his body. Zik gently touched Irajun, shaped mech on his chest, wondering if Yate had appeared because he had sealed a Q Irajun on 8 spiritual energy. Just then, a system notification panel appeared before his eyes, making him freeze for a few seconds. E content displayed that he had absorbed E cursed heart of leak evil Irajun Bahamut. Following that, AX Rai of other Exit Tem Winyu appeared, announcing that key spiritual energy had been refined Fu Administrator 8 body. Administrator 8 physique had officially transformed into Heavenly Bone physique. Kexitem detected power exceedingly allowed limit, so Yate compressed and sealed 95% of E power Fo care. Do you have gained access to Terrakin Archive? Activate Novus Quake Chain Phony users. Utterly clueless about Lee Heavenly Bone body and like Terrakin Rank 8 secure storage, Jeek told himself to see these bonus gifts Fo later, prioritizing cleanup. He was talking incessantly when he suddenly stopped, letting Aura saw that seemed fun of mystery. Without hesitation, he swiped his hand across Geeksy Tem's screen, signaling Yeet to wait a moment. Zeke face showed amusement, his lips curling. These ancestors really went all. Wolkichi appeared clearly, asking if he wanted to unseal Terrakin Ranker 8 second legacy. After a sep, a tin of items tumbled down before Zeke as Seat Team announced that Terrakin Ranker 8 second legacy had been officially unlocked. Looking at heap of loot, he was completely astonished as memories of Platinum Mansion that night came flooding back. Zeke carefully gathered all his new items into tightly sealed locker. Eat seemed Lee cleanup pre-collects was almost complete. He smiled brightly as he looked at Lee's status window, deciding to examine Eat carefully so as not to miss any get items. Lee's status board appeared clearly showing a lower Viki administrator. Lie name Zeke, unique class key immortal, along quote impressive titles lie blessed by ancient Rejun Air Naaki Terrakin Ranker. A detailed Gyukin domination, a heavenly bone body physique, a 60-50 slot inventory, a Miep, a beginner, and various perks lie self-healing mental defense, infinite stamina, keen senses, Arding precision stab, and Arden circular slash. There was more. Arding expert cry to see it Hixie Arding flexible footwork A, Arding spirit power counter and overall decomposition at rookie LV, as well as LV Wanage Ray Gion soul record quid impressive Ikra Jean eyes and ear Gion clothes. Quaff command was locked awaiting condition. Devour was also locked needing 50 points to who, V Tula Rajin soul record had 0 information, and his karma points were at a meager 10. Rajin soul record and energy, transmitting Quest command XQ sets are currently waiting Fu unlock conditions to be met. Information panel. Zeke tapped to screen Kuda's finger. There seemed to be many in TP rate teen features yet to discover. Teek Seat Tem explained that Lee Rajin Kin domination allows him to summon and command Lee dragons he has tamed. As Fu Heavenly Bone Body, Eat was beyond, optimizing his physique while allowing him to train in martial arts at lightning speed and enhancing G conduction. Despite reading 8 Sep, Zeke scratched his head in confusion. Lee descriptions were too sparse for him to understand anything at all. Previously, he had clearly caught a glimpse not unlike of his second legacy, but also of a separate information window Fo Terrakin. Sitting down on Lakey steps, he commanded Hey Exit Tem let me cha-cha all the notifications related to Terry. Lakexi Tem replied that data synchronization was required to access secure storage. Jik 8 eyes, Terrakin siege. Lakexi Tem suggested moving to Ikey sync point and asked if he wanted like coordinates shown on his meme map. He let out a weary sigh, realizing he had to drag himself all the key way there to see Eat, so he told Eat to Sari location. A tiny map appeared before his eyes, and he mumbled to himself, if Eat 8 lie this. Jik 8 face hardened quote perplexity. Valhalla was known to everyone as I most prestigious cradle foe training nights. Thinking about this, he scratched his head in frustration. One does not simply walk into that place, and he had no clue how to sneak past their tight security. Valhalla wasn't he originally in his plans, but if he truly held Terrakinet legacy, that changed everything. Quickly tapping Oxytem panel, Jik decided to change his plans, though he was a bit tired of having to stay quit this ridiculous family foe a little longer. The UZTM announced that beginner, Feet My San has been officially activated. The introductory manual foe management trainees has been officially activated. Once this introductory phase ID Harvey, countless up challenges will appear along quit tons of awesome gifts Fo Keybutt. Jicky stroked his chin thoughtfully and muttered so, do get paid after finishing a task. This mechanism ID key exactly lie that of Key Adventure 8 Guildo Mercenary Group, but what exactly ID this tutorial? No sooner had he finished speaking than another notification board appeared directly before his eyes. New recruit training precs officially begin. A young man 8 mind was still bewildered, unable to grasp what was happening. Lee world around him suddenly spun and transformed. Lee's surroundings suddenly turned into an endless pitch bleaky night. Jik looked around bewildered and asked himself, what the hell I did this, where have I drifted to P2? Suddenly remembering Pat, he wondered if he had been transported elsewhere again, but no, this feeling was Tren, as if Leaky whole world had been swapped. As soon as he finished speaking, incredibly deafening rumbling sounds suddenly echoed from behind his head. Startled, Jikshi quickly turned his head back to see what was happening. Right behind him were several muscular giants aggressively charging towards him. He exclaimed in astonishment, are those orcs? After speaking, he glanced down at the floating interface panel, where words tutorial my sin were clearly displayed. Defeat key monsters with an E-time limit by using at least 2 skills reward. Accumulated points in E-right to unlock Lee shop time limit 60 minutes. Seeing this, he drew his sword and thought to himself, these orcs suddenly appearing right when they're a challenge, so this tutorial wants me to actively get familiar quit Poxatem. Why weren't he such get things given earlier? Before he could finish his sentence, several gigantic orc maces slammed straight, shattering ground and rocks, and raising thick dust and smoke. But Zik was not one to stand still and take a hit. He had swiftly moved to another direction to dodge well in advance. Tem announced extreme blink activated, chain slash activated. Bodied orcs suddenly froze and trembled uncontrollably. Their bodies were extremely gruesome crisscrossing slashes. Immediately their bodies exploded into a shower of fragments before they could even grasp Lee's situation. Zik thought to himself, holding this two-handed sword feels as light as a feather. Leak interface displayed his muscular to accelerate each learning and increases his conduction. He wondered, so this ID TFAFI of Viki's celestial bone physique, quite this LVK of power defeating a commander, LVB but ID just a trivial matter. Tem chime announcing, do have excellently completed light train. In P blink of an eye, X space revealing key familiar original room once more. Zik stared in surprise. I am back in EP old place again. Putting his sword back into Inving. He thought to himself, so Yate turns out Yate was just an illusion all this time, but its realism was truly top-notch. X-Tem paneled, bonus rewards added faux critic seats, additional reward from completing before line. Rewards included 40. The Lucky Sap Ping catalog in the store has officially opened. The young man excitedly stared at Leapy screen and asked, oh, so I can buy items directly through this XC-Tem. Tem interface, countless interior 10 items appeared, some were huge, worth up to 10 points, there were also elixirs that could temporarily boost defense. Lag Giant 8 armor, items that increased speed by 7 points, such as a Medici stone inscribed Quit Ancient Runes, there was also Key Giant Fire Breath worth 20 points, most concentrated elixir Fee Fire Giant, capable of spewing eternal, and there were Wee Soft Kai Wings worth 5 points, an elixir extracted from burrs. Glancing through everything he exclaimed, quit excitement you out, this ID's so convenient, and there even a giant quit powerful fire breath. All of them were rare treasures worth hundreds, even thousands of, just reselling them in Lai Key shop would be enough to make him rich. Tem 8 notification chimed again. Pili place Iki item do wish to sell in he designated slot. Do can also sell any item currently in your inventory. I've gathered enough items, now he'd 8 time to practice. This item seem Teed an elven dagger, do want to sell E, selling price ID 4 points. After hearing this, he pondered for a moment, but what was E point of selling 8 when E could be used Fu 3 ancient artifacts, Fo 4 points for this dagger, he could earn at least 100 gold from somewhere more valuable. Selling these items would be of no benefit unless I were really desperate Fu points. Saying this, he stretched tiredly and walked away. Phew, what a long and exhausting day. Flappy lights in room were quickly extinguished. Large door slowly closed. I am sure I'll have a deep sleep. Early next Monen, at Ej Regine Academy, research area Faux. Inside Professor Fanongate room did Do really manage to bring back a compressed high-grade spirit stone in just one day? How did Do manage eat? Hearing this, Deech replied, Eat a bit complicated. He slowly took a sip of tea and asked, when will leaky equipment be ready to operate? Fanong replied, already completed. Those words surprised him greatly and he exclaimed, really, Do are truly talented, he added. Deech bringing this item here I deek even more extraordinary. Seeing Gide calm expression, he felt even more that something was being hidden, which was very suspicious. Whenever a compressed, grade spirit stone-eyed, leaky major powers on E-continent would register ancient characters in a serial MB seem to manage E-key ownership of these precious stones. Therefore, by checking serial MB, you can determine time of excavation, the location, P current owner. Gate thought to himself, but how could lake item I brought here be in that book? The encyclopedia of serial numbers faux compressed, grade spirit stones in center of E-continent I deek entirely my own new discovery. Thinking this, he slowly put down his teacup, putting aside his suspicious matter faux moment. He has excellent appraisal skill. He quickly stepped forward and asked, if Do have confirmed the registration sheet, can we go now? Hearing this, Fanong startled, turned around and replied, oh, Do no too, Do are too talented for this place. Scene changed to Hambeck 8-4. A voice called off from inside, alright, I will activate. A green circular formation quickly. Eat looked lie a main Sintren unit, connecting all its surrounding parts of a forge together. Everything was now operating. Even Hanbeck did not expect that his design would finally be realized. Standing behind, could not help but be happy for him. Professor spoke, now I have to go teach. Hanbeck happily replied, then Do Professor. A while later, after everything was settled, he happily looked at Jikki and said, I never imagined in my life that I would see a fully functional Ma de each forge. Then do you sincerely, he replied, it just a small matter, no need to be so formal. As he reached into his pocket to rummage for something, he continued, Do still remember conditions we agreed upon? He replied, of course. Pili, state your request, Jiki said as he took one item, held it up before him and proposed, Pili, forge a sword Fumi from this material. Seeing key object in front of him, Hanbek could not help but be astonished. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, get heavens, what ID this? Inside the wooden box that Jik produced was a fang. T was a Li Ray Junate fang, sharpest tooth of evil Regien, Lon XT that had been slain. Hanbek stared at item drooling and exclaimed, Quid in condition lie this, I have never seen anything similar. Where on earth did do find eat? He was Gi's second relic of Lyteric and Rancor. From Li Harti Fang, eat felt Li being a thief. He smiled and, explaining this ID quite before he could even finish his sentence, Hanbek's current demeanor suddenly made him pause. He shuddered, his nose running as he said, Do you are not only giving me a mod each furnace, but do you are also giving me opportunity to forge this Ikri G8 Fang. Saying this, his spirit seemed to explode and he shouted, I will definitely not betray your trust. Hanbek looked on Kut determined eyes and continued, I Ganlian Hanbek, will give my all for your sword. These words made Jake suddenly recall a familiar scene from before. I Ganlian Hanbek, I will give my all for your sword. Faced with that state, he felt extremely. That way of speaking created too much pressure. Peak lie don't say eat lie that. Jake smiled Kut's satisfaction. He ID'd so resolute, very well, I will trust do. Quit that he happily turned and walked away, looking forward to seeing what kind of sword he would seep right. I am very much looking forward to eat. The scene shifts to Luke White Palace, in Jake 8 bedroom. He reached to pull his shirt, let a sigh and said, making a sword ID truly exhausting. In his mind, a key image of his previous battle Quit Duck appeared. A week had passed since he received likey message. He had told him to return after dual Quit Duck was here v. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, Come to think of he ate time for something to happen. From outside, a figure was slowly approaching, and it became extremely terrifying. Immediately after, a voice rang off from behind Jake. Why didn't he do come this time, kid? Hearing this, his whole body trembled slightly, and he gave a forced smile. Duck was furious, his eyes glaring as he shouted, Answer me honestly. Seeing that look, he thou in terror. He looks lie he wants to kivu me. Thinking this, he waved his hand and said, Quit a smile. Well, Du said to come back if I wanted to challenge Du. Naturally, since I had no intention of doing so, I didn't he come. Having said that, Duck suddenly walked straight toward him and asked again, I told Du to be honest. His hand tightened around his torn collar and pulled him up. Immediately after, he threw him straight backward without saying a single quip. Jiki flew right out the window before he could even see, his eyes wide quit bewilderment as he exclaimed, What Li? Aware that his life was hanging by a thread, Li young man whimpered as he looked down into wee deep abyss, his heart trembling. Li dizzying view below truly made his stomach churn. This height was certainly no joke. To see his own skin, Arch quickly strained himself and sprang up, knowing that falling from here would mean instant reincarnation, quite no chance of recovery. His hands strained quit all their might, clutching at rusty railing. Little did he know man proposes, God disposes. A powerful hand suddenly snatched and choked his throat. The C8 face darkened menacingly as he asked if key young man dared to challenge him again, if he would pretend ignorance to circumvent P rules, as everything was already crystal. After your defeat, Du vanished without a trace, not even bothering to visit Leap Infirmary. Are Du trying to take my patience? Ch was utterly bewildered upon hearing this, thinking to himself, so this old man knew everything but still pretended to go along. Quid 8, key man added, I'll count to 5, Du better tell the truth 5. Lee corner of his mouth curved slightly in a sarcastic smile. This idea utterly absurd, he thou. Lee key old man 8 hand tightened around his neck, and he continued counting 4. Roch gasped, saying he hadn't even bothered to reveal his true identity. As soon as I count of 2 finished, he added, I've a hit your weak spot, haven't I, old gardener Dexter. Rebleat freeze, and like corner of his mouth curved slightly into a meaningful smile. Immediately after, he unceremoniously threw inside. Leaning against IB wall and rubbing his aching head, he grimaced and groaned. Lukey old man nodding in acknowledgement said, Well done kid, Du guessed correctly. Finishing his words, Ike stepped in front of Roch and extended his hand to introduce himself. Ive used to be a great Waukee knight of House Draker. He secretly wondered and built. Why did he use Lee Quops used to be? The old man laughed loudly and continued. I am. Recovering from his theft, Roch immediately placed his hand on his chest and respectfully greeted a venerable elder, who was also a former member of Lee prestigious Waukee Knight Order. He slightly bowed his head to apologize. I beg your forgiveness for my recent disrespect, an act completely unworthy of a knight. Seeing his expression, the sea pointed and asked in astonishment, What ain't quit that no eat all attitude? The young man scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, saying, That ain't not true, sir. Finishing his words, he stood up straight and curiously asked, But sir, see, what does former Lock Knight mean? The old man shrugged and replied, Eat ain't simple, in past, I belonged to B Lee C faction, but now I've changed my allegiance to Y Red faction. That unhelpful explanation, cause he wondered if such a trend thing could really happen. Usually people only get promoted. He had never heard of a knight being so miserably demoted. Old man suddenly interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. What a fee, drop that topic. Looking closely at League Old Man 8 trembling hand, he bluntly pointed that all. A young man resolutely placed his hand on his chest and declared, All of respect for your frankness and sharing, I too, do not wish to hide anything. The old man pressed him so, Du knew who I was all along. And then Du played tricks to provoke me, to force me to accept Du as my true disciple, didn't he Do? He decisively nodded in acknowledgement that ain't right. At that answer he exclaimed quite great amusement, What a tenacious kid Du are. After finish his sentence, he slapped his thigh hard and roared that eat was very well. Duck beamed Kuda a bright smile and shouted, I will take Du in as my disciple. Everything happened so smoothly that Zik didn't even have time to understand what was going on. I DP'd already V. Without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee and thought to himself, I should seize this chance before this old man changes his mind. He began to recite EP Oath I Zik Draker, solemnly offer my disciple 8 oath to great Lok Duck Draker, Lie Supreme Knight. I swear to follow all of Master 8 teachings, focus on moral, and do my utmost to maintain and promote your reputation. Hearing this, he replied delightedly, Do even know this ancient oath, those are very rare nowadays. He smiled modestly, cultural knowledge ID also an essential virtue of a Knight Master. Duck chuckled and said this kid was quite a clever fox. Zik replied Kuda forced laugh, saying he would take that as a compliment. After speaking, he looked up and asked further, but Master, may I ask one question? He replied, already calling me Master so smoothly, Phi, go ahead and ask. He asked bluntly, what did Du see in me that was special enough to accept me, when everyone knows Du do not lie taking in students? Even a century-class prodigy Lyandra struggled Fu so long before becoming a disciple. Why did he agree so easily quit me? There must be a reason. He must have seen my hidden potential through White Bet, quality far surpassing 8. He truly has a keen eye for talent. At that question, Duck laughed and retorted, try guessing why that ID my disciple. Zik answered casually, probably because I am a genius prodigy. What else? He held his head in disbelief. Your confidence ID truly remarked. Ha! If 8 were en for that reason, I would have accepted Xena as my disciple a long time ago. He continued, because due of will, being called a prodigy doesn't mean one will reach, like he read, Rodney, war die. Those who grow up in luxury without ever stumbling will easily fall before P's smallest difficulties. Hearing this, Zik had a pensive look and thought to himself, the ID spot on. Many prodigies expected to reach Red RG ultimately stall at Lee Purple Obalu. While Zik was deep in thought, Duck slowly stood up and announced, that ain't enough chit. He ordered follow me, your first lesson begins right here. Zik excitedly replied, White Master. Settings shifted to Kakwate Teen Greenhouse located next to White Training Grounds. He took a look around and thought to himself, who would have thought such a place was hidden beneath Light Greenhouse? I don't know what he ain't going to make me do. If he tells me to run, I'll just keep running, quit my head down. He couldn't discern any intention from his expression, but 3 hours had already slipped by. Just as he thought that, Duck shouted, Stop. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, so I don't have to keep running, he replied. Yeah. But I want to ask Du something. He cheerfully waved his hand and said, Master, what would Du lie to ask me? Suddenly, Duke appeared right behind him. Lie again and whispered that it was nothing to worry about. Quite lightning speed, he reached out and grabbed Zik 8 wrist. Sensing something was, Lee young man immediately yanked his hand away and jumped back into a defensive stance. His gaze was now filled with wariness, reaching a red alert LV. Zik glanced down at his hand, which had been squeezed until it was bright red, feeling EP sting. Seeing that intention, Duke asked pensively if measuring his strength was really that difficult. This probing question made young man extremely anxious, and beads of sweat began to pour down Lie rain. He continued, saying that things had actually felt unusual ever since they were in infirmary. From lucky time I tested your skills to weak incident at Greenhouse key other day. And even during key 500 laps around Lee training ground just now, I didn't see any hoorah. When I tried to cheat your pulse, do dodge me lay plague kid, don't tell me that. That logical analysis led to a conclusion that made Zik freeze for 5 seconds, are Du completely unable to use Lie key. Duke pressed him further, asking how Lee Bronze statue had ultimately reached. He slowly stepped closer and said that Lee key mysterious Jin and Lie had caused a commotion and brought him to this place. Stopping right in front of Zik, man solemnly asked, why wouldn't he do let me chot your pulse? Hearing this, he was at a loss and didn't know how to respond. He gave Duke a cold, sidelong glance. He told himself Lie P-Man was just curious and not yet suspicious. A Lee Kray John warrior who was a failure unable to use Lie Key would be a disaster, but it seemed like Duke 8 prying nature was like main issue. Fortunately his opponent was, if he could just get past this hurdle, no one else would question his energy from now on. He had to tread carefully and maintain a low profile. There was no need to concoct a convoluted lie. Times were different now compared to his previous life, back when he was labeled Lee first useless person in Licky family who couldn't awaken. While thinking this, he pulled up his glove and ruefully admitted that his foster father was indeed exceptionally perceptive. Just then, Ike's tem screen suddenly signaled that Lee Key Spirit Reversal Ultimate's Q had been successfully activated, so he continued his act. I am more than capable of influencing Key spiritual energy that ID privilege of pure bloodlines, yet for some reason, I am blocked from using ordinary Lie Key. Jake held out his hand to lead Duke, thinking to himself that this truth would serve as a shield to deceive him. He began to transform into a skilled act, feigning remorse and apologizing foe panicking or of fear that Lee's secret of a Liudan warrior without like he would be exposed. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he sobbed and said he was afraid of being kicked out. It was a perfectly plausible Hearing those heartfelt words, Duke gently reached out, intending to examine Lee flow of Lyki and Jake 8 body. Seeing Icky contemplative expression, he pretended to be bewildered and asked his foster father what he found. Lie Man looked down at Jake with a hesitant gaze, as if he were about to say something very important. He thought to himself, a child could such a will of steel at this age I deek rare, but eat 8's tren, why don't I see any Lyki even though he has successfully awakened? Keymore Dog racked his brain, Keymore he felt his mind go blank, having no idea how to explain this damn thing. Jake faced dark and Kut calculation. Even if he tried to diagnose the situation himself, he would be at a loss, as Gi blessing ceremony was a matter of life and death for entire Draker clan. And Enlai then did Doug softly clear his throat to speak. He thought to himself that even if he wasn't destined to awaken like he, Black Old Man would surely cook up a reason to deceive himself and others. However, all his flighty theories instantly vanished when a key man uttered Queek's mutant in sheer astonishment. Zek closed his eyes and thought to himself, so data mutant, what a sharp turn the P-plot has taken, but if he was completely ignorant of concept of classes, that reasoning was actually quite logical. He then played dumb and asked his master what on earth a mutant was, and Leek Old Man began to explain. That term was used for those who possessed bizarre superpowers, such as being able to use both Likely and Spirit Klee simultaneously. Or those who could see through whitey future and do things against nature, hence, they were always hated and shunned by society, so better keep your mouth shut and not go around blabbering that a mutant. He followed closely, persistently asking why his master had labeled him a mutant lie that. As he strode along, Doug explained that it was due to his extraordinary endurance and recovery ability, because even OP's slightest wound usually requires time to heal on its own. Yet recovered in leaky blink of an eye. I bet a massive amount of energy was burned to P. What did you think 8 was? He then guessed 8 might be like he, and Key Old Man nodded in approval, suggesting that as soon as he produced any like he was instantly to. His monstrous health and rapid healing had erased all traces, leaving him unable to feel a thing. After hearing this, Zek had to nod in agreement, finding it quite fascinating and logical. He stepped closer and pressed Fu an answer. So, am I destined to never have like he fo why rest of my life, master? Lucky Old Man laughed aloud at those words and reassured him not to worry. Quite that he glanced sideways at him with a knowing smile and introduced Ike's Cyclone's secret technique, a formidable and unique move that didn't require even a shred of like he. Doug added that these secret moves were usually created by prominent knights and often upgraded or accompanied re-GM, slaying skills that required like, whereas his Cyclone technique relied purely on muscle and rigorous physical training. Having said that, he began to warm up his limbs, saying, I'll demonstrate a basic move. Make sure keep your eyes wide about and watch closely. Immediately after his figure vanished as fast as a bee wind, leaving only a deep crater in leafy ground. This incredible burst of speed made Zek afraid to even blink as he stared wide, trying to follow every single movement. His movements were smooth and lightning fast. All that could be heard around was a faint, rapid rustling, yet his figure was nowhere to be seen. In an instant, Doug abruptly came to a halt right in front of Zek. He glanced at him and teased lightly, Did you see that clearly, my boy? He slowly stood up and replied, So turns out I just need to follow your footsteps, right? The answer left Key Old Man stunned with surprise. Well, if you've understood it to that extent, I ain't bother wasting any more words explaining it, to which he smirked and said he had seen through everything. He laughed heartily and teased, Your confidence ID truly on par quitly legendary BLK Knights, if do so get, why don't deus me and obubod in my eyes? Immediately after that Jake began to get into a ready position. His eyes flashed a look of immense confidence, in an aura that no one could possibly imitate. Suddenly he vanished from his original spot, leaving in lie a tiny footprint overlapping Doget massive one. Jake 8 figure was as light as a leaf, gliding swiftly from corner, leaving P Old Man frozen and sexy quit his mouth agape. He thought to himself that by following his master 8 steps, previously blurred directions had suddenly become crystal clear. Every step was fun of deep intent, whether lunging to punch or maintaining a safe distance. Not a single step could be called a leisurely walk. After wander ran, Jake came to a stylish screeching halt, leaving Doug frozen for 5 seconds and thinking to himself that 8 unreal. He has in lie been exactly 1 week. He has talent, but reaching this LVID a bit much. Staring at Jake's contemplative figure, he realized his stride had changed significantly, unable to comprehend what had happened in just the past 7 days. He moored, me more excited he became laughingly, he truly possessed exquisite frame of a genius. Jake glanced sideways and smugly, I'd this enough to stand beside the confidence of a BLC knight. Irritated by that look, he could lie sigh in frustration, wishing Lee Kid were just a little less unpleasant. Doug rushed forward, put him in a tight headlock and scolded him, Do little brat, do were whimpering moments ago and now do being cocky. He quickly pushed Lie arm away and teased, Do planning to go around bragging about me everywhere, aren't do master? That remains to be seen based on your behavior, do insolent disciple. As a former BLC knight, why can do hold your tongue at all? A few days later, scene shifted to Academy at bustling cafeteria. To date menu was incredibly lavish, filled with an abundance of savory and sweet dishes. Jake cleared his entire plate by himself and muttered, It been exactly 1 month since I started studying Old Man Doug, and my appetite has been skyrocketed. While he was chewing enthusiastically, a Walk's figure suddenly loomed Seagull beside him. Lucky uninvited guest, who asked if he could take a few minutes of Jake 8 time, making Jake wonder what Andre wanted quit him. But he remained relaxed, shrugged and said, Just say 8 here because I am very busy, and other party nodded in agreement. Without ceremony, Andre pulled up a chair across from him and got straight to Dully point by asking, How did do convince Old Man Dexter? It seemed this guy was panicking upon hearing that I had become a disciple, though in reality, nothing was official. Pausing for a moment, Jake replied mockingly while munching on food, Why need to seduce or convince him? Dexter came to me to take me in as his student himself. This answer irritated her, making him gnash his teeth in anger. He fixed a sharp, suspicious gaze, appearing to be calculating carefully. Finally, he huffed coldly in, It was just then to your true blood status? Zeke asked back in confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his silverware down on Ike table with a loud bang. Without hesitation, ID your ego and inferiority complex really that he vi. Struck where he had hurt, Andre clenched his trembling hands and growled, ID that all do have to say, he replied with a smile, not at all, that 8-10 lie half of eat. Zeke leisurely wiped his mouth and added, even if he was curious about my lineage at first, a veteran lie Dexter wouldn't he waste his time taking a disciple for such a nonsense reason. The real reason I caught my master raid setting aside the initial ID because of my outstanding talent. Tossing napkin toward other man he added, instead of wasting time being jealous just to comfort yourself. Why don't you work hard to become someone worth being chosen? Clee scene cut to Quateen greenhouse, where Lee familiar training yard was located. Zeke 8 eyes widened as he looked at Duck asking softly, Master, what in key world ID going on? Duck shrugged, I am wondering P same thing. Both turned their gaze towards Andrew, who was running frantic, sweat pouring from him as if he live taken a bath. Duck panted out. What leaky hell ID wrong quit that kid, he desperately wants to stay, even asking to be an errand boy. I told that kid to run 300 laps without using his hoorah if he wanted to stay, and now he ain't actually doing 8 upon hearing this. Zeke thou, 300 laps without a raha. Duck held his head and sighed, oh dear, that kid ID truly beyond help. He then smiled and muttered to himself, at first, I thought he was just an ordinary person. Little did I know he would have such an iron will. Next Monen at Draker Academy. Atmosphere today was unusually bustling. Mingle quit whispers and discuss. Hey, do you fool have you forgotten what day eat ID, family head ID visiting? Before long clatter of horse hooves resounded. A splendid carriage, gun patterns. Someone who saw this immediately announced loudly, like esteemed head of E family has arrived. Hogwarts stepped forward, leaned in and whispered, everyone prepare yourselves. Guards immediately responded in unison, understood headmaster. All eyes turned towards carriage that had settled into place. A guard detail quickly fanned out to both sides and opened light carriage door. A platinum-haired man stepped down from a carriage. He slowly said, long time no see. Upon hearing this, he respectfully bowed and replied, well, Master of He Draker fam. As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers around shouted in unison, we respectfully greet lead Master of Draker family. On clock, the hour hands slowly began to move. Both the hour and minute hands pointed exactly to 12 noon. A terrifying hurrah of pressure emanated from around Key Draker family head. He raised his large hand, extending it forward. The hand gently rested on Hogwarts' shoulder. Family head spoke. "You must have gone through a lot, I understand," Hogwarts hurriedly replied. "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, master." Family head smiled satisfaction and continued. "I will continue to entrust everything to do." This person was Arthur Drake, the head of Key Draker family, one of the 3 renowned assassin family. Hogwarts respectfully said, "He ate a bit humid today. Let it go." As soon as he finished speaking, he was stopped. Surrounded students hearing loud commotion, also exclaimed in surprise, "ID that a Key family head, what ain't going on?" Arthur stepped forward in front of everyone and raised one hand. Then he announced loudly, "O young assassin, do you future and hope of Lie Draker family. Strive to train quit all your might without rest your development." As he said this, a meaningful glint appeared in his eyes, and corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He then declared, "ID very strength of Draker." Upon hearing those all these students bowed their heads and replied in unison, "We will engrave it upon our hearts, master." We harsh sun ID becoming more and more unbearable. Arthur turned to leave, saying, "Let it go," and Hogwarts replied, "Yeet, master." A moment later, a voice called all from outside Key family head 8 room, "My Loke, master of all knights and noble protector of weak Arthur Draker, I am Jeek Drake, a member of our clan." His gaze met his and he continued, "I offer you my deepest respect and sincerest greeting." Hearing that, he turned around and said, with a smile, "Not even those at Life Fortress of 4 Seasons greet lie this anymore. Drop formalities and come sit down." Jig softly replied, "I heard you enjoy tea, so I brought an excellent variety. I hope it suits your taste, then do you?" Jik looked at him with a hint of suspicion, thinking to himself, "Ide even my taste in tea so well, known by. They say there are things even Lai P Emperor doesn't know, but Lee Draker family knows everything. Now I understand." Just as he thought that, Arthur spoke up, "Lee reason I called you Ide that I received unexpected news. Duck has taken Du as his disciple." His words startled Jicky slightly and he thought, "Id he going straight to key point." Then he replied, "Sir Duck was simply too generous quote me." He maintained a calm expression and answered, "Id that's so, do you say so, then perhaps eat Id. I do not know what your goal ID, but as long as you follow Duck 8 teachings, you will become the strongest on this continent." As he finished speaking, Arthur A. Guinean eyes glinted quite deep thou. He continued, "Stronger than anyone else, so that you can lay more freely than anyone else." After saying this, he gently placed Tiki teacup down on a key table. Jik responded cheerfully, "That ID exactly my goal." Seeing his confidence, Arthur frowned and did not respond. Suddenly, peace surrounding space was crushed and distorted by a terrifying pressure as he asked, "Then, does that include surpassing me?" Jik froze, sweat pouring down Lyrena. He grimaced and wondered, could this be? Within this range, Lee power, Vic life and death of every being ID controlled. Despite leaky discomfort, he felt incredibly intrigued and smiled, thinking to himself, so it's pinnacle manipulation, attainable and lie by a key 7 color. Arthur glanced at young man, corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Gee, he looked directly at him unreplied, of course. At that confident statement, he smiled slightly. His hand picked up Lee teacup. Instantly, the immense surge of Cleonic room was retracted. He spoke of everything I've heard recently, this ID key most in TP rate 10, as Jik 8 face showed slight concern, thinking this ID. He continued, I came to Academy to encourage Du, but seeing Du now, encouragement alone ID not enough facing that sight, he exclaimed, I current master of Draco, a true 7-colored knight. At this point, Arthur placed a key PC on e-table, seeing 8 he thought, I found Duck ATLV to be absurd, but this ID entirely different. He continued, consider this a gift for we day do officially Jinli family. Surprised, he asked, what ID this be HBC? Arthur quickly replied. Hearing this, Jik was somewhat startled and exclaimed, Father, are Du giving this to me? He continued to speak. I am watching your reaction, and I see Du already seem to know what ADIDT. He picked up Lucha C, thinking to himself, this IDUAV type of CQC issued to unlay a few VIPs, EDIDIC rumored to provide countless benefits and has no spending limit. I never expected to see this legend quit my own eyes today. Arthur smiled and said, I will add Du to a list of authorized users. Feel free to use 8. Jik replied, then Du, Father, I will certainly use 8 wisely. He looked at Li, Pusi and Thou, keywords, but like intention ID all too clear, since this Kisi records every exact, my actions will be much easier to track. Even so, Li fact that he chose a soft approach rather than using force shows that he still does not consider me a formidable opponent. Arthur continued, I cannot waste any more of your precious time, Jeeks. Du will be comest. He waved his hand signaling, Du may leave. He bowed his head and replied, understood, master. Having said that, he stepped outside quickly and slowly closed the door behind him. Then he quietly returned to his room. Leak atmosphere room suddenly became suffocatingly quiet. Arthur leaned back in his chair and squeezed his eyes shut. Suddenly Duck appeared from behind with a dissatisfied expression and said, what an unpleasant person. Hearing this, he smiled and asked, why are Du so impatient, Duck? He sneered and replied, that boy was abandoned as a child, and yet Du are acting like such a doting father. Arthur continued, as Lee head of E family, I have no other choice, and do know that besides what Du just said I DP an insult to Lee head of like E family. Duck waved his hand, flopped into a chair and sighed, Fi hi, just have 8 your way. Arthur reached into his coat, pulled something all and smiled, this IDP exactly why and lie we can speak so comfortably quit each other. Lu key object he had just pulled all was a bottle of wine. He smiled and continued, let 8 have a drink and chat. Seeing the bottle, Duck became extremely excited and regenerate breath, an E-red variety at that C, do of gut taste after all. We two continue their conversation. Do you've heard about like C-trend situation on P continent haven't you? I've been listening everywhere. Duck continued, how would I know? Arthur retorted, your eyes and ears across D continent are still alive, aren't they? His face turned bright red, and he mocked, do already know, so why ask, do old fox? Leaky Emperor IDP obsessed coup to mortality and ID searching everywhere lie a madman, he said, do you think that ID even possible? Hearing this, Duck was speechless and exclaimed, course he'd impossible. Eternal youth might be achievable through Medici, but immortality absolutely but. Hearing this, his eyes showed a look of contemplation. I agree, he continued, but what if? What if 8 involves an ancient treasure? These words made Duck startle and freeze, exclaiming what? From inside Arthur 8 room, conversation. Even though Medici might help one regain their youth, mortality remains an illusion. In the very next room, Jake stood silent, no different from a Lite Tai tracking a crime scene. He stood motionless in place, silently using his spirit transformation technique to capture every quick spoke. Arthur and Duck were still completely unaware of a third party continuing their discussion. What if why artifact he was searching for was related to Waki ancient lineage, but that was just a possibility. Duck immediately asked if he might have tracked down location of that object, and Arthur replied curtly that ain't possible too. Blue Galaxy Knights have sent information to me, confirming that the artifact ID key most likely located on Northern Continent. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow and asked, Northern Continent do you say? He asked again, he citizens of E Empire still done to know this earth-shattering news do they? Arthur replied, that ain't right, but eat 8 only a matter of time before everything leaks out. This makes me reminisce about Lee P old days, when that crazy imp, having just stepped onto Key Throne, rushed to wage war to unify Key entire continent. P war and lie stopped when he conquered half of E's central continent. I had mistakenly thought he would abandon that crazy and rotten dream. But I fear I miscalculated, just one of those artifacts capable of granting immortality ID enough to push everything to brink. Not letting Duck finish, Arthur hurriedly interrupt. This continent will be plunged into exile of fire once again. He explained that, seeing how important it matter was, he had decided to set a P-phone north alone. Duck, upon hearing this, exclaimed in astonishment. What, do you intend to leave your Pete vacant, when do know fun well that bastard emperor will cause chaos everywhere? He just offered a cryptic smile and replied gently, that IDP precisely reason I have to meet quit Dio. Hearing Arthur, Duck understood. He sighed and asked, last time Dio sent, which was simple enough, why are Dio being so cunning this time? And so, both reached a consensus, deciding that both were equally stumped. Right next door, Jake was still listening intently, not missing a single quick. He thought to himself, he'd ain't true that I trust Du, but Du always assigned me most difficult tasks. As soon as he heard that, he suddenly buckled and collapsed onto Lee floor. His expression became haggard as he whispered to himself, I must have overused your spirit transformation. Even after absorbing 3 Bahamut, I still can handle this annoying side-eye fakesy. Ancient Ray Jian exact. So Lee's statue I held before regressing was definitely an artifact of ancient Lee B Jean. No wonder Lee Ki Voy I heard in my head before I died in Iki Seat Tem message I saw after being reborn. Everything makes perfect sense. I snatched the artifact the Iki Emperor craved. He even sent his hounds to hunt me down. At like time, I didn't even realize what it was, yet I still coincidentally found a clue. Turns all like administrator Xe Tem sending me back to Alki past was a function of like ancient Lycra Jian, 8 treasure but who created Eden for what reason? Thinking of that, he slumped onto league ground, his mind in turmoil, and sighed in knee. I have countless more questions. Ending eye conversation, Duck began to get up to leave, saying, "That ain't settled then, I will act immediately." Arthur waved his hand and replied, "I believe in you." After his seagull friend had left, he also quickly returned to his room. His footsteps were quick, light yet firm. Then all of a sudden Arthur froze, standing deathly still. He cast a probing gaze, staring intently into enclosed room. He seemed to be sensing something very strange. Inside the room, Jake still sat there, Ludenthal, wondering if treasure Iki Emperor sought was indeed this, and what rebirth had to do with that Stren immortality. Just as he thought that, a loud noise suddenly rang off, making him jump in panic, his eyes wide. From outside, a strong gust of wind blew over wide Albany and rushed inside. But before his eyes, room was now completely empty, not a single person in sight. He turned to that Ike most dangerous moment. Jake had quickly jumped a window to escape. He stood there wondering if he had been mistaken. A while later, Jake returned to wide training area, and while he was busily practicing, there was a sudden, rapid knocking at P. Hearing this, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me in Leaky Gim, other person? I am sorry, young master. A classmate has come to see you. Shall I tell them to leave?" These words made him very curious, and he wondered, "A classmate? I don't have any friends at Lag Academy, do I?" "Oh, I de Gina." Thinking this, he replied, "All right." Jake looked at Keyman kneeling tiredly before him and thought to himself, "Lee Armstrong again? How could I possibly be your friend?" The other person remained prostrated on the ground, pleading loudly, "Pili, I beg of you, Pili, accept me." Hearing that, he sighed awkwardly and said to himself, "I should have just walked away back then." Thinking this, he asked again, "Accept do mean as a subordinate?" Liam bowed his head and replied, "What, master? I swear my loyalty to you." Jake asked again, "So that ain't all he takes?" Hearing this, Leeman angrily pressed his hands into Lee ground and said, "I have already abandoned him." His face darkened, sweat pouring, as he nervously tinked, "I must get into Valhalla." Faced with that attitude, he wondered, even in my past life, why was he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam did not give up, pleading repeatedly, "Pili, I beg do, Pili, accept." "Or do you stupid? Do should have chosen Gemino Turan instead." As he spoke, he turned to leave. "I have no family backing me." He stepped forward and picked up a sword, continuing, "Which means I am useless in helping Do get into Valhalla Academy." His eyes flashed a sharp lie as he asked, "Why should I trust Do? Tell me directly." What he said next made Liam's face darken, so terrified that sweat poured down. "Do could be someone Jeek sent to take me." Suddenly, he pulled a dagger from his person. He seemed more determined than ever, wanting to prove his loyalty. Liam gritted his teeth and endured, bringing knife toward his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he sliced his own arm to prove ain. Liam raised a knife and said loudly, "Master, do you are right to doubt me, but I will prove it to do, no matter why. If do want me mute, I am ready to cut all my tongue." His entire body trembled as he continued, "If do want me crippled, I am ready to chop up my legs. My life I yours to decide, master." These words made Jick very confused, and he cast a cold gaze back. He recalled he'd seen from before. "In exchange for this, I will take this arm." A more serious face than ever, Liam said, "So Pili, accept me." Jicky sank into his recalling words he once told his master, "I want to become stronger." He continued before his respected teacher, desiring to surpass. His gaze at that time was no different from Liam 8 now, pleading to be taught. Returning to Y present and looking back at his past self, Jick suddenly felt, so he added an earnest plea, "Pili, I beg of you." Just as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and rushed straight forward, responding to single. He pointed directly at Liam 8's face and declared, "If you can withstand one strike from me, I will accept." Those words lit a spark of hope in Liam, who smiled and replied, "Then do very much, sir." A while later, Jick asked, "Have you fully recovered yet?" Liam answered quickly, "I have." He thought to himself, "Quit a bit of worry. I thought earlier that this one strike would be easy, as I was certain I could use Lee Draker Clan 8's spiritual power. However, he looks to be about Lipe same age as me." A powerful aura radiating from Jick made Liam tremble, his whole body twitching slightly. Quit vacant eyes, he gasped, "I feel I am about to suffocate." Before Lime could even, Jick had already charged forward, quit his sword. Quit no time left to think, he also risked everything to swing his sword in defense. Light collision between Light two swords created a powerful shockwave that spread around them. The two swords ground against each other until sparks flew. Immediately after, a sword was sent flying into the air. And Lee Key, owner of that sword, was none other than Liam, collapsed on a light ground. Facing Liam, a terrified expression, Jip. Liam Stone ID that all do we got, he sighed and continued, "I find that do have truly disappointed me." Jeek looked straight at Liam and said, "I haven't seen any determination from Do yet, but..." He turned his back and continued, "Et better if do give up on your dream of going to Van Halliday." Hearing this, Liam jumped up in skasi and called aloudly, "Sir Jeek. Jick thou, it seems he really has been abandoned by Jackin. If he weren't Jackin 8 attendant, a distant relative like him wouldn't he have had a chance to study at Gradle. Even I, a direct descendant, was kicked off Life Academy. It wouldn't be suck tren if Lime were expelled now." At that thought, he suddenly realized, I know he has reasons to be worried. He looked back to see Liam kneeling on Iki ground, clinging tightly to his leg, but was it really worth clinging on to this extent? In his previous life, Liam was expelled from Academy, and his knightly order disbanded afterward. He still reached Revenge of Chain, Tier Knight, and became King of Mercenaries. Liam was now held, tears streaming down as he pleaded, "Jin, Peely, give me one more chance." Seeing this, Jick frowned slightly and thought, this guy really has no intention of giving up. Thinking of that, he said, "Fi, I will give Do a chance." He frowned, his voice dropped. But I have a request. Du said if I wanted Du silent, Du be ready to die. Oh, if I wanted Du crippled, Du cup your own leg, right? Zik slowly approached, placing a warm hand on his shoulder. He growled an order, then hurry up and cut P your right arm. These words left Liam first, his eyes wide with horror. Seeing him hesitate, Zik smirked and asked, what it wrong? ID this arm so precious? He thought to himself. Truly, this demand was no different from asking a swordsman to give up his career. No one in their right mind would agree. Thinking that, Zik stood up abruptly and said, I have a pile of assignments here. If Du re not done, then get ore of my sight. A moment later, Liam suddenly stood up slowly. Instead of reacting, he looked behind him thinking, I don't understand why Du re so desperate. But I hope Du don, back down Liam, whether or not Du can reach Valhalla. Du can still reach LVP of a master swordsman. Just as he thought, that sword stuck in the ground slowly rose. Zik eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Liam truly intended to cut a P his own right arm. Zik angrily rushed forward, muttering. At like same time, he also began to swing Li's sword down. And right at Li Ki most cried he see moment. Fortunately, Zik used his sword in time to strike and break each other one. They both stared at each other in confusion, motionless in place. Key broken sword fragments rolled across by. Liam gasped, looking down at his hand in horror. Zik could no longer restrain himself. He rushed forward and grabbed Lim's collar tightly. He growled, are you crazy? What if I changed my mind after Du cut your arm? The P. Hearing this, his face became extremely anguished as he replied, that ain't because. He continued, I cannot give up something even more precious than this arm. Zik turned his face away and said, if Du ever dare to do anything crazy like this again, I hesitate to kick Du all, regardless of your loyalty, remember that. These words made Liam exclaim, quit joy, Sir Master Zik, does that mean? Before he could finish his sentence, Zik covered his mouth. Hurry up, Liam. What would people think if my subordinate had one arm? Liam happily replied, I understand, love Du, Master. Not long after, in a cozy dining room, E2 sat chatting and enjoying their meal. One of Liam's 8 ears had now been healed. Li, young man, asked anxiously, do I really deserve this precious medicine? Ditch smiled and reassured him, don't worry. Du are absolutely worth me giving my all-fo. No sooner had he finished speaking than he gently set his teacup down on E table. His expression changed and he asked sternly, so, what exactly ID going on? Your right arm, or more accurately, something even more precious than your life, isn't it? Immediately Liam clutched his arm and replied, intate my mother. He explained, a few days after being kicked off by Jackson, I received news that my mother had collapsed from a high fever. Fortunately, our fever broke quickly, but then she broke all in red flower lie spots, and furthermore, she was growing weaker by key day. As he spoke, he slumped a key table in pain. Evenly skilled doctors in the village couldn't identify the C-Tren illness. Jik then asked, so Du were aiming for Valhalla? Then he replied that ain't right, because Ligi Medical Care Valhalla provides faux students and their families ID considered Ligi best on the entire continent. Hearing this, Jik felt a bit annoyed and picked up a pen to dip E8 into Iki ink. As he wrote, he muttered, those rose lie red spots do say. Recurring high fevers along quit flower, shaped red spots all of Viki body. These are wiki symptoms of red rose disease, a sickness predicted to spread across I central continent within the next 5 years. Quit its high infection rate and mortality rate. He claimed countless lives until a breakthrough cure was developed, putting an end to P pandemic. Having heard this, Jix handed I paper to Liam and said, this ID formula fuwak medicine that can cure your mother, not too complicated. Li village healers will certainly be able to make it. He took Li paper in astonishment and stammered that than do you, sir, but how do know about an illness that even village doctors couldn't name? That ID then to Li genius alchemist siblings, and in Jeff, they created cure that saved I's central continent, which was on a P verge of decline at leaky time. But Li alchemist guild let greed cloud their judgment, exploiting desperate people to rake in a massive fortune. When siblings discovered, they made formula public, and information spread so widely that even mercenaries lay me know about it. Jik smiled, just consider me someone who knows a little bit about alchemy. He continued, now that do have medicine, their ID no longer any reason for you to go to Valhalla or serve under me. Hearing this, Liam jumped up from his chair and exclaimed, how could I possibly do that? He said straightforwardly, I have entrusted my life to Du. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fist and struck it against the floor. Liam knelt down before Rick and said, from this moment on, I swear my loyalty to Du for the rest of my life. He smiled to himself, a vow of loyalty, having a ken of mercenaries as a subordinate truly makes me feel much more at ease. Thinking this, he then said, if Du can keep up, I will leave Du behind, so try your best to keep pace. Quit me, he replied, I understand, master. Time passed quickly. In P blink of an eye, Li Sky had turned off. From inside a room, a voice called out, I deep something lie matter teacher. Howard asked student Quinn. He replied to headmaster, sir, I have a few words I lie to ask your advice on. What to do think about increasing IP difficulty LVP of this semester 8 fine exam. Upon hearing this, Dean asked back in surprise why he would want such a thing. Quinn smiled confidently and replied, it might sound a bit boastful, but this year 8 students are truly formidable. They are all descendants of influential families with 2 exceptional pure blood talents. A stale exam lie last year 8 wouldn't adequately showcase their fun potential. Howard nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. The character of Zimmesh family ID truly unmistakable. I will consider it. He bowed respectfully and replied, then do for listening. Once he finished speaking, he quickly turned to leave, room door closing behind him. Howard leaned back, looking a lee window, and let out a long, pensive sigh. He mused to himself, genetics truly. I never thought he would also share Li same goal as that person. If one looks far ahead at potential seeds of future disaster, then there ID no better way than to nip in bud. On a key exact day of dungeon combat trial FOP semester evaluation, this ID key signature Tate of Draker Academy where pairs must escape from a dungeon within league set time. Each Tim ID placed in dungeons could completely different difficulty levels. Inside Lee dungeon, Jake looked at Liam and asked if he was nervous, and like young man replied, a little bit, sir. He smiled reassuringly, saying, but unnecessary worry leads to failure while overconfidence turns in conceit. Eat ate best to maintain a balanced state of mind. In might, Rhino was also shaking like a leaf before this examination. A thunderous shout suddenly cut through air. When their two names were called, Liam quickly answered, what, master? Just as Kitu strode inside, a figure suddenly rushed audible up their path. He jerked his chin in another direction and said, do you two have to go this way instead? Before them was a gloomy dungeon entrance fun of an eerie and mysterious aura. Sensing abnormality radiate, Jake narrowed his eyes and scanned his surroundings. Seeing E2 students standing there blankly, Professor urged, what are you standing there for? Get inside immediately. He quirked his lips into a faint smile, not bothering to offer any response. Finally, both of them quietly walked into dungeon entrance. Then, they would follow like teacher 8 wishes. Even though difficulty varied between location, since it was a dungeon managed by Draker, there wouldn't be any danger beyond their keen trend. Lee ultimate my sin was to escape on schedule. Each Tim would be given a timer that would activate as soon as they encountered a challenge. Deadline was set at 96 hours, and combat skills were naturally a key criteria for grading. Anyone who brought back trophies from monsters would get bonus points, but surviving and escaping was paramount. Failing to finish on time meant failure. Jake leisurely said, now that you've eaten, Liam, take your chance to rest.
We young man.
Do you personally set up camp and prepared IK meals, sir? Perhaps you should rest first instead. He continued, don't worry, I can stay awake for 4 days straight and still be perfectly fine, so do don't need to worry too much. Hearing his companion say that, Liam didn't dare to object, so he replied, well, if do don't mind, sir, I'll take a rest first. He answered, fine, I'll wake you up immediately if there ain't any movement. Just lie that, Ike two of them built a fire and rested together in a pitch, BLEC, cold dungeon. Jeek looked at his watch and muttered to himself, oh no, 16 hours have passed since we stepped in here. Also during the preview, I stayed awake for 3 days, so in total, I've probably been going for about 90 hours now. However, that infinite stamina and lie helps quit physical recovery, not mental exhaustion. In a place where do Don Tay know what might happen next, he'd ate best to minimize all possible risk. Around him now, X-ray of tripwires quit bells attached had been carefully set up to alert them to any major disturbances. His eyes began to grow heavy, his eyelids drooping, so he decided, when Liam wake, I'll switch shifts quit him. Suddenly, an image of a bell ringing flashed through his mind, in a space covered in white snow. He gradually closed his eyes tightly and succumbed to intense drowsiness attacking him. A Sate trend scene continued to appear in his mind, a place he had never set foot in or seen before. Right above Lee City Gate, there was a bright red door quit light's image of a majestic lion carved into it. Everything around was desolate and as if it had just experienced a cataclysmic battle. On a vast expanse of white snow, the body of a girl lay sprawled, blood seeping on staining area. He couldn't make a Lee girl 8 face, he could hear a key sound of a bell ringing in Lee key distance. Instantly Jik woke up to start, his eyes wide quit horror, sweat pouring down. Before him now was still the familiar scene inside the dungeon, along the flickering Ghanaian flames of Lee fire that was still burning. He held his throbbing head and breathed with difficulty. Damn Eid, that horrific dream. Wait a minute, I definitely heard a bell ringing from somewhere. As soon as he thought of this, he remembered bells he had strung up outside a key room. G quickly used water to douse the smoldering fire. He woke Liam up. Wake up quickly, Liam. Enemy ID coming. I'll go Owen Cheech first. Make sure do done lie fire. He replied, I understand, master. He cautiously hid himself at light edge of Lidor, thinking, using my ocular powers during a 4-day TID too risky. It ain't better to let my eyes adjust to wide darkness naturally. Just as he thought that, Ski Trent suddenly hit his nostrils. ID this the smell of sulfur. Don tell me. A type of creature that smells of sulfur and hunts in packs. A MNXT classified as a tier 3 threat, a hellhound. Jik gripped his sword tightly in anxiety, thinking, in my past life, Xena brought back the heads of those idiots during the evaluation. I didn't expect to run into hellhounds here. He glanced toward key distance to observe the situation, but strangely, he couldn't see a single creature. Wait, something and even a large dog couldn't possibly weigh several hundred kilograms. Thinking this, Jik slowly raised his sword high. Through white reflection on his blade, he looked at IP main door in front of him, but quit these, it felt laid had to weigh at least several dozen tons. Could he have mutated? Before he could even praxed at what was happening, tearing tremor suddenly struck. He was truly of luck. Rocks surrounding I cave were crushed, falling down. Fortunately in that parallel, Zek managed to use his sword to XT lie himself. Seeing this, Liam rushed to V and asked, sir, are do alright, master? He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, those bastards. Right before his eyes, a large and terrifying hellhound was approaching. It was indeed them behind everything. But tragedy didn't stop there. Hellhound 8 eyes suddenly dart, then its head was severed and hung limply. What appeared was a gigantic demon. Liam exclaimed in horror, a MNXT. A MNXT, a creature classified as tier 1 danger. They can easily devour entire packs of hellhounds, and their blood ID a valuable ingredient for crafting recovery potions. Moreover, their regenerative ability incredibly extraordinary. Suddenly, before Zek could say anything, Liam charged forward. He raised his sword to be Elpasi in front of Zek and said, "Let me distract eat Pile run master." Hearing this, Zek knew he had chosen like right person. He smiled with satisfaction, looking at Liam. Then he stepped closer, patted Liam 8's shoulder lightly, and Don speak such despairing. "We will fight back to back. What kind of master would abandon his subordinate?" He continued, "I believe in your efforts, Liam. You are not weak at all. I will speed do, so just give 8 your all." Hearing, though extremely nervous, felt much more confident, he replied, "Then do, my master." Immediately, Yagi 2 coordinated and charged toward Men XT before them quit lightning speed. Before Key Men XT could even rea, he was struck by countless fatal sword slashes. Zek glanced at Eat, thinking to himself, not bad at all. ET8 astonishing that he could Liam Chin Key Men XT8 tough hide, and even to get its joints so precisely. He wondered curiously, could it be that Duva spent time researching this Men XT species Liam? As he thought this, Zek suddenly exclaimed, but just then, Liam XT8 tail suddenly swung all. Fortunately, Zik reacted in time to parry blow, saving Liam from. He then delivered another sword strike, severing Key Men XT8 tail in two. Seeing this, Lime looked back worriedly and said, I apologize, master. He smiled and replied, Eat 8 alright, this I deke your first real battle, and do re not doing badly. Targeting those vulnerable joints was a good choice, but do underestimate its regenerativity. Remember that Eman XT can recover from small wounds almost instantly, so such direct attacks are completely ineffective against its regenerative ability. Zek looked at a key Menix, which was raising its arm in front of him, and continued, It seems to be a bit beyond your capability now. His eyes flashed a cold glint. He gripped his sword tightly and said, Let me handle it. After a frantic, Eman XT8 head was finally severed. The XC team displayed a notifications, do have defeated a buff, receive 30. Jake excitedly said this will definitely help us earn a get an MB of bonus points. Let 8 quickly gather them. Liam immediately stepped forward and responded understood master. While Young Man was busy collecting Mean XT heads, his eyes glanced at Keek's seat 10 panel displayed on key screen. Emergency quate, killing 2 birds quit 1 stone, hunt 100 monsters of 10 different types in dungeon, time limit 72 hours, reward, double karma points received from quests and 2 random gift boxes. Seeing this, he joyfully exclaimed, what double karma point? Continued to announce quate status, 14 XT type, docile monsters will not count, 79 minutes 52 seconds. Jake looked at his watch and mentally calculated, there are about 7-9 hours left until the exam ends, so hunting 100 monsters definitely to be an issue. However, finding all 10 types ID quite challenging, although this area ID vast, ET to dungeon foe testing, and typically there are in lie about 3 or 4 types of monsters. But since this ID a trap set by those bastards from Jimin, who knows, we see carefully, maybe we'll find all 10 types to complete IB quate and escape this place, he truly unt be easy at all. Just as he thought that, Liam spoke up, Ain't 8 done, master, he added, pointing to a stop. We were also given a bag to hold P defeated men XT heads, while ye can T compare to a spatial bag, he tate enough to carry ye spoils. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Let 8 go quickly. Dante get left behind. Liam promptly answered understood. And so E2 continued to fight. Time gradually passed, 4 minutes 16 seconds. 64 hours, then 61 hours, V6 at 47. 47 hours 1 minute 6 seconds, followed by 41 hours 1 at 41 seconds. AX Rai of monsters were discovered by E2 in succession. 39 hours 8 minutes 4 seconds. 31 3 minutes 44 seconds continued to tick away. Time continued, and Lee Quate was nearing its end. Quenlai 27 hours 47 seconds left. 20 hours 8 minutes 49 seconds, then 12 hours 26 seconds. A moment later, Jake turned to Liam and asked, How Eddie going, Lim? We've defeated quite a few already, haven't we? Have you gotten used to actual combat yet? Hearing that, Liam replied a bit awkwardly, I am not so sure. Jake smiled encouragingly, Eat 8 alright, everyone needs time to adapt. Having said that, Jake continued to gaze intently at each seat 10 panel displayed before him. Remaining time 3 minutes 54 seconds, men XT types, he thought to himself even. After defeating those tiny blood, we still in lie have 9 types, and now there ain't nowhere left to ST. He thought, more annoyed he became. Those bastards from Jimin haven't he learned a thing? Why didn't they prepare one more type for us? Just as he thought that, Jake suddenly froze, his eyes wide abar. He sensed something, and quit a vigilant expression. He glanced to Y's side. Immediately, a large section of the ground beneath their feet cracked a bin. Jake wordly shouted, Drop that bag. Hearing that, he still didn't understand what was happening, his expression slight. Suddenly, a frox lot of a slash tore Jake Ake bag in two. From beneath the ground, giant creature emerged, blood gushing. Liam face had turned deathly pale, his body frozen like a log. Fortunately, Jake rushed to his aid again just in time, though Jake 8 arm was already slightly injured. After a few seconds of composure, Liam anxiously asked if he was okay. Jake replied he was fine. He was just Iki Menix T8 blood. He raised his hand and instructed further. This time, Liam, do just stand back and observe. Before them, NXT quote a bizarre body and a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared. Jake said, I am afraid I can fight and keep an eye on Dio at like same time. He thought to himself, a dungeon worm, this ID an extremely dangerous creature, one that usually requires a dozen veteran knights to subdue. Thinking of this, his anger grew and he muttered, Damn those gnomes, do they really want to go all awe to Kivu me? Dungeon worm lunged forward, quit dizzying speed, kicking up clouds of dust. Liam urgently called. His expression darkened and fear surged like a tide. Suddenly he remembered something and quickly glanced back. Liam approached and rummaged through Lee contents of his bag. Meanwhile, Jake was still struggling to fend a dungeon worm 8 attacks. He agilely dodged to Wee's side and swung his sword at its body, but all efforts were in vain. He thought to himself, even Leapy best knights would try to avoid confronting a dungeon worm in a place like this, because they tend to burrow and move underground. Therefore, if he'd not quickly defeated. Just as he thought that, a large crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Quickly sensing it, he turned his head and looked back, just as he had predicted. Your dungeon, its mouth full of sharp teeth wide to be in, wanting to swallow him whole, and then he would be buried alive. Without further hesitation, he immediately jumped to Wee's side to evade the attack. Then he continued to swing his sword forward. He drove his sword deep into Eamon XT8 body. Gritting his teeth, he pulled hard on Lai's sword strike to tear its body apart. Lai Dungeon Worm had no time to re-feet, and blood spurted violently from its mouth. Jake gritted his teeth and said resolutely, "Just do wait, I am going to cut you in half." His footsteps seemed to press deep into the ground, causing it to crack beneath him. Behind it, countless poisonous spikes bristled and but at this moment, Ratch no longer cared about anything else. In his head, there were unlike images of his sword in that hideous Menix tree. As he finished speaking, Underground Worm suddenly tightened its grip on his body. He coiled tightly around it, giving him no way to escape. After locking its prey in place, Eat lunged forward, quit both its tail and mouth. Fortunately, at that very moment, Liam appeared just in time, drawing his sword and stabbing Eat straight into E-Worm. Receiving a surprise, its entire body writhed in pain as Eat tilted its neck toward Lee Sky and roared. Ratch could also sense something happening at that moment, thinking to himself that E-constriction had weakened. Taking immediate advantage of this opportunity, he nimbly retreated, escaping Worm 8. As soon as he saw Ratch, Liam asked, "Are do alright, master?" He wiped eye blood from his mouth and asked back, "What did do just do, Liam?" He held up a bottle of medicine and replied, "I applied a layer of anesthetic to Lee's sword, sir." Hearing this, he thought to himself, so that Eat. League main ingredient of the anesthetic ID to churifo humans, Eton like causes mild numbness, but foe a worm, Eat ID no different from a lethal dose of poison. In such a precarious Do still remembered that Lee Warmate weakness ID Datura, and Do even improvised by using anesthetic instead. Truly Gee wonderful judgment and adaptability of a mercenary Lin. At this thought, Jake smiled and said, "Liam, when I give likey signal, stab Eat again." Bringing Do along was a very wise decision indeed. Quite that he nimbly jumped back onto Gee NXT. He dodged straight toward its head, brandished his sword, and shouted loudly. Hearing I command, he quickly used anesthetic-coated sword to stab straight into Lee Worm. Taking this hit, Eat wailed in pain, tilting its neck toward East Kai. Its entire body became rigid because of E-toxin. But in this moment, Jake used his sword to activate Leaky Spirit Transformation XQ. He slashed vertically down from its next strike. Just lie that Leaky Men XT8 body was torn in half, immediately. Then displayed a notification, "Do have completed emergency quake. Experience points earned during like quake have been doubled. Do have received 2 random gift boxes, current experience 80. At Leaky same, an announcement was heard outside Leak Dungeon Gate that Leaky students had completed a challenge and escaped safely. Everyone quickly gathered to achieve their achievement, and whoever was done could go S and men rest. Professor observed Zenit 8 Spoils of War and said, "Alright, I'll start scoring now." Girl shyly replied, "Wheat, then do." Professor listed 30 points for escaping a dungeon, 20 Geplin, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc, foe a total of 180 points. The surrounding crowd began to buzz quit discussion. This achievement ID CLU to Abinate record of 200 points, a true pure, Blood Awakener ID indeed different, their class ID truly distinct. Professor praised her endless, a true tiger begets a tiger foe we Turan family, Do exceeded D passing score by 130. She humbly placed a hand on her chest. "I am very honored to receive this praise." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Quen and continued, "Heat 8 your turn, I'll start calculating your score now." After a long period of mental calculation, Lead Professor announced, "A total of 120, far exceeding like a required 70. Well done." His teammates cheered, "Then do, Professor." At this moment, Quen looked at Xena quit murderous eyes, thinking to himself, "Vena Turan, Don think Do can stay arrogant forever." He formed a grotesque sneer. "Well then, if something I can way, then just get rid of her, just lie what was done to Rick, and leak matter will be settled." Just as he finished thinking, a familiar voice rang all, "Well, Eat been a long time since I've seen such dazzling sunlight." He started and turned his head, thinking to himself, this variety unmistakable. Just as he had predicted, Lee person who had just appeared boldly was Rick. Not unlike that, Liam was dragging head of a dungeon worm towards them. "How ID this guy still alive and appearing here?" Surrounding students, "Isn't he that a dungeon worm? Wasn't P orc supposed to be Eep's strongest Menix T? Why IDTD here? Could they have actually defeated that Menix tier?" When to approach to Professor, they casually dropped Lai Menix T at head onto the ground. Jix gave Quen a disdainful smile. "Why did you look so incredibly surprised to Quen?" He added, "Not hap pie to see me alive, huh?" That question infuriated him. He gnashed his teeth and silently cursed arrogant brat. Not stopping there, Jix continued to taunt. "Where has your usual emotionless cold expression gone?" He put his hands in his pockets and added, "Actually, seeing Do lie this ID quite in teep rate tin." Quen was speechless from B's psychological attack, his face was unable to respond. Jeek looked at the other person 8 frustrated expression and asked, "Already planning to run away?" He was furious internally. "Damn these pure blood bastards, sooner or later. I'll starro what a festival IDP." Witnessing them quickly leave made Jeek feel extremely trapped. "Do guys look pretty scared, huh?" Professor spoke up and asked, "Are all your tests finished?" Jeek chuckled and replied, "Yet they are." He continued, "Professor." Lee Professor looked at Lee pile of spoils of war and began his work. Jix spoke up, "We en lie have this one. Do we need a separate scoring? Xeet temfo eat." The Professor replied, "As long as I am leak 1 scoring, rest assured, nothing will be overlooked." He then asked, did do kids lose a loot bag? Jixie gave a wry smile. Yacht, that ain't right. Face quit this terrified. All students could do was cove their mouths in fright and hastily flee. Jix smiled faintly, telling himself that he was truly lucky. Yet that damn worm set up an ambush, making me lose all loot I had collected Viki past 3 days. I didn't want to give up, so I had to act quickly and take its head to compensate for what I had lat. Besides Andrasa, who else would be meticulous enough to chachi every scrap of meat and layer of skin stuck in its teeth? After a thorough examination, blood-soaked gloves were, and Lee Professor began to speak. So far, we have identified the following types of monsters: gremlins, imps, japuplin, and higeplin, hellhounds. And finally, hearing that everyone around couldn't help but stir in excitement, trolls, there were trolls too. Andre continued, based on amount of blood, we can see that their numbers were not small. However, calculating it that way would be unfair to the other candidates, so we will consider each identified menxt species as Enlai 1 Kivu. Furthermore, trolls and dungeon worms are not on the scoring list, but according to record, they are equivalent to 3 and 6 orcs respectively, so they will be converted into 90 and 180 points, totaling 368. Other professors looked at each other thoughtfully. How many points did we get back when we were students? Back then, hellhounds weren't even on the scoreboard. 360. It really possible to achieve such a score? Suddenly, headed student stepped forward and shouted, this ID in Enlai corpse here ID dungeon worm. Another student replied, that worm alone ID key worth 180 points. Besides, does that even matter now? Everyone, think about it careful. If Dio were to face a dungeon worm, even just a single troll, would Dio even survive? They exclaimed, could Zedricker really be that talent? Seeing them lithe, Zed thought to himself, this crowd ID overreacting again. This feeling ID key completely different from like way they used to mock me. He date not bad, but I've accidentally drawn attention to myself again. The Simon family even went as far as manipulating exam dungeon just to eliminate me. Was that solely Quenate intention? No. Even he wouldn't dare interfere. Quid Ike Academy 8 Tate. Perhaps Skim and family themselves took action. At this thought, Zed began to feel uneasy. It seemed he was being watched more than he realized, and hiding his strength too obviously might backfire. From now on, it ain't best Fumi to just go quit flow and observe everything. Suddenly someone approached from behind and called out Zedrick. Person who just arrived was none other than Jaina. He exclaimed in surprise. Rock. Quite slightly annoyed, she glanced at him and said, consider yourself winner this time. Seeing that all those people quietly left, Zed wondered in a daze, did I win? What ain't going on? A moment later in training room, he looked at Tem panel and said, ID this, what do you want? Leak, Reginix Kiel V1 Devour, Superior Eating and Digest, requires 50 points to unlock. Current merit points? Upon hearing this, he remarked, at first, I thought hate was useless so I ignored eat, but now spending 50 points isn't too much. Tam asked, do you want to activate IQ Reginix Q Devour? He replied, yacht. As soon as he finished speaking, Tem panel suddenly underwent a significant change. Jik was startled and thought to himself, Digus Q description change. Sec played, we Genix QLV1 Devar when used, everything can be digested and converted into energy. Additionally, consuming monsters' quet bloodlines will help absorb their power. He chuckled excitedly, absorbment, I should have activated 8 before Akitate. To get a clear understanding, I'll try converting energy first. Displayed, activating Reginx Q Devar. Before Jeeks could even take a bite of Iki meat, a stream of B-Lexi energy suddenly pushed T meat aside. He was startled and glanced behind him. Seen before his eyes was truly bizarre. He exclaimed, what I deek this? On Iki ground, leapy piece of meat was slowly being pulled down by an invisible force. Jix thought to himself, ET looks as if he ate sinking into a quagmire, ID meat gradually disappearing into darkness. Suddenly, Atim announced, replenishing lead energy quit newly absorbed energy. My headache has Eat feels lie I just took a quick nap. Could it be that it alleviated my mental fatigue? Not only that, my entire body feels both mentally and physically. Even key slightest bit of my fatigue seems to have been restored, activating Rargining's Q. Thinking so, he continued to drop even more meat. It ate absolutely worth 50 Quit this Q, I can reduce Lee risks for all other skills. Mental fatigue can be relieved by div, and physical fatigue can be left to infinite stamina. Lee more he thought, the more excited he became. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly. So I can train Fo too. 4 hours without eating or sleeping. Alright, let 8 start. No sooner had he finished speaking than a knock on locky door rang all, making him completely lose his enthusiasm. He sighed wearily and asked Dick, I already told Dune not to bother me when I am training. Leaky old man stood outside and replied, so young master, but this ID an important message, so I needed to inform Dew urgently. He asked again an important message. The old man then said, your sword ID complete young master. Hearing that he joyfully exclaimed, Eat 8 fine and Humbert 8 forge rang quit a call, my sword ID finished, and a voice replied with, Peakly wait a moment sir. He sat there, thinking to himself that Lee's sword he received from Gen Leon in his previous life was forged from mithril and pure iron. Perhaps this was like legendary sword Graham I that he had known. This ID truly a masterpiece. Even though I used up Regian Fangs as material this time, it will likely be just Lai Graham. Yet his expectations vanished like soap bolt. Instead of a shimmering Ginen sword, before him was a jet, Beaksy mass lying in a wooden box. What on earth was this? Jeek lived, carefully examining and thinking to himself, it looks quite clunky, doesn't it? He turned to ask Handback, did you intentionally leave blade unsharp? Handback replied nonchalantly, this ID what key sword ID? Jick looked at him suspiciously. Then he placed Iki's sword back in the box and said, "So this ID form do you think suits me best?" Hanbak stammered, "Yat." Hanbak thought to himself, most people would find Eat pudding, who truly understands my intention. Seeing Jik deepen thou, Hanbak suddenly wondered, what if Eat were back then? Hanbak said to Gisir, "Master, this sword doesn't he have a name yet? I tried naming Eat, but couldn't think of one I liked." Then he asked, "Well, do you name Eat yourself, sir?" Jix pointed at his face in confusion, "Ah, name Eat myself." Jik 8 gazed suddenly. He recalled that EP name Sunpoint Graham was given by Gan Lian, but now, quite its new appearance and made from Li Rajin fangs, he was a completely different sword. Thinking this, Jix swiftly pulled a sharp knife and lightly cut his hand. "A name, huh?" Hanbak was greatly astonished by this sight and exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing?" Jix didn't he answer, but in lie thought to himself, even if he recover Eats, this IDP still XQ I can feed in Tren. I must suppress Eat, he thought, while Hanbak continuously urged him anxiously, "Sup, tuppy." Eek displayed a notification administrator request confirm himself. Healing sex key will be temporarily disabled. A bee lu mist enveloped Jik 8 hand, and Nai cut immediately stopped bleeding. Eat 8 a success. Jik thou now then. He closed his eyes. He dripped his blood onto Wiki's sword. Hanbak watched these transactions wondering, could this be a sword naming ritual? A sword? That ID a traditional ritual of Luan people to bestow a name upon a weapon. User transmits ley energy or spiritual energy along with their blood. Loki ritual begins when blood drips onto key sword, an initiatory ritual. Practitioner will sink deep into their subconscious mind. They will wander aimlessly through time until they come up Kuden in T-rate tin name Fu Key sword. Each seem to have fallen into oblivion due to its extreme danger, but do have mastered ancient dwarven rituals, which I truly unbelieve. Among I countless names appeared, do must choose a companion to move forward together. A new name foe, a new journey, oh how refreshing. Jake came up Kuden impressive name Singing Sword Bahamut. Immediately Eek's team displayed a confirmation. Singing Sword Bahamut has been registered in leak equipment list. Jake looked up at E brightly glowing sword before him Kuda pensive expression. Although he was a key one who named Key Sword, Jake looked at Eat skeptical eyes, thinking, among so many names, why did I choose one related to an evil East Ray gene? ID my subconscious even alright? Harbert didn't concern himself, Jake 8 thoughts, and only ceaselessly praised him, exclaiming just as expect, "You are truly brilliant, even few dwarves know of this ancient sword naming ritual." Jake humbly replied, "I accidentally came across it while researching dwarven history." He looked at his bandaged wound and wondered, why did it take me so long to use a bandage? Suddenly Harbor actively suggesting to Jake, would do lie to rest foe a bit, there ain't something I really want you to see. Jake readily agreed, alright, take your time. Harbert immediately expressed his gratitude that, waiting foe Harbert to be all of sight, Jake looked down at his bandaged arm. He recalled when Ix's team signaled that his Class 8 self, healing XQ would be temporarily inactive. He thought, being able to contend this passive XQ holds great significance. Remembering what had happened, he silently calculated, this means I can conceal my abilities similar to forging. Jake reached O untouched bandage telling himself, I don't need to saw all my cards so galleon, but I'll remove bandage later. Then he glanced at Leaky's sword leaning against Ike nearby walls, smiling faintly, but now he thou, Eat 8 more important that I catch this off first. Kikatem displayed information about P-Sword, Singing Sword Bahamut, a weapon forged by a master mystical insight, utilizing P-strongest Rajian Fang of primordial Aegean named Bahamut. He was refined by Azure spiritual energy, possessing a unique ability capable of converting Lionic, and a special feature, TID seal, gradually unlocking according to the User 8 development. After reading this, Jake showed great, a seal that unlocks User 8 development. I've never heard of a weapon such a mechanism. It also possesses lay characteristic of, made from a Rygian Fang, truly incredible. Immediately after Zek picked up Lee's sword and said, even so, his face reflected on a blade, Lee most crucial thing ID still. Lie energy can. Zek thought to Ivy had to go through countless hardships to help Galleon seek magical electricity and forge this sword, not in lie then to his superior skills, but also because of Gram 8 core ability, which ID lie energy conversion. Zek slowly began to feel Sword 8 power, a unique ability that transforms spiritual energy, or any form of energy into lie energy. From Lee hilt of E's sword, a stream of Lu-Lai energy began to emanate, enveloping Zek. That stream of energy gradually enveloped Zek and E's sword. I was born unable to use spiritual energy, but this ID key would help me reach a guardian of Crimson Knight. At this moment, Harbert scratched his head as he stepped out of Light Room, saying, Phew, I finally found it. I apologize. Do must have waited a long time, haven't he do? However, as soon as he stepped out, he was stunned by Lee's sight before his eyes. Seeing Zek carrying a sword on his shoulder, Harbert joyfully greeted him. Do you hear, my friend? Do truly have a magnificent hurrah. He muttered as a clear Ura enveloped his sword master. Do have risen to Warg of Purple Knight. Zek said to Harbert, this sword ID truly formidable. Do've worked Haryan. Harbert chuckled compared to that refining jar. This ID nothing. What 8 important ID? While handing like scabbard to Zek, he said, see if this works Fodu. Zek asked curiously, a scabbard. Harbert continued, the scabbard was personally forged by my master himself. Zek stared pensively at scabbard letten thou. Even in my previous life, I had never heard of Galliant Master Gonrin Zaber. A thaw flashed through Zek 8 mind. What Gonrin Zaber? E.T. was Gonber, renowned as a pinnacle of a greatest blacksmith on, skills unmatched among. Gonrin 8 works verged on perfection and possessed countless special abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold to collectors. Zek stroked his chin and looked at Harbert, so do our Gonrin 8 disciple. Harbert admired him as a do can understand P dwarven language. Zek added, if he'd ate Gonrin ate work, he definitely is an ordinary scabbard. Harbert replied confidently, absolutely. Then, he used his finger to lightly turn a dial on a key scabbard. If do turn this dial, Eat will turn into a shield. Just lie this. As he finished speak, scabbard transformed into an incredibly sturdy shield. Harbert briefly introduced the functions of Lee's shield made of wyvern frost and midrin. E can withstand almost any attack. If do turn key dial on E handle downwards, Eat will return to its original scabbard form. Then he handed Lee's scabbard to Zek. Though Eat ID far from enough to repay your kindness, master. People I accept. Eat ID a small token of my gratitude. Zek was surprised. Do could have sold this to Bu a furnace, couldn't he? Do Harbert laughed loudly. I cannot sell my master 8 work to anyone. Zek still tried to persuade him, but Eat 8 worth tens of thousands of gold. Harbert was surprised, but Zek continued, alright, I will treasure Eat Rick. Zek took a scabbard and compared Eat Quiddy's sword in his hand. Scabbard was significantly smaller than No. As he thought this, he tried to put Lee's sword into Lee's scabbard, but if Eat ate a product of Gonrin Zaber, then surely. Seeing Leib's scabbard change its appearance to perfectly fit like his sword, Zek was pleased. Just as I thought, this succeeds. Zek happily thanked, I've received a truly valuable gift, Thandelian. Seeing him satisfied quote gift, Harbert also felt happy. I am glad do lie Eat. On the way back, Zek continued to study gloves he had just received. Meteorite iron. He was indeed an extremely rare material. Exam displayed information about gloves. Zek was admiring glove info. Crafted from durable and lightweight meteorite iron. Unique XQ not yet activated. Special feature. Unique XQ will be activated when fun set of meteorite iron equipment ID equipped. 2 random boxes appeared as quote reward. Zek opened first box, his gaze showing a mix of surprise and caution. He had thought it was an unexpected quate treasure, but what was inside was even more precious than gold or silver. There was still another box left to be discovered, so Zek quickly unboxed the second one. The key box slowly creaked, but when he saw what was inside, Zek suddenly wore a puzzled, what could this be? He picked up a slightly weathered piece of paper, torn in a few places, and wondered curiously if it could be a treasure Menape. Suddenly Zek's eyes widened in amazement. A notification appeared. We have found a map quote traces of Grandmaster Kaiser. Zek wondered Kaiser, could he be legendary hero King Kaiser? Hero King Kaiser and the Clock Tower Knights, a book famous throughout Kant. Key book tells a story of Kaiser and like Knight's journey to overthrow a glorious kingdom of Kronos. However, content was so extraordinary and lacked authentic evidence that it was considered fiction. Akut cut a notification, Zek tremblingly, so Hero Kaiser truly did exist. TM announced again, restoring and analyzing damaged parts of item analysis complete. Leak to gate location has been marked on me. Zek stared at Kickseat Tem screen and asked in amazement, where ID this? Looking at mate before him, Zek thought, a majestic Mauteen, in Eat territory of Hemansi tribe, things will probably be easier than I predicted. While Zek was Ludden though, a small XEM screen suddenly appeared beside him. Zek looked at Eden Rut, based on user LL. Tutorial prext he has ended, he felt a bit puzzled, tutorial I do view already. Before he could even prek at that notification, another message appeared right next to his arm. Do you have found a Quate-related item? Kaiser 8 Legacy. Collect Kaiser 8 the XN from the ruins bearing his traces time limit. None quit reward. Upgrade administrator from low V's to mid V. Zek suddenly realized, so this tutorial was just a sexy tem designed to get me to a certain LVE. Zek smiled slightly. He had taken his first step, and now Wyke Real Gem was about to begin. He felt excited. A key reward this time was truly on a completely different V. After reviewing rewards notification, Zek slowly stood up. He flashed a determined smile. I will conquer everything without hesitation. I'll make use of my current accumulated points. Kestem displayed notifications one by one. Tier 2 equipment ID now available. Browsing through Tier 2 equipment. Rajin Scale R. Hardens into unit scales. Absolute enhancement each resistance. Unlocked unlock. Gene Claws. Summon powerful regen claws to strike an enemy. Quit a single blow. Unlock price 80 points. Zek thought, I have quite a few points now, but I don't know when I'll be able to accumulate this many again. As much as I want to, for now I should endly invest in some potions and Tier 2 equipment. Quit 400. He lightly touched screen. Legseat Tim immediately signaled that Leak Gene Scale Armor XQ was active, along Quoot Rajin Claw XQ. In just Lee blink of an eye, these skills manifested on. Excited, he immediately tested his new toy, eager to see what Laiki Ragin Claw could do. He swung his arm forcefully, and a deep crack appeared on a pea ground. He looked at Lai crack he had created and exclaimed in surprise, ha! This truly exceeds my expectations. Next he raised his sword, ready fo Lee other Gene XQ, alright, now fo Rai Gene Scale Armor. A dry cland, an IP sword in his hand bounced back. The young man was surprised. He clearly wasn't using, yet even when he put all his strength into Lee blade, instead of cutting into Lee to gate bounced back, as if he were wearing fun body armor, despite not holding any weapon. Wee young man shook his shoulder joints and thou, Regine Claw fo offense, Rejunan Scale Armor fo defense. That ain't easy enough to understand. Preparations are complete. Let it continue. Scene now shifted to Drager Academy campus. A voice echoed everywhere. Before we begin in practical Kai examination, I will explain rules. Instructor holding a sword continued. Behind me ID practice area. Those are specially crafted. A normal physical attack can't even scratch them. He used Y key tip of his sword to draw a line on a dummy as he continued. However, if you infuse key into your attacks, they will be easily destroyed. After finishing, he sheathed his sword and continued. But if you can even destroy them, Then he looked at everyone with an authoritative gaze. Then you will, regardless of your previous TATE result, you will all have to start again from scratch. Upon hearing this, key students tensed up, sweating, and murmured nervously, "Start a V from like beginning." That means, leak instructor called, silence, whoever I call, step forward next, Iron. Young man named Iron hurriedly stepped forward, present, seeing his anxious, an acquaintance standing behind. All rookies must be this nervous. Then he smirked smugly, but to me, this training method ID no different from my family 8 key techniques. After all, this Academy 8 key training center was established by my gym and family. After that, he glanced at Jackin and Ditch, who were standing behind him. No matter how talented, true blood awakened, they cannot surpass me in key and tren. Now Ike instructor spoke up next. Quinn confidently stepped forward, sword in hand, ignoring instructor 8 words and seemingly thinking, "If I am ready, I'll just step up." He stomped his foot down and swung his sword up. They saw Yi Kiara that enveloped him. Everyone around was astonished. "Oh!" Like supervisor turned to Eve instructor and said, "He 8 and Lie 13 and he had already achieved sword resonance. That 8 truly impressive." Pointing at Kiara replied, "Well, that 8 to be expected from Li P, descendant of a renowned noble family." A field of Lie erupted. One dummy had its body torn apart. Second dummy let its head. And Enli flashes of Lie were seen streaking past, and key other dummies were also torn apart one after another. Other students witnessing the scene could only freeze in astonishment. Those puppets had been ripped to shreds by Air Quen 8 blade. Examiner praised him, as expected of Li Gim Mensch lineage. He even patted his shoulder in encouragement. "If do keep this up, you will definitely surpass even Locomen." Instead of being overjoyed Lie any other student at this praise. A Quen angrily grit his teeth and brushed T hand away. Watching his angry back as he left, Leak examiner muttered in a low voice, "Why his attitude so stren?" Instructor frowned and crossed his arms, typical arrogance. After that, more sounds continued to ring all without stopping. One by one, key other students stepped up to take their exam, but it seemed like everyone was struggling quite Tate. Glancing at life score sheet, examiner remarked, "So everyone deep struggling." Instructor spoke, "They probably let their confidence after witnessing a Quen 8 performance." Scanning lay students, he thought to himself, however, no one has failed yet. Even if eat 8 just a tiny amount, all these students in like elite class can channel a Rai into their blades. But even where P elite gather, truly outstanding still stand. Now, it was Arv Ein at 8 turn to step up. She said, "I am ready." Before starting her test, she said to Eve instructor, "I have a small request." Ike instructor replied, "Go ahead." Aina looked at him resolutely. "I would like to be evaluated on my gene slaying skills." Instructor told her that ID can exam Fuki advanced class. Aina persisted, "I know, we students watching would, ever since she awakened her bloodline, she has really gotten more and more arrogant." Leaky difficulty of channeling Ura versus using low P Ragan slaying skills ID on a completely different LV. Maintaining Ura on a blade ID already hard enough, but Ray gene slaying skills require precise Kina and Tren of every bit of Ura to execute each movement. Quen thought to himself, she'll probably manage a few moves before losing Sen Tren of her Ura Hup R. Your competitive nature will be your downfall. Instructor hesitantly asked her, "Ina, penalty for failure ID much harsher. Are you sure?" "I not confirmed, I'm sure." IP instructor relented. "Alright, as do you wish." Ina bowed her head and replied, "Then do you, sir." Quite that she raised her sword. Like other students watched intently as Ina took her exam. A shroud of Lyra quickly enveloped Ina 8 body. She swung her sword down forcefully, delivering a powerful strike to the puppet. A flurry of bright flashes shredded Lee puppets into countless pieces. Queti Fein and puppet, Ina delivered a decisive powerful thrust, shattering into pieces. Ina finished her exam, leaving scattered pieces of light destroyed puppets on floor behind her. Students watching from behind gasped in admiration. Just looking at that, there ain't no way we could compete. I though you Quen 8 Kentron of Lai O Ra was peak, but compared to her, he'd 8 far behind. Hearing those whispers, Quinn grit his teeth so hard in anger that veins popped on his face, thinking damn eat. Panting heavily, Arna turned around. She pointed like tip of her blade directly at Quen, catching him completely. He frowned suspiciously, wondering if she was being sarcastic. Quote him. However, eye expression on his face suddenly changed in an unusual way. He slowly turned around, his face as tense as a bowstring, though it had actually been that way from like beginning. Sure enough, sharp blade was pointing directly at his position, but like truly formidable one was actually standing imposingly behind him. Jiki smirked. That person wasn't even skilled enough to make him bother. Jik awkwardly scratched his head to himself, thinking it seemed trouble was heading his way. Image of Rena, her eyes fixed on him, suddenly flooded back into his mind. After being tricked so badly like this, how could he possibly sit still? Well, indulging her a little wouldn't he hurt, he thought, as he raised his hand confidently and said, "Excuse me, lecturer, I would also lie to be tested using Li Regine and slaying art." Hearing that, Leapy old professor clearly showed annoyance and glared at him with a piercing gaze, asking again, "So your name ID Ki Jixi isn't he eat? Do you think Ruo Jean slaying art ID child 8 Fule just because do you saw Rena perform eat so easily?" he said sarcastically. Student Xena ID Kapur blooded awake. Before he finished speaking, someone else interrupt. "Just let him try lie Xena, ID, they're a problem." Jiki gave a confident smile and replied, "Of course I am ready." Without hesitation he moved to combat position, despite Leapy old professor still showing his displeasure. "Why did Do agree to this? Even though this guy ID on a class roster, I haven't seen him in any class. Other person, he just defeated teacher Ang. Do renew here, so Do probably haven't heard news." A pure-blooded awakener quit a brilliant Gindanyura. He IDB student who broke Surable 8 record in Need Dungeon Examination. Lee person standing imposingly there was Z. Suddenly announced, Singing Sword 3D1 is officially located. Lee Sword 8 exclusive QB activating, Leaky Proc Steve converting Ezra into a ID being executed. His face showed a hint of worry. Damn Nate, he thought, controlling this energy source ID much harder than I imagined. After calming down he tightened his grip on Lee's sword hilt and smiled faintly, thinking, this LV he must be just right. Without wasting any more time, Xena resolutely swung her sword into air. As soon as she witnessed that sword strike, Xena immediately widened her eyes and exclaimed, could he be? The ultimate technique Xena was performing was none other than Lee Rajin's slaying art. He first move Heaven 8 slash. She secretly worried herself. Compared to teacher Andre 8 skill VE, this technique has almost reached perfection. A single simple slash he swung severed the dummy into 2 pieces. This was Lee Rajin's slaying art that he had painstakingly trained Fu 2 fun years before his regression. From Lee Ki angle of Ki sword swing and Lee footwork, to even Lie trajectory of Lie Q raw flow, every was perf, without a single flaw. Now this body automatically evades, without needing to use any brainpower anymore. Just as that realization struck, Xena pressed his feet firmly into Lee ground to break his momentum. Glancing at E's sacred sword in his hand, he thought to himself that although he was sick of these repetitive moves, performing Lakey basics every once in a while wasn't too bad at all. This ultimate move ID more than enough motivation for Xena to make a breakthrough. No sooner had Keithaw crossed his mind than leaky buzzing conversations nearby startled him. Wait, he clearly just wrapped a new raw around his sword, didn't he? Exactly. I saw quit my own eyes that raw completely covered a P sword. So has he reached Iki Ard Ninja G of a Death Knight? Overhearing those whispers, a young man froze, blaming himself for getting too carried away. Right behind him, a pack of wooden puppets had been beaten to smithereens. He was certain he had accidentally leaked some spiritual power. He and Lai wanted to hold back to match Gina 8 abilities. How annoying. He had suddenly made himself Lai's center of attention. The pair of professors were also wide-eyed. Quitsisi, a freshman who had just arrived, had already reached leaky threshold of a Death Knight. Hearing that Yi Qin was so resentful that he clenched his fists until they shook violently, a shadow of fear rising in his heart that he tried to hide at all costs. Elsewhere, Gina was also secretly tensing her small hand. Unlike a Quinay contorted face, a subtle, cryptic smile curved the corner of her lips. A while later, in a spacious room, that person gently set a hat teacup down and said leisurely, I've heard about your brilliant performance in Leak exam. Teacher Howard added, it seems Duvey achieved something quite sensational, to which Jake modestly scratched his head and said, it was just luck, teacher. Refusing to let it go, he retorted. An Enlai 13 years old and Duve reached OPRNG of Death Knight, yet do say it ain't just luck. Therefore, Jake, are you interested in trying your hand at League grade skipping exam? Upon hearing that, Leaky Boy was slightly taken aback and asked to skip Viki exam. Do mean skipping 1 grade? He nodded and said, possibly 1E. This idea privilege reserved Fu geniuses lie do. Facing that invitation, he thought to himself that they had taken Lee bait faster than expected, but perhaps because Howard 8 performance was a bit excessive, things proceeded. Finalizing his thoughts, Jake broke into a grin and immediately agreed, wait, I am ready to participate in this challenge. Conversation, and door slowly closed, returning room to silence. Jake strode away exuding murderous intent. It seems he ain't plotting something. If he wants to feel I'll go along, quit him to I key in, what ain't there to fear? Inside his room, Howard sat quietly leaning back, staring intently. Suddenly, he reached deep into his pocket and pulled out a small, Stren object. He muttered to himself, both purebred seeds of a Draker fam, Rina and Jake, have fallen into wee trap and agreed to begin competition. As soon as he finished, a mysterious voice echoed from Void in response, understood. I will properly prepare everything necessary for this farce. Howard flashed an incredibly sinister smile. Sir was about to begin. Like me, Wrangle shifted to Draker Academy, right at key, tier spiritual. Inside the room, Rina had already been waiting for some time, her beautiful eyes glancing side. Lee One standing next to her was none other than Jake, who was awkwardly avoiding her gaze and forcing a smile to pass E to P. Sweating bullets, young man lamented himly, at least Do could pretend not to look at me. As soon as Keithao ended, E-room door was pushed to B, and a voice apologized for making everyone wait rooted to white spot. That person stepped forward and boldly announced that Iki impartial judge Fu today 8 promotion exam was a super kun high, ranking knight from main family lineage. Appearing before all 2 of them was a gentleman quit completely white hair and a very kun scar across his face, none other than the illustrious Suron. As soon as he caught sight of this man, Zik was startled, recognizing someone familiar, his eyes wide quit surprise as he wondered who this was. He mused I tranquords. A flood of old memories suddenly rushed back into his mind. Suron at that moment was carrying a man quit a dazed expression. As soon as he put Lee other man down, Zik was standing right behind him. Quitten extremely annoyed, he cleared his throat and asked, ID that Draco. Zik irritably reached behind his back, quickly drew his sword and then continued, why are Key Empire 8 hounds here? However, in response to that challenging question, Suron showed not Key's slightest reaction. Zik didn't bother to draw his sword either, he squinted, observing foe a moment. Lying on the ground opposite him was a child. Suron began to diligently dig up handfuls of soil quit his hands. Sensing his immense, Zik also remained silent, saying nothing. He stood there silent, watching Suron dig a grave to bury Key child. Suddenly a shovel plunged down from somewhere, startling him, and he looked up. Zik walked closer and asked earnestly, need a hand? Before E-Man could refuse, he added, even if you shake your head, I'll still help. As he dug, he chattered, I am Zik Murata of Northern Alliance, do are a Draco RNTDO. Suron heard this and replied, no, I abandoned that dream a long time ago. Zik then said, in that case, we re and Lee same boat then, so what should I call do? He replied, just call me Tranquil Swordsman. Back in present, Zik smirked at Suron and thought to himself, such a fitting name for someone as silent and cold as a sword anyway. Ending his train of thought, both of them placed their hands on their chests and bowed to Suron Draco, then wondered, why would a high-ranking knight be needed to supervise a first-year rookie exam lie? High-ranking knights are in essence, key pillars that shoulder entire Draco family. E-Date a prestigious title that demands a balance of martial reputation and experience, and inclusive. At that moment, E-Professor standing nearby cleared his throat and explained E-Exam rules. E-Date a sword fight, which IDK specialty foe those of Diu from Leaky Gradle region, isn't TT. As long as Diu haven't been knocked unconscious or surrendered, feel free to get back up and keep fighting, bring all your tricks if Diu have any. After hearing this, Xena quickly drew her sword and said, in that case, I'll be E first to start. But Professor immediately waved her P and said no. Teacher then added, there ain't no need for Diu to go up one by one. Let 8 just go all and give 8 a shot. Hearing those words made Xena 8 heartburn quit anger. Lie girl gripped Ive hilt of her sword, ready to check C, but Ryu was holding her back, telling her not to be too reckless as he understood Lakey opponent 8's strength well. He glanced at V, gave a slight smile and continued, saying that practical Tate had officially begun. If they rush in without keeping a cun head, they'll surely be heavily penalized. Hearing Xena illogical, Ina also calmed down and let Oa sigh. Then she turned to ask Xena what she should do next. Xena chuckled inwardly, thinking Ina was truly a genius with such quick reactions. He replied that he had a perfect plan and they would deliver weak decisive blow at leak opportune moment. Key match continued, with both of them standing apart, intently observing Ina every move. Glancing at Eek opponent drawing his sword, he realized Eek was a unique Wando, a sharp one-handed sword from the east. This weapon was designed to be used Kuda Jojin era shield, and its name comes from Lee ring on Lee scabbard, making it convenient. He mused that EP opponent must have used this weapon for a long time. Rina 8 pride seemed to be wounded, but what get Ideek honor to a loser? Thinking this, he looked directly into her eyes, nodded, and signaled that she just needed to put her ego aside and focus on Lee's strategy. Girl quickly understood, her eyes sharp, and she nodded back resolute. After agreeing on a combat, they both immediately drew their swords and charged directly at on 8 position. However, before their swords could even reach him, he moved as fast as lightning, unleashing X-ray of blocks that easily deflected attacks from all directions. It wasn't just Rina who was struggling. Jack also tried his best to seek Yuki distance, but couldn't get even a step closer. Nevertheless, neither of them gave up and they continued to coordinate seamlessly and tightly. Suddenly, a deafening on 8 attack sent both of them flying backward a considerable distance. Witnessing those Ina marveled, thinking he truly lived up to his reputation as a superior knight, even though she had repeatedly targeted his blind spots as Jack instructed. She couldn't land an effective blow, nor could she make her opponent falter even slightly. Quote that thou, she didn't hesitate to use U3rd Chep T, first part of La Ray John Slayer technique, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. As soon as she spoke, a downward slash was brought down towards AB ground named Crescent Slash, but he was too agile and quickly retreated to evade it. Immediately after, he unleashed a thunderous kick directly at her, catching Arvina P guard. Kick was so powerful that she was sent flying backward, crashing hard onto, kicking up clouds of dust everywhere. Seeing this, surrounding crowd rushed to V, kindly asking Lady Rina Draker if she was alright. He dead alright, she replied, her hand still tightly gripping life fragment on Lee wall. Key mother wiped blood from her lips, advising everyone to quickly retreat from this dangerous place. Though it was en Lifo a brief moment, she had truly let her composure. Creating an opening, quit my current strength, that ID completely beyond my ability. Thinking of this, she glanced at Xena and asked herself silently, does anyone truly believe that it ain't possible, Xena Draker? Xena suddenly remembered D words he once said. She had been relentlessly furious back then. How could I participate in such a dirty plan? Do you intend to demean a duel of honor, Xena Draker? He smirked and asked back, can honor fill your belly? This ID not a match between knights. EDID a Tate, they are testing our ability to hunt down prey. Faced with those sharp, Xena Draker could unlie sign reply fi anyway, I've already asked Fu your opinion. But do you think that tactic will really be effective? Our opponent ID a high-ranking knight, he smiled and, we just need to seek right a situation where ETIDP forced to work. Just leg time do you faced me at Gradle. Think back, why couldn't do dodge that bullet? She continued, it was because I didn't expect you to pull that trick, he replied, exactly. He smirked slightly and continued, ranking knights are no different. Wait for my signal, it will definitely be effective. A small opening ID enough to turn like tide. Returning to, as soon as Xena launched an attack an opportunity flashed, he immediately utilized a skip, deploying a GN slaying arts, combined quick wind of, shadowless step. Seeing this technique on exclaimed in surprise, this ID killed B like C8 move. As soon as he finished, he suddenly felt his sharp eyes scan toward Lick rear. Right at Lee's most dangerous moment, he managed to raise his sword to BLPC a fatal strike from ditch. He smiled and said, from now on, do should be a bit more serious. Before he could understand what was happening, like light suddenly went, and darkness took. He looked around in a daze, thinking to himself, leak lights. I see, turns out they are exploiting Loki Mana, weakening traits of a pure blood source. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he swung his sword, knocking Ditch backward. However, he did not end there. Ditch continued to attack in darkness on Thaw warily. What child ate? Do kids think that just by taking away my VEX and do can defeat a high-ranking knight? That Thaw quickly vanished as Ditch 8 silhouette suddenly appeared right next to him. He wondered in confusion. What ID this C-trend feeling? Why, in this dense night where visibility ID almost zero, ID this little girl moving nimbly as if she can see through everything. While On was still Lud and Thaw, Ditch also began to take action. This ID a perfect opportunity for me to tape my new rare Jian technique. After all, On was not laggy type of person who liked to CP, so a notification saw from Lixim rang all, activating Li Regine's Q and unleashing Li Regine's strike. Gazing at the flames of terrifying destructive power rushing toward him, On couldn't help but exclaim in SC. Could this swordsmanship truly come from a male student? Right before his eyes at this very moment, he could clearly see that what was facing him was Iki majestic image of a phantom Kiri GN. No, this was not merely swordsmanship after all. Zed Draker had already far surpassed Tequila V of a student. As Focina Drake, she couldn't be as flexible as Zed in P darkness. As she eliminated all unnecessary things to restrain herself. Thinking this, On immediately leaped into air, swinging his sword to attack Zed directly. But this tactic Enlai works when Li key opponent ID key at an equal VE. In thick sounds of countless swords clashing rango piercingly. Wei duel took place could extreme tension. Zed found Eats Tren and thought to himself, this guy 8 movements are almost no different than before Iki lights went all. Has he already grown accustomed to wide darkness? Just as he thought that, an incredibly fast sword strike suddenly slashed straight toward him. Li person who had just performed this vicious attack was none other than On. Fortunately in that life he managed to dodge just in time. He exclaimed angry, I can unenli see a vague glimpse of her. 8 lie I am fighting an illusion. While he was still standing frozen, Zik 8 figure appeared from behind him. As if sensing, On continued to swing his sword straight backward, but Eat was not a person. He wondered, Amana lamp. Heat turned to that right now, directly above his head. Zik was putting all his effort into cutting down all those lamps. These noises were concealing Zik Draker 8 presence. Then a lightning fast slash descended from high above. On immediately raised his sword to BLPCY attack. Zik having appeared opposite him at some unknown time, or an enigmatic. Before On could understand what was happening, Zik shouted, R.I. na. He remembered Professor It, structure and materials are simple, but can and Li be used once, what kind of ma di each do plan to put in there? Hearing Zik 8, Professor exclaimed in surprise, what explosion my? He replied with a smile, no sir, as long as Eat flashes and makes a loud noise, that I DP more than enough. Lion Sao exploded as Daibi Ben was thrown toward On. Zik smirked slightly, thinking to himself, great timing Arvina. The surprise attack caught On completely P-guard. He and Lai had time to clutch his arm before collapsing to Waiki ground. His eyes widened and his teeth clenched as he cursed under his breath, damn neat, I've been tricked. Underestimating Arina was a fatal mistake. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Aini and Zik drew their swords simultaneously and charged forward together. His face was fun of smugness, Lee corner of his mouth curling into a smile. But before E2 could strike, On quickly gathered his energy and unleashed a Y-Gray gene-slaying art Chep T4 Part 1 Crescent Touch. He blow sent Zik flying backward, slamming into, while Arina was also caught a P-guard and met like same fate. On stood still, his teeth gritted and his face etched quit pain. At that moment, those injured in knee fierce battle were brought back. A girl approached to comfort him, saying, very hard. Before he could, a large man stepped forward on Du Baster. Duve ruined their legs. He turned out to be his master, seeing him, unbowed his head. Greetings, master, and man replied Kuda nod, as cold as ever. While master patted on 8's shoulder and asked, so, how ID my disciple doing? Hearing this, On remained silent. He suddenly recalled moment Zek Draker was hit. He had intentionally discarded his sword and switched to a defensive stance. He could have easily counterattacked, so why didn't he? Was his goal merely to learn and improve, rather than to win? Had he and Lai shown just enough strength as was necessary? On looked at his hands and muttered, Zek Draker ID far beyond my ability to assess. P scene shifts to the Academy 8 promotion meeting room then, I assume everyone agrees quit this proposal. Everyone in Iki meeting spoke in unison, we agreed direct. Andre also nodded there were no objections. Rina and Zek were officially promoted to the 5th and 3rd years respectively. Afterwards Zek remained absolutely silent. After receiving fun instruction from Li Du, Andre to V that position from Zek. Zek maintained a gut relationship with Professor, but they grew apart once he was scouted by Delport Royal Medici Research Institute and left Academy. Zeka no longer had any ties to noble families, but then, something in T-Teen happened. On repeatedly sought Zek to challenge him. And then he suddenly realized something. He asked Fu leave and secluded himself in his room to secretly train. 2 years flew by, and Zek officially graduated from Academy. Countless congratulations were sent to young Master Zek, the youngest person in history to enter Valhalla. Du must be very proud now that Zek Draker ID 15 years old. Decker excitedly remarked that Dean rarely personally wrote recommendation letter, to which Zek clicked his tongue and replied, oh, it ain't no big deal. Then he thought to himself, Lee title of youngest freshman ID now meaningless after 2 years of keeping a low profile. Zech said he still had about 3 months before enrolling, telling Decker, do just go to Atlas first. Hearing that Lee P. old man was stunned but could Enli stammer all in affirmative. And what about Do young master? Zek leisurely replied while packing his, I will go find a tranquil place to stay by myself. He instructed, I truly don't want anyone to disturb me. Decker humbly obeyed young Master A command. Quayside ruins are located amidst a rugged mountain range, using like the excuse of going into seclusion. Zek intended to ask Adventure 8 Guild of the Kingdom of Akko to be in an exploration route. There was no need to reveal his whereabouts to suspicious individuals. Suddenly, there was a knock at Leaky door, and Zek immediately said, "Come in." Liam approached, then knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Greetings, Sir Zeke Draker." He turned and said, "Liam, I've already told you, that way of addressing me ID too formal, a normal greeting ID fi." Decker understood. He hinted and immediately excused himself. Then Liam, curious, "Why did do call me all way to IP Platinum Villa?" Now unlie Zeke and Liam remained in locker room. "I heard do just got accepted into Leapy special class, didn't he do?" Zeke chuckled. "I am your master. How could I just stand by and watch? I've already gathered everything DOL need at Academy. There are theoretical review questions, training manuals, and a pile of exam materials. Just give these to Fania. He will provide Duke with all leak necessary equipment. Oh, and when Dew re a 4th year student, remember to get a decent sword. Dew can just request that item from Fania. I've already paid Foid in advance, so don't worry. I believe Dew'll achieve great things, Liam. I swear I NT disappoint my Master 8 expectations." Hearing this, Liam was moved to tears and had to bite his lip tightly to keep from crying. Then he bowed his head, quit determination, which made Zeke chuckle and say, "Just a minute ago I said that kind of formality was suffocating. I will correct it immediately." Alright then, changing scene. Lie Kingdom of Axe ID located in Leaky far north of Lee's central continent, along Kut Delta, plus Tibia. It proudly stands among Lee 4 great kingdoms of E central continent. A colossal mountain range stood majestically, forming a boundary separating like a infested region from human continent. A place hiding countless attracting adventurers who yearned for a change of fortune. Recognizing this, first Ken of Argos transformed adventurers and dungeons into a key economic sector. Patronized by a colossal mountain range was divided into hundreds of sub-zones, and both the transportation team and outposts were built for strict management. This IDE birthplace of IAX Adventurer 8 Guild, an organization that later expanded across the entire continent. Next, MB 546 Pili. Where did this MB go? Alright, let 8 call MB 547. Congratulations, Jake Murray, on becoming a true adventurer. Pili, submit your documents at ETS Light office to receive your registration seat. Murray responded, expression of gratitude. Draker thought to himself that while he was impersonating Jake Murray, Quita Wig and Medich glasses, it would be better to seek a new adventure identity for easier travel. Traveling around Quit named Draker would be quite troublesome. Jake felt it was time to start Lee big performance. At Lee meeting, some carriages had already set, while key rest were still waiting for other adventurers. There was a carriage rolling smoothly down Leak Road. Jake was on that carriage. He thought to himself that it was lucky there were still seats available during this peak season, when suddenly a voice called, "Aw, hey there friend. Are do an adventure too? Do look a bit tense. ID each your first time in a dungeon, or would do lie to get in our group faux fun. We look simple but we are professionals. Dungeons are very dangerous these days, and going alone makes it easy to become Menix tea food, as there are plenty of greenhorns lie do are there. Rumor has it that first group do enter a dungeon quit will decide half of your adventurer career. Have do ever heard that before?" In their minds, they were secretly thinking that Leaky real goal was to lure rookies to be Mun and XTF Beto sell them up to human track. Rich listened silently without saying a quip. Meanwhile they smirked waiting to see your performance. Suddenly Rich stood up and said, "Shut up," which shocked them. "What did do say? What ain't wrong? IDD something league matter? Did I say something wrong?" Then Rich approached I carriage door and said to Y driver, "About 500 meters to our left behind us, there IDP a men XT that looks like a pack of orcs. ID this an area they frequent." And Lee driver asked in confusion, "What are you saying? This road ID is safe zone." Hearing that, a P adventures in carriage burst into loud laughter. It seems this young kid ID starting to panic. Don T do know that key major adventure guild routes are directly managed by kingdom, let alone monsters. Even wild animals cannot enter a safe zone. Jake spoke up, "What ID that behind do?" His heart skipped a beat and he asked, "What?" A group of monsters appeared and attacked them. Convoy of carriages was scattered. Everything was crushed by giant orcs. "What on earth ID happening?" An orc approached him while his body was pinned under Y carriage. He cried, "Oh," in terrified despair's me. Orc 8 bloody claw dragged forward just lie that. Jake had quickly hidden behind a tree. If Lee orcs were running wild in Leaky safe zone, it meant the outpost was in serious trouble. After orc, everything was left in ruin. Just as Jake had guessed, they had truly caused a mess. Go soldiers involved, quit this an MB of troops, they should have been able to handle most of IP monsters. Jake felt something was wrong, an ominous premonition. He stood frozen, staring at lice trend cuts on E soldiers' bodies. They looked all wrong. Jake gritted his teeth, angrily realizing these were not signs left by monsters. Heat was all Lee work of humans. These bodies were deliberately desecrated to look like they were caused by monsters. Zek approached each person to examine them, but if Eat really had been monsters, Eat wouldn't he have been handled so cleanly. And most of them had been taken down in an instant, before they could even do anything. He jumped to Lay's side, continuing to sink into, this was surely caused by some group of purple knights. Unfortunately staying here will only increase suspicion. Zek glanced at trap fun of human skulls above and told himself that key top priority now was to find key. Kaiser ruins, I hallmark a barb. Looking at B, it seems I am nearly at Lee Kaiser ruins. But right at that moment, a side trend sow echoed from behind him. Many Imperial subordinates were hiding behind massive trees secretly watching. Why are Empire 8 bloodhounds here? Li Bloodhounds are an elite unit under Weeper, selected from Iki Empire 8 most outstanding training knight. They receive specialized training in tracking and assassinate, expected to become IB core of I Continental War that IB Empire ID currently preparing foe. Zek looked at Ki monitoring screen. Reflecting on how they moved on E-Mape to reach here, he couldn't mistake this tracking method because memories of his previous life came flooding back. They were EP same bastards who finished him the EP last time. His gaze turned, hatred flaring up, and Ike could clearly said Emperor was obsessed with immortality, searching everywhere. That ain't right even before I regressed. Emperor was enamored with ancient ruins, manically chasing that hollow. Those images constantly appeared in Zek thought. Unifying continent and illusions of immortality could he be? Does we Emperor already know about Akazer ruins? He glanced around. I need to verify this myself. Having thought that Zek vanished in an instant, forcing Lipe Emperor 8 hunters to step on ST. Each of them looked all around foe any sign of him. A cop teen suddenly reached into his pocket, rummaging foe some. He pulled a gun. But before he could do anything, Zek appeared allwhere, unleashing an X-ray of consecutive slashes at Lee Cop Teen 8 arm. His arm then fell down behind Zek 8 back. Lee Ki gun in his hand dropped to Iki ground as Zek 8 voy rang all. A yellow signal flared to mock an emergency. He really IDU Chup Teen. He frowned and asked if there were unenli 3 of them. They must be outside patrol squad, as they usually travel in groups of 12. Now all rest were screaming in panic. Who dares stand here? Who IDK leader? But Jake ignored them, swinging his sword and cleanly cutting Op Cap Teen and 8 head. His eyes hardened and his voice lowered. Have you still not grasped the situation yet? Jake essentially declared, now eat ID my turn to question you. He glanced at two men trembling behind him, threatening them. Think carefully. There are still 2 lives left. If one goes, other will still be here, right? Jake said slowly. I hope you make a wise choice. Before long he raised his blood-stained hand high, and then Leap's screen was filled quote he saw of groans. They even dared to Kivu royal warriors. Could it be that they actually found like ruins? We will find as soon enough. Having finished his thaw, he jumped down. Foe those who dare BLPC mechanate path, and lie death. Lee scene shifts to Lee base at this moment. Guard looked groggy, constantly yawning. He sighed in frustration. What madmen would come to stand guard in barbarian territory? Lee one next to him also spoke up. Eat really idea bit dull. But before he could finish his sentence, the one who had just complained was struck by something and thrown backwards. Immediately this guard was also quickly and cleanly dealt quit. At this moment a figure nimbly dashed straight into Lee base. E-guard inside quickly detected intruder due to key loud noise. 2 of them discussed among themselves. Why don't he do come AV here? Wait, did you hear something at main gate? League other man turned back and replied, no, I didn't hear anything. Right at that moment Jake appeared, plunging his blade directly into wee blonde man. Culble's haired man was petrified, his eyes wide as he stared at Lee Key bloody tip of EP sword near his face. Before he could speak, Jake swung his sword to attack. Lee's haired man nimbly leaned back to avoid die slash. He screamed intruder, but before his words could finish, Jake 8 hand was thrust straight into BBLIC, haired man 8 mouth. Quit his other hand, Jake unleashed a powerful slash that caused by Ply, haired man to collapse on D spot. Jake swung his sword down, splattered along Quda's thoughts. This brings back. When our leader was exhausted from territorial war, he ordered us to infiltrate Pavlet 8 gang. Why feeling then was exactly key same as EDID now. A cop teen standing high above, slamming his hand against D railing declared, key assassination techniques of He roared threateningly. He doesn't matter. Anyone who sets foot here must die. Surrender now, and I will give you a gentle death. Jik looked up, wondering if that was Lekaptinin. His XQLV was already approaching that of a B-low knight. Compared to Y-hounds from his previous life, these truly were too weak. He smiled faintly. Death ID truly peaceful is TT. Guards gnashed their teeth, listening to Jiki. ID that how do you treat like one who took your comrades' lives, instead of grieving foe them, deduce a leniency towards enemy. He scoffed, truly typical of those tormentors from Ly Central Con. His sword flashing, like a shadow. Let him die as he wishes, tear him apart. Without another cliched masterful slashes, just one was enough to clear Ali surrounding subordinates. Jik was slightly surprised. How are these hounds always this feeble? He looked up and thou, I d heat because they are too weak. Oh, am I too strong? No need to probe further. Gobiex ATM's Leakmadich reflection SQ has been activated. Kichopteen standing above was horrified as he witnessed the scene. He looked up at Laec Kai, fun of bewilderment. Power outage right now. Fear surged. Could 8 be due to YV Rajian Slayer 8 Madidich interference? Ekopin suddenly recalled Jik 8 image from earlier. No, he didn't carry anything from Lee start, nor did he use E. Even Jiki attack, when he cut into Lee's skin, was enough to determine that this swordsmanship was definitely from like South and Assassinate. There ain't no way he could be wrong, he told himself. He must just be a coincidence. Having thought that, Lee Copteen bent down and shouted, Dante panicked, power will be restored soon, focus on defense. But just as he was about to turn away, League lights suddenly flashed back. Lie shone down, revealing all Lee guards, lying sprawled on knife floor in pools of blood. Copteen 8 face turned pale. What ID this? Now he appeared right behind him and spoke. Leaky Emperor ID truly bold to Tagate ruins of hero Kin Keezer.
Laksa.
His hand slowly gripping Lie's sword at his side, he stammered. Lee ruins a He swung his sword up and shouted loudly, what nonsense are you talking about? But when Leg Kapin turned around, he saw no one, voice still but there was no sign of anyone. Dante worry, he voice said, if do Don confess, I will find him myself. Suddenly a hand appeared from nowhere blocking his path. From behind, Jix covered like cop teen 8 eyes and held a knife to his throat, making you cop teen cry out in fear. Wait, we truly don't know anything, but Jicky didn't say much. He simply moved his hand to deliver a slash across cop teen 8 throat, and blood spurted into air. Immediately after that, Zek neatly dealt quit those who stood in likey way. He stepped outside fence, standing behind. Zek thought to himself, everything that happened here will be blamed on Meccan. He slammed his sword into key ground. Meccan Gang, a criminal organization from League's southern continent that I once served in my previous life. They do everything for money. After I Kingdom of Cusco fell due to civil war, this lawless land was divided between Meccan Gang Pavla Gang. He continued to think, I should have concealed my identity by Enlai using wise skills of a descendant of royalty, but I intentionally used southern shore. The old image, leaving Met characteristic, eat safer foe others to bear blame. Zek took up his face covering, looked up at Lee, Sky and Thao. He Empire will definitely blame southern gangs for this, and even if they re-fee, will lead to Mechanet destruction, so this idea get thing. His face suddenly became incredibly tense, but more importantly, through a letter he accidentally discovered. Lucky Emperor was even more insane than he had ever imagined. Zek gazed at Lee meet on each table. Key Emperor 8 decree ordered hunt for ancient relics. However, what truly shocked him was accompanying campaign meet. He muttered to himself, Eat stretches from Lee center of IE continent all the way to Lee east, currently in Chus, and even mysterious BL6I region. Why hounds will have to send people to every suspected relic site. Zek stepped, stating that hounds had reappeared on a scale comparable to before regression period. They just hadn't yet located where Kayat relics were hidden. I need to hurry, he thought, as a fiat lot of Lion Lee Si Kai cut across his thoughts. Zech looked up at Lai Sai Kai with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, a red flare, no way. At that moment, Lee brilliant flare erupted, emitting a Lai sun. He quickly realized it was Y's signal to activate Heaven and Earth Net encirclement. Streaks of lay fell one after another, forming tangled threads, while Heaven and Earth Net, an ultimate technique that had never failed to track and circle and sweep leak area where a flare was deployed. This ST method required all hounds to hold their positions until further orders were received from their commander. And once execution order was given, and Thing awaiting Lai prey was an inescapable fate. He himself had almost lost his life in this very encirclement during a past attempt to steal treasures. He continued to run tireless, his mind constantly thinking about Like's tum panel. Now I have exceed tem. Suddenly a scar-faced man lunged off from ahead, swinging his sword directly at him. Zek immediately fell into a passive defensive stance as other men quickly rushed in and surrounded him. Lee's scar-faced man 8 eyes were fixed on him, as if wanting to devour him whole. G kicked up his leg, swinging his saber, countering key slashes from his up. Let 8 see who dies. Quit an incredibly swift, he leaped all of their encirclement and retreated. Jik looked around just as I predicted. A scar-faced man at face remained tense, mixed with a hint of doubt. He found it hard to believe that he could escape so easily. They all stopped, silently looking. They were completely different from those bastards in the cave. At that moment, a few more appeared from behind. He was once again caught in an encirclement. Jik scratched his head, sighing, quote, things have really gotten complicated now. He opened likes it to screen to judge his position, thinking to himself, if I use my fun strength, I will certainly escape, but then my fake identity will also be exposed. Jix took a horn from his necklace. There ain't no other way. I really don't want to use ET. Thinking that, he raised IP horn to his mouth and blew, attracting attention of a crowd. P horn 8 blast, spreading far across 5. They immediately looked around suspiciously, whispering among themselves, what ate that? Does he have allies? Suddenly, Faced Man became extreme. He looked at Jik 8 hand, which was holding 3 bombs, and shouted, he has smoke bomb? That whistle ID just a diversion. Catch him quickly at same moment. He lowered his hand and threw down E3 bombs. Deafening explosion, and Jik emerged from the dense smoke with a sinister grin. But in Lee blink of an eye, as Lee dust, his figure had vanished without a trace. Lee's scarred man pointed and ordered them not to panic, saying they had cast a wide net and he couldn't escape, so they should hold their positions and watch everything around them. Following their superior thugs quickly maintained their positions, observing their surroundings. Leader bewildered, wondered why presence disappeared so quickly. Did he think he could just slip away? Oh, did he whistle earlier have another meaning? Suddenly one of Key's subordinates was flung high into the air, blood spraying as if struck by an invisible force. Everything happened so fast that Leap's scarred man exclaimed in SC, what lie hell I did this? He widened his eyes looking back and muttered to himself, they really are lunatic. Before him now were countless giant mutant weasels. Tearing into his scarred man turned pale and shouted, mute, what hell I did going on? I didn't touch them. Seeing pack of weasels attacking ferocious, he trembled. He could handle 102, but a whole pack, nobody could withstand. A soldier, sword in hand and fun of spirit, charged forward shouting, do disgusting monsters. However, Gweasel jolly dodged his powerful sword swing. T-scarred man 8 hands trembled and he stammered, I can hitty. Before he could finish speaking, Lehman XT at steel fist slammed directly into his head, crushing his skull and spilling blood everywhere. Lee scarred man in utter confusion, this ID, why did they suddenly go mad lie this? My men are almost all wiped off. No other option? He raised his gun high and pulled light trigger, blast. A flare shot into Weiss Kai, accompanied by a loud shout ordering a retreat. Meat pack of mutant weasels was immediately attracted by Kiso and charged forward wildly. Like subordinates in the scarred man fled for their lives, shouting incessantly. After Gord, a figure emerged from underground dusting himself. The P was G. He calmly brushed dirt at P's clothes and smiled, thinking this trick worked even better than expected. This tusk was originally a tactical communication device characteristic of mutant tribe. Jik held Ike necklace in his hand and mused that he'd helped coordinate live battlefield situation in Lee chaotic wars he had known in his previous life. Back then, he had befriended a mutant tribe and learned Y's secret of its creation and how to use ET. I used Lucky Whistle to drive away invading enemies who were eyeing this land, even though they considered those people no different from barbarians. But even they have their own customs and traditions, and they will fight to protect them. He put Lake Necklace away and muttered that quit his skills, this item could only be used once. Every Jink leisurely continued his journey. At this moment, sounds of explosions continued to guide his urging now, let 8 go hunt for real ruins. Scenery changed and XI footsteps echoed in a new space. Jik stealthily hid behind Arpsy and whispered to himself, why are there so many nuisances in Likeway lie this? Seem calculated and announced, detected a flying Ogun, type Lazut afflicted by evil energy. Seeing imposing men XT appear made him slightly bewildered. He turned a legendary dragon still have a place to perform. Glancing at a passage hidden behind men, he thought to himself that according to Lay P mate, why door of life was right there. He then whispered, Vec, do have like ability to crack that door. Version. Order received from starting mixed unlocking. A controller has successfully linked to key sacred sanctuary of like Great Emperor Kaiser. Initiating entrance to forbidden area of Hero Ken Kenizer. Immediately giant stone slab blocking eye path began to move upward. That noise naturally caught like attention of multi-headed Hydra immediately. The NXT led of several piercing roars to investigate who was brave enough to venture here. Young man 8 lips curled up confidently. To clear a path, he'd have to get active Ligra GN slaying ultimate move. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped P at breakneck speed, fast as a whirlwind, rushing straight to right in front of live beastly Hydra. Without any hesitation, Jik immediately used shadow clones to strike repeatedly in a rapid barrage, combined with incredibly flashy fan. A plan formed in his mind, used this traceless footwork to make Y next T8 eyes spin like pinwheels. Then rushing toward the exit, Jik reached his hand toward Lee slightly ajar door, just a moment longer. I-9-headed snake was even faster. It opened its giant mouth intending to crush the Bombessa door. Its enormous tail delivered a thunderous blow straight into the adjacent arced wall. In Ikeen, Hydrate 8 teeth fell out completely, all of them gone. But he was several steps ahead, already firmly gripping his battle axe in his hand. A powerful axe strike tore through wind. It was 7th light regime, slaying move called regime beheading. Jik landed safely, but his body was covered in Menix T blood, a steaming liquid as hot as a burning fire. He picked himself up, looking at his smoking hand in bewilderment. Did this demon blood even contain corrosive acid? Wok Saint, starting like recovery Akvais Kinaprex. After seeing that she was dumbfounded, he turned on this Ira GN, type Lyzete possessed as many as 9 heads. Thick will see smoke, bringing back deep memories from his previous life. Master once said Du cannot win against that 9-headed Hydra Raben. He looked up Kuda smirk. I'll wait and see exactly how strong Du are. Waklifo death battle officially broke, quit dust and earth filling geese kai. Roch was struggling wrestling quit Hydra 8 house pillar-sized tooth. Before he could catch his breath, its second head hissed and lunged from another direction, looking for a fight. He plunged his sword into ground fo sit up. Wiping away a streak of fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, he muttered curses, saying that this Chuen slaying move was complete use. Ruch thought himself, where would one find dragons to slay in this era? These hybrid lizards aren't afraid of those moves. Seeing Lai multi-headed men XT roar and Shixi annoyed him because every time he chopped a P1 head, another would sprout late, which was utterly frut. His eyes narrowed fun of Calcut. It was clear that his current strength wasn't enough to finish E to P. He looked around frantically to plan his escape. That exit was probably about 30 meters away. After thinking, he immediately tightened his grip on EP sword hilt and gave a cold command Wo kicks Tem to immediately seek Lu E-path. Anil immediately appeared, receiving order Chief Administrator. Lee Prexted of blocking Y path to Big Brother Kaiser 8 Holy Land ID currently being carried off. Colossal door began to move, emitting eerie run. The young man plunged his weapon into wee stone ground, causing winding cracks, from which a shimmering stream of energy shot out, originating from practical combat version of Rajin, slaying and he dragged, creating a fiery streak that swept away Lee dust, unleashing Lee supreme wind slashing sword tech. Arch swung his sword then flew towards multi-headed Minix T to engage in combat. Devastating strike combined quite incredible speed, brilliant line of light. While Eat was disoriented from the P hit, he thought, forget about being that guy Zed Fo now, I need to slip through Walkie door first. Unfortunately, Kim NXT8 tiny eyes quickly glanced sideways in his direction of movement. The Hydra would to be outdone, Eat immediately coiled its body and shot straight towards Zed, intent on devouring of. By this time, Lipe young man had also crawled very CKLO to Dijiviki door. He tucked his legs and lunged straight inside, thinking to himself, I wonder where P objective ID now. Then Z8 eyes widened when he saw Key Men X-T8 throat, fun of teeth as sharp as caltrops, waiting to swallow him whole. Before he could even utter a sow, one of Z8 arms was already snugly in its mouth, causing fresh blood to spray a fountain. Powerful bite lifted his entire body into Lee air. Piercing pain made Zed tremble uncontrollably. He could curse this hateful reptile under his breath. Hydra wriggled and squeezed through narrow gap, determined to follow him into every nook and cranny. Still gripping his sword, he shouted, asking if he desired this arm so much. If do want eat, here do go. As soon as he finished speaking, Zed immediately chopped his own troublesome arm to escape that foul-smelling mouth, and then landed. Lee's severed limb stump quickly grew back then to be miraculous regeneration of new cells. Behind him, beat enraged Hydra spewed a thick beethes putrid, smelling smoke to vent its fury. A powerful stream of energy rushed straight towards Zed, causing glowing veins to bulge on his body, his teeth clenched tightly as if trying to swallow his anger. IDP, a poison mist lie this enough to negate me. A notification window pop. Do you have become immune to weak toxins of the evil Hydra species? At this moment, Zed could no longer contain his rage. He decided to unleash an all-O attack. A saw-splitting wood rang O as a strike pierced right through Hydra 8 wretched head. Instantly, two of its heads were severed from their necks in a split second. Quetin lie one head remaining. Leto roars that seemed as if they would tear through space itself. After that blow, combined Kuda's body still being covered in toxins, Zed panted heavily, completely exhausted. But look, Hydra refused to give up. Charged at Zed lie a whirlwind. A thought flashed in his mind. There ain't lie one left. Now eat 8 all or nothing. A notification bar sub EXQ Regine Raiment has been activated. A terrifying power immediately exploded violently. His eyes suddenly glowed bright, and his voice echoed, "Quote, great authority, get lat, unless do also want to turn to ashes." Hydra dead eyes widened in a cease, its expression changed. In contrast to its previous aggression, now, its foul-mouthed, and slowly backed away. Seemed to Hydra had recognized fear. Moved slowly, withdrawing from. Gradually its entire body vanished from sight. No trace remaining. Zed finally slumped down, sighing, "I never expected Regine Raiment to work on Dragonkins. Damn neat. I should have tried it sooner." However, he still had some doubts, wondering why he was still conscious despite endless stamina being activated. Could it be due to Iki toxin? At that moment, another notification window. Do have engraved fear into corrupted Dragonkin. Has been infected. Quitfall energy. Do want to activate Dragonkin dominance authority to tame Key to Gate. Like Hydra 8 terrified face from earlier came to mind. Zed was confused. I engraved fear. Must be because I used Lilpi Raijin Raiment at Leaky Inn. Regardless of, that's stupid, I could actually tame Heat. Thinking so, he spoke up, "Alright, let 8 give it a try." Zed 8 face suddenly went blank, as if he had just suffered a great specie. Because another notification, insufficient administrator to tame Dragon. Failed to tame me corrupted Dragon. A sense of bewilderment arose, insufficient authority. Zed braced his hands on the ground, his body sagging. Seriously, what a letdown. I guess 8 would be a C-Tren if such a powerful XQ had no limits. Suddenly his entire body trembling, causing all his muscles to lock up. A warning window appeared. Warning. Toxins from the venom flow have exceeded dangerous level. Zed doubled, clutching his head in his hands, muttering a curse, this damn poison. His mind was racing. Healing Medici was ineffective against a toxin, forcing him to find another way. Why not try Iki devouring XQ to obtain premium blood? Status board immediate. LVE1 divine gene technique was operating at full capacity. Everything in existence turned into nutritious energy in his stomach. And if he chewed on like head of a supernatural Munix TF, he could even steal its ultimate technique. Gritting his teeth to endure bone-piercing pain, he muttered his calcu. A monstrosity that spewed such horrific venom must surely have top-tier anti-venom genes in its vein. A virtual screen popped up signaling that live Raigan devouring secret technique was being activated. Lee young man ate entire body emitted a plume of pitch BC Lulcy smoke, heading straight toward Leaky severed head of Lee multi-headed serpent. That ox power rose up fiercely like a raging fire. A ding sow announced that Du had finished devouring Lee's severed head of Lee miasma. Filled mutated rain worm, Mi prey was now in a peace stomach. A devouring ultimate move leveled up from novice to expert ally Vup. Key digestive core helped refill the energy bar while simultaneously plundering a bloodline ability key defeated foe. After recharging his energy and receiving a semi-finished poison resistance, he trembled and had to brace himself against the ground. Jik mustered all his strength and slammed a fist into Lee P tiled floor. Information panel flashed repeatedly warning of hydroline toxin. While purifying poison then to his all-type poison resistance passive, everything was going according to plan. P status board appeared. LV administrator account name Jik. In unique title ancient Regine guide and Terrakin successor. Quote Dominion Niware Gene race possessing a top tier heavenly skeleton. Resistance an XC10 inventory quit 100 slots. In P corner of like screen were a minimap Novus missions, like Sectate self-healing skew, an Iron Wolfu endurance, boundless stamina, sharp combat ins, grade a weapon, beginner grade a killing reflection, beginner grade area of I fakey buffs, LVK1 Loi Rajin skills including Ultima Mi Rajin I and Master EGN will, a chained Y Gren Lady waiting foe requirements to be met Master, devouring skew, LVK Twinok Ajidan skills including sturdy Urgidon scale protection and sharp Li Rajian claws, VVK3 Raigen martial arts still grade a requiring 300 points to unlock, 460, 5 accumulated. Scanning Lee stats, Jik clicked his tongue thinking Lee quit mostly sounded a bit risky. A footnote clearly stated he resisted all toxins, cleared most lethal, and greatly boosted. He sighed in relief, telling himself that quit this treasure, he would be immune to all kinds of poisons from now on. Q frame change, novice devouring technique had ascended to the ranks of expert. Seeing this, Jik scratched his head in doubt. This scavenging move was normally deathly hard to LV up, yet today it broke through. He turned out to be because he had just devoured prey from Lipeek's Tem 8 blacklist. Interface change, explaining that monsters marked full execution would yield generous rewards once eliminated. He nodded in praise, thinking this feature was quite something. Jik stowed Ikazi Tam panel and moved on, muttering that a headed snake had delayed him too long and he needed to speed up. Hero Kaiser legendary half and fairy demigod, son of a wise sage and Lakey elven Ken. Lie all other, Kaiser 8 birth was far from smooth due to Lakelok's schemes of a witch. He was forced away from his parents and then abandoned in Lipe depths of remote forests and mountains. Fortunately, a divine wolf goddess picked up Leek's screaming infant and brought him to her cave to care for him, helping little Kaiser grow up healthy and unharmed. Upon reaching adulthood, Kaiser liberated enslaved people and built an empire for humanity in like center of continent. That land was named Kronos Kingdom. Lake corner of his lip twitched slightly as he thought, this ID, part of Leapy's story everyone on Leak continent knows by heart, prelude to Lee legend of Kaiser. Jicky eyes turned toward Bleepy beams of lie in front of him. Quote pride these days no documentation remained, it was truly a myth. However, to prove that King Kaiser and Kronos Kingdom actually existed, he looked up and gazed around. An ancient tower. Jeek quickened his pace toward Eat, thinking Eat ate here, right in front of me. He turned to observe his surroundings, but Eat was much smaller than described in E-books. He never expected Kaiser 8 ruins to be entire Kronos Kingdom. Standing before, shimmering Goondor, Jicky told himself thinking back, like holy grounds of Lee Ryoan slayers from back then had this same atmosphere. Tixi team announced Eat was opening like sanctuary of hero King Kaiser. He stepped through like threshold, and a key world opened up before his eyes. In Evas, a sparkling crystal slab stood on E shelf. A mystical Lulai spread everywhere. Jik approached reached out to touch ET, wondering to himself if this was a relic of Hero King Kaiser. A notification appeared initiating a quake chain related to Hero King Kaiser 8VXN, leaving him slightly bewildered as to where E came from. A clear warning, informing him that he was not allowed to leave until E quake chain was completed. Jix was startled, thinking, what on earth ID key this, who gave permission? Suddenly, door behind him slammed shut. Further information appeared. Quake Chain Hero King Kaiser 8 Advancement. Collect his traces at ancient ruins. No time limit. Reward ID fairies. He frowned, tensely looking at Leaky to Chavi Quake Chain. Hero Kind Advancement. Jik turned around. All reward was again fairy tears. Hero King Kaiser 8, one who bestowed power upon humanity, were those fairies. He reached toward B-Stone BLPC, certain he was a heaven-defying treasure, and immediately asked Oxtdm how to upgrade E. Klexi Tem replied request, extracting data from a Deech recording device. Like stone bees gradually began to glow brilliantly. A notification appeared. 546 Maditer clips of Hero King Kaiser have been found. Among them 12 clips match your requirement. Key first Madi Chvai serially 12 ID currently playing. Detected ancient Kronos language in Kivu, currently not in U. Lixi Tem automatically translated it into T Central Continent language his preferred. Avoy rang oh so then, what I deep a sword. Aki same time, Leastone BLPC continued to glow intensely. This man must be a legendary figure. Avoy rang, a sword ID just a sword what else? Those weak old fools who conceive and swing a sword keep rambling. Levoy continued to scold utterly useless hey do there wake up, life screen ID shake. Jik thought to himself, Satan P-man known as Kaiser 8 most loyal guard. Indeed so he really exists voice spoke, how to do master sword. Lee saw of a sword being unsheathed rang oh nothing complicated just swing 8, harder and many times. A cold slash sounded along quit laugh, I bet do re-wondering how many times, I'll give do a goal. What seemed like an invisible slash actually struck him. He stumbled and fell to E ground in complete SC. He gasped for breath, unable to believe that merely watching a VY tier could put him under such intense pressure. His tattered gaze turned towards Key's sword held firmly in his hand. Truly, Key ultimate glory of a hero kin wasn't he? He smirked Kuda knowing smile oh this feeling, ain't 8 truly. Oh dear I forgot it rules again Xitam, Peely replay that V-Seer from me beginning Ayat, Key Administrator 8 request has been accepted. Key days past just lie that, he still held log gleaming sword tightly thinking to himself oh my, E-tape been almost 4 days since I got lot here, every day has just been about training and more training. He was surrounded by 3 enormous doors, opposite Lintron. Lee first room, Eat a food storage room, filled with supplies that would last 4 months without being fully consumed. Like second room has a relaxation area and a meditation space, intended for maintaining my well-being. Gee last room well, Eat 8 stacked high quit books and all sorts of training equipment, piled up lay mountain. My external appearance of this sword ID no longer unfamiliar, but why can't I grasp that initial formidable feeling? Tingnification, your Kaiser Hero Kinsorg's Q has been upgraded, Eek Elemental Sword Principle. He muttered Elemental Sword Principle would 8 that elemental. Information appeared on Basic XT GD complete, let 8 begin key advanced application XT. Ratch burst, advapplication. That sounds rather in T-rate 10. Kexi Tiampanod, restoring soul of Kaiser Hero Kin. Instantly a surge of energy erupted powerfully and thus, Kaiser Hero Kier. His feet touched diagram, and a perfect physique materialized before their eyes. Then another notification popped, Kaiser Hero, Lee Supreme Ruler of great and glorious Kronos Kingdom. Seeing this scene he couldn't contain his immense joy inwardly exclaiming oh my gosh, Kaiser Lee Hero Kin ID standing right in front of me. But Kaiser began Lee greeting by drawing his sword. Ratch quickly had overjoyed expression from earlier. He reacted swiftly blocking a fatal slash from his majesty. He was startled and gasped, what I did this, such a surprise attack. Kaiser 8 power was truly, sending him flying backward Kuta roar, get up. As we dust, he appeared quite vigilant. Did that sword strike send me flying all look way across this room? Eat feels lie I am facing a master from a past life. Kaiser rested his sword on his shoulder. His voice laced Quitsar. Do you think Quithax Q, do can learn my swordsmanship? His voice, knights have passed. If they saw this, they'd rise from their Jeek Rai truly too powerful. Honestly, Ditch still doesn't understand this man, but why did he attack me? He must be testing my skills. While he was Laden Thou, Kaiser lunged to attack again. He was fortunate enough to evade once more. Ditch mumbled himself testing what he genuinely wants to Kivu me. Warrior eyes flashed Kut determination. Would he have enough strength to face that man? Deck stared at that grotesque face. It was trend that someone looking so odd could be so terrifyingly strong. He looked up, took a deep breath, and thought, no, there ID, no need to overthink this. Deck 8 blade struck down, quit great power. Putting in his usual all, he summoned his giant divine sword. I have arrived, O hero kin. Seeing this, Khazir raised an eyebrow. So, do our Satinate student, do really think you can deal quit me? What kind of power ID that anyway? Deck wiped away his sweat, while a keyman still stood there looking curious. ID. As Deck approached, Khazir gently swung his sword to counter. Two blades collided, creating a world-shaking sound. He clasped his hands and watched pensively. Isn't that eye case? Deck meanwhile thought in terror. This sword ID even stronger than that gentle swing from before. Khazir lunged forward, quit a challenging smile. Who cares about your power? Without another quiz, he swung his sword, striking straight at Deck 8 giant blade. And Khazir said softly, as long as I am having fun, that I deep enough. Let like two of us have a little fun sparring. Then came a X-ray of rapid fire attacks from it. His heel slid hard across ground. Under relentless Deck was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he thought, I had anticipated his strength to some extent, but I didn't expect he to be this horrific. P-gap in power ID truly immense now. Deck ID lie a tiny ant, and Khazir ID lie a giant staring at his prize prey. Light corner of his mouth curled up. ID this gay meaning of light title hero kin. ED so difficult, but I still have some strength left to fight to EEN. Xetum notification cried as 6Q activated high, speed movement fight. Blades, leak Regine clan Regine dance XQ activated. Deck 8 sword now radiated an intensely turbulent ra. Each strike was delivered quite tremendous power. Yet he remained as nonchalantly resting his sword on his shoulder, using Lagi Rajin clan power without being from elite of Lag Rajin clan. By now he had slipped behind Khazir, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. His eyes darted an elemental sword logic. This discovery left completely. Without a quoos, he put all his strength into launching an attack. Even so, Kaiksa couldn't just stand there idly without fighting back. Two looked complete opposites. Rick gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the aftershocks of collision. Meanwhile, he gave a faint, mocking smirk as if he were just taking a stroll in Light Park. After a period of days, he suddenly woke up amidst the rubble scattered dirt and stones. As soon as Rick sat up, he saw Kaiksa sitting majestically in front of him, mocking weakling. Dear finally awake. He stood up, dusted a pee his legs, and said, You've got quite a few tricks up your sleeve, everything from satanic skills and dragon strength to elemental power. Kaiksa had eyes narrowed in confusion. What on earth I deek this? He leaned his face CQLU to him and muttered, It seems a part of your soul has a pack pike underworld. Rick heard this and was completely bewildered. What exactly ID underworld? Kaiksha continued, It seems Duva wandered near Death 8 door many times, even while still in a mortal body. So that 80 reason do you were able to harness elemental power, then... He pushed himself up and argued, Do you keep talking about confusing things like spirit realm and elements? Can T-Do just explain it to me in layman 8 terms? Hearing this, he just glanced to Leek's side and gave a cryptic smirk. Kaiksia asked, Don T-Do have a loftier goal than this nonsense? Rick replied, What do you mean? He pointed a finger at his face and barked, Saita playing dumb do dim-witted brat, I am talking about what do long to achieve. Still clenching his fist, Eat ate an advanced swordsmanship cue. What I am talking about I do supreme theory of elemental swordsmanship. Elemental power ID pure natural force that creates all things such as water, fire, earth, wind. Cassius raised his sword high quit a surging aura. Elemental swordsmanship ID developed based on the foundation of these four elements. He delivered a powerful slap, sending a rolling torrent of air crashing down like a storm. Elemental swordsmanship wind force field. Cassius sneered this idea technique that uses wind element. This energy source ID exactly what do call error. Zek stood stunned after witnessing the spectacular. Everything from light explanation to light power was top tier. This looks more lie using mage than swordsmanship, he urged. He'd ate your turn now. Seeing Cassius' deck, he thought to himself, wait, elemental power comes from, but why don't I see any trace of 8 from him? ID they're a trick to ID conversion. Zek stepped forward and asked direct, so how do I turn error into elemental power? His voice suddenly became strangely hesitant. Lee blade in Cassius' 8 hand suddenly erupted into searing het flame. He stammered, unsure of what to say. Well, just do it. Ed quite hard to explain, isn't it? He wondered why all of his masters were so eccentric. Suddenly, Peace sword that had been scorching hat just moments ago was now swirling quite a powerful current of water, startling Zek. It turned it had always been there. He just hadn't sensed it yet. Lee old man muttered to perceive 8. Do must focus all your mind on every sense. His spirit was now being pushed to its limit. Zek raised his sword and said determinedly, Alright, I'll find a way myself. To which Cassie, he 8 starting to get conceited. Don just cling to light outward appearance, that image that just appeared before your eyes. When he frowned and looked back, elemental force, Cassius had already called his secrets Q elemental force. Zek smirked, that meant his secrets Q also utilized elemental force. Cassius appeared surprised when he saw a powerful aura rising from Zek 8's sword. Powerful water current surged T2V, secret seal. He swung his sword down quit great delight. He stepped back and muttered, I told Du to use elemental force element. Where did Du get that XQ that mimics Eli Rai John words? Zek clutched his head in confusion, GN words. Cassius gently explained that 8 right. Laktra Gen words are a power exclusive to Lycia Gen race. Lycia Gen kin might be able to use ET, but humans absent. Zek turned pale as he listened to him continue. Every time Du use that power, your strength must decrease significantly. Kaiser added, fundamentally, Li structure of a human 8 soul ID different from a Li gene and 8. Du might be able to clumsily mimic eat, but Du will never achieve Li P say my faki. His face contorted. I don't know who created eat, but this hybrid's QID pathetic, to mimic Regine words so crudely. Kaiser continued, alright, now that du understand, let 8 do it again. A thought flashed through Zek 8 mind. I've seen Regian words before. Old memories came flooding back. When I absorbed Bahamut 8 heart at a resting place of Regine gods, I saw a message stating that I had learned wide Rajin words, but was unable to use them. Displayed, John Race's Q, gene word, words imbued Qt power locked user growth insufficient. Zek covered his mouth. If my secret XQ ID based on Lai Ray gene words, then once my growth ID sufficient to unlock them, I'll be able to use LE's secret XQ freely, one more reason to speed things up. While Laden thou he suddenly shouted, do I need to hit Du again to wake Du up? Get up, hey, snap O of eat I am here. Successive slashes weren't. Advanced cultivation takes much more time than but then to his special physique, than to Kaiser at demonstration and countless sparring matches, I have grasped the principles of the elemental sword. Just as Madich ID cast by channeling Mana into a Miyich formula, Leaky principle of the elemental sword ID to use error as a medium to draw elemental force from key power of spirits. Once I understood its principles and capability, using elemental sword was no longer very difficult. After a period of practice, Kaiser turned to leave and praised finally do look decent. Lee Sr. advised that journey ahead would be very arduous, so he should just relax for today. The young man immediately obeyed, saying it master. Young Rick, clutching his sword, spoke up hesitantly. May I ask a few things while we rest? Kaiser, now at ease while circulating his energy, replied soft. Feel free to ask. He smiled to himself, realizing online now that floating substance was also a type of element. I suddenly turned serious. When we first met, Du saw me use Laikai and called me a disciple of Saturn, didn't he, Du? What did that mean? He replied nonchalantly, Lai T. So that ate what eat 8 called. Just as E-name implies, Saturn once said that humanity could never use elemental sword, so I created a unique cultivation method, and Du are performing eat. That 80 why I said that. Quite a look of slight surprise. Young man cursed inwardly. That old man unlee passed down leaky training method, but didn't he share what I have? Damn Du, Saturn Draker. After hearing this, Rick felt a bit confused. Saturn Draker was none other than Saturn, Lai CEO friend of the hero kin and a noble knight. Zek quickly realized that key person who had created Leak Lai key cultivation method turned out to be a member of Lee Draker. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that founder of Key Draker family wasn't T Terracan, but some ancient figure perhaps? Why has no one ever known about this? Thinking this, Zek grew even more curious. I understand then what exactly ID Key Spirit Realm where Key Spirits dwell. I can feel their power after learning the elemental sword, but I still don't truly understand its nature. A beam of energy shot straight off from him, cutting across. He was suddenly overwhelmed. Could absolute species. Raw surge from Edie. Eat turned all heat could be utilized in this way. A voice echoed from somewhere, technically their idea difference, but do are able to understand Ladi spirit realm lie that, as Fu phenomenal realm, which ID lie this living realm. Once do abandon your physical body in phenomenal realm to enter Waiki spirit realm, do can never, tate as if do are blocked by an invisible wall and cannot step back into living realm. Jeek looked confused. Du said before that a part of my soul ID linked to Key spirit realm. Moreover, master, du are standing right in front of me in your spirit form. He snapped his fingers very lightly. A vortex appeared and then Kasha continued. I've never seen anyone lie do before, but there are a few tricks to crossing our Veek from leaky living realm. He recounted in my case, I received help from a Li Regian. As he stepped inside he repeated, but then Jeek cried all in amazement. Cassia glanced at him and asked, that ain't right, ID there a problem. He spoke hesitantly. John race never helps humanity does et? Lee old man looked pup. What are you talking about? Kasha raised his head and asserted, no creature cherishes humans more than dragons do. Hearing that, Jix couldn't help but feel bewildered. What on earth ID going on? Genon race cares about humanity. Could it be even evil creatures like Galak Rajin Bahamut, who once wanted to destroy entire world? He held his face, his expression fun of few. So an ancient, like relationship between humans and dragons was that different date unbelievable. He stepped down. I need to explain further. Cassiered hand Quid's soft skin, rested on Ricket's shoulder. A Medici circle appeared along Quid's deep voice. Well, do yourself or living proof of eat. Your heart and knee fang that created your sword. Kassir broke into a bright smile. Wasn't T8 Bahamut himself who gave aid to Du? He ID quite a difficult fellow, but he suddenly realized he also has a soft side. He cannot refuse sincere. It seemed that Kassir and Lili the Genon Bahamut shared quite a Sekilo relationship. Zech scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Oh, he turns I misunderstood. My father once bragged that our illustrious family has served Kin Hamet Fu generations, and he gave me this gift. He laughed loudly, his tone still fun of arrogance. That typical of Du, I understand. Du must have been quite annoyed. Quit that hat-tempered fellow. He often picks fights. Quit Kronos because of his grumpy nature. Hearing this, Sechade expression turned stern. His eyes cold as ice. Wait, Don T tell me Kronos ID also Oki name of Ali Regian. His voice deeping. Diuni. Name of Kingdom ID. Zek recalled. I've heard Kin Hamut mention it many times. So Lai Kingdom was named after Lo Kronos. Caxier replied softly. That ain't right. I am his contract. Back when I was struggling to come up Kuda name Fo Iked Kingdom. He sat there leisurely sipping tea, so I just used his name Fo Eat. Kronos looked not at all surprised, as if he had foreseen everything. In fact, I just wanted his name to be passed down to future generations, Zek said excitedly. Take good care of it. Time flows back thousands of years to Wyra when Kin Hamet lived. Humans and dragons once coexisted in heart, but if light-powerful dragons were to assist humans without restraint, key balance of Lee world would be destroyed, and very existence of like world might have been jeopardized, so they restrained their own powers. Then they helped mankind by manifesting as mortals and forming contracts quit one another. Zech thought deeply. Key reason these artifacts are so valuable ID that they were created help of dragons, but why did dragons and humans later become so distant? Kaiser waved his hand, interrupting Zek. I've been waiting Fodu forever. Hearing this, Zek glanced at him, thinking to himself, I should take some time to review Liti history books. Zek slowly approached and, You've already waited 1,000 years for a successor, so what ate a little longer? Hearing Zek say that, he grumbled helplessly. Get grief, this talkative disciple. Let 8 see how long Du can maintain that smug look. Kaiser stepped down. E-Fied advanced challenge ID. His eyes flashed sharply. But that ain't no different from before. A smile curled on Zek 8 lips. Atmosphere has changed, so I will add a new rule. He slammed his hand forcefully onto light table and declared, from now on, Du shall not sleep or eat. Leaky battle will continue until I permit Du to sit up. Kaiser added, and Du may enli use lay same elemental sword as I do. Zek asked, what if I break ye rule? Zek's eyes suddenly, a fire of anger burning intensely. Elemental sword flame field. At that moment, he lunged forward to attack, chuckling, Do dare break I rule. Kaiser's gaze was razor sharp. If you still want to keep your life, then just try it. The elemental sword ID divided into 4 chapters, each corresponding to an First ID chap T based on E fire element. 2 quickly engaged in battle, cap T of fire. Lee flames, releasing extreme heat, calorific destructive. They lunged forward, lie ravenous monsters pouncing at Zek. His eyes widened and glared, quit blood vessels clearly visible. Next, a deep crack in E ground appeared, earth chap T, chop based on Ike earth element. Kaiser swung his sword and lunged downward from above to attack. He delivered a fatal downward blow, a supreme technique that both suppressed and oppressed by adjusting density and weight. Zek quickly managed to parry that powerful attack. Key sword flashed, brushing side Kaiser 8 heavy might, and then, a streak of light flashed right past Zek 8 head. E was something created from the element of wind. Foe at that moment, he was unleashing slashes that formed a dense net overhead. They were Lia falling Nate, completely enveloping. ETID weaker than Li T fire element in pure power, but ETID extremely flexible and effective foe lightning fast attacks, moving Lie a lot and cutting through air. Finally, we have E water element, E chop T of water. Eat both attacks and defend, and can even suppress an SP. Eat possesses a fluidly balanced power and adaptability like a flowing current. La P force of Li P strike was so great that Zek could not Ryaki in time to defend. Blood splattered everywhere. He cursed under his breath, damn me, what hell ID going on? Kaiser 8 gaze, I should have been far superior in strength and stature. A question suddenly, why was there such a large disparity? Old memories came flooding back into his mind. Zek let out a small O of amusement. P sword pressed against his head, in glistening. A cry rang, oh, master, what now? He scolded softly, do fool, that IDB power of a waterfall, not water. He wondered, isn't it enough just to release E element? Kaiser stepped forward and, the other chapters work when do release E element and swing forcefully, follows, but how many times have I told you, essence of water lies in softness. He gave him no time to rest, softness overcomes hardness, how do not understand, now continue. Zek cursed to himself, damn neat, softness overcomes hardness sound. I surrendered because I no longer had Lie strength to resist. I suffered losses because I lacked I strength to protect. To survive, to keep Lee faith, to protect what I deem precious, I have relentlessly pursued nothing but power. And yet now, softness over, those words are completely beyond my understanding. Powerful tide was surging forward. Eat pulled him straight back to reality. As Kaiser swung his sword to attack Zek, he thought to himself, how could I have been so distracted during practice? Rich struggled free from his grasp. Strength suddenly surged, and he launched an attack. After 15s of exhaustings, quite my shoes tatter. I finally gave up. The image of Kaiser quit his resolute gaze, enduring at least a month since this training session, no eating, no sleeping, just ceaseless sparring. I glanced at him, realizing one thing, even limitless power has its limits, and I key face of a Menor next T that can surpass all capabilities. Suddenly Kaiser rushed forward again. He seems unleashing powerful water-based attacks toward. I could and Lie stand there silently cursing inwardly, damn me. Just Lie Angson. Suddenly having shattering, shining brightly Lie a delayed action bomb. A wave of water splattered, coiling Lie a snake around both of them. I smirked, having finally managed to BLPC that dangerous blow. As if victorious, glittering droplets of water lingered on Ruch's wounded face. Now he understood. His hand gripped he sword, be strength to wield eat. His feet dragged on a ground, strength to stand firm. Ruch swung his sword up, by casting aside everything, he finally understood Kaiser at intent. Chains appeared, mat. Control in sword stances and techniques had actually limited his freedom of action. He superfluous chains, from top to bottom. Let it be as free as flowing water, finding its own path. This was truly a familiar feeling, one he had experienced before. When a boundary between me and his sword blurred. Feeling of harmony between wielder and blade. Lee waves of water surge high, sometimes fierce, sometimes powerful, sometimes gentle. Both of them gave a faint smile. Kaiser swung his swordboard, unleashing another water-based attack. Roach plunged his sword powerfully into Lee ground. Kaiser always quit a smile on his lips, knew that Rucha had fully grasped rules of Lepi Gum. Both of their gazes were sharp and cold, sparking quit electricity elemental swords. Two intersecting swords drew a shimmering cross in the radiant space, adorned by a thin veil of water reaching like horizon. That powerful impact caused the entire space around like tower to shake violently. A blinding light suddenly spread every. Kaiser 8 lips slightly curled up, forming a smile fun of satisfaction. He spoke with admirations, my successor to Wag legacy of Ward Jik Riker. As time passed, light gradually faded, and a question suddenly arose in my mind. Did I pass off? Jik collapsed to the ground, holding his head tightly quit both hands. This ID truly second time. Memories of first time flooded back. That was when he encountered B's. SIP screen displayed a notification. Exceeding SKU limits causes exhaustion for users. Conscious will be temporarily. A thought came to mind, but back then, I used too many Largene skills, and like C-Tem forced me into unconsciousness. This ID first time since my regression that I've been completely unconscious solely due to physical limits. He quickly sat up, turned his head, and called aloudly Kaiser. But no one appeared. There was only a solitary stone BLPC there. Jix silently guessed he must have returned to Lucky Spirit Realm. He looked around, so what about Lai Quate? I think I applied like power of water quite well at Aikian. Suddenly Eek's Tem screen reappeared. Notification boxes scrolled wildly. Information displayed. Bonus time has been added to Y reward. After reading, Jik happily exclaimed after that hell, my success ID in Lai natural. Tim announced, like reward Fui Tears of Like Immortal King Quate includes 500 karma points and 3 random skills. Main Quate has been completed. Bonus time has been added to Like reward. Quokate reward ID been upgrade to Sex Tem Administrator Rai, along quote 500 karma points and 3 random skills. Setem Authority has been upgraded to Intermediate Administrator. New features have been unlocked. Novice quests have now been upgraded to Intermediate quests. Equipment slot has been activated. White teleportation feature on has also been activated. I Administrator 8 Soul has and Soul Development has unlocked a portion of Bahamut 8 Heart. Current seal V ID 9%. Intermediate Administrator 8 status window displays name Zekracker class unique immortal title. Blessed by Ancient Ragim, successor of Dominance of V, Regine Insects, Physique, Heavenly Bone Body, Immunity. C-Tim features include 100 slot inventory. Mape Quit Teleportation Gate Intermediate Quests, Faction XQ, Self-Healing, Unyielding Mental Defense, Endless Stamina, Combat Senses, Weapon Striker Rod, Mastered Elemental Sword 8, and Spirit Counter He exclaimed Quit Delight so much. Just checking all of them will be exhausting. Notification. Soul Development has unlocked a portion of Bahamut 8 Heart. Zek crossed his arms and thou first. I'll chalk Seal V. Indicator displayed as Seal V. A thought suddenly occurred to him. It was 95% after I absorb Heart. Notification displayed Administrator 8 Physique has changed to Heavenly Bone Body. Power exceeding a capacity detect. 94% of power has been suppressed and sealed. Thalok Fu accessing Terrakin Raker 8 Secure R. Zekh thought to himself after reading at that time, I tried to unseal Eid immediately, but previous image, Eid was locked by EXM. Announce request denied. Risk of physical and mental damage from power exceeding Administrator 8 capacity. Quit his hands pressed to his forehead, he pondered deeply indeed. He understood well what Eid felt like to have power far exceeding his own capabilities, and currently, Eid seemed he could only endure about 10% of ET. Even unlocking special skills or controlling dragons probably depended on the current seal V. Thinking so, Zek said, "Fo now, I'll pay attention to that. Next, there will be a random item." Old Xitim continuously announced that a reward Fo a completed Quate was an upgrade to Xitim Administrator privileges, 500 karma points and another random item. Information displayed showed that these shoes were crafted from meteorite iron, both sturdy and light. They had no special abilities, however. There was a note stating that their power would be enhanced when wearing a complete set of meteorite iron equipment. Regarding leg arm, this piece was also made from meteorite iron, possessing high durability and lightweight. Carried no unique, but a special note indicated that its power would be increased when wearer completed meteorite iron equipment set. Information on this pair of earrings was skillfully carved from glass, capable of increasing wearer 8 spiritual energy recovery rate by 15. Quit a special note that they go very well Kuti red dress. He picked up a earring smiling Quit delight. If I sold these to mages, I'll surely make a fortune. He recalled like items he already had in felt hat pie. What 8 more? Now I have both shoes and leg armor to combine Quiti earrings. I am almost completing like Zekh turned his head to Lai's side and then a yellow screen Quit mysterious slots appeared. He guessed this was B random XQPC. True to its name, it must contain usefuls. A notification window pop requesting 2 Ubik randoms QPC. Key PC and sparkling rays of Lai shot up Lai stars. Static Discharge XVRNG has been added to XQ list. This Static Discharge XQ can generate electric current to CC enemies upon touch. Flot Bomb Few. Less Glot Bombs Q can fire a compressed energy stream forward. He creates an releasing blinding light and reducing leak opponent 8 visibility. Sonic Blast. Like Sonic Blast Q emits irritating sounds that glom the Chike enemy 8 hearing. Seeing this, he felt a little worried. They are all just X-Run. If they gave high, Arnis, all my arduous efforts before would have been meaningless. Static Discharge Q activated. Zek picked up Lai knife, and dazzling electric sparks radiated around. He looked down at his hand again, smiling slightly Ardeng huh. Zek appraised Deek knife, its power ID quite fo its Arding, and I can use Eid in many different ways. He thought to himself, if I combine Philot Bomb and Sonic Blast, I can expect even better results than Quidig items I used in Lee previous Ardung up to Tate. Thinking so, he kept swiping his hand across P-screen. Furthermore, E-Privilege upgrade has unlocked a new Katem feature. Period ID, Leak Seat, Slot ID deactivated. Dio can now use leaky equipment and leaky slot as Axe Q. Zek covered his mouth and thou, using equipment as skill. That could be very useful in Cryety situations. His hand continuously, since I have abundant strength and self-recovery ability, I should use these slots for other things instead of just elixirs. His eyes suddenly stop. No, wait a minute. Even seemingly perfect skills sometimes who can be sure I encounter another Kaiser quit boundless power that I can resist. I still don't know true limits of my self-healing ability. It seems like every time something happened, a new scenario. Thinking this, Jik reached Oren Prestock touchscreen. A notification appeared congratulating him on successfully purchasing a grade healing elixir fortune. His current karma points were. I immediately put this high grade healing elixir into an equipment slot and activated it. My severe injuries were immediately healed, and my strength I made a special note of its astonishing effects. This item will not work a second time on a Lee same to gate and also holds many unknown effects. I spent a considerable amount, but quit such it entirely worth it. He can even replace both boundless power and self-healing ability. Jik held the elixir bottle in his hand, and now came most important reward. He exclaimed, those are tears of life Harry Ken. An info panel, Tears of Life Harry, a tear shed when Ike hero Ken Kaiser was defeated by trickery of Ki Diaper Sorcerer, can summon Lee Fairy Ken from Lee Ki Spirit Realm Ally once by using this tear as a conduit. Jik felt excited, summon Kai. He looked at bottle and pondered. According to legend, Lee Fairy Ken I granter of wishes for humanity. If all leak rumors about Kaiser are true, then I can summon Lie Fairy Kine and receive a wish. But there ain't lie one chance. Jik's thaw, looking back at Leaf info panel on B screen. He couldn't risky carelessly. He held bottle up high, gazing intently. After some thaw, Jix put bottle away, temporarily storing aid in his or. Then he calmly walked out, certain there would be a time he would need ET. As soon as he stepped a wide door, completely new scene unfolded before his eyes. A circle on a ground suddenly lit up. Streams of light swirled around. He turned his head to look around. Where ID this place? An outpost foo. I've actually been teleported around Jixi ancient houses stood. He sprang or VE offense and thought to himself, this nougat Tem Warp Gate feature ID really convenient. Why? Do want to use Ekexi Tem Warp Gate feature. Lie select your destination current location Aros Kingdom 8th Adventure Outpost Jix confirm. He could instantly reach any location by selecting EAT on minimap. For example, Kaiser 8 Sanctuary. Requires 150 or points. He observed that apart from greater distances costing more points, there were no other restriction. Jik looked at the map screen. If I have enough points, I can even travel between continents. Heat 8 not just convenient. It also helps me shake to pee those who are trying to hunt me down. He rested his hand on his chin, pondering deeply. This will definitely be very helpful for my future plans. Jik suddenly noticed that something was around him. Amidst biting winter wet, flowers were blooming profusely on branches as if it were spring, making him feel utterly boot. Jik 8 eyes darted around as he wondered, could that unimaginable thing really be happening? Like Amira then sharply panned to Valhalla, the most renowned knight training ground located in the center of Lipi continent. From Lee Great Hall a long drawn sigh suddenly echoed, complaining that throughout his 10 years as headmaster, he had never encountered such a difficult case, while his hands were still busily trimming ornamental plants. Scissors. Engrossed in his trimming, muttered about new recruit daring to be a whole month late, which made Jish, standing in one corner of room internally weep, as he had actually been stuck for 4 straight months. Old memories suddenly flooded. He remembered Lee Day person who gave him the letter of recommendation warned that if he skipped orientation day, Kexier would have every right to fire him mercilessly. His face was filled with worry. Waiting another year would mean all his efforts would be wasted. His goal was to infiltrate that family 8 secure vault, no matter what. He had to sway this old man by all means, so Jik bowed his head respectfully and said, Sir, I actually accidentally fell deep into an ecstatic meditative state while training to improve myself, which left my mind empty for a long time. Lee man opposite him silently placed his specialized scissors on a Lee wooden table. Leaky old man turned sharply and asked in a voice as cold as ice, an ecstatic state, do you say? His eyes narrowed sharply as he questioned if it was a pre-planned, slippery excuse for skip. This powerful man was none other than a head honcho Robert Boxer. This head honcho had once Lakey Royal Guard foe longest time in the kingdom, a living legend respected by entire world. We anecdote about a current head of Racker family, who had to humble himself 3 times to seek him and invite him to take headmaster 8 chair, ID still widely talked about today. He thought to himself, what someone so fanatical about, acting overly emotional will only make him despise me. Jik lowered his head and explained, I know that even quit 100 mouths, I couldn't defend myself for being late, but what I just said idiki entirely true, sir. After hearing this, old Robert was silent for a moment, appearing to be content. He slowly spoke, reaching that LV'd no laughing matter. If it were anyone else boasting lie this, I will kick them off for bluffing. However, since Duvy been vouched for by Exier himself, I will grant Du one opportunity. Key statement made young man jump quit joy. Continued, as long as Du can prove that those months of self-training were more beneficial than 1 month of study here, I will nod in agreement. In truth, Goldman was secretly chuckling quite cunning. Although he was a bit annoyed at having to rely on that obnoxious guy from Hogwarts to pave Lee way, this situation didn't allow for picking us. Jiki replied cheerfully, then do, sir. Robert 8 hand lightly pressed alarm button under wacky table. Immediately someone opened door and entered bat. Immediately prepare an available training room, and also summon live faculty council from various departments to administer a supplementary tate for this new recruit. Other person quickly ascended and withdrew. Lee scene quickly shifted to by academy at super high quality isolated training area. Jik 8 face was extremely. Valhalla was indeed. and he realized that IP panel of proctors here were all notorious swordsmen who'd been featured on covers of major magazines across EPN. Mid Frobos 8 Voy rang, everyone had gathered He gently suggested, P-Lissus results from training session Diu mentioned. All professors' gazes focused on Zek. He lowered his sword, wondering to himself what he should demonstrate. A resolute thought struck him. He couldn't teach them Li elemental sword here. At that moment, a loft, enveloping Ra suddenly emanated from Professor, causing Zek to falter slightly. Li pressure meant before him were we very people who had trained I's strongest knights on the continent, and they would not be satisfied with an ordinary performance. And so a faint smirk appeared on his lips. A brilliant radiance erupted around Zek. Perhaps I should also be a little more serious, he thought. Zek raised his sword, quit both hands, his ura surging power. His power-filled professors quit on admiration. A professor quickly realized what it was. Isn't he that Kura blade? Zek's entire body was currently swirling quit energy. They began to murmur and discuss. Enli 15 years old, and he'd already reached LKLV key of a B low knight. Li previous record foe youngest was knightable at 19 years old. Truly worthy of being called a Ganon Awakener, he thought, his gaze turning towards where leapy whispers came from. I forgot. Remembering Kassir, what do I think of Ura? Tate a deceptive trick that weak often use. Zek thought to himself, after months of confronting Kassir, I had forgotten Li P need to keen trend my Ura. Seeing Professor, he thought himself, luckily, this thing saved me. He secretly smiled. It seems they believe I am Enlai at Luradieng. Before meeting Kassir, my Hurrah was indeed on par quit a B low knight. But after learning ultimate techniques lay hydraulic field and elemental sword, my Hurrah had long surpassed that limit, reaching ALV even beyond Red Radan. Li core difference between a Red Knight and a B low knight ID ability to feed on Tron Hurrah. B low knights can maintain eat, but high, ULV, can freely shape and change blade while still retaining this destructive power eat carries. Jake was still Ludden though. He was secretly glad they had stopped, otherwise, things would have been worse. Suddenly a loud voice rang all, pulling him back to reality. Excellent. Robert stepped forward to praise him, truly an unparalleled. Even though Dew spent a whole month in Valhalla, that I deep something precious, so I wouldn't mind waiting for many more months, oh even many more years. Jake was startled. It seemed he had completely changed. He bowed respectfully. Not at all, Mr. Principal. Once again, I sincerely apologize for my absence at leak entrance ceremony. Robert smiled faintly. Don't worry. Then Robert turned back and asked, what do rest of Dew think? Does anyone else object to Jake joining? It seemed he was always generous, talented individuals. Professors immediately replied, such a clear Urai deed truly rare. Even among current knights, I don't think any further tests are needed. After hearing, he immediately turned back. Everything was settled. Mr. Robert happily welcomed him to Lee Jake Draker Academy. Scene shifts to Atlas Central District, a bustling metropolis located at heart of Lee Central Region. Atlas IDU Hanla, Continent Premier Knight Training Academy, and Key Draker Clanate Four Seasons City. Four Seasons City itself Ida Clan at headquarters, a gathering place for key figures known as an impregnable fortress. A footstep rang. Jake looked up and blurted all in admiration, that ate truly. Meanwhile at Jake 8 Villa in Atlas, he sighed as he opened a key door. Place was too spacious, even for someone like Danny. As with door cream on, two figures were waiting inside looking at. As soon as Jake stepped in, a brilliant display of fireworks exploded along quick cheers of congratulations on successfully joining Val. Some clowns stepped forward and said cheerfully, oh my, T-Master Andre here too. Duck patted Jake hard on Lee's shoulder and praised him, disciple. Duve got some nerve. Eat first time I've seen someone dare to skip the entrance ceremony at Valhalla. He waved his hand behind him. Now the key protagonist ID back, shall we start B party? Jake was slightly confused. Wait, what? As soon as Jake returned to Y Villa in Atlas, Duck and Andre had a surprise party ready to celebrate his graduation. I wonder which academic board works in Atlas. Duck received an urgent summons from Leet Main House and returned to Four Seasons City, but he had been managing this villa for a month without even asking me. As for Andre, he spoke up, I've decided to gin Valhalla as a teaching assistant, but I needed to have a say too. I guessed he was following me. Two of them then burst into boisterous laughter together, both bewildered. Jake cursed under his breath, why do all insist on making decisions without consulting Thoner Limey? After a while as time passed, Y party came to an end. Bottles were scattered all over Y floor. After getting decked, both of them collapsed on Lee's spot. Night fell Veek entire estate. At a certain eatery, Lee saw laughter and conversation echoed everywhere. A hand in a B lycée glove held a bill and requested, a Wakibir P. Lee Than Diu. Guess V was momentarily startled. Person added an, I've lied to see Mif, Kfo a moment. As if waiting fo that, everyone present stood up, approaching quit weaponed. P corners of Lie manate mouth, hidden beneath mask, curled into a cold smile. A cold voice rang also, do want to take your strength. Being quite quitted, one man immediately recognized he person from Lee Draker family. Why entire group acted innocent as usual. Absolutely no one made another move. Lee P employee was trembling so much quit fear that he was tongue-tied, frantically apologizing Fu not stop, taking back his word. Key old man immediately reached Fu wine bottle. Bowing submissively in a of respect, I will lead you to meet branch manager right away. That person was none other than each. He strode along, looking around and thinking to himself. A secret passage securely sealed quit defensive Meiji. Before turning back, if one were to name he most formidable intelligence organizations on a continent, there were Unlai 2. Draker Family 8-Night Silent Squad and Exam Imperial Secret Service, though there was still a lesser-known secret society called. It started as just a group of disheveled smugglers, but a minor figure named K built an information network based on their shipping routes. Before my rebirth, I should have been expelled by now and joined P. Markin gang, struggling through each day to become a cold-blooded assassin. Later KP branch manager at Lee Time approached me and asked me to clear a vital trade route. Then to that OBH path, he expanded his power and raised Y Alliance to rival Night Silence in the Imperial Secret Service. Quit Kate Keen VXN and cunning, he turned a Alliance into his own empire, right when EK Empire had robbed me of everything. Fully masked, their face half hidden, held all request note, take this, ET data clue divide treasure Leapi kind ID desperately seeking. A whisper of warning in my ear, be careful a duel suffer why conseq ironically, why person most eager to help me seek revenge was K. Although his primary goal was to use me to enrich me guild without K, I never would have reached that treasure come as far as I have today. Controlling information much lie been tagging along to Lee blessing ceremony. Future destiny can completely turn on Lee's smallest moment. At that exact, Kate T knocked on Nikki door. Inside leisurely, his mind fun of praise, his Q was indeed outstanding. If he could maintain a friendly relationship after this deal, K would be a massive S pit later on. In the middle of Iki vast room, a figure sat prominently at Iki table, looking toward. Light figure 8 slender hand struck a match, causing a small, bright flame to flare up. He pulled a chair and sat down, thinking to himself that Kate habit was exactly key same as before. Lee beautiful woman opposite gently raised Lee flame to her lips to light a cigarette. Like room lights also immediately switched on. A soft voice spoke up, well now, YD Draker family prodigy free enough to drop by here. Kay lightly scratched her head, quit a look of curiosity. What brings do all this way to see me all of a sudden? Quite an impatient look Jikit erupt, telling her to cess et pleaky nonsense and get straight to E point. He decisively made an off, I want to do business quit E syndicate. Upon hearing this, she only gave a cold smile. Kay turned around and clicked her tongue in wonder, a proud, pure-blooded awakened young master of Draker House, a majestic knight in Lee 15. Why would do want to get involved could outlaws lie our syndicate? Jake 8 gaze was slightly guarded as he thought to himself, it seems she 8 already grasped P fun story of what happened at Valhalla today. She really IDP sharp when 8 comes to information. As he rummaged around foe something he remarked, looking at her helpless expression, she definitely isn't interested at all. Jake slammed his hand on the table, attracting Beauty 8 gaze, but she should at least take a look at like item, right? Lee pair of earrings appeared lie a question mark high-grade silver earrings. He spoke up saying, these aren't ordinary items but treasures, try wearing them, you'll be surprised. She agreed to wear them, and her whole body began to spark quit electricity. She then exclaimed, he'd increase his mana recovery. Expensive jewelry indeed. Live cigarette in her mouth dropped to B floor. But then she suddenly became extremely interested. What hell I did this, recovery I fakey isn't 18%. She began comparing them quit previous pieces of jewelry. Current artifacts only offer about a 1% increase. How I reached 3%, yet this ID 5 times that. If this item ever exists, why don't I know anything about ET? ET must have a private trading channel. Oh, he dug ET up himself. Her eyes sharp as knives turned towards Jeese, this kid. Seeing Lee progress, are you interested in trading now? She wondered, what P hell I dig this, after all? She informed him, just use Wadi personal information I've attached to see read a new account, and do redone. She instructed, I've already registered as a representative, just go to Lee Bank in North Atlas to pick up leaky item, she thought to herself, looking at his demeanor. I immediately guessed ET still about entrusted protection of an unknown artifact, isn't he? As she examined documents, she pondered, Lee commission fee ID 10% per item. If total profit exceeds 10,000 gold, there will be an additional bonus. This ID truly highest price we set for a transaction. He even knows I am a mage. This guy definitely has a formidable intelligence neck. I need to keep an eye on him. She put the key documents back in order and spoke up. Agreement has been established. After saying that, she stood up beaming. From now on, I am counting on do. Jix pointed a finger, chuckled Doot. There ain't something I am a little curious about. His voice became, I do your get sip still alright? Hearing that question made her pause for a moment. As other bodyguards began appearing around, she said coldly, Do, where did Do hear that from? Seeing P's situation, he spread his arms. Owen laughed heartily. I was just asking, why are Do so tense? Then Jick laughed loudly. Eat ate quite in teepre tin. But do think that ate enough to bring me down? A fierce fire had erupted. Her weakness had been targeted, her face contorted, and her whole body trembled. After an explosion, he completely disappeared, leaving body. She gritted her teeth and cursed silently, damn neat, I still lack infring. ID Jiki youngest engineer, no absolutely not. Even throughout entire Atlas, even if Lee Syndicate Jik reappeared, should we switch seats partner? This guy cannot be underestimated. Scene shifts to Eke office of E Syndicate 8 Atlas branch commander. Holding a covenant paper in his hand, the young man remarked that Eat was truly typical of a mage. Mages often use covenants to bind one another and ensure safety. One simply uses blood as ink and signs their name to complete Eat. Eat sounds simple, yet power ID boundless. Once covenant ID activated, luck other party 8 signature will appear on 1-8 arm. If either person harms the other, both will depart Fu eternal realm together. And what if someone dares to fiefly dirty, hiring an assassin to murder their friend? Signature will automatically vanish from Lee hand of betrayer, and a deadly curse will descend, putting them in a dire situation. Kay spoke up, if do understand everything then hurry up and sign. I also need something to protect myself, who knows, one day do might suddenly feel lie sending me to meet my ancestors. G used E key tip of EP pen to make a cut on his hand, taking blood to swear a key oath, then smiled faintly and said she was indeed a get friend. He quickly reached O and used bike pen to sign leaky paper. a Medici circle, just as he had expected. As long as I can gain her trust, I would sign any MMB of contracts, he thou. Rays of mana from Lee's signature soared upwards. Magical symbols were immediately etched deep into Jik's arm. He turned to leave, saying, now I am officially your partner. Jik sat in his chair and pondered, so, shall we continue our unfinished business? Why cargo do retransporting on that get site must be Mercanate Soma, right? Kay looked annoyed, ruffling her messy hair. She sighed, I don't know where do dug up information about my seat. Her voice dropped. I am distributing Mercanate Soma. Soma ID, a type of magical drug that ID banned from cultivation and use in most places. However, in Key South, a land of chaos where civil war caused I Kingdom to collapse, tea has become a lucrative gold mine. Jik sat up abruptly and asked, ID because of trade ban recently issued by Key superpower as the clan. Kay put a cigarette to her lips and replied, exactly, even Merkin would dare act recklessly against a superpower clan. We can Enlai land route connecting League Central and South continents ID Key desert region under Key in Tron of Is the clan, however, a few years ago, is the suddenly sealed boo, allowing no one in Oa, completely severing that connection except. She picked up a match, telling Ipe's story as she struck Quadki land route blocked and Ike C route controlled by Pavla. Dio had to rely on B Syndicate 8 transportation after all. Dio pay a high price, and to us, Dio are an extremely important customer. Two notorious criminal forces share dominance of lawless South, using Central Continent jungle as a boundary. Merkin occupy, while Pavla governs South. Merkin had the advantage of transporting Soma by land, but because they monopolized that route, Pavla was forced to turn to League Sai. When the closed key borders, Merkin lacked land route and rushed to find a maritime alternative. But by then, Pavla had already seized total Fientron. Kay still had a lingering question by Kiwei. How did Do know about my Getsapi? Leaky Syndicate Akitsep was K8 invention, Quidite entire vessel encased in a layer of stealth steel. Than to this, can evade detection by pirates and a navy, becoming a lucrative source of income. Folk Syndicate, kept so secret that has never been revealed to outside world. Corner of his mouth curled slightly mischievously. There was no way I would reveal that she was Glil one who disclosed 8 in a previous life, Jake retorted. A secret information broker lied to 80 asking where AP source came from. His declaration made K freeze inst. Now I'd not gi time to gossip. Isn't I lucrative offer from Pavla what we should focus on for now? She suddenly remembered something, spun around and added, exactly lately, Pavla has been hounding me, promising to pay double if I cut ties quid old Merkin. My big bet I deep still weighing key options and hasn't decided yet. Jake stated flatly, tell them to refuse. He slowly stood up and approached her. Lie Syndicate knows fun well that ain't just a dirty trick from Pavella to chain down Merkin. If do give in, Merkin will lose Lee Soma smuggling reading. Jake tone suddenly sharp. But think about what if those Pavla people are actually pirates who were wiped out by Gi White Knights years ago? She slammed Lee table quit a loud bang that ain't nonsense. Pavla ID known for being reasonable and following rules, nothing lie those bloodthirsty. He simply shrugged. That ain't just a front they set up to deceive everyone. Jake's expression became serious. Pavla 8 real scheme ID to intercept super. Secret single secret they've been searching for tirelessly. 80 exclusive route. Yemen began dissecting leak issue. Merkin wants to keep leak except for long-term profit. But if Pavla gets wind of that Seep8 true origin, they will send troops to loot everything immediately. But clearly Pavla and Leak Southern pirates mind their own business. How do know? Jake suddenly slammed his hand on a Lee table. Look, K, before do get more curious, shouldn't he do pay a fee for valuable information I just handed you? My wish ID extremely simple. Jake parted his lips in an evil smile. Be bridge to help me meet Merkin AT, but that Jingin guy. He stated decisively, if deal succeed, I will help Do reign supreme at Lee's Syndicate. Silent night quickly descended and enveloped the entire city. Dressed in a tightly wrapped cloak, Jake was walking through white night. He thought to himself, even though K has a strong information network, T-Gate's still not enough. Before turning back, Lee fastest way to take to Key Syndicate 8 intelligence Xi Tem was to pacify East Southern Continent. Just wait, Jingin. Like ashtray was fun of lie remains of cigarettes that had been stubbed off. Small fire we just kindled. While that man still sits deep in thou smoking, will soon become an inferno that burns his empire to ground. Lysine shifted to the next Monang, at Ike training grounds of Eva Knights. Jik thought to himself that leaky atmosphere here was much more open meek restrictive training camps or academies. He turned his head and told himself, the headmaster said to wait for a moment, and someone would come to lead Lei Wei. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind, oh my goodness. A person from Lee Academy suddenly appeared and asked, are do Jissi, person the headmaster meant. Lai Fagi brought a hand to op corner of his mouth and offered a radiant smile to get acquainted. But in response to that warm attitude, Jiki and Lai looked at him with an eye fun of disdain. Lai Ju placed a hand on his shoulder and winked teasingly. Our young man Jik here must still smell strongly of Key Academy, right? Jix coldly brushed his hand away and asked, do you are Ligi 1E headmaster assigned to be guide I presume? Lai Gi asked back in confusion, a guide personally chosen by the headmaster. Then he leaned down and asked playfully, why does your voice sound as taut as a violin string? Lai Gi snapped his fingers repeatedly to tease him. Don bristle like a porcupine, calm down, let A keep Lee peace. I've been entrusted quit showing do every corner of Valhalla. Jix grumbled irritably to himself that this guy wouldn't tease tap talking for a second. Continued excitedly, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Upon hearing I Gi state his name, Jik eyes widened in astonishment. Lai Gi lightly licked his lips and introduced himself as a pioneering musician who blended medieval classical elements with vibrant southern melodies. I am indeed Lai Gavilla. I hope fu your kind see put, my friend. But he and Lai turned his head away and replied indifferently, nice to work quote, do you? G-cast in, has Y air been thinned all, my friend? Jik replied quote a laugh, that ain't just what do you think. In his head, he thought to himself, a musical night? Like Ivan. He never expected to encounter such a talent, someone who would later be honored as one of key illustrious 5-star knights. Like he 5-star knights was a noble title fu knights who achieved great feats in the Continental War before I returned, including Key Silent Knight Bishek, Arena Knight Referee Sun Mape, and the Illusion Knight Astero. Integrity Knight. Those were Arvina Draker and Leaky musical Knight Lai Gi Villa. Looking at Lai, Jik suddenly recalled, there are rumors that T5-star knights all hail from Valhalla, right? I need to verify if this information ID true. If everything goes smooth, we can quickly expand our influence here. He put his arm around Lai's Skeet 8's shoulder and pulled him along. We've been walking for a while and eat 8 quite tiring. Let 8 try some southern specialties, my friend, Jik said. I don't have any get memories of them at all. Livegi followed up. Maybe do just haven't found night right place yet here. Scene shifts to Lee dining table, where fellow ID happily munching on a sanquat. Then he exclaimed in fun admiration, this I'd truly wonderful. He said excitedly, of course, my friend. Dishes were displayed quite appealingly. Livegi introduced them. From rare seafood found in Lai and Valhalla to southern specialties, even a local Laimi has to admit they are top tier. 8 truly, even better than the food back in my hometown. Hearing that, Jik asked curious, have you been to Lee's southern continent before? He replied, I was just joking. Then they both continued to enjoy their meal and chat. After eating, he asked further by way, what ID a native southerner Lai do doing all the key way up in Valhalla? Lai Gi lowered his head, fiddling quit his glass. That ain't a long story, but actually my parents were once leaders of a small kingdom in Iki South. Jix was surprised, a musical knight who ID'd southern royalty. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Lee's southern continent used to be an alliance of small kingdoms around kingdom of Husko. Most of those kingdoms must have migrated to League Center when Husko collapsed due to civil war. Livey twirled like a spoon in his hand, smiled slightly, and said, in other words, I am a prince of a key throne. Jix could unlie sigh upon hearing that, even though that background held little meaning now. He never expected a member of Lai royalty to be so dynamic and lively. He recounted, but Lai's stubborn elders kept insisting on maintaining a royal dual sword style, so even though I have a knack for twin swords, I was pushed to P to Valhalla. Lai Gi winked and flashed an enthusiastic smile, but instead of buying swords, I just want to make music, Jik asked. Then what about Lee people who have expectations fo do? Suddenly his eyes lit up. How about do gin my music research club, my friend? Jik refused. I am not joining. Key scene shifts to a classroom. Jik asked curiously, are we free to enter senior classes? Lai this truly still feels very academic. In this kingdom of Valhalla, freedom ID, as long as it supports learning, everything ID except. Lied, as long as do want to learn, do can casually enter any class do lie. Furthermore, today isn't a normal lesson, my friend. I heard an extremely ren idiki going to take place. He laughed naively. He truly couldn't comprehend what he was saying. Suddenly from the buzzing crowd, could do be that person? Do definitely are. Every gaze was fixed on Jake, Lee, young man who had just joined Hala as youngest student, Jake Draker. I heard Dewry of royal blood, right? And Dewry genius who even defeated instructor. Key murmurs made guy a little bewildered. What am I hearing? Are do a Draker? He lowered his head, wondering if they were kidding. Jake held his hand quiddy symbol pressing. So what do you think this ID now? Ivy was stunned. What on earth ID that? He explained impatiently. This ID a pureblood glove, symbol of a pureblood Draker clan mage. After hearing that, he was utterly bewildered. Oh my goodness, do don't even take EP to eat? I thought it was just a kun style, but it turns out to be a pureblood glove. I had no idea at all. Seeing Igidate confused expression, Jake smiled slightly. Do you've been to Hala and still don't recognize a pureblood glove? Well, reacting lie that in front of a pureblood mage ID normal at this moment he was trembling, his eyes wide quit astonished. Lee Guy thought now everything must be clear, suddenly realized, no wonder Dewry so cocky, so this ID reason. Jake frowned, this guy ID really something. He put his arm around Jake 8's shoulder and laughed heartily. If Dewry Draker, do you have to treat me to a meal? Just kidding, just kidding. Jake gently released his arm, thinking Ipe excitement had died down, but he was even more spirited than before. Just then Mr. Frodberg applause rang off from podium. He lowered his hand and said, everyone quiet down. All students simultaneously turned their eyes towards podium. He thought to himself, it turns out today 8 special lecture ID hosted by principal himself, which ID why so many people are here. Mr. Frodberg Foy rank. Just looking at B of students, one can tell how much everyone has been looking forward to this session. Laggy whispered, hey man, what do you think of this lecture? Still great, right? Jake reminded him, if you invited me to a lecture, you should at least pay some attention. He continued, alright, let 8 skip a long introduction. I've lied to introduce a very special guest right now. A pair of feet stepped off from Lai door. It took a lot of persuading, but Lyra Gian Knight has returned. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be thrilled. He 8 returned to Four Seasons City. Could he be making a comeback? Mr. Frodberg loud announcement rang. Oh, Duke entered Laya God, raising his hand to wave. Murmurs rose. ID that Wind and Cloud Knight Duke Brecker. ID he knight who mysteriously disappeared. Recently there were rumors he was seen in Four Seasons City. It turns out to be true. He held the microphone and spoke. I have been away from like key battlefield foe a long time, yet do still remember me. This ID truly an honor. Everyone listened attentively as Duke said, I hope today at lecture will bring much useful knowledge to everyone. And now I, Duke Brecker, will tell Du about my journey from a regular academy student to becoming a knight. Jake was a bit surprised. What? I didn't he expect him to speak so engagingly. He continued to speak, but just a moment later, someone started to doze. He looked at Duke, who was proudly talking about himself, and though he ain't been boasting about himself for 2 hours now, I wonder when this will end. Now, Mr. Frodberg snatch, I've told Du already, think again, and yet Arthur still I apologize, I am very sorry for these students who were listening intently, but time ID up. Jake was delighted, excellent principal. He continued, key second speaker ID, someone everyone ID familiar quit, so a long introduction I'd not necessary. Despite being busy quit their role as a guardian knight, that person still made time to be here today. Drago family divides knights into 4 ranks, novice, intermediate, advanced, and guardian among them. Lead guardian knight ID, highest rodic, holding power equivalent to lay family 8 council of elders. He thought to himself, there are fewer than 10 guardian knights, it seems we second speaker ID no ordinary person. Myth Frodberg glanced aside. Ticking of the clock rang softly, counting each beat of time. Just as everyone began to grow restless, a figure quit snowy white hair appeared. Footsteps echoed on, a rhythmic clicking of shoes drawing every eye. Jik watched as her platinum hair stood against pure white armor covering her entire body. In dazzling, but her identity still could not be determined. Whispers broke how lucky they were to have come to Valhalla indeed. He never expected by chance to see a B-Lyc knight in D flesh. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be startled. Jik snapped his head around Lokitsam, ID that so. That person was we eldest daughter of E. Draker family, Lee Knightley Draker. Life's story shifts to an important port city in the central continent. Eisen ID a bustling metropolis, a hub of busy trade between the southern and eastern continents. About 10 years ago, this place was completely different. Back then, Eisen was a land of Medici, but he was occupied and ravaged by southern pirates. After officially becoming a knight of Key family, Kali Draker set out to suppress the pirate infestation. Only 5 years after she began her campaign of extermination, not a single pirate remained in Eisen. Now Eisen has become Leaky largest sea, protected under wing of Lie Draker family. Key surviving pirates were forced to flee to Wee Dead Geese south of He Delta Republic. Kali was appointed as Key youngest guardian knight, a noble title that even Aben had not achieved before his return. Jix thought to himself that while he knew she was an important figure, he didn't expect her to be his eldest sister. His gaze turned toward Kali, musing that she turned to be rival foe we succession against Aben Draker. Jix sank him. There was a reason he hadn't recognized her. Because before, Kali Draker had. Right at that moment, she began to deliver her speech. Kali 8 hand tapped lightly on table. A booming void, shaking entire student, and everyone fell silent. Everyone felt an overwhelming sense of fear. He suddenly felt bew. Was everyone really trembling like this? Could a guardian knight be this authoritative? She spoke quite an authoritative, even though instructor has entered woke room, like atmosphere still stifling in noisy Valhalla where I graduated, was not like this. If your seniors saw Du now, they would surely shake their heads in dismay. Kali glanced down at T Hall. Do you think this piece was won easily? No, it was paid fu quit blood and sweat of our ancestors. She continued, just thinking ID key meaning, action ID what 8 important understood. Jik chuckled inwardly, so that 8 how 8 ID. Kali slammed her hand on Lee table and shouted, a true knight Ideek someone quit training an iron will, and a noble heart, and enly if one possesses all of these, Ideek one worthy of being a knight. He grumbled, she talks a lot. As work hours ended and quitting time arrived, murmurs rose. T truly a nightmare, heat really ID. I miss Duck 8 lecture so much too, Jix muttered as he walked, her advice ID reasonable. ET8 just that those knave students don't realize it. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes, speaking of lie. He remembered Lagi saying goodbye. 5 hours of composing music has burned to my soul. I've also finished guiding Val, so I am leaving now. Jixi was surprised. Leaving just like that? He mused, but Eat 8 also in Teak routine isn't Eat soon. I'll probably be busy recruiting talent and settling life in Valhalla. Oh, while I have this free time, maybe I should go explore secret Terracan library. Quite that though he blurted all, well then, let 8 go, but he didn't know that a pair of feet was quietly following Sikalo behind. A voice called. Kali approached and asked, can you spare a moment? T-Scene shifted to Validate training ground. She swung her sword down, creating a powerful vortex of air. His eyes were suddenly filled with astonishment. A thought flashed through his mind, that 8 Mithrin sword he kingdom bestowed upon her. Kingdom once suffered greatly from piracy near Eisen, but then to Kali, they gradually found peace. They gifted her a suit of armor and a pure Mithrin sword. Her nickname Silver Knight of E.B. Luxi also originated from this outfit. Kali said, "Smee your fun power." Jik warmed up his limbs, thinking to himself, so she wants to tape my strength. Does she already know wiki rumor that I've reached Gleeby Lu realm? As afternoon light gradually faded, she lowered her sword to white ground. Jik 8 hands subtly tightened around Lai hilt of his sword. Key sharp tip of E sword glowed brightly. My fun power. He chuckled. Well then, I am sorry, but that ain't not going to happen. Jiki came see, not only her, but others are also paying attention to my abilities. If I reveal everything, eat will do more harm than get. Kadraker family has a rule, P strong rule, reaching the B Lu realm at 15 ID already a miracle. If I reveal superior strength, struggle foe succession, will try to kivu me, and Lupi clan leader will try to keenan tren me. Eat 8 not too late to see my hand when I am strong enough to confront Lupi clan leader. His eyes flashed. I need I title of descendant of this elite family. I let them manipulate me. Quat that thou, Jiki darted towards Kali at speed of lie. Both swung their swords up, swords glowed brilliantly. But suddenly her sword parried his sword aside. Powerful force very quickly swept both swords downwards. Suddenly Kali-8's sword was raised again. A claw slash grazed Jiki nose, and blood spurted. Tim announced request received, elemental recovery Xkira activation. His eyes darkened and a thought flashed through his mind. A Capone and Idika Guardian Knight, so they might be able to detect elemental recovery skills. Old memories flood. How can he recover so quickly? I make Lee same mistake as last time Quit headcaster. Both plunged into an endless battle. She continuously unleashed attacks with terrifying speed and power. Jik quickly regained his foot, leaping into. He raised his sword high, aimed directly, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. A powerful slash sweat, attacking Quit. He looked at his sword thinking, this truly ID Crimson Edge, trying to adjust my power to that LV to contend Quit Crimson Edge ID indeed quite difficult. Lee shockwave from Lee jump create a powerful force, lifting him high and making ground tremble. Because at this moment, Kali herself had leaped into air, preparing to unleash an attack slash. She continued to aim directly down at Jik below to deliver her blow. Kali-8's sword whizzed through air. He quickly raised his sword to parry powerful slash. All of created a large explosion. Quite thick white smoke rise. Dust covered entire area. Jik realized if 8 were a normal sword, 8 would surely have broken in half by now. Like 2 collisions created a flood of lie everywhere. Kali exclaimed in praise, your sword ID quite formidable too. Libby corner of his mouth curved slightly as he put all his strength into parrying her attack. A huge explosion, tire space. Only a pile of rubble remained on ground. Jich wiped dust from his face thinking, trying to adjust this sword of mine down to Waiki Azural V to contend Quit her Crimson Edge ID truly, a bit risky. Kali spoke again, do you think maintaining this distance makes you safe? After hearing that his eyes turned cold, I forgot about that. Before bearing title of Silver Knight, Kali Dreer had another nickname Colossal Sword, because sword she wielded was a giant blade. Still engrossed in his thoughts, Kali unleashed a direct. Instantly, he couldn't dodge in time and had to take Lee attack. Blood spurted from his teeth. Attack created an earthquake, causing everything to quit, bricks and stones flying everywhere. After Wiki smoke and dust, Jik ate sword. Another explosion. She merely grumbled. My force keen trun during combat isn't he got? Kali-8 eyes paused for a moment. Footsteps echoed from deep within dusty villa. He slowly appeared stepping off from behind smoke of 2 recent explosions. Jik slammed his hand on a nearby RPC, a faint smile playing on his lips. This act should be convincing enough, right? A teasing question rang. Oh hey girl, are you satisfied? Everything now was nothing but a pile of ashes. Kali complimented Zek that ate impressive. Her gaze followed Zek, who was trying to resist filled Quit gratitude. Leak one who blocked that sword strike exceeded my expectations. Kali felt a sharp pain in her head and her eyebrows furrowed. She looked up and Zek, actually, I have something I need to ask you all. Suddenly, his whole body. Zek lay almost motionless on the ground. Kali rushed to Vic in a panic. Zek, are you okay? She supported him, cursing under her breath. Damn it, these injuries are too serious. Kali wondered, did you use too much lie energy? She reached into a pouch at her hip, looking for something. Kali uncapped a medicine vial. She poured 8 into Zek 8 mouth. This ID our family 8 tap grade recovery medicine, drink it slowly. His whole body gradually recovered, flushing quote warm. Tem announced, administrator 8 request has been accepted. The recovery XQ of coefficient class ID now continuously activated. He narrowed his eyes and thought, this should be enough to avoid suspicion, right? Previously paused recovery coefficient. All of this was staged. It wasn't just a power tate, just enough to appear to have reached Glibilu Radiing, but when that greatsword lunged forward, I intentionally let graze me, instead of blocking For some reason just before Lee attack hit, there was a stren opening, so everything after that went smoothly. I allowed Kali-8 lie energy to flood my body, even though I can use it directly myself, he naturally caused internal. Now Kali will believe that I can use lie energy, she'll think I was injured due to abusing my power. Having finished his thoughts, he sat up, clutching his head and letting out a soft groan of pain. Seeing this, Kali immediately, do feel better now? He turned to her, quit a faint smile, Wati, then to do, Lady Kali. She straightened up, quit a slight bow of her head. Kali said, you can just call me big sister, Jate. Scene suddenly shifted toward a secluded alley in the bustling outskirts of Atlas. Picking up a small teacup, she whispered that she had heard rumors he was a big tea fan, so she had carried some back from Lee Far East Continent, hoping he would eat. Young man Gi, who had changed his name according to Kali-8 wish, replied, "Ya, then do, beautiful sister." He thought to himself that his beat back RMM had said EP exact same thing. He wondered how far rumors of his tea addiction had already spread. Get curiously blurted, "Oh, Idiki, where we are sitting really inside a carriage. Outside, no one would be able to figure it out." Kali explained, Kuda smiled, that this was a disguise spell, as vehicles of rearguard knights were easily targeted by others. Hearing that, young man felt extremely bewildered. Having been taken from Laiki training ground all the way to Laiki city edge in a cart he curiously pressed her to see if there was a Wax conspiracy, if she was afraid of eavesdroppers. Her voice suddenly dropped very low. "Lee Slayer Knight. Kali serious, I need your help to BLPC able 8 next move." Jake almost choked in surprise after hearing that. "Are you joking? Isn't Lokabel the second young master of our family?" Kali quickly reassured him, "I haven't finished my point. Let me break it down for you bit by bit." He leisurely took a sip of Ikifai tea while listening to her explain that Abul was currently trampling on the family. 8 supreme rule of maintaining neutrality by blatantly even in ED chaos between the Iksam Empire and Alessia Tabak like vote. In Jake 8 mind, things began to. Was Abel moving as fast as lightning? He then asked, so, has Lee Constellation Group not caught a scent of anything yet? Kali shook her head in disagreement. No, they are just pretending to turn a blind eye. Her voice lowered significantly. Inner Circle ID currently fractured. A group of elders in Lee Council has openly backed Abel and Key Empire. Jake frowned inquisitively. Do you mean those elders have all been bribed? Kali revealed there were still a few fence-sitters. He added, those old-fashioned geezers would rather watch from Lee's sidelines than resist sooner or later. They'll flip easily. She agreed his guess was spot on, stating their side was identifying whom he was manipulating. But they couldn't just wait for him to fail. If Abel was allowed to continue wreaking havoc, Lie day of global war wouldn't be far. His face suddenly grew tense, thinking to himself that what Kali predicted was indeed exactly correct. Eid had been 3 fun years since he traveled back in time. There were unlike 7 sight years left before Drago family and that empire went to war. Manipulation? A great war sweeping across a continent would erupt, taking countless lives, blackening peace skies, and turning Mother Earth into a pool of blood. Kali concluded that I have made a life, death choice. She continued, I want to rely on a force powerful enough to obstruct Abel. Abel was step seizing Sen Tren of Drago 8 top leadership, certain that if he could grasp Lee head, body below would naturally obey. True knights never bow down to power, they blindly food justice and ideals. Kali voice softened therefore, in order not to betray my own faith, I plan to gather all Klo, V knights in E constellation group under my command. She looked directly at him, but I forced you to gin my side. You are still young, and as an awakener quit precious pure blood, your future ID bright. Jake 8 eyes sharpened as he thought to himself, now I have gradually seen through white true nature of Kali Draker. Glancing at Kali leisurely enjoying her tea, he continued his reflection. She possessed a firm will of iron yet was clever enough to adapt phobia greater get, truly an upright and pure soul. That slight opening in her fluid sword strokes might perhaps have been because she was preoccupied quit worrying about his safety. A true Draker through and through, strong and straightforward, yet quit an incredibly warm heart. Kali spoke again, if this my sin fails, I risk being branded a traitor, so take your time to think. EDVE, Gate replied with a smile, I really appreciate your control. At that moment, chair legs were pushed slightly. He immediately knelt down and announced clearly, I have made my decision. Zek spoke with a strangely uncanny steadiness that no one could shake. Despite my maturity, Lie allow me to contribute to your noble act of chivalry. Upon hearing that, the corners of Kali's lips curled into a smile, and she spoke joyfully. Then do you Zek? Scene shifts to Valhalla Research Center. He gazed at Leapixit Tem's screen and thought to himself, in my past life, I and Lai gathered a few fragments of news about Laiki family through a narrow channel. Little did I know that EP corruption had begun long ago, even before Great Continental War broke out. The reason I insisted on leaving Lee Draker clan early in past was simply to keep Abul from interfering. Plan to bu up forces for a continental war. But if their IDP someone who shares that objective, their ID no longer any need for me to leave. As Zek quickened his pace, Ludden thou no actually, Tate say Tren how things have turned out perfectly, staying in clan will make easier to monitorable, in Quit Kalai taking brunt of Lai attention, Lee pressure on me will be significantly reduced. To achieve that, I must become an official knight and skillfully shape public opinion in Kalai 8 favor. Despite being the oldest daughter and a household knight, Kali was not an awakened pureblood, nor did she belong to any significant powerful lineage. In her previous life she suffered a miserable defeat at Lee hands of a Bell 8 faction and, unfortunately, could knock Suroi Drager clan. But if I, an awakened pureblood, were to become a knight and stand firmly behind Kali, that alone would be enough to cause turmoil in already biased public discourse. Old memories suddenly rushed back to him. Because of that, I can even act Lee P part of a knight, even though I am not truly qualified. Zek looked up at a key display screen in front of him and spoke, anyway, we are almost there. Now I plea Valhalla Research Center within Ix Central Library. Why reason he journeyed all this way was to break into Telethan 8 Tep's secret archive. Interior scene was unusually silent. He softly entered a deserted library. Lee Kixi do have arrived. Jikai's, ID this Ike Top secret archive. He reached for a bookshelf. His face, this place ID honestly far worse than my expectation. Jik scanned D books and remarked they look pathetic, nothing more than useless old rags. He thought to himself, since Ixit Tem marked D, I assumed this place would hide something terrifying. Lie hardo fangs of a Bahamut. Jik clicked his tongue softly. Damn, was Eid all a waste of effort? Just as he started walking away, an unexpected notification. An Apuat button has been detected. Suddenly, right before Jik 8 eyes, a massive bookshelf loomed into existence. Eid slowly became crisp, causing him to startle. What on earth ID this? While Jik was staring in disbelief, he issued a notification. Synchronizing updating Edric and Ricari 8 secure archive from an external administrator. He immediately external administrator. Doesn't that mean Edric and IDK also XX Tam user Limey? G turned to stare at E bookshelf and murmured, if that shelf and Lee responds Kiki Tam, E Tate no wonder no one has found 8 until now. Information continue displayed on operator Ek and Ricari 8 secure archive data has been successfully synchronized. You can now freely access Edric and Ricari 8 secure archive at any time through Lexit TM. Okexitum by providing a classification directory for efficient searching, con operational organization manual 2 flow, technical manuals version 521.3 reference documents, and 4 growth. After reading, he gave a long heave sigh. Alright, I'll deal with these complicated matters later honestly. Temple title saw way too mundane. Gooksy Tem, find me something that will help me grow most powerfully right now. Tem notify. Request noted. A book fitting like Administrator 8 request has been found. He looked closely at Leap's screen and let out a surprised gasp. So he'd ate this. Jix curiously picked up a found manual titled True E Ra Sword Art. Like young man turned on his heel intending to leave, completely clueless about this so he glanced around to see who wrote ET. Suddenly Jik froze for 5 seconds, as if he had just been struck by lightning. His mind was in turmoil when he realized this was White, true disciple of great hero Kasha. Before passing down legendary ultimate technique, Raijuan slaying sword art, I, Satinraker, wish to briefly share a few reasons that fueled my determination to seek this discipline. The fateful connection between dragons and humanity began quite a heroic kind despite their weakness. Humans were fortunate enough to sign a contract to quit those supreme beings. However, dragons were idly handing unconditional kindness. They merely felt pity for tiny humanity, who were always disadvantaged in every way compared to other races. Than to this Gunm B of contract signers grew rapidly, leading to the establishment of a magnificent self-reliant civilization spanning. Blippy stronger and wealthier we became, more I worried. I deeply feared that fire-breathing, in case those superior beings were unlike helping us all of temporary pity. If so, their turning against us and wiping all humanity would be a matter that could happen overnight. If that grim scenario were to occur, humanity would surely face bitter end of complete annihilation. Wiped overnight before they could even gasp. That I racked my brain to find a way for humanity to fight dragons on equal terms. Lee's first idea that came to mind was using Medici, but this was bestowed by dragons themselves. Original human hearts didn't have mana, and it was Enli after Lee dragons tattooed Medici circles onto our hearts that we learned to cast spells. Therefore, using Medici to slaughter dragons would be lie being hoisted by our own petard, truly comical. Next option was Iconate Elemental Sword, a weapon that even made flying lizards wary. Unfortunately, that overwhelming power source was inly passed down to Key Spirit royalty, so I had to spend countless hours searching for a pure energy source unique to humanity. I tried every exercise to break my own limits, from learning northern sword dances to cultivating mysterious internal energy from a far east. My most capable assistant was Kronos. Why, Khan-8 right-hand man. When asked why, he merely said he did eat ore of passion, but looking into his eyes, I knew there was a hidden agenda. Research was long and arduous, but Kronos and I eventually discovered a new energy source called Ura, neither elemental, but an exclusive power and humanity could unlock and master. After obtaining this precious, precisely when Woody kind, I headfirst into researching that miraculous lie. Very soon after sweet results of my research efforts appeared, I gathered all knowledge about Ura from basic theory, operational methods to practical to compile a gene-slaying manual. Thankfully, by key time I put pen to paper. Lee Dragons still hadn't turned against us, however. I believe that one day, this martial art will become humanity's sole salvation. To whoever fortunate enough to find this book, I hope you will understand my heartfelt concerns and diligently practice to master it, so that you may one day bear Lee fate of Leak World. Snapping all of his reverie, Jix muttered, "Halucky." Up to this point, those giant flying lizards still have no intention of destroying a human world. Surprisingly, familiar XC10 panel popped up again. P content clearly stated, Lee successor of Saturn must master Zarjan slaying sword art from Sword Sen Saturn Draco, time limit 3 months, Ikey location of Lee Chronos Dynasty treasure. He wondered and bewildered, quite right after reading the book. Jix carefully placed e-book back on the shelf and chuckled to himself. That treasure from the ancient Chronos Dynasty must surely be more splendid than anything I've ever seen before. His mind, key difficult part was mere 3-month time limit. I wonder if this discipline tougher than Niki elemental sword art. It seems I'll have to dedicate myself to training in this Iki Rajian slaying sword art soon. Jik nodded thoughtful, reflecting upon Uncle Saturn truly hit nail on head. He thought to himself, unsure of how much time had passed since IP glorious days of Wong family heroes, but everything had indeed progressed just as they had feared, and leaky outcome of it all was Lee war to liberate humanity. Jik looked up, his eyes scanning low rows of bookshelves, and then asked Heeks if there were any useful clues in that secret treasure, such as that old man Terraconate diary. Quickly responded, confirming Line Manager 8 request that a perfect phi had been found, proceeding to recreate Medici images from Terraconate diary. Suddenly surrounding space slowly making way for an entirely new scene. His gaze suddenly, realizing that leaky space around him was changing in a trend way. Memories from before Vanna exactly lie when you first enter world of a gum, everything suddenly becomes hazy and incomprehensible. See Trendlands, as if from another planet, leaving Jix confused and wondering where this place was. He looked around, it seemed to be a space created by Etixi Tem itself. Suddenly, as bright as a mirror appeared. Jich began to move. Suddenly a giant NXT, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tim announced that Leak Indomitable Spear XQ had been activated. He trembled slightly, his whole body stiff, why sensation so real that he felt as if he were in Leaky real world. It was incredible that it was considered Leaky pinnacle of all things in ancient times. Inky flow. A roar resounded. It was Bahamut 8 roar. Jik turned around to look at Lee NXT. It turned ought to be so. That was Leak evil Iagan Bahamut. He stepped even closer. Jik's 8 eyes narrowed at a figure quite an entirely unfamiliar presence that he hadn't noticed until person spoke right behind him. He looked at Key man behind him. This guy was truly a kind of men XT in a way quite different from those he had faced before. Suddenly Key man became transparent and passed straight through Jik. He was a bit confused. Key man had just walked through him. Perhaps this time he was just witnessing a memory saved in Vikswa form. And now it's seen unfolding before his eyes, recorded in Terraconate Diary could he be. Legendary great war between Regine Slayer Terracan Rakel and Bahamut, bombered morphily from Deepwood. Jix smiled sinisterly, like battle that Enlai existed in oral legends will now take place right before my eyes. At this moment, Eat was taking giant steps, stomping down and creating a ground-shaking tremor. And Keyman 8 gaze remained silent as he watched Eat. Bahamutted eyes flashed as she growled, "What are you waiting for, Terracan?" But Light Regine Slayer remained silent, not saying a quipsy in response. Bahamut continued her speech. "Dear were once E1 I chose to be my contractor." Hearing that, a young man 8 jaw dropped in surprise. "Wait, what?" Dex suddenly, so he turns out Terracan was just a secondary summon of Bahamut, just like Kizero Crow's. His face showed clear. Then what about Iki rumors of Glee Regine Slayer Terracan defeating Bahamut? Before he could finish his thoughts, Lysine before him suddenly froze Dex in place, as if a great storm were about to strike. Everything became distorted, just like a TV screen losing its signal. He looked confused. Why would everything suddenly change so strange? At that moment sounds rang all but Lee words were unintelligible, making Dex frustrated. "Honestly, I can Mako a single quook." He asked directly, "ID there any way to fix this situation?" Tem quickly replied, "Apologies, I cannot confirm this request yet." Dex grit his teeth, showing clear anger. Suddenly Trend saw Rang-Aw startling him. Dex's 8 eyes narrowed as he looked behind him. Look, even Regine Slayer was gradually fading away. Old memories suddenly rushed back along with that void. Kaiser. It ain't hard to believe a summon would harm its own contractor. How ridiculous. Kaiser firmly asserted we summons are absolutely loyal to our masters. His voice became stern. If a betrayal were to occur. Kaiser analyzed that could only come from contractor 8 side. Clavoy from years ago echoed in his ears. If that truly happened, then it must have been key contractor 8 doing. After what battle, all that remained was a mess of ruins and desolation. And then after Lee dust and smoke cleared, Regine Slayer appeared. He raised his head and looked around. Where ID this? A brilliant Ginnan heart appeared. It was Y Heart of Bahamut, located within Ike's sanctuary of Regine Slayers. Dex suddenly thought, but when dragons die, they usually turn to ash. Why are their remains lie this? He was a bit puzzled, but thinking of pure blood armor made from Locrigene's skin, perhaps Bahamut was a special case. Surroundings gradually state. Scene brightened as Glibrary appeared, leaving Dex disappointed. "All man, IDE footage of Veek already." He slumped down, his head hanging low, and spoke. "This ID just too confusing." Dex sighed. "Oh well, I'll go back and rest for today." After that visit to Great Library of Valhalla, Terraconet's entire secure archive was now synchronized and could be accessed at any time. And from anywhere. I tried to examine Terraconet logs. Error occurred right from Lee's start, and I still couldn't hear what those two were saying. Of course, I didn't come back empty-handed. I've been diligently scouring every bit of archives to dig up some valuable information. He turns all Y Ra-GN slaying sword technique ID actually original version of Lee Regine slaying. This Terracan fellow ID quite ingenious, turning IB complexity of swordsmanship into an easy-to-use. However, in exchange for being easy to learn, was significantly reduced, so much so that wouldn't even scratch a Lai Goragayan 8 claw. Lee name Lee Regine Slayer ID really just foos. Even so, if Dio know how to skillfully incorporate your own strengths into your unique fighting style, he can still cause significant damage, so, despite Lee reduction in ID still considered a remarkable achievement. Most concerning thing right now, IDK vast discrepancy between Leaky Legend of Leaky Gene, slaying hero and Terracan actual wreck. Legend has that Terracan defeated by ushering in a Guinean age of prosperity and peace. Etated an epic saga much leggy many legends told of generations, even though core details match Terraconate Diary exactly. But strangely enough, throughout Leak, there isn't a single mention of Ike2 ever forming a pact. No, this isn't just a simple oversight. As night fell, Dick remained lost in thought, unable to break free from his swirling ideas. It ain't been a long time. Do you know how ID? I am not sure why you've suddenly taken an interest in fairy tales, but I've scoured all League legends of Leak Regian, slaying heroes across Icon as do request, including obscure, Edate simple stories of humans forming pacts. Quote, mythical figures like Kaiser Terracan having such pacts do not appear in any records whatsoever. However, during I discovered something very strange. Every source was suspicious. He date as if some force ID orchestrating everything, so I dug even deeper until I received a warning from Myth, Dixon 8 Noble Draker. Therefore, we are withdrawing from this investigation. We have no desire to oppose Draker family. Instead, he turned to leave, thinking to himself that was now clear, like Draker family ID intentionally hiding information about Tarek. Dick still had many questions. Why would they do that? Their reputation was built on honoring Terracan after all. Firstly, Regian slaying hero, who established this glorious, was a member of key 3 noble families, key Draker family, and yet, that very family Ikina one withholding and controlling information about Terracan and Bahamut. He pondered whatever reason might be, there are just too many contradictions. A thought flashed through Dick 8 mind. Perhaps he had missed something. He definitely needed to return to secure archives to investigate further. Quat the thou he called Oxy Tem. Dick 8 gaze turned sharp as he glanced to Lee's side. A glint of light flashed. Footsteps were approaching from. He glanced around, a look of wariness evident on his face. Dick suddenly realized he was a staff holiday, including Fu Draker House, while Duck and Andre were arriving late due to their Maisan. In that case, who could that be? At that moment, from behind a wall, a man was stealthily watching. Dick suddenly realized someone was lurking, so he secretly called D Kixi Tam and turned on me Mape. Like XM from Blade Administrator 8 request, screen appeared. Lee map displayed. Dick looked at bleed blinking red dot on B screen and thought to himself, one in, one all, and now I've discovered two more. His face suddenly became. Could those hounds have been following him all leaky way from leaky giant mountain range? Dick thought carefully. I didn't even touch a sword there. Let alone Drin, slay Medici. Even if I encountered those hounds again, they couldn't possibly connect me to that incident. So who commanded them to gate me? That person IDP still secretly following Dick, most suspicious one IDP still. He quickly stepped, slamming P door shut fu safe. That man subtly slipped outside, and his figure was revealed. Old man Aben unexpectedly appeared behind Dick, his eyes glowing red like a demon. Dick then uttered Aben huh. Like old man was astonished and sharply turned his head to look. Dick stepped back then moved closer thinking to himself, assassins, one who discovered key alliance between me and Kali, it seems quite. Zick calmly drew knife tucked in his clothes and said, Et fi if do don t wanna answer. He leaped, and thrust Ike knife straight towards other man. Like old man quickly put all his hand to be up see like knife strike. Zick 8 eyes flashed quid interest, and he gave a knowing smile, because there are many ways to find awe. A moment later, the hall echoed qui sharp clanging of colliding empteen. Sparks flew up like brilliant fireworks in midair. In reality, he and the old man were fiercely battling, continuously unleashing attacks. Leaky old man was equally formidable, matched in strength and execute, determined not to, dodging attacks and then counter. Zick unleashed moves as fast as lightning, continging dangerous attack. After a fierce exchange, Zick grew tired. He stepped back, panting heavily. Zick looked up and thought to himself, after fighting, I can somewhat ret this person. He looked directly at P old man pondering, this person might conceal his face, but his fighting style during battle ID hard to hide. His gaze down, stopping at each knife old man was gripping tightly. This knife-wielding technique ID exclusive to Wat Goka Kingdom, located on northern continent. Like Goka Kingdom 80 elite soldiers are renowned as Klee's strongest warriors on our continent. They specialize in using a special type of dagger called a kukri and regularly accept high-priced assassination contracts. Zick tossed a knife behind him, rested his hand on his chin and pondered, anyway, if he'd ate truly a Goka elite soldier, Aben surely didn't hire them. They don't accept assassinations that could cause enmity. He drew his sword from its scabbard. He, a mere grunt, seemed ready. The old man was overly defensive, holding that knife right in front of him, looking as if he were preparing to wrestle. Earlier images flashed through his mind like a flood. Even though he intentionally exposed his flank, Lee old man showed no intention of moving forward to attack. Zick launch, Lee old man was clearly capable of fighting back but chose to remain silent, so, main objective of this group. He turned a wide purpose was not to keyview him, but to capture him alive. His eyes were now razor sharp. A bin flew in from somewhere. It seemed the outsider had finally made a move. Zick quickly chopped a bon in half. It appeared to be a tranquilizer meant to make him lose Lepi ability to resist. Con shattered, spewing toxic gray liquid that splattered. He coughed dryly, looking up at rising smoke. It was indeed smell of datura, a plant often used to make anesthetics. Zick let his arms fall. Knife slipped knife, embedding itself in a crack. Well then, let 8 see what DUV got. Announced datura traces detected, fun point unity mechanism. His whole body stiff, and he lay motionless on key ground. A moment later, Zick was lifted up entirely. Lee man carried Zick on his shoulder, heading towards masked man standing at Lee door. P corner of his mouth curved into a cryptic smile. If he wasn't a bell, he didn't know who was behind this. Oh, why they wanted to capture him, but it was best to brace himself. P scene shifted to a small fam on the outskirts of Atlas. His hands were tightly shackled, and a mocking chuckle rang all. He spoke in a teasing voice. I didn't expect EC lie each to be. Iki man stated, I am Cliff Rain, head of the Reinhard Trading Guild. If do know who I am, things will be much easier. His eyes turned cold in this life. He had never known this man. Reinhard Trading, one of the top 10 commercial organization, was headquartered in the Kingdom of Valencia. Indeed, if things continued this way, continental war between Abel and the Empire would erupt, and Valencia would be destroyed along Kuti. Like story goes that at that time, Cliff Reinhard also vehemently opposed the Empire just like, for some reason, after handing V crucial information that could strike a fatal blow to Key Empire. He returned to Kingdom of Valencia, which was on verge of collapse, and then led his life there. Jake told himself that getting all of this wretched place would be no easy task, whether do call patriotism or something else. I personally find such an action foolish. He pointed and said anyway, I apologize for my rude behavior earlier. According to Cliff, man who unlocked key door for him, association will officially send an apology for recent lack of respect. So let it just talk calmly, Jake said, rubbing his wrists. Do whatever do want, but get straight to a key point. His voice suddenly turned. What do want? Seeing Jake, he felt a bit uneasy. Draco was, no matter what happened. He mused that even a seasoned knight would be bewildered in this situation, yet this man appeared unusually. I set up this chessboard to take Lee initiative, yet now he IDE one coup key upper hand. Having finished his thoughts, Cliff spoke up. Very well, before I make my request. He held an envelope. Could you take a look at these documents? He opened and scanned T pages. It was a list of people suffering from a C-trend disease spreading across EP South, central region of continent. Jake flipped through, wondering as he looked, why are you showing me this? His eyes suddenly turned sharp and he paused. He sat to Wyke's side, quietly observing Jake. Looking at me for tea on paper, a woman appeared who made Jake startle. Alina Stone. A thought flashed through Jake 8 mind. She was the mother of his very first subordinate. Liam Stone. She had once suffered from bloodflower fever, but recovered than to the remedy I provided. He tossed e-papers aside and asked, what are you trying to say? Cliff replied, locally, this disease ID called blood flower fever, a terrible and painful illness with a mortality rate of 100%. He placed his hand on Lee Woman 8 Fu T and spoke heavily, however. Alina Stone ID earned Lai one who survived and recovered, yet her attending physician adamantly refuses to reveal it. Cliff face turned serious. Do know anything about this? White corner of Jake 8 mouth curled. So he had been suspicious foe a long time and came here to probe, truly nature of a merchant. Could his goal be to monopolize the cure faux blood flower? A thought occurred to him, quite such a high mortality rate, that motive was understand. As he could bring in a massive amount of money from across Iki continent. Jake closed his lie man he once knew at least knew right from wrong. He wouldn't arrest those transcendent blood just for money. His expression, if that ain't lie case. Jake spoke up, of course I know, I was Iki one who gave him that remedy in Iki first place. Suddenly, chair toppled backward with a loud thud. Hearing Jake say that, Cliff couldn't help his excitement. Lee sell heat to me, name your price, any amount at all. Suddenly he withdrew his previous smile. Lee corner of Jake 8 mouth quirked up into a satisfied smile. He held his hand and said loudly, why are you so agitated? Do Don T look like a merchant at all? Lep 8 face was flushed with bulging veins, malice clearly visible to him. Money was nothing more than scrap paper. Jake gently rubbed his fingers and softly suggested, so let 8 act fairly lie merchants, while whispering in his mind, after all, this IDP a matter of life and death. After calming down for a moment, he spoke up and asked, do you want me to meet 3 conditions to get like remedy? Jake indifferently replied,
yeah.
He doesn't sound that complicated, does he? Lep is cured. Can you specify those conditions? He firmly refused, not yet, I will adapt them according to likey situation later. Seeing his worry, Jake reassured him, don't worry, I won't make any demands that are beyond your Guild 8 capabilities, which means we will clearly agree from like beginning on what I deem reasonable. He smirked quick calculate. A moment later he was extremely tense, watching every letter Jake was scribbling on a piece of paper. Jake handed a key paper and reminded him, just follow eek instructions here and eat will be fine. Seep exclaimed Joe, so this IDT. But he signaled slightly quit his hand, making him quickly grab 8 and say, before that, there ain't something I want to ask you privately. Jake immediately wondered who ID, leak one who ID so desperate they need this type of remedy. Sealet pretended to be bewildered. What did you mean? I simply want to secure a high-value item filled. He coldly, do you send Northern Scout Tim to kidnap a member of a transcendent clan, and now are acting so thoughtlessly, that I did not I style key famous Reinhardt Guild usually displays I deed. Hearing those words he lowered his face to weak table and remained silent. Sealep slowly sank into a nearby chair. He spoke softly, Idiki member of the Alencia royal family, he exclaimed excitedly, oh, which one of them? CD leap lower, I cannot tell do. Hearing that, Jix could not help but be confused. Do have any idea how many royal family members Gu Kingdom of Valencia has? His eyes suddenly widened, looking directly at Sealep with scrutiny. An old memory rushed back, of a man advising, are do planning to return to Y Kingdom of Valencia? Don't bother. Both Alencia and Reinhardt Guild have collapsed. If do go back, do will unlie die. Fleeing to we North Continent ID your only chance of survival. Sealep stopped and said, I appreciate, but I am too tired now. He whispered, I just want to spend my fine days in Alencia. I am so Returning to reality, Sealep said soft, I really cannot reveal anything more. Jake gaze turned soft. He thought to himself, his look has reached a completely different LV compared to when he was half dead before. This must be a very important person to him, right? Anyway, E Kingdom of Valencia ID still facing Key Empire. Cakesir once said that some Empire ID currently actively intervening in this conflict. Everything ID already messy enough quit key disputes or V kin trend of your clan 8 slums, quite a weak monarch. Internal power struggles are likely taking place too. Hearing that he held a Lee paper, a slight smile on his lips, it seems their ID still enough time before Leak Great War breaks out. Leveraging relations Kuti Alencia royal family starting now could bring great benefits later. Zek spoke up right then, if do really do not want to say. Phi then considered deal complete. Hearing that, he was a bit suspicious but remained silent. Sealep 8 hands were trembling, causing E-paper he was holding to quiver violently. He clutched E-paper to his chest, lowering his face and bursting into audible sobs. While he was immersed in his emotions, he spoke up, so Rifu interrupting your emotional moment, but may I make my first request now? Cliff quickly regained his composure and stammered in of course we can, just give us your request, as long as Eat 8 within this Guild 8 capability. Looking very satisfied, excellent. To kick things up, secure me a spot in your guild. Cliff 8 Voy chimed in, asking if he was looking for work or planning to do some business. Jik replied that he needed a fake identity for temporary use. When Cliff wondered why he came all this way for such a minor matter, Jik explained that he would be using Eat on Eek southern continent, a place teeming with notorious criminals, so a half-hearted disguise wouldn't suffer. He added that Reinhardt Merchant Guild was highly trusted by Underworld. Cliff nodded him, though he was far from pleased. Resting his chin on his hand, he nodded in agreement. Alright, I understand. Just use my cousin 8 identity. I guarantee those bastards in dare suspect a thing. Hearing this, Jik was thrilled. Perfect. Additionally, I need a vehicle to travel back and forth to Lee South, along with a house spacious enough to store my gear. He added that 8 just first request, since do drag me all way here, surely do we arranged a ride to take me back. Cliff forced us, but in his mind, he was cursing the shameless leech. He concluded that he would let him know once everything was settled, and as Fu ride back, Leaky Transport Tim would take care of Edie. Jik thought himself that this Reinhardt guild was surprisingly easygoing, likely because white person he mentioned was highly important to them. After that, they all stood up and filed all together. Suddenly a voice called "Aw," making him turn around. "Hey friend." Jerking his chin toward Edie back, a lackeyman told him, "Go this way." A moment later a pitch BLC horse appeared, quite big round eyes. Jik let out a surprised gasp. "Uo, this horse actually looks quite impressive." He walked past two of them and smiled faintly. "I'll make fun use of its labor." Without saying enough, he leapt straight onto wee horse, ate back and sat there comfortably. Man turned to wave goodbye. "Eat it all settled, we'll take our leave now." Just as he was about to slip away, his bet suddenly called him back. "So, can we consider right contract Qui Renard Guild completed now?" Startled man turned around and asked, "Do you know how to speak Goka as well? Do Draker people actually take time to learn that too?" Smirking, he replied, "Just consider eat a hobby for my free time." Waput whispered fo him to let eat go, then return to be main point anyway. "We want to hire do guys fo a job." Folding his arms with an extremely serious look, he said, "Leaky me seen ID to rescue someone who ID currently under house arrest, a V there." His eyes darted to Lee's side, looking as though he was deeply calculating something. Keebut asked what ate wrong. "ID bounty I offered not attractive enough fo due." Lucky man replied that Ike price wasn't an issue on a P contrary. If it was as lucrative as I Reinhardt job, yeet would indeed be a steal. His voice suddenly grew deeper. "Key difficult part ID that personate identity. Arkeen has never been fond of outsiders." Hearing this, he was utterly bewildered. "What ID this? Do they really have to rack their brains of such trivial matters?" Zek instructed, "I already have a fake co-V quote Reinhardt. Just use that identity to send like credentials to Goka, and it will be smooth sailing." Man nodded and said, "Fi, as long as we done T get exposed." He added, "And by keyway, we still have an old debt to settle, don't we?" As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sinister smile and flung two knives, which embedded themselves firmly into the ground. This time, both of those men were scared all of their wits, tremble humbly from absolute terror. Futhi's Goka, Kukukri knife ID not just a weapon, Eid Idiki an honorable gift reserved exclusively for true warriors. For hunters he was lie a soulmate, an invaluable treasure inseparable from their very breath. To take he opponent 8 treasured blade this smoothly meant I could easily send them to meet their ancestors anytime. Zek lowered his voice menacing. "Take this sweet then, do gift foe daring to kidnap me." Lee's Q gap was lie heaven and earth. His face changed, revealing a fierce and panicked expression as he wondered what kind of men XT had appeared. The young man chuckled softly, praising opponent 8 incredibly fluent native language skills, then waved goodbye to his comrade. "Quitty contract quit rain, journey to hunt foe lie, my comrades a fifth." Main targets were illustrious 5, star legends quit glorious achievements during like great continental war before my reincarnation. If I could just befriend and lure these valuable individuals to gin me, my power would be unreal. Luckily then to Professor Robert 8 exceptional favor and backing, I discovered that all of them originated from Halamasa Training Academy. The only difficulty was choosing right timing. Lee Silent Knight Bishop Castic had graduated long ago and was now serving in Lee Zubi Kingdom 8 army. As Fuli warrior, he was extremely busy quit his year graduation internship. Young Aster Eladot, though not yet grad, had to leave early due to chronic insomnia. Jix pondered, calculating Arvina wouldn't he come to school until next year, but quit them sharing Lee's same pure bloodline, there would be no shortage of opportunities to meet. The young man scratched his head, wondering what ultimately happened. Question suddenly came up. "It seems there 8 lie that lie Gier left. Wait, hold on." Jix startled, realizing his hands were wildly drumming along to YG8 Band 8 melody, wondering what kind of absurd thing he was doing. His face was blank, filled quit extreme. Old memories suddenly flooded back. "That 8 right? Initially I went to YG8 common room primarily to lure him to my side." He recalled I guy throwing an arm around him and pulling him along. "Comrade, do re perfectly on time." "We restarted drummer," he asked bewilderedly. "What? I just intended to, but I'd a gee cut him IP. I knew do were itching to feline music. I totally get that feeling." Before he could explain himself, Jik was pushed into Y drum chair amidst Lai Gi 8 delighted laughter. "Welcome new recruit to Lean Aerosol Research Society of I Southern Continent." He resolutely raised his drumsticks, ready to seep Rhett most explosive and vibrant rhythms. Disregarding everything else, Jikshi immersed himself in leaky soaring, deciding to just let loose and go all first. Just a moment later, he looked utterly worn and haggard, having overindulged. Jik stumbled Hemlai a solace corp, secretly cursing himself full foolishly getting caught up in that devilish rhythm of Lai Thrate. As soon as he stepped into E.T. Mansion, he saw Lai Gi bowing respectfully to welcome him master. Jik waved his hand, telling him to follow, and instructed his servants not to let anyone disturb their training session. Quote Bobby Calaxi's sword of La Bahama Ki Regen plunged deep into the ground. He loudly commanded, "First, circulate energy throughout your body to unblock all meridians, moving from microcosmic to macrocosmic." Jik looked stunned. What bizarre theory ID this? All these technical terms saw like gibberish to me. But when his sharp gaze returned, he suddenly realized why Tarakan had refined this martial art into a Irijian, slaying ultimate technique. Jik secretly speculated, because every move in this way ran, slaying sword art shared a common origin. Everything revolves around gathering all your energy and releasing 8 in a burst, a move that ordinary people can lie stand and watch. He drew his sword, not a kind used to fight ordinary people, but a weapon meant to slice a Li Rai Jian in half. Therefore its power also rivals that of an elemental sword. Jik is soon, ready Fuli training session. A thought flashed through his mind. In this Rajan slaying style, every movement of E maximized. Just one strike ID enough to tear a giant E Raijin apart, gathering all strength to absolute limit before swinging his sword down. Just then a figure approached E door. He quietly, just continually unleashed power. He smiled to himself as expected. This heaven-gifted body was truly Kexi 10 popped up by heaven. Senna constitution helps optimize, while his superior XQ comprehension and not conduction also increased significantly. Jik felt as if a map had appeared, clearly pointing all B path to perfecting XQ. He could feel eat, more he practiced. Faster he would master these techniques. Suddenly a lash startled, his eyes flew wide reflexively. House Tren, he had clearly crossed I red wall and entered another realm, yet now he was already touching Li B like sea wall. A strong force struck Yik at elbow. E.T.I. Deke often said that rushing training in Enli creates a wall that blocks side path to a higher realm. But like heart hidden deep within Ezer 8 core was vibrating intensely along quick wide Regina and slaying sword art. Power surged. Suddenly clan symbols appeared on his body. Jik 8 eyes dark, and EV veins on his face stood sharply. Tam notified him, before this feeling, he had to swing his sword once more. Li hidden heart was resonating Kutsa 10 Rager Eddie Rajan, slaying sword art. Memories deeply engraved in Li hidden heart were being awakened, leaving him wondering about those memories. Jeek glanced around, like darkness enveloped them. He fell into thaw, and date 2, I can see anything. In that darkness, Jik saw someone moving toward him. Someone was approaching. Li person spoke in a low voice, ruler of I Twilight. I have a favor to ask of Dio. Bahamut eyes flashed Kuta sinister cold light. Heat spoke, I know Du are a despicable person. Oh my, Eat turns a Du really have gone mad, Satan Rager. Jik quickly realized Eat really was him, none other than Sun. Bahamut wondered, hey, are Du really entrusting your very life to a person like that? Satin replied that ain't right, even Kronos, and as Fu reason, do probably understand Eat better than anyone else. Without saying a, Bahamut could and lie stomp one giant foot heavily onto walky ground. Dense streams of Bikira suddenly rose, spreading throughout by. Eat roared, Kronos has let his balance, letting humans run wild as they lie. He sank to his knees, waving his hand to unleash surging waves of energy. Saturn shouted, his deceitful prophecy ID no longer of any value now. Bahamut roared, I don't believe that. Why two opposing forces clashed. He drew his sharp sword from its scabbard. A sword strike plunged straight into Lee ground. Quite a wave of his hand, he unleashed an earth-shattering explosion. Bomb continuously gacked, waving his hands to unleash wild attacks as swords flew in all directions. Sharp swords, aiming straight at him. E2 collided, creating a horrific explosion as dust and smoke filled the air. Spears plummeted core, and explosions. Jik flew high up, his eyes intently watching the scene below. He thought to himself, so this IDP get pinnacle of creation Lee Regine art, sheer power alone ID so terrifying. If Eat were me, I could probably unlie deflect 102 at most. Jik was slight, but Saturn easily blocked all like attacks, truly a men XT far beyond any definition. Spears were now thrusting straight down surrounding Saturn, accompanied by Bahamut 8 fear. Get out of my cave, Saturn Draco. Oh, next attack will be aimed straight at Kronos 8 Kingdom. He calmly asked, are Du sure? Doing so will bring karmic retribution upon Du. Eat laughed aloud, karmic retribution, half joke, half truth. Still furious, what do humans know? No matter how many of Du insects IQ, doesn't he matter? I will not be punished. Saturn remained calm, plunging his sword into E ground and replying in Kian, everything ID exactly as Kronos predicted. He yanked Eye necklace up his neck. Seeing this, its eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Immediately after, Bahamut unleashed powerful streams of energy that scattered in all directions. Gliding through E air, I approached Saturn, my heart fun of complacent, thinking that Kronos 8 power could hardly threaten me. Bahamut 8 powerful BC sword pointed straight at him, ready to strike down. At this moment, Himadicha circle suddenly glowed brilliantly. He raised EP rotating disc in his hand, high fun of pride. Lai shone down, illuminating compass circle right beneath his feet. Witnessing this scene, Zeke was stunned in amazement. He was suddenly bewildered. Bam attack abruptly stopped. Eat couldn't be. Lai radiated from compass circle and wrapped around behind him. Eat seemed Saturn was using Medich to hinder her. Zeke teeth ground tightly together. His gaze settled on a necklace in Saturn 8 hand. He thought to himself that this S-Tren Medich was surely the key power of Lai Key Watch. Bahamut laughed delightedly. Who would have thought Kronos 8 power was so unpredictable? I am not afraid. A thought flashed through Zeke 8 mind. Based on Bahamut 8 reaction just now, he guessed that Leak Watch must be a treasure containing Kronos 8 terrifying power. Suddenly, E threw its head back and roared at Lysis Kai, snapping him all of his days. Zeke was startled by E gruesome roar, his hands held in restraint. Could it be that he has already broken that curse? A moment later, Bahamut stomped its foot down hard, creating a tremor that spread throughout Lee's space. Its entire body lunged, right in front of Saturn. Bahamut 8 heel slammed into E ground, creating long jagged crack. E growled, Saturn, could that illusion Do just created be? He smiled slightly, that 8 right, that ID Kronos 8 prophecy. Now do understand why I gave Du that sword. Bahamut replied softly, Danny, Eat was a mistake to make a contract with Diu from Lee start I Bahamut. Humanity should have stood up on their own. Bahamut 8 mouth opened wide as Eat agreed, Fi, give ain't here, that lethal, tree Rajian sword. At this moment, Lee book began to obn, its pages appearing densely packed Quetztren symbols. Lee book gently He'd exclaimed, did Du really see Brett this devilish thing? He explained, Eat ID Alpha YP safety of this world. Bahamut gave a cold laugh, how ridiculous. E true meaning ID to protect humanity, not a world. Eat pointed at Gi book, no matter what eat ID, I will keep eat, unless the prophecy comes, that thing will never appear again. Saturn replied, that ate fi then. He turned and walked away, saying as he went, even without Li True Reginan's sword, humanity will eventually find its spirit again one day. Bahamut sneered contemptuously, if that day ever truly, I will personally send all these mortals to see E kind of hell, as I would never be so foolish as to let this ultimate power fall into E key hands of those ants. Saturn gave a slight smirk. He spoke in a low voice, even though I once feared Klikyu Kirijian lineage so much that I had to secret that secret art, life truly idika farce and Ikian, I still chose to trust Kronos along quit do. Saturn added a few more words, that old man Kronos keeps rambling about this lie a prayer that one day, even someone as cold as Dew will learn to bean on your heart, and then Dew will find your destined other half to sign a life contract. Lee's silence and cave suddenly returned to an eerie stillness. Where could one possibly find a soulmate capable of making me obie door to my heart? Bahamut slowly retracted his body and gently lay flat on the ground. He was utter nonsense. Its eyes slowly. Waking up could start in training room. How could such an absurd dream ever cross into reality? Zach leaned both hands on Likey floor and looked up at Lai ceiling and thou. He hadn't processed a single quoops until now, but one thing was as certain as a nail in a board. Those recent memories proved Bahamut ate extreme hatred for humanity, and after consuming his heart, I seemed to grasp a portion of that deep-seated resentment. Quite a wry smile. He still could not explain what motivation could drive such an arrogant being to humble himself by signing a contract quit Terracan. He truly remained an unsolved mystery. After struggling for a while rummaging through Bahamut 8 memories, I decided to take matters into my own hands and tough Fuki answer myself. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Draker family had already whitewashed Terracan in entire history. Not a single valuable record remained. Just as he stepped out of a key bathroom, Zach told himself that he would make most of his time by practicing true Waika and sword technique while keeping an ear off further news. Just then, Reinhard sent Quist that Lee First Mycen was ready, making him let out a weary sigh. Indeed, it was he himself who had requested an identity that would arouse little suspicion. Looking at Leich Pusey in his hand, Zach smiled wryly and wondered if appointing him as deputy branch manager of Key South Continent Reinhardt Corps was taking things a bit too far. Suddenly a clicking sow rang, making him turn his head in attention. Outside OP window, a pigeon was repeatedly pecking at P glass as if trying to deliver a message. It turned out to be a messenger pigeon. It seemed that ancient tree had finally made its fine choice for me. P scene shifted to a mysterious garden governed by Gi Atlas branch of notorious syndicate organization. We tree spoke softly, there. Hey there, companion, inside Dubai Bar 8 Veep room within Hotel 8 secret garden. Zach chuckled softly, hearing do call me companion feels rather strange. He immediately looked. Seeing this, a girl showed an expression of concern. As Zach watched, he thought to himself that even though he had been staying at Atlas for quite some time, directly looking at this scenery still felt somewhat appealing. On second thought, it made sense. His mind was already accustomed to the IP scenes of ruin and desolation caused by smoke and fire of IP continental wars, so it would be stranger if he didn't feel overwhelmed by such a luxurious place. Jicky squeezed his eyes shut, turned his head, and muttered to himself. He really hadn't expected a place as fancy as this to exist in Atlas. Kay immediately asked of curiosity, have you been captivated by the beauty of this place? Lee Beauty continued to introduce looks G Ren doesn't he? This hotel ID just a small scale project of our underground organization. Shady businessmen always need a discreet place to plot and scheme. Jig quickly added by Keyway, I'll pass on lucky alcohol. ET would be more reasonable to brew me a warm cup of tea next time. Hearing that, Kay burst a laughing and teased, what? Don tell me Dewey refusing because Dewey underage. I didn't expect Dew to act so well. Behave sometimes. Young man defended himself actually. Eat ate just because I done find that alcoholic stuff tasty at all, so I done bother touching eat. Geek 8 mind drifted back to his old memories some time ago. At Klee party celebrating Likey Day, I graduated at like top of my class at League Academy just for fun. I took a small sip, but as expected my perfectly poisoned, resistant body treated lie alcohol as a toxin and immediately purged it all. Before my reincarnation I used to drown my sorrows in alcohol. Now, Life status board carts me of alcohol detection and activates your detoxification mode to flush like harmful substance. He thought to himself, getting drunk ID a luxury now, sipping my favorite cup of tea ID truly best choice. Giggling, she turned her back to look for something. Alright, in seat, do you done lie alcoholic drink, but let 8 put that nonsense aside. I have something in tea-rate tin to stew in her heart. Kay secretly complained, this guy really never listens to what others say. She handed Uvi a flea key of documents and said, Ligai Pavla whom you are backing was actually a notorious pirate. Beauty continued people investigate, and there are countless witnesses and physical evidence. Heat ID baffling that until now, no one has uncovered this secret. Her slender finger pointed to white note below. What 8 worth noting ID key that I key moment leaky silver knights wiped oblique pirates, causing them to vanish. Strangely coincided quit time Pavla began to rise rapidly. Not only that, but I also discovered other shocking information, causing his eyebrows to instant. Before reading document quietly echoed Jock confirmed as nicknamed Elmantro, who was originally deputy commander of Hemerkin gang, was secretly shaking hands and trading quit his mortal enemy Pavla. Kay sighed and said, this news ID so shocking that I've temporarily kept it quiet and haven't reported it to higher ups. If it leaks off, League Gang 8 internal affairs will surely fall into utter chaos. Sometimes, ignorance Her voice suddenly dropped out. And what about leaky ancient treasure? Do asked me to liquidate Fodio. Suddenly Kate 8 eyes widened in horror, and her face darkened. Jake nodded in approval. You've done a great job, Kay. A sinister smile crept onto his face. Let me plot and scheme to help you take Iki's seat as Iki new bed of this gang. Rain began to patter down below. As a white sheet of Hivai rain seeped into every nook and cranny, Ein immediately notified him. Like teleportation portal activates XID ready, Jixie smiled. Great, preparation ID complete. As he walked, he thought to himself that using Wyke teleportation portal on E-Mine, Mape would consume a massive amount of his karma points. However, in return we will erase all suspicious traces, ensuring that not even E3 Ultimate Medici families can have Key's slightest suspicion, because Lipey MB of people who possess like secret art of space teleportation in this world can be counted on one hand. To travel between major cities, people are forced to rely on a key giant teleportation arrays located at Kimadi Chowers. Consequently, this staged operation will be perfectly disguised as an accidental traffic accident. Lipey corner of Jik 8 mouth curled up. Just thinking about lead face of that obnoxious old man makes me laugh. Key rain stopped and Lee Key's son came out just as he predicted. Tonight promises to erupt violently. Quit loud bang. Screams of panic. There ate a massive fire. Firefighting mages immediately. Scene became utterly chaotic next to raging fire. Put E-Dog quickly before E-Embers spread to Ike neighboring house. Have we called Awe to E-Key owner next door yet? Why are those firefighting mages still nowhere to be seen at this hour? Ashtray was overflowing. Quote piled up stubbed. Awe cigarette butts. Kay thought to herself, that guy truly possesses the typical arrogance of a Draker family. A daring and extremely eccentric kid, no joke. She clicked her tongue and remarked, this goes far beyond mere audacity. He sat pensively exhaling smoke, his eyes clearly having descended. She slammed IB table, quit a thud and asked in alarm, do you mean Dewey planning to handle all of Mercanate warehouses in Lee's central continent? Jik replied, exactly, so hurry up and reveal their positions. He turned pale and stammered, that ID top secret information and Limorgalu key syndicate leaders, and I know Eat, if we do that, Eat'll be leaked instantly. Jik held a water glass and smirked, even better, I never had any intention of keeping Eat secret. Jix pointed at Efi. I'll pin all I blame on El Mencho. Fewer people's Lee easier Eat ID to handle, and by now, Lee Syndicate still doesn't know Pavila used to be a pirate, right? She replied, that ain't correct, because I haven't reported Eat. He suddenly froze. Could Eat be that do intend to? He chuckled softly. I knew do would be that quick. Jix swept cups and plates table. I am right here. We don't need to exert much effort at all. His face became we just need to drag all those syndicate leaders who are hesitating between Mummurkin and Pavel into this quagmire, then report everything to Digin, and Eat ain't done. She was terrified by G8 expression. He bit his lip tightly. He spoke in a tiny voice. Do really understand what Dewey's saying? He replied calmly. Of course I do. She trembled. Eat really idea crazy plan. Do no fun well the fate of a traitor to Lee organization. Jake gripped armrest of each chair tightly. He shouted when all leaky officers are wiped all, who will care about betrayal anymore. Jake 8 Voy became do you intend to be a lackey fo organization fo walk rest of your life? Didn't he do already agree he offered to be a leader? His eyes sharpened from now on, their ID no more forward. Now they're 8 unlike Holt or Rice, take your pick. He thought fo a while then nodded he ate right, I didn't get Niki organization just to be a servant forever. Quit his excellent intelligence skills, could dig up Pavlet 8 true identity without anyone knowing, and that 8 not all. Co's intelligence, he even excavated undisclosed ancient ruins and even perfectly stole a hoard of precious artifacts. After witnessing those increp, I decided to follow him. She reached to grasp Jake 8 hand, which was holding lock wine glass, and yet now. He trembled and snatched up wine glass. How could I be worthy if I am afraid after hearing like he plan? She raised her hand to help him finish eat all. This scene left him stunned. Leagy wine glass was slammed down on eat table kuda clack, followed by his loud shout, I do that all, even if I fail, eat just this truly ID key biggest job of my life. Her hand quickly wiped Lee wine from Lee corner of her mouth, and she chuckled, let a do eat, let a go all in. Jake also smirked, I am starting to see your spirit now, I'll make sure do don't regret this job. A moment later Lee's cigarette gradually burned out. Hand trem, as if frozen in sub-zero temperature. Another hand slammed down on a key table almost to reassure. Hey dear Adjurin, I am putting all my trust in you. X-ray of consecutive fires in E-Continent 8 Center. Sounds lay 2 major incidents doesn't eat last night. Blazes also simultaneously broke in various places in a central. Local investigators all shook, saying Eat was too far to plan foe. Houses burned to ashes quit no clues, so in Ian, they just concluded Eat was due to human carelessness. Scene shifts to another living room. His voice was flat, no matter who Eat ID, I will teach them a lesson. He leaned back in his chair, an elderly man, and he wouldn't let Igi deceased rest in peace. This ID Sir Gin Gin, leader of Katomer. See scene shifts to next day. Hands tapped on a table. Jeek rested his chin in his hand, let in thaw. Why semester I deek almost eat. Yeet ain't been half a year since EP news broke about me reaching B Lu Rottying. I knew this day would come sooner or later. He looked down at E-box under a key table. But now that I've actually received an invitation to Wyke promotion party, I feel a bit nervous. That promotion party ID to celebrate Ejani knights who have advanced past Yellow Knight Riddying, even faux Regine knights, reaching I Purple OB Luron usually takes until around 20 years old, so this party ID also considered Lian Jian Knight's debut. Chicks thought of, it ain't been 3 years since I last met Lee Patriarch, I hope everything ID alright. P scene shifts to like Central Hall of East Spring Garden and like he Four Seasons Castle, boisterous laughter and chattered echo. A voice rang out, attracting everyone. I greet least masters of Kirajan Knights. Arthur turned his head and replied, I have arrived. Abin smiled kindly, or do still well, my loke. He expressed his, I've never seen so many guests at a promotion party. Other man also nodded indeed. Arthur turned to a guest and remarked, Ithi, you are also the youngest low knight in Iki entire continent, so naturally everyone ID curious. Ibn friendly smiled, his eyes growing pensive. He thou ID, he bringing that up even though he knows I used to hold Ike record, even before Jek. He waved his hand. Jek must be arriving soon. I have to go prepare Fu's ceremony. I apologize Fu not being able to talk quite deal longer. It ain't been a while. Aben reassured him. Don't worry too much, my dear. Arthur turned and walked away smiling light. Then peak lie enjoy he party while do you here, he replied obediently, ate sir. After exchanging greetings he turned and left. Immediately revealed a sly expression, his eyes showing clear Meanwhile Jek loosened his collar and sighed in relief. So stuffy. He spoke up, it ain't really hard to meet you lately, Master. Duck reminded him. Don't bring that up again, they made me stop my retirement and work exhaustingly. To Waikiki Point I can't even go him. He grumbled, I've been extremely busy quit that cunning fellow Arthur, and now they even making me your guide today. Eat ain't and lie natural foe a master to guide his disciple. Those were words of that cunning snake. To himself, no wonder do look so tired, do must have worked your hardest. He asked, so, are we heading towards Lee Spring Garden now? Duck replied, that ain't right. It ain't Lie place in Lee Four Seasons castle that accepts outsiders. Hearing that, Jik pondered after all, this castle ID divided into 4 main areas. Like Spring Garden where most events take place, and ID also one Enlai area that allows outside guests, just as Lee Duke said, League Lower Cliff, where most of Lavra Jean and Knight's problems are handled, and where Loklok works. A mysterious sanctuary where Saul, such as a knighting ceremony, are discreetly performed. And finally Iggy Ren Hall, priceless treasures, cumulated many years, are displayed. He smiled, having Enlai heard whispers before. This was his first time witnessing it firsthand. He probably would have been expelled from Like Academy otherwise. After a sate walk, they both stopped before a massive gate. He spoke, all right, we've arrived. He placed a hand on Jikshate's shoulder. I have an important my sen, so I be able to stay fo Ivy party. Duve been hon skillfully, but done be discouraged. Just do your best, and that ain't get enough. P corners of his lips curled up slightly. It felt truly pleasant to have someone care fo him lie that. Jik reassured him. Do always worry about like strangest things fo me, he chuckled softly. As long as do don't cause any trouble, I'll be very happy. Now Lee lively sound of a horn resonated. A loud voice boomed, honored guest Sir Jik Draker Idik entering, all eyes turned towards him. He door slowly opened. He strode in majestic. Whispers erupted, so this ID Sir Jik Draker, who reached Lee Blade Artagy at 5th, he fully deserves title of Gin on Acupoint Awakener. But I never expected him to break Aben 8 record as EP youngest Blade Knight. Git heavens, do must not have heard yet, they say he even surpassed Aben at Academy, truly impressive. A voice announced, Pila welcome Loke Arthur Draker, Lee head of all the Agent Slayers. Jik Draker had a memorable start on his path to becoming a knight. At this moment, Jik was respectfully kneeling before Lee Blade was lowered behind him. He continued, Foe future of Jik Draker, who will become an honorable knight, I bless you in lucky name of Draker, and Jeed eyes suddenly became distant and Arthur declared, Jik Draker here will officially be knighted as a Knight of Draker. And quit title of knight conferred upon him, utterly astonished. Becoming an official Knight of Draker at just 15 years old, that ain't incredible. Even though he was Lee youngest Lu Blade Knight of his time, wasn't he this a bit rushed? His face showed a look of concern, and Draker, Lee Enlai conditioned to become a Knight ID based on merit. Blessed by radiant, Knights awaken, so reaching E purple O blue IDD predictable, that 8Y merit ID key much more important than Redengi. Even Abal Lee youngest Lu Blade Knight before him. Also needed 3 months to accumulate enough merit to be knighted. This shows how valuable merit ID in Draker. However, Arthur 8 decoration clearly went against all established rules. Jik looked down at Lee's sword thinking, Loke has more power than all other titles, so no one will be able to object, but what ID he planning? Arthur 8 voice rang again. I am incredibly happy to introduce my son to everyone. Jiki has received a surprising Ginin awakening and become the youngest Lu Blade Knight. I believe my son will soon surpass even me as a knight. He raised his wine glass and continued, I done want to be seen as a Seville P here, so I'll stop bragging now. Arthur shouted loudly, let 8 raise our glasses to conclude the ceremony. Bless the future of this talented young man, and may peace and prosperity reign across I continent fo all knights. My entire room raised their glasses in unison, and the clinking sounds rang as they cheered enthusiastically. Everyone threw their heads back and drank every last drop without leaving a trace. He looked teary eyes and a look of thoughtful resignation. In his past life, old man had remained completely silent even when Howard framed him, yet now that he was shining brilliantly, he had changed his tune. Had that old man suddenly mastered the art of playing Lapey exemplary father who always encourages his son? A sudden call rang cutting through GK train of thought. He bowed his head in respectful agreement, and Arthur immediately urged him to move elsewhere to talk. He laughed lightly and said that he father and son needed to find a private space to have a heart-to-heart. Every party must eventually come to an end, and Lee guests had all gradually left until not a soul remained. William nudged his friend Abel, reminding him to quickly wipe that sour look upon his face. He lowered his voice when he saw a terrifyingly cold expression on Abel 8's face. That demeanor did not look at all like that of an older brother genuinely happy for his younger brother 8's success. His lips were pressed tightly together, showing his reluctance to say a single quiff. Immediately after, Abel asked about Lai Prince 8 whereabouts, and William replied that he had promised to come after wheat tedious ceremonies were over, so he should be showing his face any moment now. He urged him to hurry, and each other man nodded in agreement without a moment hesitation. In another corner, large door slowly creaked open. Jick walked while absent-mindedly fiddling Quidus Tren object in his hand. Staring intently at, he wondered to himself how Wyke head of ID House could be so generous as to hand NV a treasure worth an entire fortune to him just like that. He scratched his head in confusion, reassuring himself that this probably wasn't dangerous and should be fine, but he was certainly a headache. He clicked his tongue, thinking that there was clearly a much bigger problem right in front of him that needed to be solved. How to survive a never-ending X-ray of parties, day after day and month after month, instead of just enduring one night, was his primary concern at a key moment. Jick head was spinning. He couldn't understand how wealthy could fly so tirelessly day in and day out. Aristocratic life was truly not easy to swallow. Suddenly a voice spoke up, causing Jick to freeze immediately. A gentle, soft voice whispered that this was Life's first time she had seen him in likey flesh. The young woman stepped closer and introduced herself as Melissa Lenso, Li Ji Ren, Princess of the Alencia dynasty. He silently assessed, wasn't he the most prominent candidate for Alencia throne? She was acting as regent foe weak, puppet king, constantly pushing through bold policies foe, which earned her weight, trust and love of he common people everywhere. This caused her to frequently clash quit Alencia aristocracy, and if she were to ascend the throne, those snobs would surely scheme to remove this thorn in their side. However, in Iketham lay before he regressed, this talented princess suddenly cut all diplomatic relations and vanished without a trace just as Lee conflict quit Lakey Empire reached its peak. Rumors swirled in every corner of IP continent that she had been secretly eliminated by Key Empire 8 agents. But when Iki Alencia Kingdom completely collapsed in flames of war, that secret was forever buried by key sands of time. Jick Levy casually, realizing that in this life, even though she was still mysterious, her presence at such a G-Ren ceremony proved that everything was still under feet and trend. Wait, it seems I've suddenly remembered something. Recalling words from a sea lep I once saw, Eat was a royalty of Valencia Kingdom, wasn't he? Zek turned back to look at Melissa. Could she be? He bowed his head, smiling warmly. Eat I deep an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. Zek stepped forward and spoke. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I deek a great honor to have gin my promotion party. Hearing this, she was a bit surprised. Oh, do know about me? He replied. I have long taken note of your people-oriented policies, Princess. Zek recalled that many might think those were just empty words, simply sharing what one has. He smiled softly. Everything from the budget to least smallest detail requires careful planning, doesn't he? Melissa was stunned upon hearing that. She bowed her head, smiling to herself. Just like rumors, do truly are different from other knights. Seeing Melissa date Reek, Zek was a bit concerned. Did I offend Princess in some way? She quickly denied not at all. I just didn't expect someone to understand burdens I am carrying. Actually, I am a bit touched. Melissa curtsied and turned to take her leave. Then I shall excuse myself first. It was a pleasure to meet you, Sir Zek. He was somewhat puzzled. Are you leaving so soon? She replied, I would also lie to talk more quit Sir Zek, but I cannot monopolize guest of honor date time. Zek thought to himself, that ID true, even if no one says eat aloud. He glanced around, but at least stares from the crowd clearly made her feel uncomfortable. Melissa continued, Do don't need to feel too much regret. She gave a radiant smile and affirmed, I am certain we will have many better opportunities to meet again. A few minutes passed. Zek smiled brightly at a guest, but thought to himself, so greeting part ID to eat, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He sighed honestly, parties like this don't suit my personality at all. I'll much rather go practice quit cakes here. Suddenly IP saw of clashing M10 rang out, and footsteps came to a halt. Zek's eyes turned slightly cold as he glanced behind him. He looked around, wondering at a clinking sound of armor and weapons clashing. Puzzlement rose of who would wear armor to a party. Zek uttered, right, I finally reckon. A voice rang all, Lee person do you are looking fo IDP guest of honor of this party. A blond young man approached Zek Rakel, Lee youngest person to be knighted, correct, this was Kuro's, Lai fourth prince of Rome Empire. He was also E1 who, along quit Aben, sparked a great war across Lee continent before Zek returned to Lee past. Karos reached his hand offering an introduction. I am Lai fourth prince of Lai P Great Rome Empire. Karos. In contrast to his eager demeanor, Zeke maintained a calm composure and gave a slight nod. He offered his congratulations. I am very grateful that you took Lee trouble to come and celebrate my promotion today. Karo stood frozen, exuding a cold aura of killing intent along quit a calculating appearance. He gave a slight nod, cool corner of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. Then Karos enthusiastically put his arm around Zeke's shoulder. These tedious rich, let eight have a drink together, brother. He turned around and shouted loudly, hey do guys, bring Obli best wine, he must be top tier to be worthy of EP meeting between the heroic Karos and Zeke, Lycon and 8 future champion. Lee precious wine was quickly brought all, each shimmering stream filling a luxurious glass. Karos laughed heartily, this ID wine gifted by Key Emperor, not a single drop shall fall, empty them all foamy. At that moment, the eyes of everyone around began to shift toward them, accompanied by buzzing whisper. To accept an invitation from Lai fourth prince so easily, though he ain't skilled in martial arts, he ain't still too knave, but that prince ID also truly ridiculous. Look at that crude behavior. He Draker family reputation should have made him more restrained. He praised excellent, I really lie do. Today we must drink until we drop. Just then, a voice calling fo his highness echoed from afar. Abel approached and offered his congratulations to Wiki Empire 8 Rising Sun. Kuros exclaimed and asked Abel, "Do you want a few drinks too?" He replied, "I am honored, but there ID an important matter I need to discuss quit due in private." He asked curiously what ate he's secret. "Just say 8, Abel loaded. "There are too many eyes and ears here. We should find a more discreet place to talk." Upon hearing this, he also nodded in agreement. "Very well. If that ID your suggestion, I will follow 8. Karos turned to say goodbye to Zeke. "My apologies. We just met and yet I have to leave early. Next time, let 8 share a drink under Wiki moonlight and talk about Lakey legend of Lee Regian Slayer Car." He turned away and walked to P. Quit his soldiers. Their overbearing aura made Key surrounding crowd tremble and pull away. Whispers arose again. Can someone lie that really be a prince? P. Imperial Court ID truly fun of rogue. One must admit Lokabal handles situation skill. No wonder his fame ID's so great. He thought to himself, world and lie flattersable. In fact, if people didn't know his true nature, they would all think he was coming to leaky rescue of that confused prince. A thought flashed through Jigate mind, but things were happening much earlier than what he had been forewarned about before his regression. Moreover, seeing like way they interacted made 8 seem as though they had been seek all UFO lifetimes. P scene shifted to a vacant room, where Karos and Abel were sitting and discussing. It seems that Continental War ID drawing closer than my initial estimates. The atmosphere in the room fell into a suffocating silence. Jick raised his teacup and thought, just 1 cup of tea ID enough to exchange FOE report from Riker. Recalling Arthur 8 words from earlier, right? ID your plan to become Lee's strongest in Lee continent going well, seeing Do hailed by everyone as main character. It seems everything ID key fi, he replied, yet, ETID all than to your guidance as family head. He chuckled, forget about leaders and families, in this private place, just call me father to be closer, Jick. Jicky took a sip of water and mused on Lee's statement. It reminded him of when Kalai once playfully requested, call me sister so we can be closer, okay Jixi. He put his teacup down on a key table, finally understanding what that S-trend feeling in his heart was. Jick told himself, a Bell ID indeed too reckless to dare draw up the entire council of elders to his side. Even Kalai cleverly recognized Daiki danger and prepared to deal quiddy, yet Arthur, head of a prestigious family, was completely oblivious and knew nothing. It was truly utterly. That lie proves he was deliberately ignoring Eat, despite fully understanding a malicious. He wondered if Arthur repeated Kalai 8 words to exert pressure or if Eat was just a coincidence. But either way, Eat was better to assume Arthur was citing Quidabel for self-preservation. Thinking this, Jick responded obediently to his father. Arthur smiled approvingly. Eat 8 pleasant to hear Do call me father, alright, I will grant Do a reward as an incentive for Do to continue pursuing your aspirations. Finishing his words, he placed something on eye table. A check appeared and Arthur introduced, this IDE token used to claim me treasure hidden in the key wilderness. He took item with an excited expression. Wu Wilderness was location mentioned in Draker 8 report, renowned across continent for possessing countless invaluable. He pointed a finger and admonished, but remember one thing, precious treasures, there are also plenty of flashy worthless items there. Do understand, my son? He turned his back and strode out. It was truly hard to guess what he was plotting by giving him this. But anyway, key information about Kiragu's Slayer in the Wilderness also originated from Noble City. Any get deal must be fully exploited. I will make Lee most of it. A girl was waiting on each other side and warmly welcomed him. I have been waiting for a long time, Sir Jake. Before Do enter, I would lie to briefly summarize a few things about this treasury. P. Lee follow me in this direction. According to Draker Raker, this place stores about 17,000 rare artifacts, all of which can be redeemed based on their quantity. She added their ID no time limit for selection here, but once Do step outside, Do cannot return. So Pila be very careful. Jake marveled at such a valuable treasure trove. Quit no guards in sight. Girl explained that it was completely unnecessary because magical protection seatum here was no less effective than D family. Head office, all artifacts were strictly managed by Deech, making theft impossible. He told himself that indeed, one shouldn't judge a book by its co-v. Lay girl extended her hand and gently invited. Peely place Kisi Do were given into this slot. Jake stepped forward and inserted EPC into Wee's slot. The entire space vibrated violently, slowly open, and streams of cold air gushed out continuously. The corner of his mouth subtly curved upward, fun of surprise. Countless display shelves appeared before his eyes. He stepped inside and secretly marveled. Lee interior space ID much larger than its exterior appearance. He truly lives up to Draker 8 reputation. While girl gently excused herself to withdraw, Jake mumbled, to chi all Lee functions of these artifacts would probably take a lifetime. See Tam, can I arrange these artifacts according to my desired criteria? Dexeem immediately responded that Lee Administrator 8 request had been confirmed. Activating Lee connection feature quit to gradient eye. Pila use it to scan and classify necessary items. He was slightly bewildered, wondering, use Lee key or Gene 8 eye to record. A moment later, Jake broke into a satisfied smile. He stretched, warmed up his joints, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. I understand now, then let again begin. Light message displayed that Iglong Gene 8 eye helps observe and provides detailed information about targets, and can also list an object 8 characteristics according to Ike user 8 requirements. Jiki slammed his heel hard against E ground to gain momentum and dash away. La young man spat, tearing through E theory. He screeched to a halt at E-key in a E-key hallway and muttered to himself, collecting this much should be enough, right? Key Trend panel actively scanned and dropped He collected items on key corner of EME AP. Looking MB of items collected jumped to 17 and 38. He was moved to tears because it was such a bargain. It was far more than expected. Filter Ock and consumables, keep N lime. Lee Keen-tron panel immediately cleared Lee junk according to P-bait orders. E-quantity after cleaning was in line 9, A32 items. Jik sighed warily because he was still swamped. Quid items. P lie clear all E weak swords that are inferior to thy P Lee C sword. Luff's screen suddenly went blank, leaving him stunned. Eat turned to all weapons had completely vanished. Eat turned that among like Mautin of treasures in this corner, B Lee's sword was actually most powerful. Wait a second, let Jik regain his composure first. He peeked curiously into Woody empty slot and wondered why no Deech was appearing there. Jix hurried around to S. Eat was surely somewhere. Lie counter signaled that he had reached Ike exact location requested by E-bit. A bracelet suddenly appeared. Was Eat just a simple bracelet? Jik picked up Lee bracelet and examined Eat, credibly tacky, yet there was no information about Eat. Lee glowing green's team screen suddenly caught his eye. Immediately his eyes widened. P-Teach appeared, stating that this item was synchronizing Quit E title of key successor of Tarek and Racker. Jik looked at bracelet and chuckled to himself. He'd automatically reacted to Lee's successor. So this must indeed be Tarek and 8 treasure. His eyes were fixed on Lie's sparkling gem set in he bracelet. Leak C-Tem panel noted that this was a guardian bracelet inlaid Kuda guardian gem that could summon soul beasts. This special XQ would call forth a soul beast perfectly compatible Kudai user 8 soul. A small note indicated that this protective gem contained a blessing of E Elven Ken. The guardian stone has successfully bonded Quidi. Do can use it to summon a guardian beast that matches your soul. Jix jumped and shouted, wait a minute, what on earth IDs this bonding, who gave permission, isn't there an unfriend button? A cold notification, late Chief 8 request has been approved. This item has been permanently bound to Wheat title of E successor of Tarek and Racker and absolutely cannot be removed. He cursed under his breath, damn Eat, I haven't even had P chance to chotch all those treasures yet, my plan ID completely ruined. Jix closed his eyes and accepted his fate, consoling himself, well, Wyke ancestor Tarek and Ed items must be better than that pile of junk. See Tem, activate hidden skills of this bracelet now. Cold mechanical voice rang all, administrator 8 request has been successfully While Guardian Stone ID actively searching for a spirit beast companion that matches while quit Dio. Bracelet suddenly lit up, radiating sparkling string. Lee's screen displayed numerous blessings from Ian Free Clan, and IST range was even expanded to classes higher than ordinary spirit beasts. A perfect companion has been found, ready to assist Duke. A sudden key lot of Lie filled the entire space. Lie shone straight, blowing up a thick cloud of dust into Light's sky. Sparks of lightning began to dance. A leg stepped of Lie dazzling Lie, and a mystical beast emerged from Eat. The Ixie team announced that Likey spirit beast, Gian Horse, had been successful. Jik widened his eyes in amazement. Was this really a spirit beast? P-power radiating from Eat was extraordinary. Looking at his bracelet, he exclaimed in joy, Lee heart and claws of E-kind, plus spirit beast summoning relic as well. Jik thought of wondering many magical items Tarek and X was. Suddenly, Horse approached and nuzzled its head against his face. Jik reached out to cup its head, reflecting, so this ID what soul resonance really means. Meeting foe why, yet it feels as if we've known each other in a past life. He smiled softly. Alright, I really lie do too, this feeling of closeness ID strangely wonderful. He two of them continued to nuzzle cheeks, laughing in plagar. Aft, if do name P spirit beast, du will be able to summon Eat at any time using a holy stone. Jik looked up and thou, how about Lee name Bucephal? Upon hearing this, Horse reared up and neighed loudly. He chuckled, it seems Eat really likes this name. Bucephalus, G-Nen, possesses a noble Orion Liddy ability to discharge lightning from its wings. Note ultimate spirit beast, keen of Rajan and horses. Jix thought of keen of Hechra GM, horses sounds, but since this ID my first time seeing a like Rajian, horse in real life, how can I know just how powerful EDIDE? Suddenly Bucephalus leaned down and gently tugged at Lee's shoulder of Jik 8's shirt. ET lifted Jik right up he ground, causing him to startle and struggle. Hey Bucephalus, what are you doing? Before he could even compose himself, he was placed onto its back. Sitting on Bucephalus 8 back, he asked, do want me to take your power? Jik leaned forward to stroke its wings, thinking, truly an ultimate speed. Eat my mind, knew I wanted to tate its strength, and knelt down for me to get on. He pulled on Agrians, right Bucephalus, let 8 go, gallop at fund. Bucephalus immediately dashed to life a lot of lightning. Lee's speed was so incredible that even Lee God of Wind would bow in admiration. G clutched object, his heart filled quick question. Eat moved so fast that Eat made no saw of hooves, leading Jik to wonder how miraculous a treasure he had acquired. Suddenly his eyed. Because now each of its leaps drew a beautiful magical circle, making Jik ecstatic. Let 8 go Bucephalus at peak perform. Key scene shifted to an old memory suddenly flooded back, accompanied by her surprised chin. Are you sure do want to take this? Sitting in, he muttered to himself, Leak Instructor 8 attitude when I announced I was choosing this ring was truly dull, quit a long drawn a face. Arthur 8 words of caution echoed in his ears, that this vault can countless treasure, but also no shortage of things that were all sea and no substance, and will get on P outside, so extreme caution. Rick suddenly had an idea. In other words, this ring was definitely one of E rejects Arthur always complained about, and it made sense. Before he could connect quit a title, even Ixie team didn't bother to display any information, so it wasn't surprising that people didn't recognize its true value. I thought I would have to st far and wide foe Tarek and 8 relics in ruins indicated by Ixie TM, but unexpectedly I found this one as easy as pie, truly lucky. He rested his hands behind his head and casually said, in any case, this ID definitely a great bargain. I can be happier. After all leaky exhaustion from leak, awful battle at a party. Today, I will go SMM and get a get night 8 sleep to make up faux yeet. Just a few minutes later, a solemn guy announced, do you have officially become a prestigious Draker warrior, Mr. Zek? Zek grumbled, suddenly speaking so formally and distantly, Eat sounds wrong. Eat makes me embarrassed. He continued, and then Cliff Reinhardt smiled slightly and explained, you are now an official knight of Draker, so Eat ID natural foamy to change my address. Zek sat down, scratched his messy hair side and warned, alright, but don't make any more surprise raids from now on. If anyone discovers all future plans could be ruined. He lowered his voice gently regarding that. I sincerely apologized, but there was a guest who insisted on seeing do Mr. Zek, so I had no choice. At that moment, someone deliberately removed their wide-brimmed hat. Melissa greeted him. Eat a pleasure to meet do again, Mr. Zek Draker. She smiled brightly and introduced herself again. I am Melissa, renowned head of Reinhardt Merchant Guild. Melissa Alencia, he first princess of the noble kingdom of Alencia. Zek exclaimed, and first princess of the kingdom of Alencia, Melissa Alencia as expected. Mastermind behind Reinhardt Merchant Guild ID princess. I presumably princess had already seen through Eat Hantishi. Recently Princess Melissa has rarely appeared in public, yet she suddenly reappeared at Zek 8 promotion celebration party. And coincidentally at that very moment, patient suffering from scarlet fever, who was injected quitty medicine brought by Cliff, immediately recovered. He thought to himself, anyone who isn't foolish would easily recognize this meaningful coincidence, and then replied, what? That ain't exactly. She waved her hand gently and said, then I will skip the long preamble and get straight to the point, shall I? Reason I rushed to see do Mr. Zek Lavi, IDE, because I have something I need your help quat. Zek tilted his head in confusion. Help specifically, what kind of deal IDET? Melissa said, handing him documents. First, could you take a look at these documents? He picked up leaky paper and, while reading, listened to her continue. This ID information about Lake recent scarlet fever epidemic, mainly concentrated in Alencia region, along with detailed analysis results from a supernatural nirvana. Zek carefully turned each page of parchment, examining them closely. His gaze skimmed a view a significant piece of information. He exclaimed, and are these records really true? Rosy flower disease ID actually a type of illness created by Modij. Melissa explained this IDD result of research by Nirvana family, one of ITEP's supernatural, so this information ID accurate. Zek gritted his teeth, his expression clouded. Rosy flower disease was a man-made illness, and its spreading speed was terrifyingly fast compared to past rare diseases. He wondered if his rebirth had changed everything. She added, their ID key more to YP story. As do can see in the documents, rosy flower disease first broke all in villages near Kibo Fi between Rome Empire and Alencia Kingdom, but he did not spread toward Rome Empire side. He flicked his cigarette ash onto Lee table. Melissa continued, he in lie spread toward Alencia Kingdom. He interrupted, wait do me. Her gaze sharpened. I think like same as do Lok Zek. Eat very likely Rome Empire created rosy flower disease and intentionally spread it to Alencia. Zek became grave. This matter ID indeed very serious. He suddenly realized that Lee reason Leak Alencia Kingdom easily fell to Rome Empire before his rebirth was also due to this rosy flower. Zek looked straight at Melissa. So this ID Kye princess needs my help. He put key documents down and spoke. What ID teeth that princess desires. Zeki voice turned cold. Eat must be rights to produce and distribute Lee rosy flower medicine in large quantities, right? Exactly so. Melissa stated in the initial crack. Our guild I held manufacturing principles. To distribute Lee Mit, we need a new supplementary contract. Furthermore, Lee Princess proposed an extremely attractive clause. However, I have no intention of breaking our contract. Her voice became firmer. Of course, I would do be same as a merchant. Whichever side reveals their intention first falls into a weak position, but collaborating Quitloksik can hardly be called a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, a faint smile played on a corner of Zik 8 lips. He thought to himself, as expected of true head of Reinhardt Merchant Guild, I to no fluke that Reinhardt became such a powerful guild. Melissa added, leak medicine will be distributed to weak people for free as aid. Do not need to worry about Lee formula being leaked. Naturally, we will provide proper. I will transfer 20% of our Merchant Guild 8 shares to Dio. Zicket expression changed. Reinhardt Merchant Guild ID currently still among key top 10 most prestigious guilds. If he does not collapse along Quit Alencia in key continental war as he did before his rebirth, then this guild will grow even further, a 20-cent stake ID worth at least several million gold. If like war ID prevented and like guild prospers, that value could rise to tens of millions. He fell into silence, his thoughts wandering. Respectfully saying, this deal seems quite lucrative, but first, I want to ask a princess a few questions. And immediately became serious. What if I am a spy foe wipey imperial faction? He said, Lee princess just spilling all these secrets and donating an additional 20% of Ike Trade Guild 8 shares to charity makes me quite confused. Guessing Zik 8 deep worries Melissa quickly, I will answer all of your questions right now. Lee Beauty calmly rattled the P words as if pre-programmed. I bet Miss Zik has nothing to do with the Empire, she said. Besides Lou, my Enlai special talent ID my keen senses, sharpened by enduring too much hardship in life. To be honest, she continued, when I said goodbye to Myth, Zik at a party, I didn't go straight am instead, I watched from a distance. Although Du put on a gad act, I still noticed that Du were extremely indifferent to people from Lee Roman Empire. Key point ID that Du completely ignored dive handshake from 4th Prince Caros of Rome. Everyone thought Du were just being polite and chose a different greeting, but in my eyes, that was discrimination deep in your blood, a look of disgust, wanting to avoid them as much as possible. Therefore, I guarantee the Zik ID not an enemy faction. Hearing her analysis, he felt a thrill in his heart. Key Princess 8 judgment of character was indeed as sharp as a razor. She continued rambling as Foe's second question. Heat 8 very easy and doesn't he require a lengthy explanation? Lee key lies in that 20% of Lee shares. Melissa dead eyes suddenly lit up, fun of seriousness. If that money can be exchanged for lives of people, then this ID clearly a super bargain. Jake jaw dropped after hearing that, completely astonished. Crowd frantically called or Alicia date name. Peak lie don't hold on any longer, just run away, they urged. Even if we can see top Lee Imperial forces now, if leaders, all efforts will be in vain. We discussion started living up considerably. Exactly Jake, that ain't your duty, considering long, making a quiet escape now ID wisest move. Do no hate yourself already Don T do, but Jake, if I just sacrifice this insignificant life to buy time for everyone to escape, then I still think this deal ID to get foo us. She opened her eyes wide in confusion when she saw him bowing his head and clutching his hair, his appear agitation. He cursed silently to himself, damn me, I've tried so hard to avoid this dinny tea, and now I am saying loopy exact same thing as Alicia used to, ate so frustrating. Jake ate lips curved slight, and he let out a long, drawn-out sigh. Immediately concluded, this deal I deet done. Melissa was thrilled, really, you've made a perfect choice, she exclaimed. Jake reminded her, but be discreet, don't he reveal my identity. She reassured him, rest assured, I'll take care of all Lee's security. Time flew by to 2 weeks later. At this very moment, in I training room in the Villa 8 basement, the young man was diligently and ceaselessly practicing martial art. Sword strikes that cut through light wind were unleashed could extreme power and ferocity. Jake moved as fast as Wee Wind and continuously unleashed danger as he hitting moved. His entire body darted swiftly through lake air, sending dust flying, obscuring a corner of Lee's sky, creating a whirlwind just like a raging storm. He stood still to regain his composure. A display panel suddenly. Geeks Tem reported that Leaky T. Ragan slaying sword art, elementary LV had been learned. Jake joyfully mumbled, finally eat 8 done. That took a whole month, didn't he? A notification congratulated Pleo meeting Y criteria Fui title Quate descendant of Satine. WP achievement challenges officially completed perfect. Collected additional Quate work. Coordinates to Ranos Kingdom 8 treasure. Lee title sword art successor 500 and 2 random gift boxes. After reading 2 random gift boxes. The Niki points I used to burn down me reckon 8 VH have almost been recovered. Jake sheathed his sword. Alright, so what? He said now. Let 8 look at this first. Here are I coordinates to Ranos Kingdom 8 treasure. Announced. Lee Administrator 8 request has been approved. Suddenly a red warning. This coordinate cannot be deciphered at present. IXE, a seal ID required to activate these coordinates. If ELOT seal fragments are collected and assembled, coordinates will be activated. Leak locations of Lee seal fragments have been linked in are displayed on me McApe. He looked at Lee P Mape, 2 fragments in extent, 1 in like south and 1 in E north. Zek propped his chin, thought, peaky distance between E fragments ID quite far. It will probably take a significant amount of time to collect them all. How he was slightly startled. Zek smirked, so that 8 how eat ID, no wonder 8 never appeared. Ixi Tem announced, Linklai treasure of a legendary kingdom. Find scattered seal fragments of Kronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. No time limit. Quit reward. Title of heir to Kronos Kingdom. Key screen appeared, making him lean closer. Zek was a little disappointed. What ate this? ID reward, just a title. Ket Tim announced quit received. Link treasure of key legendary kingdom. Find Lee scattered seal fragments of Kronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. No time limit. Quit reward. Title of heir to Kronos Kingdom. He wondered, are restoring seal and discovering light trek, as mentioned in Lake Report, also considered? Lie before, when relics directly interacted quids, would this title also contain some special power this time? Zek 8 expression became indescribable. He put away compass, let 8 leave eat foo now. Zek turned and left. Since there ain't no time limit anyway, I'll deal quit urgent matters first. Eat be too late to investigate. 8 slowly later. He stepped outside. Good thing I just received news from Lopi Tree. Zek smiled meaningfully. Eat 8 been a long time since I last met narcotics traffickers in Lee's southern region, hasn't he? Scene shifts to Gopa Port, a coastal village in Lee's southern continent. He thought to himself, leaky smell of Keeksy mixed tea pungent smell of blood. Lee atmosphere in me South ID still as bad as ever. Everyone bowed respectfully and shouted. Teat ID in honor to serve Diu, Southern Branch Deputy Leader of Renhat Guild. Zek waved his hand. Diu've all gone to great lengths. They shouted in unison. We eagerly await today to see Diu return as Deputy Branch Leader. He helplessly said, alright, that ain't enough, done. Zek walked away. He thought to himself, whether Eat was before regression or now, it seems not everything has changed. He looked around, at least EP smell of Ekeek's ID still just lie before. Zek decided, I need to focus my mind on this. Hey Murray, someone ID key waving E there. His eyes were fixed on Ike 2 people ahead. What a coincidence for this machine, he thought to himself. Old Phi 2 of. Zek quickly realized that he was a Northern Ranger. He complimented, do actually look very get in that merchant outfit. Both replied in unison. Than do Jik asked, have do thoroughly understood plan attached to key machine letter. Other replied, of course, on I day of operation, we will take advantage of Lee chaos to rescue girl held by a key merkin. He walked, patted other 8 shoulder and said, well done, Eat seems do understand it plan well however. Lee mistakes and also includes protecting and bring like to gate to safety, so don't let your guard down at Lee last minute. Other nodded, understood, but I have a question. Jiki asked what IDE other explained, perhaps to prevent information, but Lai B letter didn't he mention what kind of chaos would occur on Leaky day of operation. Could it be a special occasion? Lie a festival in Lee's southern part of Lai continent. Jik smiled knowingly. Eat ain't not a festival. Eat will be much more chaotic than that, because that will be E-Day Iki Merkin disappear from this world. Hearing this, Iki other looked at Jik attitude quit some surprise. Suddenly a voice rang, so here do our deputy branch manager. A man approached and said, are due in the middle of a conversation, I'll come back later, he urged. Leaky Merchant Guild Guide Eat 85 I am done, can do guide me right now. Why'd I understand, I will take due in Lee carriage we prepared, Peely follow me. He watched I2 walk away and wondered, are they really planning to go to war quit like he Merkin? Jik heard this and let out a soft chuckle. He waved his hand and said to Leaky other, no way, just kidding, done T mind. But hearing likey way he said eat, I didn't find eat funny at all, Leak other agreed. A while later when they arrived at another residential area he asked, have you checked IP place prepared by D Guild? E guide replied of course, Eat looks a bit old from P outside, but Leapy storage and interior are managed by us, and Eat ain't even nicer than a hotel, Jik exclaimed really by E way, to review P plan, let me summarize Eat once more. Today ID Gin 8th birthday. He explained this ID an occasion to celebrate him, and also a meeting of all Lee High V leaders to discuss upcoming transactions. Therefore, figure in Lee transaction. Along quit her assistant Jik will also attend meeting, right? K replied that ain't right. Jik grinned, how many times have we discussed this? I think this ID fifth time. We've talked about Eat so much that we know every single quips by heart. K pointed and said loudly, I can help Eat partner, I am not as brave as you, so Eat ain't normal to be anxious, do drag me into this, and now do 1T even let me complain a little. He thought to himself, I thought there was something unusual going on, but E turns all Eat was because of this. Kay held her head and lamented, what if they find we burned down P Soma V how? I heard like Kiwei Key Merkin deal quit traders ID to paralyze their entire body and throw them a PSC to feed. Her spirit was in a total panic. This ID not get, I set up such a thorough smokescreen. Surely no one will find right? Jik watched her worry quit amusement, wanting to tease her even more. Thinking so he spoke up K, do re a mage, so duel be dealt quite differently. Don T worry K wondered, what did do mean by differently? Jik flashed a sly smile in Key South. Eat rumored that possessing a mage 8 body can ward P curses, so no one would waste du as shark bait. They would probably cut P your limbs and sell them to those who need them. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be startled. Given that, could it be that those rings on Beaky Merkin members' hands all this time were not models but real fingers, and will my own fingers share Key same fate? Do just sit there leisurely if that happens, my friend. P lie bury me in a sunny and warm place, but how do know about this anyway? Ratch thought to himself, how could I not know? I am Lee person who understands southern continent better than anyone, an Aki one who witnessed Lee rise and fall of Merkin as a hired assassin. I was in conflict quit Merkin before reincarnating, expelled from Kemi, and then fell into hands of slave traders. Finally I was sold to Merkin 8 Summa Fam. Merkin 8 Summa Fam was not only a place to produce Summa by superior orders, it also harbored many, and sometimes I was even turned into cannon fodder in wars between factions, but luckily survived and returned. At that time, I only felt relief to be alive and didn't think twice about Eat, but looking back now, perhaps my survival unconsciously triggered my recovery ability. Regardless, after narrowly escaping death 506 times as cannon fodder, Gin promised to train me to become a mercenary assassin. And sure enough, Gin 8 I Fu people was accurate. Assassin trade suited my abilities perfectly. By catching opponent up guard and using poison, taking down a purple knight became as easy as pie. However, Eat was different. Quit PB low knights, even though I approached without leaving a trace, they still miraculously detect. And even when poisoned, they could adjust their ura to burn away or neutralize Ike toxin. But ultimately B low knights were Enli human. I learned to Tagaki specific weaknesses that Enli humans have, and from then on, taking down a B low knight became simple. When NPNMB of B low knights I had killed reached double digits, my position in the American organization as a contract assassin was firmly established. Afterward I continued to enhance my reputation, quit glorious feats in wars and dismantling of a Pavla organization, eventually becoming like adopted son of Gin and being promised formal succession. But then, on night when all high Veek leaders of organization gathered to announce his successor, I murdered everyone present including Gin and left to Kimamshruken. Well passed I passed, this matter now Enli warrants a forced smile. While Ludenthal K suddenly shouted, hey partner, do keep dodging my question. She pointed and spoke loud, could it be that Duaria Memrican spy, wanting to use me to take a Veek organization as well? Hearing that he became somewhat pensive. Then he gazed a P into Wiki distance without a quoofs, leaving K looking as if she had turned to stone. She made a fuss again. Why are do so quiet? Say something partner. Ratch laughed inwardly. K now, before, was still quite knave, so teasing her was fun. P scene shifts to Gin at mansion. Everyone ID gathering in fun in the main hall. A voy rang Jingin, this ID K, executor K said respectfully, Eat ID a great honor to meet du Sir Jin Gin. Ratch looked around and remarked, this ID truly a wealthy place. Surroundings, there were not Lime Merkin assassins but also notorious outlaws and talented rangers. They were preparing a very diverse army. Meanwhile, in Ive's secret meeting room behind I Mansion 8 Hall. A low voice, very pleased to meet you, K. I heard a mage was coming, but I didn't expect to be a girl, a beautiful mage IDP more precious than 5 jewels. Rukin smirked, I am looking forward to some sophisticated words from Du. Let 8 start a meeting, this ID Gin, Cleater me American organization. She seemed to be trying to pull herself together, as if weighed down by key surrounding atmosphere. Kay spoke up. A few months ago, do you remember why Soma V How Fire? This question made everyone stop to reconsider. He stubbed his cigar and replied, of course I remember. No, I should say eat 8 impossible to forget. Markin asked coldly, but why are you bringing that up now? She stammered that ID because there ID a traitor here who collaborated Quit Pavla to burn down Lee Soma V How. Kay regained her composure and said, one of us has colluded Quit Pavla, and he IDE one who caused that fire. Those present immediately reacted. What did that crazy woman just say? Drag her or right now. A hand immediately slammed down on a table. Noisy commotion. Everything fell in a terrifying silence. No one dared to utter a single quux. His gaze turned sharp and cold. Words Du just said. Do dare take responsibility fo. She and Lai gave a slight nod in confirmation. Makin pointed directly at her Phi. Then tell us, who has audacity to betray Memric? Everyone was incredibly shocked upon hearing that. At that moment, Jake stepped forward and pressed a cold blade against a man-8 neck. Kendate, a pleasure to meet Du Jun Gin. He introduced himself. I am Jake Murray, a person Mif Gin just mentioned. I think I can be of help. He smiled slightly. I am glad to make your acquaintance. Mumrakin smirked. Du brought no gift, yet Duva brought a whole bunch of vegetables. Jake looked towards Jock. Gift ID right here, he asked. Do you mean my dear brother Jockey? ID. He recalled Hey, also known as El Mencho, as a person who should know best. Why don't you say it yourself? He thought to himself, how on earth does this guy know about something that even I key but hasn't found yet? Joke useless lot. What are Du just standing there staring fo? His expression changed. Du have taken plenty from me, so do something useful fo once. One man standing nearby but even if you say that, sir, there ain't nothing we can do. He looked at Jake. He'd an expert. He hasn't left any openings to approach. If we attack from a distance, he'll use Lok Jokian as a shield. He'd highly likely he'd spy sent by Pavla. He smirked as expected of Morgan 8 right-hand man. Du've been entrusted quite many missions haven't he do? While Eat do who ID actually Pavla 8 spy, yet do dare turn around and suspect me. Joaquin said sarcastically, I suppose since your identity has been exposed, Du've started talking. Suddenly a voice rang out quite confident, aren't he do think I did all this without evidence? He began to panic. Kay was standing there now not far away, channeling a Medich circle. Regan just sat there watching drama. He lifted the clipboard up quit his hand. Macon silently flipped through each stack of papers to examine them. His eyebrows furrowed. You've brought quite an NT rate teen story Jix Murray. Lee whole crowd fell silent astonishment upon hearing Macon speak, not in lie because Jackin had conspired quit syndicate to betray them, but also because those Pavla scoundrels turned out to be pirates as well. Jix smirked suggestively. Simply mentioning pirates may atmosphere Chinston. No one likes pirates, especially Southerners. They hate them even more because living near pirate bases means they suffer greater losses than any other region. He pondered. Furthermore, Jingin had led his entire family to pirates, so his grudge against them would never fade, and Gingin himself would not overlook anything related to pirates. He looked at the report wondering, what do plan to do now? Jacquin muttered, to hell quit this. He glanced quickly at Leet paper wondering, where did that frit come from? Neek report as well. Eat clearly detailed his past smuggling Quit Pavla and Lee connection to Wyke Soma V How Fire a few months ago. That alone was enough to cast suspicion on him, wasn't it? Someone spoke up. I have looked closely Jix Murray, but quit just this bit of evidence. Do think I would suspect Jackin, my own flesh and blood? Himself, this alone isn't enough. I didn't want to come to this, but there I'd eat no other way. He spoke out. Lee Men replied, if that I'd all, then your insult to my younger brother I'd unforgivable. He said softly. Jacquin confessed Jix Murray I'd. I am one who secretly conspired Quit Pavla. Silence enveloped. Merson stood up. So that I didn't expect you to betray me. How shameful. He slowly stepped. Since do must receive a punishment worthy of your sins, shouldn't he do? Jick eyed. Before he could do anything, Merson lunged forward and slashed straight at Jackin, blood splattering. Keyman 8 body lay motionless on the ground. Jix looked down at Lee blood-covered body thinking to himself, to be Mechan 8 right, handman and up so pathetically, Southerners truly. Earlier he had said El Mencho, admit do or locatre. If do as I say, I swear I will not touch your secret family. Jick used a cloth to wipe by blood from his face, continuing to think, my oath ID absolutely reliable. I had no intention of touching your family from Lee very beginning. He looked at Lee axe in Mercanate hand. Indeed, he lived up to his name as but of Die notorious crime syndicate. Geen certainly didn't kivu El Mencho because he truly believed he was white traitor. It was in lie because why circumstances forced him to do so. Due to life fire at Lake Soma V How a few months ago, but Merkin suffered extremely heavy loss. Other men immediately acted aggressively, pointing directly at his face to accuse El Mencho of betrayal before quickly pinning him down. On top of that, there was shocking news that Pavla organization was actually a band of pirates. In the midst of this chaotic circus, Gin still looked unfazed as if nothing had happened, slowly and rationally analyzing, but his subordinates couldn't stay that calm, and then, right at that cry TC moment, El Mencho sabotaged himself by confessing that he was leaky backstabber. Even if El Mencho were innocent, if they just turned a blind eye and let it go, the Organization 8 Underworld rules would be worthless. Jix thought to himself that Gin truly lived up to his reputation, calculating mechanic ankle, never missing a beat. His decisive axe blow caused fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Mercanate's entire body suddenly emitted a dense and terrifying roar of killing intent. Mercanate booming voice rang. However, if Jockin really ID a traitor, just as Kai secretly The Nike Alu brothers in this beloved guild of mine are likely also part of that same pack of traitors. He slammed his axe into the ground. Leaky documents clearly said that Ike arson in Summa was just leak beginning, helping Diu pave like way to defect to the Pavla side along quit that traitor Jockin. Merkin said in a cold stony voice, if Diu are willing to bill your mouths and confess lay my brother Joaquin, I promise to give Diu a very peaceful ticket to we afterlife, without a single moment of pain. A trembling, stuttering voice rang out, this ID clearly a case of blatant slander. He pointed toward Eve large pillar and whimpered, we had no such intention, this ID definitely a dirty trick by that freakish sorceress, if Diu, everything will become. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, a fatal slash sent him logging all of this world forever. Fresh blood splatter, covering her in a gruesome manner. Kai's entire body suddenly trembled violently all of sheer terror. Merkin turned his head and asked probingly, what kind of game are you playing? His sharp eyes fixed intently on Gif, he-man known as Jeek Murray. He calmly pointed back and replied, I am merely helping to clear some of these ungrateful backstabbers. Jockin already confessed, and Diuvi personally sent him on his way, since those subordinates were on his side, wouldn't he pulling them all by key roots be perfectly legitimate right now? Merkin wondered himself, I've been questioning foe a long time what this brat has been plotting. It turns all his ultimate plot was to use my hand to purge Iki entire guild. He nodded as if impressed legitimacy, that sounds reasonable, but tell me, Jixmire. Merkin voice suddenly turned ice cold and Ian, are you an angel sent by heaven to help me? Oh, a minion of leaky devil coming to send me to hell. White corner of his mouth curled slightly into a smirk. Jiki placed a hand over his heart and replied, I am no angel, and certainly no, I am simply a partner who wants to discuss a new business deal quit Diu. He wondered, a business partner? He nodded in affirmation. Jiki said in a low voice, I thought so too, sir. Do you want to abolish all order within E-corporation and re-establish Iki rules Dante Diu? He analyzed, however, quit an IP expulsion order from Istan and Piola 8 Contranovich roots. Currently E and Lai Weifu Merkel to distribute some ID through this organization. Jik 8 eyes turned towards Jock and 8 body lying on Ika ground. He continued, Du sober enough to see everything clearly, but that 8Y Du were still hesitant to punish them, even though Du know they betrayed Du. Merkel mused, Do speak as if Du v known me for a very long time. He turned to look at K, who was stretching, and said, Don't worry, by now, all key syndicate 8 summa distribution has been handled by K, now she 8 cackling. Jix pounded his chest, declaring from now on, K and I will take a VE from Lee Key syndicate. He lowered his voice, personally handling summa distribution. His arm gently swiveled a chair back. Merkel leaned back and said, that ID indeed an attractive offer, Jix Murray. His voice faded, if what do you say ID true? K placed Lee's stick down on an E-pile of papers, transactions need to be built on trust. Morgan interjected, if there ain't no trust, how can I entrust this distribution to Diu when we VNLI just met? Jix stepped closer, Inc. Diu are absolutely correct, sir, so? He swung his hand, chopping away Keyman 8 stick. Jik threw the papers, scattering, entire stack fluttered. His hand glided a V-key blade. He plunged P-blade straight into E-paper. Jik sneered. Paulo Santos, I will eliminate area that coward controls. Paulo Santos, whose nickname ID Paulo Coward. That nickname comes from his always prioritizing safety, which ID, despite becoming, his reputation within Iki organization I very low. More to himself, he even knows details lie his existence in his nickname, well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care. He swiveled his chair and said, alright, that might earn my trust. Morgan stood up, although I am impressed by your audacity and courage. That place ID is still too dangerous to ambush alone, therefore, I will send Morganate elite assassination squad to assist Du. Jixie sneered. Sfu what? They all surely just stand by and watch, he went on, and while do prove your courage, just as a precaution. Morgan pointed towards, this young lady will be under a protection of. His gaze sharpened, that ain't another way of saying she ain't been taken hostage. I understand, Pili take get care of her, sir. Night has fallen, and because Kato Summa ID meeting point, I will send Morganate elite assassination squad to assist you. An arm suddenly, Jeek and his assassin Tim were stealthily approaching. He signaled to stop, as if he had just spotted a B-rim opportunity. One of Lipe group members whispered, even Ike Tim leader, stopped at his command without realizing this was Manuel, and brilliant commander of like assassination squad. Manuel mused, after witnessing Jid Incredibles, perhaps Enlai a fool would dare to disobey him. He possessed extra, far surpassing stealth assassin, and moved with astonishing speed and precision, as if he knew every nook and cranny of this northern forest lie like he back of his hand. But what impressed me most was his supreme combat ability. Even when facing most ferocious beasts, he was still strong enough to easily defeat most elite. Even Lighty Wolf tribe was no match for him. He affirmed he truly ID a real man XT formidable indeed. Jik then declared, do all just wait here, there ain't no need to follow. Manuel stammered in confusion, but we were sent here in a supervisory role, we cannot directly get involved and help Sir G. Jik shot a warning glance, his voice could a subtle implication, this ideally best vantage point to observe Lee factory, don't bother quote empty pleasantries do don teaming, just focus on soup, I'll handle agrest. He had just extended his hand, intending to call Al Murray, when Jig shot a pea and vanished as swiftly as a whirlwind. Manuel had expression immediate, clearly showing his. He spoke, asking as if to himself, oh we entire Tim. Now what are we to do, brothers? Perhaps we should just follow his words and continue supervising from here, just as he said, we are merely observed. There ain't no need to chase after him into E-key midst of IP battle. Manuel instructed his subordinates, everyone must hold their positions camouflage thoroughly, and don't let anyone detect us, not even by a single hair. Suddenly a loud saw resonate. He softly exclaimed he has already charged into battle. How fast? Now Ike flames erupted ceaselessly. The entire area was engulfed in a eye of fire, quite scorching have flames consuming it. Shrill screams echoed. There ate a terrifying mage among our attackers. A shout rang out. We cannot handle this alone. Immediately request which weapon squad for reinforcement. Jik heard those words and thought to himself, I see. This idea perfectly understandable reaction when they witnessed my elemental sword in action foe first time. Suddenly, a terrifying shout directed at him rang out. Intruder. He has been spotted. Jik gently closed his eyes and thought to himself, well, fu an organization that dares to confront Morgan and Iki North. I had already anticipated this kind of reaction. Clear their response was extrift. In a mere blink, he was tightly surrounded. They immediately charged, attacking Jik relentlessly. Lie a som of muths to a flame. Key flames continued to rage around, but Jik executed SQ Kuda's elemental sword. He unleashed SQ Firefield luminous fire. Jik 8 feet dragged across the ground creating scorched trail. He turned around and faintly smiled as he looked at those who had just been scorched by Key fire. But Jik thought to himself, this warm up was still not enough to get me warmed up. A sudden saw drew everyone 8 attention toward Jik. He suddenly remembered that bastard Paul. He was truly a madman. Since dye tanks were now pointing their barrels directly at Jik's, he wondered if he possessed an entire arsenal of Madi Che. So much money has been wasted here in vain. Wouldn't he recruiting mages have been much cheaper? Budsy volleys of bullets kept soaring into Lee's Kai, incinerating everything in their path. Jik didn't say much. He unsheathed his sword and slashed sideways, stopping Incuna. Bullet ricocheted, causing a horrific explosion for those tanks from all sides. He glanced around. Unless they were, no one would ever agree to such a terrible offer. Jik swung his sword up, unleashing an elemental XQ as a whirlwind arose. Sword energy surged straight downward. Behind his mask, corners of his mouth curled up before leaving. He might have run away in terror upon seeing that Midi arsenal. Jik ignored light explosions behind him and turned to walk away, but now everything had changed. A door CQ to light ground opened, leading down to light base. All light guards had been completely neutralized. A powerful surge of force rushed toward the remaining person. He aimed straight foe his head and delivered a fatal slash. Jik leisurely walked. After finishing, it was time foe that other person to appear. From above an arrow flew down at a terrifying speed. He quickly caught arrow. However, it shattered, causing all toxic gas inside to disperse outward. Ham announced that M3 poison had been detected. Being immune to all poisons, their effects were. Along quote ID toxic gas clinging to Yeet, fell to wall ground Kuda thud. A notification or 8 command confirmed. Lee continuous activation recovery factor XQID temporarily suspended. Jik thought himself, do finally showed yourself. What ID underground army doing, letting a stranger infiltrate this far Palo sound? He stepped forward, his voice echoing. What do just inhaled ID toxic gas? Even Aura users would find it difficult to withstand this lethal poison. A large man, I will give you a chance to provide information about your accomplices and Iki antidote. I am Paulo, an executive of Pavel organization. Paulo continued, it seems this idea diversion, but seeing how peaceful Eid ID'd above ground, perhaps your accomplices have already been neutralized. Why not accept deal before Eid ate too late? Jik thought to himself, wanting to trade quit something that doesn't even exist. Do think I am that easy to deceive? He looked toward Biero emitting toxic gas to we southerners. Removing light toxin of a Breck Mamba without an antidote was very basic knowledge. An ordinary person would die within minutes if poisoned, and even a B-Lote Knight would struggle to fully detoxify and might suffer long-term effects. He truly was a deadly poison. A thought suddenly flashed through Jik mind, but quit his immunity to all types of poisons. Those things were of no concern to him. Seek Tam had just signaled that BEC Mamba venom was detected, yet his body remained completely unharmed than to his 100 poison resistance. No sooner thought than done. He drew his sword and unhesitatingly sliced the opponent 8 antidote bottle in two. Paulo screamed in astonishment. Do dare destroy my... Do have a death wish. Suddenly his gaze and his expression turned incredibly grim. Jix calmly stepped forward to help see him, reassuring him that his body was already immune to poison and furthermore, lack reason area was so quiet was that he had already taken care of all his accomplices. Paulo was stunned upon hearing this. What? He stammered in disbelief. Saptak, they repavel at 8 men. They were even equipped Madich weapons. Jik replied, if do were curious, go cheap, provided do still have chance. Of course. Paulo roared, who are do? Who on earth sent do to do this? Jik laughed softly, I am sure do've already guessed some of it by now. He gritted his teeth. Could it be Mukin? Jix laughed, oh, do re quite sharp. Paulo speculated, because ITN lie one who could throw Pavel into this much chaos. ID Mukin, but I thought both sides respected each other. 8 boundaries, why suddenly? Jik chuckled softly, do you really have no shame? Paulo scowled, what ain't that supposed to mean? Jik said coldly, Pavli, called respect was nothing more than secretly seizing walk opponent 8 written distribution networks, just waiting foe right moment to release your own goods. Ignoring Paulo's annoyed attitude, Jik, Pavla has crossed lane. That alone ID enough to declare war. Ebud has declared that Eundity stip until Ed Pavla organization ID completely wiped all, and he even swore to sweep those filthy pirates of P southern continent. Jix thought of, so he even knows their origins are pirates. Hearing this, Paulo prepared to turn and flee cursing damn it. But Jik had no intention of letting him go and gave chase. Do think do can escape from here. After a while he was walking alone in a vast space. Jix looked up at Lakis Kai and thought, Lee Chase should be a week by now, but where I did this, Ide completely different from Lie underground mine earlier. Furthermore, there were countless traps on a keyway here. I had to pretend to fall into wide traps to avoid suspicion. What a nuisance. He glanced to beside. Those traps weren't original to Lai T ruins but looked like they had been recently placed by someone. Jeeks furrowed his brows. Those damn what on earth are they doing here? At that moment, someone was stealthily following him from behind. This person took each opportunity while Jix wasn't paying attention to rush and attack. He lunged forward, swinging his sword straight down at Jeech. But by this time, Jik had already turned around. He stepped aside, dodging Leak attack. He closed in on Akiman and said coldly, "Who exactly are you?" Refusing to give up, Man yanked back his sword in his hand, preparing foe next strike. He swung his sword in attack, but Jik dodged every move. He twirled like knife in his hand. Delivering fatal slashes, he ended Lyman 8 life instantly. Blood and gore splattered everywhere from the defeated foe. He'd splattered all of my face. I approached his corpse, but suddenly from a distance another appeared, annoying me. I seem to encounter these troublemakers everywhere I go. Not just one, but many. Damn 8. Light ham. Manol spoke up. That 8 why I didn't want to cooperate. Quit those people from Leaky South. They should have handled things within their own territory. What a key point of bringing all these small fry here. Keyman was set in stature. In any case, having come all the way here, Dante expect to retreat alive. I pondered on a P strategic map of like hounds I had encountered in key giant mountains. E clearly recorded relics in southern continent, so this place must be one of Abi ruins containing E key artifacts like Emperor ID searching foe. Manuel looked towards sword sheath in my hand. He said as foe that sword sheath. It looks ordinary on Eek outside, but clearly, before a move was made, a swirling wind formed around. Consider it an ancient artifact and deal quitty very carefully. He said why bodyguard obeyed wind. Manuel had eyebrows up when he saw me holding a piece of paper, a Medici scroll in my hand. He exclaimed in alarm. That ate a Medici scroll quickly, assume a defensive. I tossed it behind me to reassure them. Oh, there ain't no need to worry that much. I retrieved and explained. That ain't just a soundproofing spell and it creates a defensive barrier. It has no capacity to cause any Simply put, Fu, next 30 minutes, whatever happens here will not be revealed outside. I noted there ain't no need to worry about being discovered. Besides, opportunities to take new techniques don't come around all a key time, so just enjoy it to like fullest. I raised Glakima sword high, quit a faint smile. Isn't that right? After listening for a while, Manol was perplexed. Spatial bag, no, there ain't something a bit's trend. He doesn't look like an item to connect to another space, but rather as if 8 was created directly from a void. His eyes widened. Eddie's trend weapon from earlier too. It ain't clearly a magical art, but he can be used like a sword. Manol stopped, his face clearly showing astonishment. At this moment, Deej's sword was transmitting electric currents into my hand. A surge of inner power flared brightly. MP sword. He became frightened. Could that guy be a low knight? At this very moment, a straight downward slash directly attacked all those assassins. Immediately, Manol was also injured and spat blood. Spatial gate widened, glowing. Eid slowly vanished. After all was said and done, P scene was nothing but a pile of crushed rubble. Holding his flame in, Dex thought to himself that if he burned all corpses, no one would be able to trace them, and it would also make people suspect that Merkel had hired a sorcerer to provoke them, further deepening tension between Merkel and Bao. He scratched his chin and thought, why were Iki Pavla Group and Neek Roman Empire both present here? Based on his judgment, they were certainly collaborating to excavate artifacts in New South. Before he returned to past, this place had been silent without a trace. That made sense, as it was 3 years later by then, so they must have packed up and left. Dex stomped his foot inside in frustration. Oh well, it was worth the effort to have accidentally intervened and ruined he Emperor 8 little scheme. The young man turned around. He should probably find his way back soon. Suddenly a noise from behind startled, making him turn around to look. Lee saw of approaching footsteps accompanied by a mocking laugh suggested that trouble was knocking at Lee door once again. A man quit bright red hair stepped out of Lie's shadows. I sensed a very formidable surge of power around here. However, it vanished like a Madi trick, so I had to creep all here to see what was really going on. He slowly walked toward him and spoke. As it turns out, an uninvited guest has dared to intrude here. Atmosphere in Lee basement suddenly became suffocating. Dex observed a man from behind. This armor seemed to be like a herding man of IG Imperial Red Knights, didn't he? He thought to himself that this was truly a high and treasure quit all sorts of supportive Madish, from weight reduction to self-healing. However, his armor Megan seemed a bit trend compared to key official Imperial issue. Dex shouted, who are Du? That armor looks very familiar. Could it be that Du are also an Imperial soldier? Suddenly an extremely powerful force lunged straight toward his position. Dex quickly deployed a defensive move and drew his BLC sword to respond. He charged at a blinding speed, intending to use his blade to take light extent of Dex 8 abilities. Fortunately, Key BLC sword appeared just in time to BLPC his powerful attack. Lee enemy 8 eyes lit up when he saw that Dex was still standing firm to resist. Lee blow was so strong that he couldn't hold his ground and was pushed back a considerable distance. Dex 8 back slammed hard against wall, causing 8 to crack into several pieces and sending dust billowing throughout I basement. Before he could regain his composure, Lee Man lunged forward once more to continue his attack. Light collision between two created a powerful shockwave that spread throughout Wok basement. We two colds clashed loudly, creating an incredibly ear split. Dex muttered under his breath, damn it, this guy possesses power no different from an ancient Men XD. As his heels dragged across the ground, he wondered if that armor also had life HAC of enhancing Madich to increase strength. AX Rai of powerful strikes were continuously unleashed by both sides. After we thick dust cleared, entire space became hazy and difficult to see. Ken turned his head, trying to find Reach 8 faint silhouette. Suddenly, a massive Arpus crashed down right behind him. Leax's team announced that Iki Elemental Sword XQ and Teen Force Field had been activated. Giant rocks continuously fell. Knife surrounding rocks had fused together, forming a towering moat. Outside, countless powerful energy currents enveloped formation. But then he quickly shattered everything around him and broke all. K8 eyes gleamed sharp, staring intently at F. Suddenly, a blinding light flared up, shining direct at him. Eat lunged forward, a powerful attack, heading straight. Information announcing that E. Falat Bullock's Q had been activated. Countless layers of earth and ARP-C shot all hurtling towards him. Jik appeared, saying that he had caught him. A blinding lie shone down into leaky basement. That lie shone brightly like a burning flare. He seemed a little surprised, wondering how he had managed to beat Elf even see Ura's sword. Jix lowered his sword. He looked up, a look of astonishment clearly visible on his face. Kexi Tem announced that Chloride Gene Armor XQ had been activated. At this moment, K&H unleashed an extremely powerful slash towards him, but fortunately Jik dodged. He spoke, saying, "He turns a do you also have quite a few trend techniques." He spoke earlier. Do you asked who I was, didn't he? Do quit your abilities. Do you should at least tell me your identity. K-Night void deep and I am Keen Simon Constantinos. Jix thought to himself, this guy doesn't just have like surname Simon. His eyes turned. He also carries surname Constantinos idea surname reserved Emlifu Imperial family of he Empire. Jik rubbed his head thinking so Iki man family, Draker 8 power, ID actually one of he noble branches of E Lone South Empire. Suddenly an electric spark from somewhere flashed across his face. X-timed CUDA notification. It seems a source of lock energy ID appearing. Defeat Lakey wielder of E demonic Ura, and you will be rewarded quit massive points. Jik raised his hand to shield himself demonic Hurrah. He was still completely in E, unsure of what it actually was. A thought flashed through his mind, although he wasn't sure. This was undoubtedly a massive threat. Waichura surged Lai a storm as Ken spoke quick pride. Oh, it ate quite a surprise to encounter an evenly matched opponent Lai Du in this desolate corner, therefore, I shall be polite and give eat my all to grant Du be most elegant death. He was slightly stunned, realizing that common techniques were no longer effective. Even Kuda's elemental sword, he felt his XQLV was still significantly inferior. Jik 8 feet glided across the ground. He realized that if that were Y case, there was only one way left. He unleashed a powerful upward sword slash. His eyes focused to Lee limit, but it seemed Eat was still lacking that certain something. Thoughts raced through his head. This guy 8 defense and strength were so superior that even his own Ura sword had to yield in respect. As long as Herzen remained active, Jiki knew hate would be difficult to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. Y key most important thing was to drag him down to his own live V key and rebalance E fight. Lixi Tem announced that Kimana Reflection XQ had been activated. Upon seeing this, he froze in surprise. What, has Herzen suddenly gone on strike? Frustrated by Ki, he pressed Fu an answer. What kind of trick did Du just pull? GC, quite an indescribably clueless face replied. I have no idea what Du rambling about, man. Ken burst into laughter. Haha, how in T-rate teen? If Du Don T want to reveal ET, then so be it. He immediately launched a powerful attack, telling himself that discovering an opponent 8 secrets for oneself was no small pleasure during combat. Both sides jumped up simultaneously, ready for battle. Both of them went all, unleashing attacks of terror. Those two terrifying force, creating a thunderous boom that shook the entire space. Everything around them was now submerged in EP swirling aura created by Ki 2. Earth-shattering attack, forcing everyone to be on guard. A moment later, Lee's surrounding scene was nothing but piles of ruins, quite tiny sparks of fire floating in Lee air. His hand hung limp. Red bloodstains were scattered on E ground, accompanied by a resentful growl. Xi Tem rang another warning. Lee ratio of demonic energy in the Administrator 8 body has exceeded E permitted limit. Effectiveness of the elemental healing XQ has been significantly reduced. Jik was now in a precarious situation, his entire body frighteningly bruised and covered in blood. Oh boy, this situation was truly too dangerous. Ken spoke up in admiration. Wide reputation of Legian bloodline truly precedes Eat. Eat 8 quite impressive. Jik stammered. How could you? Not waiting for Jik to finish, he continued. Even if Eat was unlike for a moment, neutralizing Herzen could surely enlibel sealing Medichev a Draker family. Furthermore, that swordsmanship Du used Fu your fine and blow. Ken remarked. Eat looks somewhat similar to Regine's slaying art. Thoughts raced through Jik 8 mind. Li Judon slaying sword art was originally the ancestor of Judon slaying art after all. Therefore it was obvious that I too must share many identical traits, but more importantly, Li Ki Regine scale pierce move I just unleashed and Li appears in Ni Fine in chapters of Li Ki Ra. Jian slaying art, a supreme technique strictly forbidden from being shared outside clan, yet an Imperial Knight Lai Can knows 8 by heart, something I definitely wrong here. Well, it seems Ixeman family couldn't keep anything for themselves, giving away all Legian slayer methods to that empire. He coughed up a pool of fresh, bright red blood. Ditch slumped eye ground panting. Get heavens, so much demonic energy has seeped into this body. It must hurt a lot, doesn't it? Leaving Du in this state ID truly impolite, practically looking down on a worthy opponent Lai Du. After hearing that, his face turned as pale as a banana leaf. He stabbed Ditch directly and said softly, May Du rest in peace, to which Ditch whispered back, prayers for your safety. He withdrew Y blood, soaked sword from Man 8 body. As he walked away, he turned around and said, even though we are enemies, I must admit it has been a long time since I have met someone so evenly matched. Suddenly a knife whizzed past Ken 8's face. He spun around in SBC to see what it was. Before his eyes, there was no sign of Ditch, Enlai bloodstains scattered across ground. Ken screamed, what my hell ID going on? At that moment, 6 team announced recovery potion used. User 8 health and wounds have been significantly restored. While he was still stunned, Ditch rushed forward and unleashed a devastating strike, severing Kenneth. Kenny's whole body collapsed down. Ditch 8 knees buckled to ground, and he coughed violently a few times. Ditch looked at Ike potion bottle and thought to himself, "Good thing I had recovery potions ready in Lee quick action slots." Due to its potent medicinal properties, Key potion will not work on anyone who has used EAT previously and will include several unidentified side effects. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was Sequel, I almost died. Ditch thought to himself, but it seems Eek internal injuries caused by that Ora haven't improved yet. Lee Keats team warned warning? Do you have overused your skill? Due to XQ usage beyond D limit, C-trend sensations have exceeded Lie red alert threshold. He planted his sword into Lee ground, pondering, if I pass Owen Likey middle of this chaotic crowd now, an announcement appeared, to preserve your life, Administrator A consciousness link will be severed. Jick was slightly panicked, can to be. He glanced aside, I need to recover even more. Right at that moment, Jick looked toward Ken 8 body lying on the ground at any cost. His entire body then collapsed onto Lee ground. Divine Ray Gene Slayer flew up, coiling tightly around his headless body. Etem announcement a la Jutin Tribex QID initializing. Successfully devoured darkness, Eridan. Jick 8 body was lifted up, and information was Lee bloodline energy of E freshly consumed Men XT helped restore physical strength, spirit, and mana, while Lead X grade static electricity XQ was upgraded to a grade electric C. E young man collapsed on a B floor, utterly exhausted. A small tremor startled Jick awake, his mouth agape in surprise. He sat up abrupt, clutching his throbbing head, and thought to himself, I almost died for real, didn't I? Luckily, I am still conscious enough not to get food poisoning. Jix looked at Lee glittering armor in front of him, filled with bewilderment. What ID this thing? Could 8 be a top tier armor from some channel? Lee Tixi Tem delivered get news. Do wish to claim ownership of EAT. He frowned, puzzled. Why isn't like item 8 name displayed? Jix raised his hand and lightly touched Leak at screen. Lee screen displayed owner of armor confirmed. Do can customize its appearance as desired. Armor ID and Great 28 large mod each arrays, but currently, Unlie 3 are ready for use. He chuckled to himself, this thing ID key incredibly lie. Quality armor really ID something else. Jick put like armor away. If I put this on now, League Empire 8 forces will definitely recognize me. I'll just keep E hidden foe now and decide after I can transform. IG top priority right now to escape this place. He suddenly caught a faint trend smell. Jick 8 gaze turned towards E adjacent room, detecting E pungent, coppery smell of blood and corpses. Driven by curiosity, he stepped inside. This place was conducting experiments on living human body. He gnashed his teeth, silently cursing Retchperial force. Suddenly one of them spotted him, an intruder, quickly capture him. He roared angrily, how dare you use human lives as experimental subjects. Tem alerted, Medici, immune to all poisons, resistance has been overcome. You are now poisoned. Zek said no more and bid an antidote pill. Kes Tem reported advanced antidote consume. He sneered, in that case, you should prepare to pay quit your lives. A moment later, Zek had leveled everything, quit a blazing sigh of fire. He picked up a piece of paper, thinking, I must collect all League research documents here. This place ID an Imperial laboratory. Perhaps there are clues here about Lee red flower disease. Suddenly a blurry figure emerged from Lee's smoke and dust, interrupting Zeke. ID that a person. A wrinkled old man spoke up, do you dare destroy my... Without another quiz, he unleashed a rain of swords to attack. Reckonese, P-sword energy of brilliant light. He raised his hand, unleashing a Medici circle that emitted powerful lightning bolts. Key power erupt, tire space. But Zek was one step faster, gliding forward and slashing across Gilliban 8 body. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a surging, exploding... He retreated, recoiling after Ike powerful attack. A thought suddenly occurred to Zek, looking at those patterns and spells. This must be a desert scorpion specializing in forbidden arts. A Star Circle IV6 mage, this guy seems quite formidable. He didn't expect Lee Empire to cooperate with these people. The Hikes Tai Tem announced that Likey Mana dissection XQ had been activated. His expression quickly changed and he roared, damn neat, could it be that you are a pure, blooded jeep, intended to escape? But if that AT Lee case then, his power surged, and waves of earth swelled like a raging storm. Immediately Gilliban transformed into colossal Menix, astonishing Zek. A tremor really. Behold my greatest performance. Even if do are a Lee Region, don't even think about resisting. As soon as Eat finished speaking, Eat immediately brought its giant foot down, almost crushing Zek. He quickly launched a counterattack. Continue. Chimera also refused to yield, continuously raising one leg after another beep-seek attacks. His legs glowed as he spun and leaped up with immense force. Immediately its giant clawed feet struck a ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Eat turned its head back towards Zek, letting off ferocious. Without a moment Eat hesitating, he launched an attack, severing a chimera. Zek had expressions and if Eat had no weakness at all. At this moment, he turned its head and roared again, as if warning that Eat had been thoroughly angered. He remained unfazed, charging, I have no intention of wasting time in this place. Zek unleashed a powerful attack, thinking to himself, if this drags on, their reinforcement. His gaze sudden. Eat, ancient power of Regi domination, ideal eligible foe activation. Do wish to subjugate a Tagate of Ikar, a gene and race. Zek charged forward, Regan domination. He aimed straight foe chimera at 8 full smelling mouth, thinking, are you kidding me? Zek thought to himself, submit quick. Announced, activating Gene 8 might. His eyes suddenly lit up like headlights, and then he rushed forward like a whirlwind. Suddenly, letting a few sounds that were actually quite adorable. A notification appeared. Tier N can tremble. Kendra Gene can Tren ability had been upgraded. A thought flashed across Zek 8 mind. Both E-Ray-Jin Gear and E-Ray-Jin Tren were effective. Perhaps when he transformed into a chimera, a bit of E-Ray-Jin nature had been mixed in. Announced, activate E-Ray-Jin Tren to tame the E-Ray-Jin to gate confirm. Hearing that, he agreed immediately. Alright, tame it. E2 swords became intertwined, forming chains that tightened around like chimerate body. Tem then reported. Successfully, Tyr Regian, Zek cried in delight wonderful. He stepped forward, gently placed his hand on Eat and said, now do re as well, behaved as a puppy. At that moment Gilliban was standing behind watching. He cried in astonishment, why isn't Chimera obeying me? Zek turned around, eyes blazing, shut your mouth. A moment later, Gilliban lay collapsed in a pool of blood, having breathed his last. He sat down nearby and said softly, let 8 see, what was this guy carrying? Zek picked up Li and slipped Gilliban and Lumminaso. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes thoughtful. Eat seemed he was second in command of Life Scorpion tribe. Chimera kept nuzzling him, making Zek a bit flustered. Hey, why are Du being so clingy? A screen appeared. Do you want to name Li Ki tamed Ki Regian Kin? Named Li Reiji and Kin can be summoned at any time at their Master 8 call. He asked, do want me to give Du a name? Zek stroked Eat. From now on, your name Idiki Gulab, summons registration. Gulabi Chimera seemed a bit annoyed, letting out a few growls. Seeing this, he wondered what ate wrong. Do you done lie Eat? Well, I've already decided. Live scene shifted to another. Resounding applause, and then a warm, deep voice spoke. That was truly, I can hardly believe Eat. Mamerkin thanked him. I never expected Du to be able to handle Paulo, such a formidable. Jik bowed respectfully. I always keep my promises. He chuckled. Indeed, Du have proven your capability. I cannot help but believe in Du. Merkin turned his chair and continued. A brave warrior deserves respect. I always cherish and value we strong, as if they were my own children. He spoke up, and I wanted to reciprocate an appropriate response. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Children, your children, but did he mean them as tools to be ordered around? Jiki sneered contemptuously. Do dare utter such insolent words to me, Du scoundrel. I swear I'll personally send Du on your way. Merkin stepped closer. Take a look at this. He displayed 3 gift boxes. A cunning smile. This ID something I've meticulously prepared for Du. His gaze became defensive and highly vigilant. Merkin glanced in. Don T do want to partner up with me, so we need some proof to solidify trust. Don? Jeek walked over V and picked up a box from Likey table. He thought to himself, of course, both Sai and Wade are perfect. He slowly removed the outer packaging of Lee box. A head fell off, shocking everyone. He was leader of Lux Syndicate organization. He spread his hands and asked, does this gift satisfy? She gave a faint smile. Fun of murderous. He replied, of course I am satisfied, but in his heart he thought, everything ID going too smoothly. After clearing of these leader, K will simply take power. Merkin continued, however, Ivy just developed a slight concern. Jik asked what IDT. He then said that Iki Pavla gang seemed to have sniffed all their involvement in this matter. They even misunderstood that I had mobilized both knights and mages. He chuckled to himself. Given chaotic scene was, it was Enli natural for them to deduce that. Merkin stated on the I want to send a strong warning message to those filthy bandits. He took a puff of his cigar, then asserted, I am Lee, true master of Key Southern region. Jix thought himself, does he want me to go clean up Pavla gang again? He agreed immediately without hesitation. I accept this. Meeson. Merkin showed surprise. What did you say? Clenched his fist with determination. I will go there myself and make them understand LEB beat 8 will. His voice deepened. I have one request. Peely grant more real authority to K, so that she has enough standing to become Lie's soul of a new syndicate. Hearing G, he closed his eyes and considered Lee's situation. Then he spoke. I will sploot her from behind for your sake. He gestured. I will send my most elite assassin squad along with LLDN from Kato to accompany and assist you. Immediately a group of people jumped down and surrounded him. A masked man stepped on and introduced himself as Simon. He added that he would be of great help. He looked RVV and wondered who that person was. Scene shifted to Paulo Santos, which was under Wee Kun Tren of Pavla Kato. Call heels of his boots slowly struck ground. William called awe, saying that Ike interrogation was all Viki Aben. He reported that key Imperial agents had searched everything and then quickly fled without leaving a single trace anyway. Block results from that side had already been handed EV to them. This battlefield was a fierce clash between a knight and a mage, causing Eben to suddenly drop down to Wee ground. William called, while Aben picked up a handful of dirt, brushed it lightly, and said 8 was totally wrong. Hearing that, he cried oh in panic, what, there was Enli one person. William scratched his head and asked, why are you saying such a trend thing? There are clearly traces of sword slashes here. Along with scattered magic, he believed each person responsible must possess a high LV, equivalent to that of a high-ranking knight. That man alone had sent everyone here to their GP Rye. He stood dazed while Lee other deduced that League's Secret Service had deliberately cleared Wee's scene to hide some shocking secret that they were not allowed to touch. Aben turned around and walked away decisively, saying he had to dig to Ike root to see what Lai P Empire was hiding. William hurriedly chased after him to stop him, saying, are you planning to mess with entire intelligence bureau? You might lose your head. He stopped dead in his tracks and then called William 8 name. Eben turned his head back and answered urgently that there was surely a treasure here he could not miss. Intuition told him Eat once sat right in this spot. He roared that he understood well how great his ambition was. A sinister glint flashed in Eben 8 eyes. He wanted to turn this kingdom and empire into his own personal playground. Scene shifted to I Harbor area, which was under Joaquin Tren of Le Violent Pavla gang. A SIP guard saw a small boat rowing closer and wondered, "How's Tren? Why ID a small boat appearing at this time?" He shouted loudly, "Who are Du and where did Du come from to dare to approach this place?" Before he could finish his words, Jik lunged forward and delivered a sharp sword stroke, causing blood to gush a fountain. Before Lee Man could understand what was happening, he had said goodbye to life and plunged straight into Wee Deep's eye. Same time, Simon also swung his sword in one clean motion. He focused intensely, his sharp eyes looking directly at Kita Gate. P-blade plunged into B poor corpse, pinning it firmly to Iki's side of Lakey boat. Jix whispered to keep Lee job clean to avoid making a sow. He told Simon to climb up quickly. Hearing that, Simon looked up toward him. This was Simon. Jik remembered that in his past life, he was Lee Master who taught him martial arts and assassination skills in East Southern region. He mused that although he had to lie in this mire-filled quit such scum, he was Gunanly person he trusted absolutely, whether in his past life or now, lie synergy between E2 had not faded at all. Jix thought to himself that if he could recruit him to serve under him, nothing would be better. After a while the entire group set foot in Lee City, he lowered his voice, saying that guards were lurking in all key alleys. Simon subtly asked about Likey way to Key City Center, and Jik replied briefly that there were more than enough routes. He explained that this land once belonged to a powerful empire, so ancient underground drainage exit Tem must surely still be there. The thought of crawling into Elky sewer sounded far-fetched. How could one navigate that murky underground network? However, he encouraged him to observe patiently step by step, and everything would become clear. Notification sounded, beginning to locate key path leading underground to Mateo 8 hideout. After reading, Jik chuckled to himself. Quite P smart navigation feature on this mini map. Even a maze became meaning. He looked up at Lee P's screen and told himself that key path ahead seemed to be heavily surrounded by guards, so he would have to find another way. Furthermore, those quit key art NG of Nido Higher would not appear on a key map. He needed to be extremely vigilant, as a previous encounter had resulted from a moment of carelessness. Jik turned back and instructed, "We're almost there. From this point on, we go our separate ways. Do guys set plenty of explosives at strategic points, while I'll deal quit Lieutenant Mateo myself." IDK everyone clear, understood. Everyone went to their task, and he rushed to P to his my son. Jis quickly entered an area filled with large, bulky plastic bags. Staying seek all will, he thought that if he could take all Mateo, but Pavla would surely go mad at that point. Merkel would be forced to declare war on Pavla. The iron door was quickly pried by it. He calmly stepped straight into Lippy's sewer, but then a question suddenly occurred to Jik. Did Jin Gin truly want this when he sent him? Was Eight believable foe a man so paranoid that he would purge subordinates via slight breach of organizational discipline? On a key contrary, he likely hoped that everyone sent on this Mysan would lose their lives here and never return. He intended to use this attack as a final warning to Pavella, while also boasting that such a small sacrifice meant nothing to him. Deep underground, he continued to stride along leisurely. Lippy corners of Jik 8 mouth curled into a knowing smile. Unfortunately, things would not go according to your plan, Gin Gin, because I truly intend to take Mateo 8 life. He leaped as fast as lightning, causing Lippy person below to look up in SBC. What was that? Who ate there? He lunged forward, unleashing a strike that tore through all Leaky Gang 8 henchmen. GK eyes narrowed. Pavla had clearly joined forces quit Y, yet there was no sign of a single Imperial soldier. My knee, completely silent. Suddenly a blinding beam of light shone directly into his face. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He ate standing there invisible. Soldiers rushed in from all of nowhere shouting, "Capture him alive." They all heard he command and immediately charged forward. Jik nimbly leaped high into Lee air, dodging their lethal. Then without hesitation he delivered finishing blows to those soldiers. A soldier at back raised his hand high and chanted an incantation. First Medici squad. But before they could do anything, Jikki stomped, shattering mid-serp. He channeled his strength into YP knife in his hand. He immediately unleashed X-ray of continuous slashes that filled the air like invisible silk threads. Jik mocked inwardly, this group ID even scrawnier than the Imperial soldiers. Do they intend to send these pawns and then boast about providing massive reinforcements? He stepped down and declared firmly, "Listen up everyone." Jik's entire body erupted in a flame of fury. "I will give Du one last chance to escape." League CXC team signaled that Lee Runan Raymond XQ was beginning to activate. His gaze was sharp and fun of killing intent. "Get ore of my sight right now if you don't want to lose your lives in vain." Jik shouted, "Otherwise just chick a scene and throw your lives away." Just a few minutes later, soldiers lay scattered across floor quit long, smeared trails of. He wondered what on earth Leaky Empire was trying to achieve by traveling all Lee way to this remote southern region. A haunting pitch Beely Suara radiated from Jik's arm. He looked up at Hurar as an arrogant voice echoed from above. "A mere loach dares to stand in Likey way of my great task." Jikthar, when did he appear? I didn't sense his presence at all, he demanded. "Who are Dio?" He didn't bother to respond. Instead, he waved his hand, causing a thick Bela sea mist to spread. Those ominous mists surged down toward key soldiers lying motionless on ground. They seemed to be resurrected from Leaky dead and slowly stood up. Now they had turned into a horde of fiercely howling demons. He ordered, "Capture that man foe daring to hinder me. I will personally drain his soul to nourish my Medici." Jik swiftly countered and thought himself, zombies, to be able to summon such a large NMB at once. I'd he a walk archmage. His gaze pierced the figure standing high above, but then Jik narrowed his eyes suspicious. Aren't all lock mages from Lee's Scorpion clan? Why doesn't this guy have any faction marks o Medici circles? Jik launched an attack inside. What an utterly bothersome Pixit Tem announced that an undead knight-infected Quote demonic energy had been defeated. Du received 10 carb. Witnessing that scene, he reflexively paused for a moment. Jik broke into an amused smile. Light points are quite geet, aren't they? Blood splattered as a flurry of Tem notifications appeared, plus 10 more karma points. As if bolstered by a new surge of power, he swung down a mighty slash. Jik looked at Leap's screen and wondered, so that Atok a last of them. Then he directed his gaze toward Light person still standing on a keeper alive. Suddenly his figure began to gradually fade into the void. He crumbled into ash, leaving Jik bewildered. What hell ID this? Did he run away that fast? He turned to leave and thought to himself, next time we meet, I'll definitely turn him into points anyway. This area ID clear. Jix continued walking leisurely. He was near Mateo 8 office. His eyes looked up, a waited moment was near. Suddenly a figure darted past Jik 8 head. He looked at Gi hovering knife blade, as if he threatened to deliver a killing blow. I am waiting for a certain guest to visit. Jitty voice suddenly turned icy. Simon. Jik was slight. I never imagined Du would come here yourself. I assumed Jingin sent someone, instructing Du to assassinate me before I could speak. We knife blade and Simon 8 hand slowly lowered. Then he deftly flipped knife blade to one side. Simon still pointed Ike knife at Jit 8 neck and said, do you want to overthrow Papella Empire? Don T do in that conspiracy. There ain't no place for an outsider from Lee's center of this continent lie do. He winked challengingly. If he weren't Tifomi, Papella could have already taken a V your supply lines. Alliance will not stop its efforts. Do understand? That means Gate doesn't he necessarily have to be do Jixi sneered. ID that so. His hand reached off. Announced, we Administrator 8 request has been approved. Continuous use of recovery class skills will be temporarily interrupt. Jik pulled the knife blade closer to his neck, his voice ringing up. So what are you waiting for? Finish me appy quickly, Mew shadowless gat. Simon was bewildered. How do you know my old seat name? He called out the name Simon Zapatero. Jix continued, I know everything about your past, and also the reason do you serve Gin. He was astonished. What are you talking about? He cut him P. To protect last lineage of Lee Cusco dynasty. Jik void deep. Isn't that right? Simon 8 eyes grew tenser. How do Dio know that? He thought to himself. They've arrived. Jiki sprang up. He retrieved Dobby knife in his hand. He brought down a direct slash, sending Simon 8 sword flying. Jik eyes flashed quit sharps. He stammered loudly, how much do you know? Who are you? Jik smiled as for my identity very well, I will tell do. He introduced himself. I am one of illegitimate descendants of he Draker family Jix Draker. Simon froze upon hearing that. Jik, he exclaimed in astonishment. You are rumored to be EP youngest person to be knighted as a B low knight. Simon bet that if House Draker stuck their nose in, he entire South would be thrown into chaos, but Jik immediately dismissed, my family ID not involved, this ID my own still bet, so do can sleep easy. He scratched his head suspiciously. Then why did you reveal your identity so early? You should have kept it hidden to be Vaiku Kun Fein Tabaput. Pair of razor, sharp swords was unsheathed once. He used all his strength to knock Simung 8 weapon aside and then shouted loudly. Switch sides and serve me instead of that Jin Gin guy. I promise to protect Royal Cusco bloodline and take Shikusi of restoring like entire kingdom. He stared at his hands and asked in bewilderment, wait, what? Lee's sword strapped to his back vibrated, speaking his mind. I know this news ID a bit overwhelming, but stay sharp. If do follow, your future ID doom. Jik then bluffed and analyzed, use your head. If do listen to him and send me to Ike grave. How will do withstand the approaching Papella forces? Oh do believe that Jean will see mercy and send reinforcements fo do and your comrades. He stammered and sputtered that no way, every man fo himself. He added and then, after we moment a Cusco kingdom ID completely destroyed. Woke outlaws and bandits will have plundered your homeland, and that Jean Gin fellow longs to see a royal guard lie do die in bitter regret, simply because he would then be free to sell a helpless princess to Waiki Cusco rebels at an astronomical price. Legend says that a decade ago, when the Cusco Empire entered its era of ruin, Simung had to carry newborn princess and flee for his life to key desolate borderlands. In that remote, to improve his fightings, he had to become a villain, harboring resolve to wipe all the rebels and return Lepi princess to key throne. He agreed to work as a hitman under Gin for that very reason, but that old fox had long held Simung 8 past or him. In his past life, Simung was seen as a thorn in his side and ruthlessly eliminated, while poor princess was sold to be rebels. In his fiant moments, Simung urgently begged me to find and protect that princess, but ironically, by key time I tracked her down. Everything was nothing but a heap of cold, dead ashes. Jik thought himself, that ID key why I want to pull do all of Eki McCain pit. Simung sighed it, need 8 urgent, so I ask how do know so much about destiny. He hesitated slightly, but to Sanctuary McCain, where I once swore lifelong loyal, ID now shaking violent. Simon confessed, eat it all your fault, since I keep it 8 birthday and then that job involving Guy Papella, everything has become a tangled mess. What exactly ID your scheme, Jik Riker? He sighed heavily. Earlier you said this land doesn't accept people from like central continent, right? Forget that fo now, I want those 2 gangs to tear each other to bits, and after that, Jik 8 eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. As soon as this match ends, I will immediately land in McCain. Simon was taken, so your real prey IDE Gin after all. He firmly stated, I am not joking, Simon. I truly desire to have Dio by my side. He lowered his voice, alright, then swear these 2 things to me. First, Dio must guarantee a safe withdrawal Fumi and my brothers. Second, keep Lee oath to protect Cusco bloodline and restore Velot dynasty. He shouted, remember eat well, no matter what cost may be. Jik beat his chest and declared solemnly, I swear heat by my highest honor as a knight. Immediately Simong prostrated himself respectfully at his feet. Leader of Cusco Royal Guard offers his greetings to my Lok Jik Draker. Jikki patted Simon 8's shoulder, encouraging, well boy, well done, don't be so formal, get up, let 8 talk outside Fo a bit properly. He said confidently, as soon as I give key signal, they will activate explosives and evacuate immediately. I will signal your men to escape through Wyke sewers that 8 right, late to gate Matteo has been captured and ID being held here. Like he too turned and walked away, Jikki instructed, alright, see do later. The scene shifted to another location, a blood-curdling screen. A thin man tied tightly to a chair cried, oh, do think Mackin will be safe after this? Jikki smiled sinisterly, leaning Seagull to his opponent, of course not, when war breaks, no one can be safe, be careful Matteo. He stuffed paper into Matteo 8 mouth, hold on to this, rest ID foe those who dare to oppose Mackin. Next was a bloody scene, water splashing, accompanied by muff. Jikki turned and walked, thinking to himself, I've taken all of Papella 8's secret ledgers, what should I do now? Suddenly Simon ran up to report, Master, I've already sent Likey's signal to my men. He raised his sword high and shouted, Simon, follow me. Instantly, while arrows whizzed, gang members rushed in yelling, intruder, get him. Jik 8's sword suddenly burst into a blazing flame. His eyes shone, Jik swung his sword and charged directly into White crowd. Li clang of M10 echoed throughout leapy space. A few minutes later, a voice rang, your respect, this ID our new bot. 4 rows of people bowed respectfully, congratulations new master. Jik reminded them, we must leave now, they were catching up. After that everyone quickly moved. He glanced behind him and realized they've arrived. See, top, we'll split up here, I'll distract them, and do you take your men and go ahead. Once do are safe, go to I Alliance members and tell them my name, she will understand. I hope do unti hesitate, La Princess ID still being held captive by that gang. Jik smiled slightly, do think I haven't prepared for that. He recalled his earlier words, have do memorized Li hostage rescue plan during Li chaos on execution day, of course, rescuing princess held captive by gang when chaos erupts on execution day, get do remember. He laughed loudly, princess has been rescued. Scene shifted to Ginhong 8 luxurious mansion on southern continent, an angry void, do think those words are acceptable. A clenched hand slammed down on Li table, a month has passed since we attacked Pavla. A roar echoed, and yet, Fubi entire past month. Mervin angrily pointed at Li's Kai, shouting that those troublemakers had sneakily ambushed them countless times already. He roared Li Thenin, saying that half of his core team under his command had now been completely wiped out. Drooping his head on his knees and groaning, he painfully admitted that those 2 troublemakers were truly terrifying monsters, that I plotted to push them into an impossible mice sen, hoping to use someone else 8 hand to kivu them and get rid of Waiki trouble. Who would have guessed those rascals would poke Pavla Hornet 8 nest, causing them to go completely berserk and start rampaging. At that tense moment, a subordinate timidly calling Awed Ali, but that saw successfully pulled him back to reality, and he irritably asked what matter was. He immediately suggested that Li Master hide away elsewhere for a while, an Enlai to receive a sharp glare and a question asking if he was suggesting Li but run away, quit his tail between his legs. Hive servant her explained that wasn't TET, those deranged pirates were now only focused on revenge, and their stupidity would soon lead them straight into El Kenan ambush, where they could trap Li whole lot. He suspiciously questioned if Li's goal was to lure Ivy Tiger from its mono-teen and then wipe everyone at once. He nodded eagerly, suggesting but relaxing command from afar at his luxurious villa in Tahani. Finding plan, Muckin nodded slightly, saying eat sounded, but he solemnly declared to be troops that hardships and Li make their character stronger, and this confrontation would surely be no exception, right men? Subordinates stood up in unison and shouted loudly, understood bit. Everyone quickly departed. Just as Li Trader was about to stand up, Live Freak Zik dropped from Lighty Ses Kai right in front of him. He held a cold blade to his neck and sarcastically praised his acting. Light Trader stammered in his defense that he had successfully lured Giba to Tuhani Villa just as desired, begging for mercy to spare his pathetic life. Before his plea even finished, Zik conveniently sent him to his grave, a cold smile still on his lips as he praised him for a job well done. His eyes sharpened as he thought that than to him, he could finally taste the main course. Scene now shifts to Wild Ginnate Mansion in Taihuhani. Ken trudged Oravai carriage and led O alongside, cursing likey brats who dared force him to travel all the way to this remote forest, vowing to wipe all 8 pirate gang without leaving a single trace. By now, Silent Night had completely enveloped Iki Mansion. Leaky Big Big was deep in thaw next to Leaky floor to ceiling glass window. Hearing door, Moken didn't bother turning his head, irritably saying that he hadn't called Fu any service and to get off so he could have some quiet. Seeing Walkador remain wide cooked no one closing Edie, he angrily spun his head around and shouted that he had already said he didn't call anyone, and to disappear from his sight immediately. However, Leapy Old Man suddenly froze when he saw Jake 8 towering figure appear along Kuda hair, raising a row of killing intent. He slowly pulled down his mask and mockingly said, so Dewry still leisurely vacationing here wide, even though everything there has gone to hell. Lee Old Man eyes widened in panic as he gasped elite name, Jake Murray. Shortly after he regained his cunt expression, reaching Foe a bottle of Phi wine and proudly asking if Jake thought he had climbed to this throne without ever facing such childits. A smirk sounded as Guy red wine flowed smoothly into Likey glass, what a joke. Before Keyfine a drop of wine could fall, Jake lunged forward Lia FT lot and plunged a sharp knife in, shattering Lee glass and sending shards flying through the air. Your encouragement, that it's just wonderful. I was afraid Du would cry and beg Fo mercy, lie a fool. That wouldn't be much fun, Fo, someone planning revenge. He suddenly bolted upright and snarled, Du insolent brat. How dare this kid look down on me? Force him to his knees before me this instant. Jake smirked, no one ID coming. That ain't for sure. Morgan snapped, what did you say? He calmly replied, that ID because I have already taken care of them all. Jake reminisced, in my past life, because time was running out, I couldn't make Du endure a ultimate agony Du deserved. This has always haunted me. He slammed a knife in a key table. To this day, I still frequently have those nightmares, dreams about Lie time I had to lie a dog at your feet, and about Lie people whose lives I was forced to take just because of your cruel orders. Hearing this, he began to panic, his voice stammering. What on earth are Du talking about? These nonsense. I never ordered anyone to do such a thing, Jake interrupted. Du don't know what they say to me in my dreams. He quickly pinned Morgan against a glass wall behind him. Jake unleashed a barrage of punches, lie a storm roaring, P-League, see me? My life, they begged me, begged someone who was enjoying a life of luxury built on their pain, just lie Du are doing now. He raised he blade high, that ID how desperately they pleaded. He trembled in denial. I am Lee chosen one, I am blessed by gods, as for those miserable commoners, Jake barked, shut up. Instantly one of his ears was sliced to pieces, accompanied by Morgan blood-curdling scream. Red blood splattered all over him. Jake wiped a streak of blood from like corner of his mouth and chuckled coldly, Fi, then, tasty pain Du were always meant to endure, and die slowly in agony. And brutal night gradually passed, and like first lie of dawn began to flicker. A trail of blood, stained footprints was etched across the floor. Jake tossed aside his blood-soaked shirt, his voice rang, everything finished. He asked, and what about Key Syndicate? Other person replied, due to Mini case I reported to my superiors. She reported everything went exactly according to your plan. Those officials were convicted of conspiring quit Pavla and were ruthlessly ousted. As for my professional due, since I was already in ship UC of them, I didn't face any disciplinary action. Jake handed OVE a Finty, his voice satisfied. Very well, from now on, Syndicate will be responsible for this matter. K took E Fin me and Rhett E quit a look of confusion. What ID this a contract? Quit Reinhardt Merchant. He removed his wig and spoke. I heard I Guild ID planning to establish a new pharmaceutical company. Jake explained we will produce quality soma and distribute E to that market. Well, refined soma can be used to manufacture many types of medicine, while the E-transport will be left for DU to handle. She couldn't help but be startled. What, where will E be produced, and how will E operate? We can transport E openly under our name. He stepped outside leisurely and read, we will Sibilla Kingdom of Cusco. In exchange, they will grant us a license to carry out cultivation there. I've already planned everything else, but explaining likey details would take too much time. See you later. K called, oh hey partner. A few minutes later, Jake stepped out a Waikiki edge of Likey Forest and thought to himself, now, let it get to work on this. He put his hand in his pocket, rummaging around From a lovely envelope came a formal invitation from Prince Kernova Constantino. A thought suddenly flashed in Jik 8 mind. Decker had reported that after P party, Lee Prince had not yet returned but instead remained in Atlas. He carefully read every line, but traveling from here to Lipe center of Lipe continent would take at least a few days. What if he arrived late? Oh Prince. Oh else Jik thought to himself, someone near him might grow suspicious and immediately guess what reason for this delay. That Jik Decker was secretly involved in downfall of Merkin. He pressed his fingers against Deek's screen. Oh worse, perhaps they had already suspected him and summoned him because of Eat, though possibility was small. He still couldn't let anyone catch him and had to CP ret an alibi. A slight smile played on the corners of Jit 8 lips right at that moment. When Jik walked, people around him cheered. Look, Jixie D here, V's here. Karos waved him. He thought to himself, just as I expect, he ate here too. A voice called Oduva arrived. Jik Abendraker. Jik respectfully replied, See Draker, I have come to meet Du, your highness. Why have Du called Fumi? Karos smiled kindly. I called Du here for something extremely important which I did. He put his arm around Jik 8's shoulder, holding a bottle of wine. He'd ate this right here. Karos explained, William and Abend are very capable at work, but unfortunately, they don't know how to drink. Du, on the other hand, are very generous, which I d why I invited Du here. Jix cursed inwardly. When did I ever leave such an impression? He glanced at Abend and William, thinking, let it put that aside. Prince Karos, Abend and William Seaman. I've already guessed most of what their conversation I deek about. Jik noticed his cold expression and noted, besides, it seems Abend has something personal he wants to discuss. Quote me. Karos interrupted his thoughts. Don, be formal, have a drink. He gave a slight laugh. All right then. 2 glasses clinked together along with a loud shout, to a wonderful time. Cheers. After a while, Karos was ELT first to pass on was helped away by William. Ludic 18 alcohol detected. Lee immunity to 100 poisons physical I fake he has been activated. Neutral identified. To himself, this idecabits Tren, I am Nli 1 still conscious and sober, feel quite guilty. At that moment Abel approached and said, I am so I heard Du were resting to cultivate, yet here I am bothering Du. He replied, Eat 8 Phi on Iki contrary, I am feeling restless because I haven't made any progress yet. He grabbed another bottle. Eat 8 okay? He teed all part of Liprexodex. Now sit down, let 8 share a drink together. Jik looked at a ghee wine swirling in the glass, a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Abel to seep ret such an intimate atmosphere. It seemed that in this place, he intended to share a fairly important story. Quote me. He called out, hey. Jik replied, why? Abel asked, what are your thoughts on Lee Draker family? His voice lowered as foamy. Suddenly Abel 8 Voy turned cold and murderous as he declared one day, I will bring an end to Y existence of Waiki Draker family. I sense dew radiating a familiar aura just lie mine, EDIDE scent of blood and battle, of death marching alongside. Abel continued, this young man possesses all the qualities a pure-blooded Regine Slayer should have. Dew carry the air of a supreme predator. As a fellow predator, I believe Dew will understand what I am saying. He thought to himself, damn neat, he gate that eternal topic of bloodlines again. Having said that, he guzzled down his wine, so, befriending Key Empire was unlifo Dew to overthrow your own family. Abel set his wine glass down and replied that ain't right, and many other things. He continued, people hail Atlas as I greatest in a continent, but my perspective ID different. One cannot be satisfied could only a small city. To be honored as lead best, one must aim for. Abel load, take a look at Iksam Empire. Aren't they expanding their influence day and night, from north to south, even trying to unite the eastern continent into one unified whole, transportation, commerce, resources, everything must converge, Tom. He clenched his fist. When that happens, Outworld will truly be many times brighter and more prosperous than now, an ideal land where everything harmonizes. Zek remarked that ID truly a VXN and Lion Emperor would dare to dream of. A thou suddenly, Sem and Constance, that person in name Idiki also Semit, a bolate maternal family Idik indeed affirms Pete moreover. After today, there I didn't lie one logical explanation Abul Semit and Leaky Empire are closely connected. Suddenly Abul cutting up his train of thou hey G, my fellow clansman. Quite overwhelming momentum. I believe a talented person Lai Du deserves a worthy reward Fo Du. I can grant Leakum most precious treasures I will possess in Lee future Jin me, and we will achieve great things together. Zek pondered, does he mean he wants me to be his right-hand man? Having finished his thaw, he bowed respectfully. I am extremely grateful for your offer, however. Zek turned to leave. I have already decided on my own path, so I am afraid this ID not possible. Abel fixed him a piercing look and asked, do unti regret this decision will do? He replied indifferently, I do not regret it. Teeth clenched tightly, anger was clearly visible on his gloomy face. Did he think I would become an assassin or a pawn exactly liable? He was wrong. Meanwhile, William had returned after taking Karos to rest. He was a bit surprised. Why are you all alone? Where I see? Quite a raging fire of anger, Abel said. My beloved youngest brother says he will choose a path different from mine, so William, Li Hun En Lai Wei ID to eliminate that sprout while Eid IDP still young, right? William had eyebrows knitted together as confusion rose within him. He laughed softly. Clearly, I have given him his fine chance. Switching scenes to in front of Valhalla Headmaster 8 office, Jigsaw. I am 17 years old and a second-year student at Valhalla. I have no intention of studying for 5 fun years before graduating. Early graduation application. Having officially become a knight, I wish to contribute to Lee family as soon as possible, however, as I still hold live status of a student. EDID a pity that EDID difficult to participate in important activities, so I look forward to receiving this esteemed headmaster. He bowed with a slight smile. By presenting matter convincingly and logically, an early graduation interview will surely be scheduled. Suddenly a voice rang, do have business at the headmaster 8 office too. Jik replied, yeah EDID gi. Lai Giyu approached a stranger, which sparked his curiosity. Who was this person? Eat was quite stren. Jeek watched. That was certainly a B. Ren, new face on this academy camp. He looked at Lee person 8 pensive expression, silently wondering who Eat might be. Just then Robert spoke up, welcome everyone, welcome Lai Gay Aster and Aster again. Tate been a while, hasn't he? Hearing this, Jix couldn't help but be startled. Was his name Aster? Could he be legendary knight Aster Islet of? He suddenly thought of Key 5, Star Knight who was famous before he returned to Lee past, yet no information about him had ever been revealed. Eat was unexpected to meet such a high caliber figure here. Aster spoke up feeling a bit embarrassed. I apologize, headmaster, because I suffer from insomnia. I have difficulty attending early classes. Jikpon, thinking 8 seemed his insomnia was indeed quite a difficult problem. Lai Gi teased him, do need a lullaby to help do sleep buddy. Aster refused, so my head ID spinning right now, could do Lai stay quiet for a moment. He thought to himself, Lee Knight Aster once rampaged across IP battlefield Fuki Empire, if that ain't Lai case then. He narrowed his eyes now, I just need to recruit him to my side, just Lai I did quat Lai Gi, that would be wonderful. Lai Headmaster continued, a reason I summoned Du here today ID simple. All 3 of Du applied for early graduation at like same time, so I called Du together. The other professors have also confirmed that your graduation requirements are in order. Therefore, I have decided to evaluate your abilities through this Sin. He looked at a puzzling document, a cooperation dispatch. Robert asked, have any of Du ever heard of E-Blood Yaksha? Jik replied, from what I know, they are outlaws considered a threat by other organizations that must be eliminated. A threat meaning people entire continent considers enemies to be exterminated. Lee Blood Yakshai Deek one of them, and recently, he has been hiding in Delaware. White Headmaster explained your Myson ID to coordinate Quit Light Delaware Knights to track down and eliminate him. He added, lawless individuals are those who have awakened their raw solely to murder like innocent. Their fighting style ID completely different from a Knight AT. That ID why they requested Enli those of Ike Purple Art and Geo higher. Robert warned this Mycene will be extremely brutal and dangerous. Anyone who wishes to withdraw, let me know right now. Lai Gi, how many rounds does Ki Academy 8 have in total? Leak Headmaster replied, there are 3 rounds in total, this ID first round. He smiled slightly 3 more times. Robert asked, do have any other questions? Seeing that everyone was silent and no one answered, he laughed cheerfully, if there ain't nothing else, I will assume everyone ID participate. Go back and prepare thoroughly for this my son. A few minutes later, Aster walked while rubbing his head lamenting, my head hurts so much. Suddenly a voice called her from behind Aster laid up. He turned his head to look. Jik asked warmly, do you need any medicine to help quit your insomnia? Aster asked, medicine to help me sleep. He reached into his pocket to rummage foo something. That ate right luckily. I have a special type of medicine that ID extremely effective. Aster replied softly, well, Aster account, I appreciate your kind, but I'll pass. I have tried countless heavily advertised medicines, but like result ID still zero. Jicky held a small bag and said, eat 8 fi. Just try a little bit. If do are sad, sign a contract, quote me, and I will guarantee a long-term supply of medicine for do. He refused. I think trying ID useless anyway. However, at that very moment, fragrance wafted toward App, causing him to immediately fall deep into a beautiful dream. Lie before his eyes gradually faded, giving way to engulfing darkness accompanied by a symphony of loud snoring. Aster exclaimed excitedly, I've already signed a contract, my dear president. Jik asked, why did do sign 8 as fast as lightning? This idea contract to sell yourself into servitude, didn't he do bother to ready terms carefully? He looked delighted. As long as I can get a get night 8 sleep, I'll even sell my soul. Hearing that he smiled, so that 8 how eat IDE. Jix thought, eat 8 truly lucky to be connected to this Xeet Tem 8 general store. Eat 8 so convenient that there ain't nothing more to complain about. Once enough points are accumulated, one can shop freely for rare ancient treasures. Than to this item, Asterun T be able to escape our side after graduation no matter what. A bright future ID beckoning. This truly ID a paradise, although this 5-star night guild seems fun of unusual people. Perhaps Enli or Ina still maintains some sanity. Resting his chin and thou, he mused, if I just leave things as they are, e'n't'll be a waste, since I am here on this rare occasion. Why don't I ted his martial arts proficiency? He called aloudly, hey Aster. Wee boy hurriedly replied, beep beep, I am here. Zek immediately unsheathed a gigantic sword before Li Frey and said, smee your true potential. In an instant, E-long spear was thrust firmly into E-ground. Aster spun 8 in his hand as fast as a spinning tep. Li spear surging quote killing intent charged straight. He evaluated silently just by touching. His demeanor ID completely transformed. Attack quit all your strength. Done hold back your power. Aster chuckled softly. INT go easy on Diu. Both quickly lunged at each other exchanging move. In his mind he observed, log long spear handle helps him cov a wide area, and his ability to parry my strikes ID'd extremely impressive. Turns out he chose a tight defensive strategy instead of rushing to attack. In that case, I'll use shadow step. Zek crouched and leaped high into Y air. In just a blink, he had dodged his opponent 8 strike. In a fee lot, he appeared right behind Aster, ready to deliver a preemptive strike. Jik loomed Sikilo and delivered a powerful heavy slash. Suddenly he reached over and snapped something. Aster 8 weapon suddenly broke in two. He immediately delivered a low, horizontal sweep. However, as he swung BC sword from behind intending to finish him EP, spear tip suddenly attacked, making trajectory extremely. Aster immediately rushed forward, quit a barrage of attack. Lee's sharp blade tip was thrust straight into Lee ground. Jik somersaulted mid-air and thought to himself, this ID clearly a technique, usually seen in Lee and particularly dangerous criminal. A slight smile curled on his lips, this ID truly in T-rate 10. Without another clue, Jix drew his sword and dashed swiftly towards Aster. For his part, young man on this side lifted his spear high. Aster spun his spear in his hand. Now he leaped from a ARP seat, soaring into lies. Jig's 8 figure shot swiftly into lair. He began preparing Foe's spear 8 joint breaking maneuver again. He lowered his sword muttering, what other move ID there? However, Duke and T countered this attack in Lee old way. Jig charged lion arrow. His sword plunged into wide ground to gain momentum. Raging sword secret art chap T2 stanza 1 earth slash. This unexpected sight utterly astounded. After that he lowered his spear. That was renowned counter, attack of EL Adop clan reverse flow spear. Aster unleashed a horizontal slash in mid-air. A brilliant lot of lie streaked lie a meteor. Moments later Aster clutched his bleeding arm wondering, what kind of men an XTID guild master after all? He rubbed his head. I was originally a brilliant genius, how could I be defeated so quickly? Jik smiled. He'd ate precisely because do were always immersed in lead praise of being a genius that your fighting spirit has eroded. His voice was fun of seriousness. Still have many short from now until my Hanan, I will personally provide Dukut special training. Upon hearing these words and seeing that expression, Aster was stunned, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Returning, Decker was at Lee door, bowing respectfully. Welcome back, young Master G. Jik smiled faintly him Decker. He announced, currently, their ID a guest waiting for you inside, sir. At this moment inside the living room, Galian looked up Quid-Eye's fun of admiration. Your estate ID truly magnificent and splendid. He walked in and spoke. Long time no see Gale. I've invited you here because there ain't an item I lied you to examine. He was startled me. Could it be that a BLC sword has encountered some problem? He ate a weapon forged in a magical smithy, so it extremely difficult to show scratch. Zek thought to himself, now that I mention it, Galian 8 reputation has probably spread far and wide by now, hasn't it? Than to YB magical smithy that I supported him could in my previous life, he ate creating high quality weapons even earlier than Ake original them lay. Sooner or later, I'll have to take him on as my personal blacksmith to prevent others from coveting him. He then spoke Wipamad ID still perfectly stable. Key thing was Zek was still wearing his armor. He chuckled, I just collected this. Upon seeing this, Galian 8 mouth fell abach in astonishment. He exclaimed, heavens, oh my gods, what ID this before my eyes, a superb weapon. Zek explained, I am not entirely sure what ID'd myself, that ain't why I invited you here to appraise ET, this ID'd something I don't want to investigate conspicuously on my own. His voice was a bit soft, which ID'd why I asked you to examine it very carefully for me. Galen took armor and agreed without hesitation, this ID certainly fi. Soon after his Voirango again, sir, I sincerely apologize. Galen said, among ancient artifacts I am familiar, quit, there ain't nothing quite lie this, do recognize what material Eat ate made from. Zek pondered. A thaw sudden, now that I think about Eat, when I face Ken. Zek rested his hand on his chin, looking suspiciously at, he can even repel attacks from sword or raw. Hearing that he started up, what did Do just say, sword or raw in this world? There ain't in lie one type of material that can achieve such a miraculous feat. Zek asserted that ID teen people still praise as material of Ike gods. Galen suddenly realized that ID can deed Ori Hankin. Hearing what he had just said, I truly could t believed and exclaimed, unbelievable. I never thought I would see Ori Trang Ku with my own eyes in my entire life. Zek wondered, ID this teen really that rare? Galen affirmed, it even more than just rare. He added, people have always praised Ori Trang Ku as most perfect substance bestowed by ye gods. Edie has the ability to conduct magical energy far beyond any other existing teen than to which people can engrave far more Medich circles on it than usual to enhance power of weapons. I asked curiously, ID that so then, what ID key maximum MB of Jihi remedy chi circles a normal teen armor can hold? He rested his hand on lay table and said sternly, what are you talking about? Basically, ordinary teen can't even withstand a single large, scalable sword. Hearing that, Zek glanced at armor, pondering. I had already realized it was an ordinary object, but who knew its quality was this high? Then he asked, ID there any way to transform this armor into a different shape? Galen reacted strongly, what are you talking about? Changing life structure of Ori Trang teen? That ain't absolutely impossible. Even divine teen can be processed. However, why problem here ID that this armor ID already in its most optimally perfect state. If one accidentally damages Gimadicha Circle, this armor could instantly turn into a pile of useless scrap mine teen. Of course, if my master were to intervene, result would be different. Zekade, are you referring to world-renowned master blacksmith Galen? Galen replied, if he'd master, he can completely recreate the P-shape while preserving its fun functionality. I asked, so, do know where Master Galen ID? He casually replied, he ate probably still in Hamona's region, as ID his habit. Seeing Zeke hesitate a bit, Galen, do probably done he know the location of the Hamona's region, he'd ate an isolated land far to wheat north, I remarked. That place originally belonged to the northern Jeek Rendu Gate Dominion. He wondered how do know that so well. Usually, people living in east center of Leaky continent don't know much about northern Jeek Ren Duke 8 affairs. Zek stammered, Kate just that. I just happened to find about it. He stood up anyway, then do very much for your information. Galen, if do want to learn more about metals, feel free to research while do were staying at this mansion. Hearing him say that, Galen was a bit confused. I hesitated. I am extremely grateful to do, sir. Zeke said nothing and Lee thought to himself, Hamonas, I still have plenty of time. Tate not too late to go after I've dealt quick be immediate tasks. Yite, I'll just stick to that plan. Scene shifted to Ike Reinhardt Merchant Guild. C-Lep spoke. Key pharmaceutical production prex following Sir Zekate instructions seems to be proceeding smoothly. He said in a deep voice, Beal in a soma processing plant right in Lee center of this continent ID truly a headache-inducing challenge. Zek thought himself, just as I expected. If news that Iki Princess ID sponsoring soma processing gets her reputation will surely be. He asked more about Lee finished product, and C-Lep replied once completed, Ide considered a pharmaceutical product. We just need to obtain a certification from Medich Tower, and everything will go smooth. Zek ate voy, then let 80 Sigelo we deal in likey southern part of I continent, and afterward, import and distribute everywhere through I Reinhardt Merchant Guild 8 network. Melissa spoke up at this moment, forgive me Sir Zek, but I must speak plainly, my Merchant Guild 8 current budget simply cannot afford a massive factory like that. She analyzed, just operating existing medicine factory has already exhausted us, so we'll have to consider a different approach for this project. Zek calmly said that wasn't an issue. He would personally fund a construction of Life Factory, and for obtaining necessary permits from Medici Tower for smooth business operations, he would rely entirely on them. Melissa wondered in surprise if Draker family intended to get involved personally. Zek immediately affirmed, this is nothing to quit key family, all expenses come from my own personal funds. He placed envelope on a key table and continued, this IDP main topic of today 8 meeting. Peely Boobin and examine this document, he said. She immediately broke a seal and looked at contents inside. Melissa's dead eyes widened in astonishment, and she could only utter a horrified gasp. Lee Empire dared to collaborate Quippy Scorpion Clan to conduct such cruel biological experiments. Zek narrowed his eyes observing and then said, if life Scarlet Blossom disease ID a magical man-made epidemic, then this ID clearly a clinical trial conducted directly on the people of Alessia. She shivered and trembled. I had a vague suspicion, but I can believe they would cruelly slaughter their own citizens in such a despicable way. He subtly reminded her, Your Highness, I am showing you this so we can keep these heinous crimes committed by EP Empire a secret together. Hearing that, Melissa flinched and utters. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. What are you saying, sir? We must expose their crimes immediately to see top these kinds of incidents. Zek calmly extend your indignation, but this isn't weighty enough to serve as irrefutable evidence on diplomatic chessboard. He continued, Key Empire ID very cunning, they all blame everything on Scorpion Clan, who are already notorious so weak world wouldn't be surprised if they used humans for experiments. Zek observed, therefore Lipe Empire and Lie needs to wash its hands of like matter, deny any connection, and feign a few complaints, and Lee key issue will be a V. He emphasized keeping this a secret will bring greater benefits. She clenched her fist and asked, "What do you mean, sir?" His eyes were sharp and cold. "Leaky Empire, doesn't he know we have them cornered, and besides, quit such large-scale experiments. More solid evidence will inevitably face sooner or later." Melissa quickly, "Do you want to seize this opportunity to gather undeniable living proof to deliver a fatal blow that Iki Empire cannot refute?" He smiled and said, "Exact. I am showing Diu this in advance just to prepare Diu." She asked again, "What preparation are Diu referring to, sir?" Zek Avoy turned gray. "If they've used a key disputed Alencia region to experiment quit Scarlet Blossom disease, there ain't no guarantee they spread other toxins here as well." He affirmed an antidote must be created before disaster strikes. Melissa thought if these biological weapons spread onto battle, Lee's soldiers of Alencia would simply die of injustice without any time to defend themselves. Melissa was flustered, "But if we have like antidote, not only can we reduce casualties, but we can also strike a fatal blow at Iki Empire." 8 Weakness. Her eyes suddenly gleamed. Kuda spark indeed. She had not misjudged him. Melissa looked straight into Zek eyes. "Recruiting someone like Du into Merchant Guild was Lee's wisest decision of my life." He turned and stood up. "Perhaps in the coming period, I will be absent from a few regular meetings. Lee training schedule at Valhalla ID in its finest sprint." Melissa smiled. "I understand. If opportunity arises, I would be very honored to welcome Sir Zek to Alencia." Jik inquisitively asked if Alicia's hometown was known for its majestic mountains and poetic lakes, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise, and asked if he had visited there before. Lei young man, saying he and Lai knew T by hearsay, and subtly expressed his wish for Like's beautiful lady to be his free tour guide, if he ever had Lai chance to visit. Melissa immediately nodded. "Peak Lai, leave that to me, sir." She demurely bowed and curtsied quick great reverence, wishing him a smooth and prosperous upcoming journey. In Ike training room at this moment, Ki young man Aster was lying on knee ground, gasping for breath as if his energy had been completely drained. His companion Lig, sprawled on next to him, was no less miserable, constantly groaning that he would probably before accomplishing anything. Jik immediately tapped, reminding his teammate to stop whining Lai a weakling, and suggested that instead of wasting calories complaining, he should stand up and swing his sword one more time to warm up. He yelled furiously, calling him a heartless fashion, and saying it was no wonder he inherited like cold-blooded Draco bloodline. Immediately after, Lig angrily shouted and charged forward to attack. Jik smirked inwardly, realizing that to make them improve, he had to strongly stimulate their pride to be effective. Then to wipe grueling training program he designed. After just 1 week of grueling practice, Leaky dynamic Duaster and Ige began to S-clear synergy. He meticulously observed every slightest movement of Lai. Most notably, no longer displaying his initial flippant and playful demeanor, had become much more obedient and proficient after several rough encounters. Suddenly a voice called up, praising them for training so enthusiastically. A man approached, causing everyone to exclaim quote joy and greet him in unison as their teacher. Jik bowed slightly to Master Ander. He curiously asked what favorable wind had brought their teacher to White training room, to which Professor gravely replied that he had come to deliver extremely urgent secret intelligence to all three of them. Seeing his students wonder about the gravity of information, he calmly explained that all three of them were officially on Ike Vanguard list to eradicate a common threat to Ike entire continent. Andre lowered his voice, adding, "Of course, I cannot heartlessly let you throw yourselves into danger like this." He confidently patted his chest, assuring them that he would personally stand shoulder to shoulder with them throughout this journey. Airship glided smoothly through Lai sky, and a conversation filled Kud astonishment about unexpected presence of trainees in this expedition to eliminate Sedan XT code, and Andrew chimed in saying he couldn't bear to let his students bear such a significant task alone, and moreover, he held several earth-shattering secrets that needed to be explained in detail to everyone. He turned to Jixie and asked if he had ever heard of Leapy mysterious land of Delpa, to which student nodded, confirming he had glanced to Veek some knowledge in his history textbook. He explained that unlike other places, mages there held supreme power. Andre stroked his chin and, "That ain't exactly. Lai social sexy tem there operates under a very peculiar class accent." He mentioned that knights in Delpa primarily used shields, a CTC contrast to rest of world. Professor elaborated, explaining that when knights use their shields to isolate and corner enemies on front line, Leak Mage Corps behind them could freely unleash a storm of spells to finish their prey. Aster scratched his head in confusion, asking if fighting Lai that could indiscriminate, wouldn't he also roast their own melee combatants up front? Teacher smiled, pre-insight question. Andre glanced aside, that 8Y Delpa 8 Knights and Lai trained shield skills for evasion rather than direct combat. This ID reason why Delpa Knights are always looked down upon by graduates from Hala. Live Gi also jumped in curiously, "Oh my, so that knightly order was established just to be cannon fodder foe mages, do you mean they openly despised us, right?" Andre agreed, "Your analysis ID spot on, so don't be too shocked when you first set foot in Delpa." He added, "Because that bunch of mages there are all types who lie to keep their noses in air in a very irritating manner." A moment later, Andre greeted Quid a very friendly tone. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I Andre Draker, a teaching assistant from Val." Lady Man stepped forward to shake hands and replied in a booming voice, "It's incredible that someone from Lee Draker clan has come. This ID truly a peerless honor for us." He introduced himself. "My name ID George Alter, commander of 8th Army subordinate to Delp." Andre looked at B3 students and boasted, "Lippy children quit me are all elites of Valhalla. They get in your way, so rest assured." Alter stepped back near carriage door. "Hearing those words makes me feel relieved. Key commander ID currently waiting inside that carriage." Lai Gi 8 mouth hung ob, "What, Leaky, but wasn't he that guy in Leaky had key, but just now?" Jeek reminded him, "Hey, Siklo you your mouth, Lai Gi." He opened door, because in this land of Delpa, that ain't just how things are. Carriage door swung, revealing a man dressed in Belixi sitting as still as a stone inside. His sharp eyes looked awe, radiating an aura that forced those around him to keep their distance immediately. Yam muttered, "That face really looks like it needs a punch," his companion scolded. "I told you to shut your mouth, lie fagi." Zek silently watched and wondered, "ID that person leader of that renowned mage corps." He observed Alterate attitude and questioned, "Why does a knight commander have to be so subservient and humble to this extent?" He spoke, in fact, intends to travel separately. Perhaps you'll have to bear quit sitting in another carriage. Lai Gear was stunned upon hearing this. "What he hell ID this?" He grumbled in frustration. "What ain't going on? Does he dare to treat us like trash and just head straight a pee?" Guy shouted, "No matter why, this Bahie's truly unbearable. We have traveled all this way to cooperate, and yet..." Before he could finish his tirade, he was hit by a kick from Zek that sent him flying to Waiki's side. "Why's he?" groaned as he rubbed his leg. "Zek, do cold-blooded guy. Even Professor Andre hasn't he objected, so why did do attack me?" Andre said gently, "Once do have set on a key path of warriors, do will have to encounter awkward situations like this." He watched I carriage as he distanced and advised, "Try to remember carefully everything you are about to experience from this moment on." Following, everyone shuffled inside dejected. Darkness grads, a heavy sigh rang out. Zek lay stretched, looking at Lee rafters and lamented, "There truly I deep a significant wealth gap here." He thought to himself, "My living quarters are ragged and old, prepared very carelessly just for appearance sake." A thought crossed his mind, while P. Mage's residences along road are luxurious and Jikren truthfully, I am not asking faux luxury, but... Unable to sleep, he sat up. "Well then, I'll go out to get some fresh air to clear my mind." Zek silently walked all Wolfgang. "I don't really care about this reception anyway. In my previous life, I had been through much worse." His eyes were thought, "But what troubles me most idiki actually upcoming my sin to destroy PB Night Yaksha." In glaring daylight, Lee's strategy meeting dragged on in a dead silence, from Keeg Big Roger down to key subordinate knights, all of whom could Enline nod repeatedly to Eik orders of key mages. Zek sighed repeatedly, although he had prepared himself mentally. He could not have expected Lee progress to be so snail-paced, when suddenly a voice rang out asking what he was doing all alone in this corner. He was startled and looked up at newcomer, wondering to himself who this person could be. Jik attentively observed man in front of him and immediately recognized him as magical ringleader from earlier. He then spoke up, saying he had a few things to discuss and was lucky to run into him here. He arrogantly added that his group wouldn't amount to anything regarding Lee Big My Sound, so it was best not to meddle in magical affairs and cause trouble, but rather to quietly pack up and leave to see everyone dalp headache. A corner of his mouth twitched sarcastically. If they despised each other so much, why bother trying to collaborate? He truly just wanted to land a punch right on that hateful face. "I hear you are weak one who awakened pure-blooded Dracosol lineage." He coldly nodded in admission, asking if there was a problem with that. Seeing Jeek Morganate and magical ringleader flew into a rage and demanded to know what that arrogance was supposed to mean. He gritted his teeth and issued a warning. "If do are smart, don't do dare take a that glove while do are here." Lee Mage then turned sharply and strode away, still muttering threats. "If do you still want to keep your life to complete me, Saiyan, and return am." Witnessing this, he could and lie remain silent and reflect. Guy certainly had keen hearing and sharp observation, though that was understandable when facing a pure blood who possessed Lee ability to disrupt mana. Amidst quiet, someone called a Jik 8 name. "ID that our Jik." He turned around and let out a soft exclamation of surprise. He looked blankly at Professor Penn, who gave a radiant smile and said 8 was indeed him. He approached Chaitamantly, asking if he had been well since they last met, to which Jik replied that he was doing fine, but wondered what wind had brought Professor to this remote corner. Professor Penn scratched his head and laughed, saying there was no better place for a mage to gain practical experience, and since he found burying his head in books all day boring, he had volunteered to enlist. He curiously asked what Jik had come here to resolve, and he replied that he was here to carry a special clean up my son. Hearing that, Professor Penn jumped in surprise, asking what he meant. He hurriedly waved Jik closer and whispered, asking why the atmosphere suddenly became so tense and bizarre. Jik curiously asked what important matter Professor wanted to advise him on. Professor Penn leaned in and whispered for Jik to listen clearly. Under no circumstances should he go near battle tomorrow. Jik asked in confusion what he meant by that. His voice dropped significantly as he said that it was a my sen destined for defeat. Professor Penn sternly reminded him not to throw himself into it, leaving Jik extremely bewildered by it.